Part 1, the programmer's new reality. Picture a dark, rain-soaked world where our doomed protagonist meets his tragic end. He lies dying in the cold rain, his body barely able to move, while a silver-haired woman of striking beauty stands before him with her sword buried deep in his chest. Despite the agony, he feels no hatred toward her. She's the most beautiful person he's ever seen. This man's fate had always been sealed, to die beneath this woman's blade. "You piece of," he gasps out weakly, his consciousness fading, knowing that she murdered him simply to break their engagement. However, this entire scene unfolds not in reality, but on the computer screen of our true protagonist, Wonjin, a video game programmer who has spent countless hours perfecting this character's design. Wonjin works at the prestigious R Company, one of South Korea's most famous game development studios, and he's currently working on the company's masterpiece. This project has consumed all their resources and represents their entire future. If this game fails, everyone will be out of work. The game's ambitious concept is to be extremely difficult while offering each player a unique experience, and the development team has carefully listened to community feedback, filling the game with polished mechanics and numerous player options. They've essentially created a world where players can do whatever they want and become whoever they choose. Wonjin feels confident the game will succeed, but this confidence comes with crushing pressure on all employees. They'll either earn a fortune or find themselves on the street. Wonjin's particular concern centers on a character named Dekulin von Eucline, a mid-boss villain whose story can only end one way: death beneath a hero's sword. Something about this character has been causing problems, and players keep falling to him repeatedly, especially in the route where his fiancée kills him. It's strange, but Wonjin understands why this character has been through so much suffering. At that moment, a beautiful woman appears behind him, Johara, his boss and ex-girlfriend. They shared 7 wonderful years together and were truly happy, but Wonjin was a champion slacker while Johara was a workaholic. She helped him get this job and become more mature, but it wasn't enough, and she eventually left him. 6 months have passed since their breakup, and she's already found someone new. Johara asks Wonjin not to get distracted and continue fixing the game's bugs, though Wonjin seems annoyed since this character is quite weak despite being a mid-boss. Johara explains that the character was designed intentionally this way. His strength depends entirely on the player's choices. Then she drops a bombshell. This villain was directly inspired by Wonjin himself. Looking closer, Wonjin realizes they do look remarkably similar. In fact, they're so similar that Johara confesses she kills him immediately whenever she sees him in the game. Despite the awkward tension, Wonjin remains worried about the project since relying on a single game seems crazy, though he's optimistic because pre-sales are going well and reviews are excellent. Johara's handsome new boyfriend arrives to pick her up, so Wonjin asks her to finish her work and leave with him, which she does with a smile while Wonjin stays alone in the office late into the night. As usual, he's still struggling with Dekulin's character, whose abilities don't even make sense. Child genius and mediocre magician seem contradictory. This is because Dekulin awakened magical powers as a child and was called a genius, but as his magic matured, he didn't grow with it and ended up as just an average magician. Being worshipped as a child and despised as an adult twisted the character's personality into something truly terrible. The character was designed to grow stronger throughout the story, since everyone around him hates him intensely. Wonjin feels the character has been dragged through the mud too much and wants to add something positive, something subtle. Since they're supposedly similar, Wonjin gives the character a comprehension skill, adding his own empathetic nature to the character. But then Wonjin gets carried away, also giving him wealth, perfect eyesight, and competence in everything he attempts, piling on abilities until he realizes he's gone overboard with the character customization and prepares to reset everything and go to sleep. Before he can, one of the screenwriters wants to discuss the game with him. Wonjin asks if she wants to change something about the character, but she simply asks him to look out the window. When he does, Wonjin sees a strange storm forming above the building, fierce thunderclaps illuminating the dark night. After this confusion, shouts echo up and down the building. What's happening here? Jin wonders. Listen carefully, son. The life that awaits you from now on won't be pretty. Be cautious and kill all your enemies. These words echo through his mind as everything goes dark. That's right, Dekulin, the most vile villain that has ever walked the earth. But for now, just wake up. Wake up already, you piece of scum, a furious girl shouts. As you might imagine, Wonjin has taken control of Dekulin's body. Several days have already passed, and he still can't believe what's happening to him. Dekulin has been locked in his room because he's terrified of seeing this girl, and she's absolutely furious with him for bringing such shame to the entire family. Wonjin explains that after seeing the thunderstorm at his company, he suddenly became Dekulin, one of the video game's vilest villains. A week has passed in this body, and though he didn't want to believe it, there's no doubt he's now in the video game world, and worse, as a completely unpleasant character whose life he himself made as miserable as possible. Wonjin knows that whatever happened, the reality is he's become a villain destined to die. For an entire week, Dekulin spent all his time locked in his room, believing it was all a bad dream, but as days passed, fear of this new reality grew stronger. Wonjin isn't entirely sure how he got into this situation, but he's certain he's taken the role of Dekulin von Eucline, a mediocre villain he'd been working on in his world. The game gives every character the opportunity to be whatever they want, But with Dekilin, it's different. Absolutely everyone around him hates him passionately and wants the worst for him, so his only path is to become a villain. Worse still, Wonjin doesn't know his exact point in the story, but he's certain his end will come very soon. Dekilin's character has been tested over 1,000 times, and he only survived once, because initially, Dekilin was designed to be a villain who gets defeated. Beside him is his half-sister Jerry, who acts as head of the family instead of Dekilin. Of course, she hates her brother, though she's not the worst. That would be Julie. Right now, Dekilin is a professor at the university and must act as one until he gathers more information. Dekilin finally gets out of bed, and when he does, floating text appears before him showing a primary mission, to become necessary to this world. To accomplish this, he needs to complete a side mission, give a lecture at the university. This doesn't surprise Dekilin much, and in fact he expected it, so he simply gets out of bed as if nothing happened. He's more interested in the reward for the secondary mission, since they'll give him valuable coins for the store. Generally, anyone would feel worried about suddenly becoming a teacher, but Dekilin possesses the comprehension passive ability, which allows him to understand any subject within his scope by using some mana. Dekilin had added this ability thinking it meant empathizing with other characters, but anyway, it's an incredibly easy passive to obtain later in the story, so side effects are likely. Dekilin puts on his character's best clothes. It's Wonjin's first time wearing such expensive garments, but with his passive qualities of elegance and aesthetic sense, everything fits like a glove. This might sound fabulous, but the truth is it feels as if someone's moving his body with strings from a distance. Even his mind has changed, because right now he'd normally be cursing, but instead he's remarkably calm. In this world, Wonjin has become an elegant and handsome nobleman of high birth, but deep down he knows he's still a nobody, the one whose beautiful girlfriend dumped him. Even so, he won't let his guard down, though he does immediately after getting into his luxury car, because it reminds him of his ex's new boyfriend and makes him quite angry. Then Dekilin realizes someone is sitting beside him. Who is this? The protagonist wonders. It must be an assistant or something similar, since he hands him several documents. Wonjin is going to a lecture and assumes they've given him information about it, but no, they've only given him a script he's supposed to recite word for word. This doesn't surprise Wonjin either, since Dekilin is a talentless nobleman who only got where he is because of his parents' money, and the boy beside him must be the one doing all his work. So Dekilin thanks him and asks him to rest until his next job, words that even surprise the driver. Of course, that's because Dekilin's character is a total villain, and even his body feels uncomfortable when he compliments the boy next to him. Wonjin can feel Dekilin's mind trying to overcome his own. After a long journey, they arrive at the Empire's university, where students wait impatiently for Dekilin in Rodeo Hall. He enters the room and quickly asks everyone to sit, since his lecture is about to begin. Among the university girls, Professor Dekilin is greatly admired because he's cold, manipulative, and handsome, exactly how women like them, no matter what they say otherwise. Though it seems one of them doesn't share her classmate's opinion, since Dekilin is her father's sworn enemy, and now she has him right in front of her as if nothing's wrong. 3 years ago, her beloved father took his own life. Her father was a famous spell researcher whose death was caused because Dekilin stole his research and ruined his life, something our protagonist is very aware of. The girl lost her father and all their fortune until nothing remained, and in absolute misery, she swore to make Professor Dekilin pay. After some time, she managed to get into Dekilin's university and joined his classes. To her horror, Professor Dekilin recited her father's research verbatim. Professor Dekilin wasn't just filthy garbage. He had no shame and deserved to have a meteorite fall on him. In the girl's eyes, her father should be in Professor Dekilin's position. She's enraged and wants to jump on Dekilin's neck right there, but she must be patient. She should investigate Dekilin, get closer to him, and then stab him where it hurts most. Only then will she rest in peace and achieve her revenge. Meanwhile, our protagonist Dekilin begins his magic class, explaining that there are 3 great attributes of magic in 9 types. The attributes are the element of magic, the components of magic, and the vessel of magic, while the types would be summoning, destruction, enchantment, manipulation, ductility, and harmony. To Professor Dekilin's surprise, his speech is going amazingly well. It's his first time giving a speech, especially before so many people, and he has no idea about magic, but still, his entire speech flows effortlessly from his mouth, and he's able to understand everything perfectly on the first try, all thanks to his comprehension ability. Additionally, Dekilin has several passive abilities related to concentration and being the center of attention, so all his students pay attention to each of his words. Thinking about it more, Professor Dekilin's skills are quite shameful, but the truth is they make him a magnificent teacher. His explanation continues, and now he explains the different cores of magic. For example, magicians usually have their core in the head or brain since this makes it easier for them to use magic, while warriors have their core near the heart to make them stronger and braver. Then there are those who use an internal core, a mixture of the 2 previous ones. What Dekilin wants to convey with his explanation is that regardless of what you were or how you were born, if you studied and practiced, you could choose any path within your scope, something that applied to the entire world except for him, since his mana is only 3,375 and he's supposedly a magician, while there are other nameless characters who easily surpass 30,000 mana. The protagonist finds it funny that he encourages his students to do whatever they want when he himself knows he cannot do what he wishes. His speech is about to finish, but the last sentence throws him off. If it were the original Dekulin, he wouldn't even joke about his last sentence in the speech. But Dekulin gathers his courage and asks his students if they understood, though they could ask whatever they'd like. Luckily for the protagonist, none of his students seem to have doubts, none except the one who wants his head on a pike, who asks loudly about a strange spell she's seen in the bedrooms. "So then, who are you and why are you wearing that outfit in my class?" the protagonist asks. That girl doesn't meet the school rules, so Dekulin politely asks her to leave. And just like that, Professor Dekulin finishes his first lecture. It's been a complete success, though it cost him almost half his mana to keep comprehension activated. The rest of the students begin mocking the hooded figure for being strange, which makes her crave revenge even more. The girl attacks again and says there's something strange about the magic tower. Nobody wants to investigate, and she asks her dear professor to go investigate. The girl wanted to expose Dekulin's true talent, so using some magic, she shows Dekulin a spell and asks what it is. Dekulin analyzes the magic circle until almost running out of mana, and immediately replies that it's a spell-type magic, and to be more exact, its purpose is to create a barrier, probably to trap people inside or something similar. Dekulin hits the nail on the head and answers the girl's question, leaving her speechless. Luckily for the protagonist, he successfully overcomes his first mission and receives some coins. Now we go to the university cafeteria, where the girl from before eats like a glutton and curses the protagonist nonstop. Her intention was to ridicule the professor with her newly created spell, but then he deciphers it in seconds, catching her completely off guard. Even so, she notices Dekulin got nervous at some moments, so without a doubt, he's hiding something. The magic she showed appeared suddenly in the university bedrooms, and the girl wanted to catch Dekulin with it, since even she didn't know what it was. Then a girl arrives shouting the name friend, so we'll call her Renee. This girl is Renee's friend, and with her help, Professor Dekulin discovered that indeed the bedroom magic was a barrier spell. Everyone at the university was blocked by that magic circle, but thanks to Renee daring to ask the handsome Dekulin something, they solved the problem. Without Renee wanting it, now all the university knows that Professor Dekulin deciphered a magic circle just by seeing it for a few seconds, and therefore everyone admires him more than before. Renee gets angry inside and takes something from her purse, a letter with very advanced mysterious magic circles, and with them, Renee is thinking of leaving teacher Dekulin in the same misery with nothing, just like her. Getting back to Dekulin, he's very relieved by how well things turned out, since everything could have gone really badly and ended up in the mud. That's because Dekulin, as he said several times, has no idea about magic or magic circles, but his comprehension skill activated on its own. Luckily for him, he had just enough mana to analyze that spell, and Dekulin didn't really understand that spell at all. He doesn't know how it works, how to activate it, or any details. The only thing he could extract from it was that it was a barrier. It was like a passing grade, a close call, but a passing grade nonetheless. Then Dekulin crosses paths with a very familiar person with white hair and blue eyes. He's the character he'd seen thousands of times through his monitor. Her name is Julie von Della Freyden, and she asks Dekulin how he is. She's an extremely important character for the story, since she's a role model for all the Empire's knights. Of course, at this point in the story, she already hates Dekulin to death, and if she didn't already hate him, it seems Dekulin broke a promise he made to her a week ago. But what are you telling me now? Dekulin wonders in his head. So Dekulin simply says he forgot about it and continues walking as if nothing's wrong, but Julie plants herself in front and won't let him run away as he always does. Julie seems determined to get an answer from Dekulin, so he tells Julie he was really very ill a few days ago and doesn't really remember the promise they made. Apparently Julie wanted to give Dekulin a chance to be together, and the only thing he had to do was confess his sins before everyone. Julie had been naive once again and trusted Dekulin, who betrayed her again, so she's not expecting anything from him anymore. Okay, says the protagonist, continuing his happy path to death, leaving his fiancée heartbroken and still furious. The engagement between them was based on convenience. Dekulin was theoretically a talented magician and Julie a talented warrior, and the person who arranged the wedding couldn't be happier about that union. Since both families were upper class before and now together, they'll become the most powerful family in the kingdom. Initially, Julie was fine with the decision. After all, talent should be with talent. But then she discovered Dekulin was actually totally useless and only had his titles because of his father's money. However, Dekulin was so useless that his futility eventually reached the press and others, yet both families wanted to join forces to gain more power, so they tried to cover up the whole matter of Dekulin's uselessness. Dekulin was protected through the power of their families, and now Julie will have to tolerate a total loser for the rest of her life. She could endure a loveless marriage, but she couldn't tolerate all the lies told around him. So at one point, she stood before Dekulin and said that if he confessed all his sins, she would marry him without remorse and do everything possible to be happy together. Dekulin accepted at that moment, since he too was fed up with lies and wanted a better life, which made Julie very happy because after all she'd end up with a good man. But in the end, everything was a lie. Once again, someone important to her lies to her face and does whatever he wants. They'll now explain a little about the Empire's magic tower, which functions as the university within the game and is of course the best in that world. It's equivalent to a real university with students everywhere and teachers explaining complicated things. The gardens are huge and everything is very well maintained. In fact, it's quite reminiscent of the American universities seen in movies, and it had to be that way since he, along with many colleagues, gave blood and sweat so everything would be seen perfectly, so he's glad it is. Of course, Wonjin would prefer to be in that world in any other character's body, but Deculin's villain is the one he got. Suddenly he feels an attack from behind, so he gives a good elbow to his assistant, who falls on his back apologizing for running near his teacher. Deculin thought it was an ambush to kill him, but luckily it was just his assistant, Zoro, though his name isn't Zoro but Alan. Who's Zoro? Alan wonders. Once they're in Deculin's office, Alan gives Deculin a list of wizards. That university functions almost like a real one and gets money conducting private research and such. One of the names on that list is written in golden letters thanks to his passive skill, Wealthy Tycoon, which is practically an ultra instinct for business and money. Combined with sharp eyesight, he only has to follow the sparkles to reach good treasure. Deculin knows whoever the person with the golden name is will bring great fortune. Besides that one, there are others, but the one shining brightest belongs to someone we already know, Farron Luna, and since Luna looks prettier, we'll call her Luna from now on. She's one of the game's main characters and someone Deculin must watch out for very carefully. The thing is, Luna isn't going to give money for research, which is actually normal since Luna possesses considerable talent, and if they gave her money to do whatever she wanted, the magic tower could be blown to bits completely. Deculin is in a big dilemma. Luna doesn't just hate him, she wants to see his head nailed to a pike, but on the other hand, money is money. Furthermore, if Deculin does things like in the game, will he die? Yes, because he possesses the unique passive ability, Villain's Fate, where his only path is death, but if he survives, he becomes stronger. In the game, Deculin dies from countless causes, whether from a sword blow, a wand stuck in his chest, poisoned by tap water, or if he walks down the street, a bomb could fall from the sky at any time. There's only one thing clear in that world. His character will die a horrible death if he doesn't do something about it. So Deculin will take an action the real Deculin would never take. Deculin's main objective is acquiring a mountain of gold, since most of his deaths could be solved if he had enough money. Of course, having a mountain of money isn't enough, since that world is plagued with characters 1,000 times stronger than him, and everyone, without exception, wants to cut off his head. If Wonjin wants to survive in that world, money won't be sufficient. He must achieve great magical power. The only way Deculin has to survive in that world is to be stronger than the rest of the world. In other words, he has to be number one. However, his skills, though useful day to day, are very mediocre when it comes to fighting. The threats against him will be numerous, and he'll practically live on the verge of death. Luckily, he has a very weak but very useful skill, elemental manipulation, which practically gives him control of all the game's elements. If he combines fire, earth, and metal, he gets the Midas Touch skill, which unlocks the hidden power of objects within his reach. Deculin has it clear. His character is a metal manipulator, one who uses weapons around him to inflict harm. Being able to manipulate floating swords might sound very spectacular, but the truth is that in that world, that's the most basic thing a magician can do. If the protagonist wants true power, he must develop his knowledge about magic, so he grabs the biggest magic book he can find and prepares to consume it with his comprehension skill. But as soon as he activates his ability, the entire room fills with magic. Lightning strikes inside the room, and for a few seconds, even a magic tornado shakes everything in the room. Deculin is in shock as all the magic book's knowledge slowly sinks into his mind. After a while, things calm down and Deculin ends up in a puddle of sweat, but in return, he achieves better control of the objects around him. It might not sound like much, but what Deculin wants is to unlock the telekinesis ability, because with it he could move everything, even if it's not metal. Of course, that very basic spell still isn't enough for Deculin, and he should achieve something strong if he really wants to survive there. This doesn't look right, not right at all, says the protagonist in his mind. But wait a minute, what if I use the magic circles directly on my body? In that world, if you create a magic circle, the spell is strengthened much more, and the larger the circle, the more power it gains. So Deculin thinks of using telekinesis circles on his own body to enhance his spells. That should give him enough power, but his body could handle it poorly. Luckily, he has the passive Iron Man, which makes him immune to training side effects or negative effects. It's not much, but for now, he's the only one in the world with that combination of skills. They seemed very useless and were pretty weak, but if Deculin understood his body better, it's possible to get more out of it. So the madman uses comprehension on his own body, making magic flow through him, which is really causing him a lot of physical pain, but since he'd started, he couldn't stop halfway, and the pain became so acute he could feel as if his bones were shattering into 1,000 splinters. Deculin is enduring indescribable pain, but even so, his body remains impassive as if nothing affects him, all thanks to his passive posturing and noble aura. That's how a nobleman is supposed to be. No matter how much pain he suffers, he always has to be elegant and in top form. He continues his pantomime even when left with 1 point of mana, feeling so tired he thinks he's going to faint standing up, but at least he got something good out of it since he managed to create a powerful magic circle on his shoulder. Part 2. The teacher's trial a month later, at the Magic Tower University, the teacher is quite lazy and lets people put up posters for students with class homework. On this occasion, he asks the students to go outside and practice with elemental magic. It's the first day of classes proper at the university, and Deculine's fringe is already missing, something that drives Luna crazy. But then a girl bumps into her, and when Luna turns to confront her, she's stunned. It's Sylvia von Josephine, a former acquaintance, but apparently she doesn't recognize Luna, so she continues on her way. Luna starts playing with her magic and can't believe Sylvia doesn't remember her. Luna belonged to the Iliade family, and 10 years ago they were the ones who threatened her father and robbed everything, leaving her family destitute, and Sylvia doesn't even remember her name. Then her castle, created with magic, shatters because Sylvia is accumulating all the area's mana to build her own. Luna approaches and asks what she's doing, but Sylvia completely ignores her. This really gets Luna worked up, and she's about to grind Sylvia to pulp, but then Luna realizes something. There's no way Sylvia wouldn't recognize her. So now more curious, Luna asks why she's pretending not to know her. But she really isn't faking it. Sylvia doesn't know Luna, though she does know her useless father, the one who got out of the way because he was useless. "You went too far with that," Luna exclaims, channeling magic into her fist with great anger and charging forward. Sylvia gets scared and creates a barrier around herself, and thank goodness she does, since Luna's explosion is so huge it even makes more than one student fly. When the dust ball dissolves, Luna is seen with Sylvia's hair, gripping it tightly while both lie on the ground. Luna is threatening to kill Sylvia when suddenly a huge dark ball forms behind her. This frightens all the students, since that looks like void magic. That's when their two magics clash, but they don't cancel each other out completely. They continue floating in the air and begin dissolving everything around them. This is very dangerous and everyone has to move away, because it will create a huge explosion that destroys everything in its path. But they're running out of time and they'll all end up dead in the void. Unfortunately, they don't have plenty of time to run, and the void sphere begins expanding wildly. Luna defends herself with her magic, knowing her end has come, but luckily for her, her end doesn't come. Instead, Professor Deculine appears, armed with thousands of crystals around him. Those pieces of ice weren't created with the protagonist's magic. Rather, Deculine froze the explosion within itself and turned it into ice wreckage. He achieved it all using just telekinesis, something that leaves all his students amazed. This is enchantment magic, and it's so beautiful that none of the students can avoid being dazzled by it until finally the protagonist places the last dangerous piece of magic on the floor. Class has ended, and he wants to have a very serious talk with Sylvia and Luna. And here my story ends, poor Luna thinks. The case of Sylvia is quite bad. She's a real piece of work. Now we go to the interrogation room where several university teachers are gathered, just like Deculine and the university president, Adeline. They're there to punish whoever dared attack the great Iliade family, though most people ignore the issue since, after all, it was all solved by teacher Deculine without regrets. All of this is a grand pantomime, and the meeting's result is clear. Sylvia is a high-class noblewoman, and Luna is a noblewoman who fell from grace, so they'll blame Luna and move on to something else. But this is the perfect opportunity for the protagonist to change something drastically in the story, so he'll help Luna. He's not only doing it because she's looking at him with killer eyes, not only that, but he really has to do it to survive. Thanks to his passive villain's fate, he can see with his eyes whoever is there to attack his life, so if he fixes this matter with Luna, perhaps she'll stay calm and not try to kill him. Of course, it won't be easy for him, since as soon as the trial begins, all the teachers are cruel to Luna. She can't even answer and can only stay still while everyone calls her useless and savage. The teachers ask Luna why she attacked Sylvia, but she doesn't want to say why, because if she says it, Professor Deculine will know it's about Luna and it's because of him, something he knows anyway. So seriously, he feels so sorry for this girl. The reality is that Sylvia insulted her father, and it was quite strange, but if she said her father's name, Professor Deculine will have her in his sights. So all she can do is remain silent, cry, and weather the storm. In fact, the teachers are nothing good with her and practically brand her a psychopath. Since Luna doesn't want to talk, Sylvia does, and she says she accidentally destroyed Luna's castle, and then Luna attacked her out of nowhere. She lies blatantly, but absolutely no one argues with her in the slightest. In fact, they almost seem like they want to take Luna to a bonfire and burn her directly. This isn't more than a disciplinary meeting, but even so, dozens of people have them surrounded and are insulting them in every possible way. Everyone does it because they know she's an orphan and no one will jump to her defense. The worst thing is, all of that is passing through the disarming of Professor Deculine, the one who hates her most in this world. The verdict is about to be sentenced, but then a deep and quite attractive voice asks Sylvia if she truly isn't guilty of anything. This surprises both students. None of them expected any reply. In fact, even the teachers ask Deculine what he's doing. He knows very well what he's doing, so he continues talking and says he thinks Sylvia had great power and should have been able to stop Luna on her own. If she didn't, it's perhaps because she was weaker than people around there thought. After some back and forth, Sylvia finally confesses that she didn't stop Luna because she wanted to get her into trouble on purpose, something that obviously annoys Luna quite a bit. Anyway, looking from any perspective, the blame really lies with Luna, so they shouldn't even hit her. Indeed, it was Luna's fault, and Deculine's teacher held the position that caused him to lose sight of her, so the fault was actually his, not Luna's. This is driving Luna crazy, since she doesn't understand what Deculin's villain is plotting. But strange as it seems, it really seems Professor Deculin is getting on her side. In the end, the university director gets tired of the topic, so he says it was just kids fighting at recess, so it's better to leave them alone. Yes, that's a good lesson. And so, just like that, Luna, who was about to be expelled, simply leaves with a "don't do it again." Deculin has made many enemies among the nobility, but in return, he's delayed the massacre of the Red Ribbons. The next day in Birch's shops, Deculin and Alan browse a store. Deculin needs materials to create his magic wand, and there's no better place than Birch itself, the city of magicians. At one point, Alan points out a person. She's second in command of the security office, Lillian, the one who brought Alan safely to the city. To thank Lillian for her help, Deculin invites her to lunch, an offer she doesn't reject, not even if she were crazy. Lillian is happy to be invited by the great Professor Deculin, but without wasting a second, she asks Deculin what happened to his guard Veron. Well, he died on the train, obviously, Deculin replies. Ah, well, okay. Lillian is left wondering what else to ask. At that moment, she remembers Lohar because it's his fault she's in this situation. Going back a little in time with Lohar, he was being sentenced to life imprisonment and will spend the rest of his life in a deep hole in the darkness of prison. His judge is Lillian, and Lohar accepts all the charges until Lillian asks Lohar to do his thing, which is to create a wave of energy that turns off all the room's cameras completely. With them turned off, Lillian's personality changes suddenly. She's very angry with Lohar, since because of him all her great work is going to hell. Lillian is even thinking about eliminating Lohar, since the more red ribbons that are released out there, the greater danger the rest are in. Luckily for them, the only way to prove one was a red ribbon was to see them at birth, because it's true the red ribbons don't differ from humans. They don't possess special skills, no demonic superpowers, and they don't even have more mana capacity. There's no way to detect them after birth, but with the Euclid family, everyone has to be very careful. Deculin's family is very dangerous, so if they see anything strange, they should eliminate the entire family. However, Lohard stands firm and says the Euclid family has changed a lot, and especially the boss of the Deculin family is now a true noble family. A real nobleman. Are you stupid or what? Lillian asks, but Lohard reaffirms what he said and tells her how Deculin's teacher saw them as normal humans. Deculin knew Lohar was a red ribbon but still said nothing, otherwise he'd already be in a body bag and not sitting in an office. Lillian asks Lohard if he isn't aware of who the Euclid are. They're the spear against demons, those who in the past massacred them most. And yet Lohard says Deculin is different, which is driving Lillian crazy. In any case, for now they're safe since there's no way to prove one was a red ribbon, so there's only one way. Apparently there's a certain element they find difficult to eat, but just by staying away from it, everything is fine. In any case, the current emperor is about to kick the bucket, and when the new one arrives, they'll declare new laws for the red ribbons, so they'll wait until then to see what happens. For now, Lillian releases Lohar and asks him very seriously to keep it hidden. Now we return to dinner with Deculin and Lillian, and she still doesn't know what to think of Deculin. Without giving her much time to think, someone arrives reeking of alcohol. It's Deculin's old friend Helm, and it seems he's quite drunk. Helm is there, half drunk, to tell Deculin something very serious, but first we'll go to Julie's knight's office, where sadly Julie is being informed that Veron has fallen in the line of duty. Julie gets up furiously from her seat and expects Deculin to have a good explanation for everything that happened. Returning to the awkward dinner, Lillian is quite tense because, though it doesn't seem so, Helm is quite an important person. The fact is Helm is annoyed with Deculin, because at the Wizard Assembly he spent his time defending the red ribbons, information that surprises Lillian greatly. The case is Helm knew the original Deculin very well and knew he was a supremacist who wanted to see all races burn, and he knows it because Deculin himself told him that several times out loud. Even if you were to leave right now to the university, you could find articles written in Deculin's own handwriting saying that only the human race was destined to endure above all others. Helm tells Deculin everything, all painful and true, so Deculin can't even defend himself, but you know what Deculin is like. He ignores 3/4 of everything Helm says and continues eating as if nothing. But in any case, Deculin's magical evaluation will be in just 3 months, and then Deculin's true power will be revealed. On Lillian's part, she's still freaking out because Deculin himself is defending them. Why is that a Euclid? But finally, luckily for her, it seems everything Lohard told her is true. In any case, we get to the following day. Deculin has already gathered all the materials for his wand, so he gives them to a famous craftsman to create one for him. Due to life circumstances, this triggers a submission in the system that completes at the moment, and thanks to that, he gets a coin. But leaving the city of Birch, Deculin has the misfortune of going on the same train as Bertrand, so the exchange of glances doesn't take long. Bertrand doesn't hide his hostility for even a second of the journey, but luckily nothing strange happens. Luckily for Deculin, after many incidents, it seems one journey will come to an end. After a long train journey, they arrive at the Empire, where all of Julie's night guard is waiting. Julie looks clearly dejected at Deculin, but even so, the first thing she does is ask about Deculin's health, though she already knows about Veron's fate, of course. All the knights are saddened by their companion Veron's death, and they look with hatred at the wretched Deculin who survived. Julie had heard that he and Veron helped the passengers, and Julie wants to know if all of that is true. The sorrowful face of Julie is one Deculin has never seen before. Upon arriving there, he had every intention in the world to tell her what happened, that Veron betrayed him and wanted to eliminate him from behind, and though the battle was already over, Veron didn't give up, so Dekulin had no other option but to finish him off. But now that Dekulin is standing in front of Julie, he freezes and doesn't have much of a clue what to tell her. Of course, Julie's heart and soul are as delicate as stones kept in balance, and the truth could be too much for her. Without a doubt, Julie would take all the blame for what happened and little by little would question every action she took. However painful it was, the right thing to do at that moment was not telling Julie the truth, even if that meant attracting the hatred of the entire knightly corps. So Dekulin says what's expected. Veron fought to the end to protect the train's victims, but in the end fell through a ravine. This doesn't cheer up Julie's heart, but at least it doesn't worsen it, and Julie thanks Dekulin for telling her everything. After that, the Knight's Corps leaves Dekulin and Alan alone, something that greatly annoys Alan. After all, they're also victims and survived by sheer miracle, but they still look at them as if they were trash. Then out of nowhere, Sylvia appears and asks Dekulin why he didn't tell the truth. Dekulin doesn't understand the question, but it's more confusing when he's shocked to receive a gift from Sylvia. She hands Dekulin a book and without saying a word runs away. Okay then, Alan and Dekulin say. Definitely, that trip has been very busy, and Dekulin is just waiting to arrive home in one piece and throw himself in his bed. Luckily for them, home is just a few steps away. Going with the Knights, they're being informed of how the entire train incident was, and from what they've heard, it seems everything happened like Dekulin explained. Julie wants to investigate the train issue, but there's an unwritten rule in the Empire that prohibits investigating train cases. In any case, Julie has lost her right hand, and at the same time the person she trusted most, something she'll never forgive her foolish brother for. Now we go to Dekulin's mansion, where his sister Jerry is giving her brother the noise of his life, since once again that crazy Dekulin started spending like a beast. Jerry thought she made it quite clear, his family is almost ruined, and if Dekulin continues with his nonsense, they won't last 2 more months. Dekulin really doesn't want to spend money. It just so happens that creating the wand turned out to be with a very famous manufacturer, so the bills skyrocketed. In any case, Dekulin asks for calm from his sister and takes her to the room with the treasures he'd already bought. Yes, they're very beautiful, the sister says, but Dekulin only bought those things to put on a show for the nobles. Girl, be quiet, wait a minute and respect your brother, he says. Are you telling me to shut up? You're a real piece of work, you know. Had it not been for the butler who stopped her, Dekulin would have had a better life right now. The thing is, Dekulin has been going around in circles for quite some time, and didn't know exactly how to turn the auction items into money until he fell into the obvious, touching them with his Midas touch skill. Well then, with that done, now all the objects should be worth much more, so Dekulin summons the treasure appraisers, which makes his sister a little angry since those objects had just been bought, so nobody will pay more than the price Dekulin paid. Even so, Dekulin summons the appraisers. Dekulin is very sure he's discovered a gold mine. Do you remember the antique vase he bought at the beginning? Well, it turns out it went from being a clay vase to a vase by the legendary Oriental master craftsman, a legendary artifact that turned the flowers within it into miraculous healing potions. Dekulin is quite satisfied, since before he had an expensive vase, and now has an artifact that even he himself wants for himself. Any case, his sister continues skeptical, since when a nobleman sells his newly acquired treasures, it gives a very bad image, something that obviously matters very little to Dekulin, since his goal right now is simply to make money. So relax, sister. Now we go to the newly formed Luna and her people's club, where everyone having gathered, they maintain their first tough quarrel. Trio of kings, Luna exclaims, leaving the entire room trembling, since Luna is leaving all her colleagues in the dark. Luna laughs and plays along with all her friends, something that feels like a dream for her. She comes from a small family of just 2 people and didn't even go to school or academy, so ever since Luna entered the magic tower, she felt very lonely. Not only did the students in the classroom have her in their sights, but all the teachers were watching her as if she were a plague. There were many incidents and misfortunes around her, but now she's happy with her colleagues, whom she could call friends. But then one of the teachers has to arrive really angry. He received a tip-off that the university's poor people were making illegitimate use of the facilities, and the teacher bursts in. They're Professor Relin and Professor Beck, the professors who cause the most problems for the lower classes. The teacher rudely asks what they're doing there, since no professor would give them permission to create a club. Luna maintains her composure and explains kindly and calmly to the teacher that she has permission to create the club, but that can't be. The professor calls Luna absolutely everything except pretty, and not just bad words, but those that demonetize channels, and also those that make a cute girl add you to her blacklist. Luna's sharp gaze doesn't please the professor one bit, so he continues for a while calling Luna everything. She of course isn't going to stay still while they're saying all sorts of things to her, and her friend Julia has to stop her so she won't punch the teacher in the face. On the other side, the other teacher just laughs like a weasel behind the door. There are shouts and insults from the teachers, unaware that someone is approaching them. The professor keeps spitting insults and says there's no teacher stupid enough to give permission to the poor. Were you calling me? Dekulin asks from behind. Dekulin stands over the teacher and expects he has no complaints about how he manages his students. Dekulin's presence is imposing at that moment, so much so that even Luna has to lower her gaze. Dekulin's teacher enters his classroom and expects some grown-up teachers not to bother his students. Dekulin has just been scolded by his sister for several hours straight, so his mood is terrible, and it seems he's looking for an excuse to get into a fight with someone. Luckily, there's no problem, only that the professor sees the room is very empty. That place isn't worthy of the great students of Professor Dekulin, so he's thinking about finding them a better place. Professor Rlin really is quite a generous character, so Dekulin will let him take care of it. With that, he glances at the other student again, looks him up and down, and with a face of utter contempt calls him cockroach. Next, Dekulin leaves, but the cockroach stays behind, burning with anger inside. Having already been in university classes, all the students learn about the train accident, so everyone is asking Professor Dekulin what happened. But Dekulin isn't there for gossip, so he begins with his class. On this occasion, they'll study the pure elements and spell interference. Magic interference is exactly what it sounds like, canceling another wizard's spell using your own. Dekulin likes to teach with practice, so he divides among his students a pile of magic crystals. Those magic stones are worth more than 3,000 coins each, which is a fortune. Dekulin is controlling them with his telekinetic power, and if anyone manages to catch the stone and keep it, it would be all theirs. Something that really motivates Luna, so much so that she interrupts the classes with her desperate cries. In any case, the test begins and each of the students tries to snatch one of the stones from Dekulin. The protagonist knows how to make the most of his classes, since his telekinesis is quite strong, but he can't be overconfident, and in those classes he can develop without making a fuss and also make his students learn something useful, especially Sylvia and Luna, who will have to guide the humans in the battles to come. On this occasion, Luna is very motivated, since out of nowhere money is raining, so she applies herself to the maximum. Meanwhile, Sylvia looks at her with envious eyes. Dekulin's teacher already told her that Luna is about to achieve it, and if she doesn't take it seriously, all her effort will have been in vain. The test continues its course, and all the students radiate great magical power. There are more than 150 students, and Dekulin's teacher is struggling against each of them, which demonstrates absurdly high control of his power. And who is truly most surprised is the protagonist himself, but not because of his power, but because his students are extremely weak. He's fighting against 150 of them, and he can still beat them all. Let's remember that Dekulin's teacher is still a beginner-level wizard. Then the first stone is released. It's the result of Sylvia's hard work, whose first action is to look at Luna with a clear air of superiority, but she won't even look at her. In any case, Sylvia releasing the stone is something the protagonist was already expecting. After all, she surpasses the rest of the students by far. The test continues for several more minutes, but no one else seems able to surpass her, so they're going to end it. But from a corner and barely visible through her eyes, Luna rises with victory, and also with the valuable stone, something that doesn't please Sylvia at all, and all she can do is look with hatred at Luna. As for the rest of the class, they tried to snatch the stones with all their strength, but the only thing they win is a huge headache, and expelling everything they had inside their bodies. The spectacle is so impressive that the protagonist has to request a break to rest and clean the room. Luna and her friend are so excited they can't move, but at least Luna managed to pass the test. Even Luna admits it was so difficult for her that she was on the point of dying, since there was a moment when her head was about to explode. Anyway, she passed the test, something only 2 in the class achieved, Luna and Sylvia can't believe that the last in the class until now, the most useless thing, is now just below her. There's a rumor running that Luna is being secretly trained by Dekulin, which is a lie, but because of Luna's growth, Dekulin's teacher is really doing it, so he has his favorite students, and it has to be the silly, poor Luna, which makes Sylvia furious with rage. Sylvia only has beautiful things. What can she say about Luna, to the point of thinking Luna is an arrogant brat? And we already know how those characters who say those things about others end up, but anyway, go for it, Sylvia. In any case, the test is completed, and although everyone did very well, the truth is there was a much easier way to break the professor's telekinesis, real magic interference. In other words, you yourself know the enemy's spell, and knowing it, you cancel it by overwriting it. Said like that, it sounds like a very powerful and easy-to-use spell. The bad thing is it's not practical at all, since you literally have to know all existing spells. In the end, real magic interference spell only works against spells the magician himself already uses, so in combat, unless you're fighting against yourself or someone very similar to you, it's not very useful. But whoever doesn't take risks never wins anything, so Professor Dekulin explains that in reality, what they had to look for was the core of the spells, and if they deciphered the interference, it became very powerful and much easier to obtain. There are different types of cores in magic, but if they all learn them and learn to differentiate them, they'll gain a lot of mental agility and be able to use magic interference at their complete pleasure. To make a demonstration, Dekulin's professor performs the Disc Destructor spell. That's destruction-type magic, and its core expands from the outside in and vice versa. And so it continues for several hours, Dekulin explaining very complicated things and the students taking notes of everything he says. Hours and hours pass, and the protagonist is already so tired that he shouts at all his useless students for wasting his time, and everyone better get a 10 on the next exams. And with a goodbye and a slam of the door, the professor leaves the room. The worst thing is, Dekulin's teacher left the last part unexplained, and now the students don't know what to do, but Luna doesn't care about that because in that class she made a great leap forward with her magic. Then the cockroach appears looking down on his predecessors, which sparks the fury of Luna's friend, because that guy is asking for a beating by shouting. The thing is, the cockroach, Beck is his name, but I'm going to keep calling him Cockroach, is very curious to know how the last in the class is now practically the second. Cockroach has no doubts. The miserable Luna, without a home or money, has arranged to bribe Professor Deculin, an accusation that doesn't amuse Luna in the slightest. Let's remember she wants to kill Deculin, not seduce him, but Luna can't hide it since everyone in her class knows Professor Deculin gives her lessons at night, which is a lie. Of course, this makes things very difficult for Luna. She's hysterical and screams that she knows it's a blatant lie. But it has to be true. After all, Luna was useless until very recently, and even the stone she just got, he's sure it was Deculin who left it there on purpose so she'd gain something and not feel so bad. The cockroach keeps attacking Luna. After all, she doesn't even have parents or anyone who loves her, so surely she does things with Deculin's teacher at night. Cockroach isn't noticing, but with every word that comes out of his mouth, Luna's magical power spreads throughout the room. On Sylvia's part, she's just silently observing the situation. Luckily for Luna, Julia is by her side to stop her in her tracks. After all, if they're again accused of attacking a nobleman, she's sure they'll expel her. That's when Luna remembers when Deculin's teacher told her that powerful magicians should be cold and calculating. So Luna suddenly calms down thanks to her friend, and with a smile thanks Julia for stopping her, because she really would sometimes lose her mind. In the end, Luna and Julia completely ignore the cockroach, who stays screaming against a wall. The words of a posh kid couldn't matter less to Luna and Julia, so they're just going to eat something delicious at the cafeteria. After a few hours, we go to the campus gardens, where Luna is still frustrated. She didn't punch the cockroach in the face because of her friend, but she'll undoubtedly have to break it sooner or later. Luna is strolling around most calmly thinking about her things when suddenly Sylvia stops her to ask if they could chat for a while. Sylvia will be very brief, so she asks for some of Luna's time, though Luna doesn't really want to talk to anyone. She's fuming and hopes Sylvia isn't there to look for trouble. Then Sylvia asks Luna if Deculin's teacher and she do things at night. So yes, she's looking for a row. Luna asks Sylvia to be careful with her, because she won't last a second before biting her neck and tearing it off. I love Luna. The case is Luna makes it very clear that she hates Deculin and of course doesn't receive classes from him. If that's the case, Sylvia is very confused, because Deculin's teacher hasn't stepped in his laboratory in more than 3 years, something Luna knows very well. After all, everyone who worked in that laboratory was her father, and Deculin was nothing more than a useless person who didn't know how to do anything. Well, that's changed since a few months ago Deculin's teacher cleaned his laboratory and put it in motion, something that surprises Luna, though rather than surprising, it leaves her shivering, since in that laboratory the only thing there is her father's research. That is to say, Deculin has found her father's research and now is about to take advantage of it. This really pisses Luna off, but she acts tough and says she doesn't care about everything related to Deculin, and she just wants to go away. And that is precisely the answer Sylvia wanted, since it makes it clear to her that Luna is still a failure without ambition, so Luna is doing well. The only thing she has to do is sit in a corner and watch true geniuses create magic. Part 3. Examinations and Revelations. A few days later, another one of Professor Deculin's classes begins, and this one is perhaps something different, so much so that neither Julia nor Luna has any idea what it's about. Of course, the cockroach doesn't lose the opportunity to bother the girls, something they have to take calmly, because otherwise a lot of blood would run. In any case, this is going to be the last class from Deculin's professor before the exams, so the professor demands maximum attention possible, and the same goes for the stands, because behind some curtains there are hundreds of hidden spectators. The class that day is something special, and they'll do public practices. People from all over the city have gathered there to see the students, and those in front of them have to demonstrate all their power. The practice will be simple, one-on-one fights where they have to make their magic clash among them. It doesn't matter who wins or loses the fight. The important thing is that Deculin will be taking notes on everyone to improve them. With the rules once explained, the fighting begins. The students are somewhat uncomfortable because of the situation, but little by little they adapt to the battles and also to other people's eyes, until finally they can give their all in each of their spells, although it doesn't matter how motivated they are when some face Sylvia, and they're humiliated without compassion. This makes the cockroach very happy, since Sylvia alone is in charge of sweeping away all the school's filth. Words that partly amuse Sylvia herself, since the cockroach is just as useless as the rest. In any case, it's the cockroach's turn to fight, and like a good cockroach that he is, he challenges Luna to a duel in order to humiliate her in front of everyone. Luna doesn't say a word and simply accepts the duel and climbs into the ring. But before they begin, the cockroach doesn't miss the opportunity to call Luna a sellout and accuse her of doing certain favors for Deculin's knights. Words so empty and dirty that Luna doesn't even find them annoying anymore. Basically, the same old crap always. Though Luna does find it a little bit funny. The cockroach, after all, he and Deculin's professor are practically clones. Having a bastard clone of Professor Deculin in front of her is getting her in a really bad mood, and she'll prove with blows that the prisoners could also be strong. But the cockroach isn't playing fair and is ready to send Luna to her parents with a good earth spell. Everything is wonderful, and Luna is about to bite the ground when suddenly something strange begins to happen to the cockroach's magic. He sees it but doesn't believe it. Luna is taking control of all his magic. In the blink of an eye, the cockroach's magic turns against him, and a large fistful of earth emerges from the ground and sends the cockroach flying far away. The cockroach has been destroyed completely, and Luna, of course, gloats over him. Though Professor Dekulin isn't very happy with the result, since that test consisted of pure magic colliding between them to see which was stronger, but Luna and the cockroach simply had a duel. Luna makes an excuse saying she did it unintentionally because the cockroach was too weak, but if he'd give her another chance, she'll do well. Dekulin agrees with that. The cockroach is too weak for her, so he himself will find her a worthy rival. But that isn't enough for Luna, and she points at her rival with a firm gaze. Of course, it's none other than Professor Dekulin himself, with whom Luna most longs to fight. That statement drives Professor Rillin a little crazy, who calls Luna all sorts of names except beautiful. A reaction Luna was expecting, but anyway she's used to it, so she doesn't care about the abuse. Furthermore, an opportunity to fight Dekulin doesn't show up every day, and Luna thinks of taking advantage of it. While Luna can't care less about what the rest of the world labels her as, they could call her lunatic for all she cares. Professor Rillin says all the things. I won't say what Professor Rillin tells Luna because YouTube banned me, but such crazy things that even Dekulin tells him to shut up because he's boorish. The fact is Dekulin accepts the duel. Whoever fights in the arena can choose their rival, so Luna can challenge him, absolutely. Of course, the two of them are at completely different levels, so Dekulin will concede the first attack. Furthermore, Luna will only win if she manages to move him from his place. Luna doesn't argue about anything and simply accepts the conditions. At that moment, both Luna's magic and her heart are at 1,000 per hour. For years she's dreamed of fighting Dekulin, and now finally she has him in front of her and he seems willing to fight. Then Luna's magic bursts forth over the whole area, but as she already suspects, her rival is too powerful and Dekulin isn't even paying attention to her. That duel isn't for Luna to win, but to study what the difference between them is and then be able to develop a plan accordingly. At one point, Luna's magic even covers the skies with flames, a scene that does attract Dekulin's professor's attention. Finally, Dekulin ends up covered in flames, and then Luna covers him with earth magic, trapping him inside and leaving Dekulin in a sort of protective cocoon. This surprises all the viewers, and even Luna thinks she succeeded with her spell, but no, Dekulin breaks her spell as if nothing was wrong, and in fact he's looking at Luna with a somewhat disappointed expression, something that really upsets Luna, who unleashes another powerful burst of wind over Dekulin. Apparently Luna has a certain negative habit when fighting. The more she fights, the more content she gets. That mistake seems big, and having arrived at this point, Luna's magic isn't even activated. Even she doesn't understand what's happening, and she wonders if perhaps Dekulin somehow cancelled her magic. Luna can no longer use magic and Dekulin is teasing her to her face, but the fight isn't over yet, so Luna attacks Dekulin. Her magic doesn't work, but her body is still in full condition. But then, tough luck for Luna, since a little tap on Dekulin's forehead sends Luna to the next neighborhood. Luna's spells are not bad at all. In fact, Luna has quite a bit of talent for handling the elements in their pure state. However, her lack of basic knowledge plays against her, and it seems she uses magic more by instinct rather than knowledge, which is a total mistake. All this Luna's great talent is due to this bracelet she wears. It turns out Luna possesses the receptacle talent, which basically means that while she has that bracelet, she can control all the elements of magic. If it were the original Dekulin, he wouldn't hesitate a second to remove that bracelet from Luna. But anyway, it's not like she'll have an easy time getting stronger. In any case, Professor Dekulin has won the duel, but he congratulates Luna for her great hard work, and with Luna lying on the floor, that class is finished and the next time they see each other will be at the exams. On the students' part, they're freaking out about Luna, since Dekulin doesn't congratulate anyone at all and she's the first. On the other hand, they keep calling the cockroach, cockroach. At that moment, Luna doesn't know very clearly what she feels, but for some reason she feels very happy when Professor Dekulin's professor recognized her power. Leaving university aside, we go for a moment to the city's port, where Ganesha is waiting for a great friend to return, one she hasn't seen in several years. This is the girl here named Yuria, and stay with her because she's important. I don't know if you remember the protagonist's ex-girlfriend, the one who left him and also left him a rather creepy message on a tomb in the cemetery where the protagonist cried for her loss. Well, now it's Yuria, who without knowing how has reincarnated. So do you remember that Ganesha was supposed to hand over a girl to Dekulin? Well, it turns out that girl was Yuria, only Ganesha fell in love with her and was unable to hand her over. The fact is, newly reincarnated, she didn't know what was happening and only understood she was going to be sold by Dekulin. She was quite clever and quickly understood she was in the character of Yuria, one of the characters in the game. The case is Ganesha took pity on her and in the end didn't sell her to Dekulin. Of course, Yuria was smart, and the first thing she had to do was survive in that world, and for that she stayed very close to Ganesha since she's one of the most powerful characters. Her objective is obvious, to survive in that world and find a way back to hers. Now we return to Dekulin, who has just received his magic wand, Lock Lock. That wand is used for storing mana within and being able to use it as your own. Furthermore, to the simple view it's beautiful, because the aesthetic sense feature makes his weapons adapt to his clothing and manner of acting, so it's as if his wand were from the main character. Furthermore, the protagonist grants it the power of the Euclid lineage, so now that wand can defeat demons very easily. Lost among his belongings, the servants call him for dinner, and upon arriving at the dining room table, he encounters a large banquet for him. He asks what's happening, but his sister just tells him that for once he can eat something in proper conditions. It turns out the family finally has money, and that's because the protagonist's antiques have been sold like hotcakes. They also did so well in sales that even they couldn't believe it, so now they have plenty of money and won't have to worry about losing the house or other things. As thanks, her sister has prepared a great feast so Dekulin can regain his energy. Little reward there, huh? Oh well, if it works for the protagonist, then so be it. Though her sister is a bit of a ditz with her manners, so her brother urges her to improve them, at least if she doesn't want to go around being an animal. Hours later, we go to the protagonist's office, the one at the university, where he calls the original Dekulin all sorts of names while reviewing some papers. The protagonist wants to create some good exams for his students, but since he has no idea how to make them, he starts checking what the original did, but all his questions are ridiculously difficult and most aren't studied at the academy. Come on, the original Dekulin liked torturing his students with impossible exams, also he could do better than them. The original Dekulin is truly despicable, so much so that with each thing the whole protagonist discovers, he gags more from being in his body. The case is the original Dekulin made impossible exams for his students so he'd appear to be the smartest. The protagonist is different and really wants to create some good tests for his students. Those exams are rubbish, but anyway he checks them all, right down to the last one. But the final exams show nothing to do with those from Dekulin, and they must have been those Luna's father made. Those questions are also difficult, but everything that comes out was given at school, and they're also easy to understand. The information from those exams is very valuable, so the protagonist doesn't hesitate for a second to use comprehension on the exams. Magic fills Professor Dekulin's office with all its might, and with large, vibrant colors, even to the point of understanding all the exam content. An illusion forms in front of the protagonist. This is a truly magical exam, since you not only have to answer the questions, but rather instill your thoughts with magic until the exam comes to life and shows you illusions. That magic is impressive, so much so that it awakens the jealousy inside the protagonist. It's the jealousy of a guy who couldn't outperform his own students. But putting that aside, the protagonist wonders who that girl will be who appears in the exam illusions, and if it's not Luna, it's her mother. There aren't many options. Leaving now to the principal's office, she's looking at the outcome of the wizards' meeting, and is surprised to see that for now they won't hunt those of the red ribbon race, something very unexpected, since very few magicians like them. At least among the university teachers they're hated to death, and that includes Professor Dekulin, who they hate more than anyone. Director Adeline is a magician famous for her great magical power, and considered the most soon to become archmage. However, despite her power and fame, her personality is hilarious. Most wizards shut themselves away in their books or train nonstop, but Adeline is a gossip manual, and wherever there's gossip she has to be there. Though part of her playful personality is hiding a big secret, and that's because it turns out she's half demon, which partly grants her that great magical power. The fact is, thanks to that innate curiosity, she awaits those kinds of days with great impatience, where one of their own is unconventional and surprises everyone, like Professor Dekulin, who unexpectedly sided with the red ribbons. The point is, while all the teachers are taking tea, the name Luna comes up. She's a very powerful mage who competed against Dekulin for the professor position at the academy, but mysteriously she withdrew from the competition. The case is she's a great magician, and if they offered her another position at the academy, she's sure to return to the university. And here all these teachers speak in code, so I'll translate them a little. Dekulin has sided with the red ribbons. There's nothing wrong with that, but just in case, they have to look for someone for what might happen. Come on, they're already trying to get rid of Professor Dekulin from the middle and put in a substitute, and all the teachers insist to Principal Adeline, so she agrees to look into what can be done about it. Once outside, the director asks what's going through Dekulin's head, since even his exams this year have nothing to do with the previous ones. Luna is her archenemy from the past, and Adeline wonders what will happen if they cross again. Without a doubt, something very funny would happen, and the director can't wait to see what it is. In any case, a few days later come the exams. All the students are very nervous, since Dekulin's exams have the reputation of being impossible. Dekulin's assistant explains the rules, and it won't be a very difficult exam. To begin, the exams will last 10 days, and at midnight on the last day the tests will end. To perform the exam, each of the students will have a private room. They can leave it to rest or go to other exams, but the exams given in the room stay in the room. Those rules are already driving the students to despair, since a 10-day exam is no joke, and on top of that, they're allowed to use textbooks and such. If you've ever been a student, you'll know an exam using a book is not fun at all. The exam will be tough, but Dekulin lets slip a reward for the best student. If anyone gets the highest grade, he himself will recommend them as a great sage. All the wizards at the university have only one thing on their minds: to become archmage. Of course, becoming an archmage is nothing easy. Just to join you have to level up, levels that can't be crossed solely with the power of magic. It's not an infallible system, but with those exams they make sure no donkey will arrive to the archmage position and could cause a huge mess. So those exams are no joke. The teachers are supposed to be tough and the students have to give it their all. If you reach level 4 of wizard and you also get a recommendation from a senior lecturer at the university, you have your life practically sorted, and all you have left to do is keep climbing. Of course, having a note from Deculin is a fabulous reward for everyone, but as soon as he writes it, Luna, all her energy vanishes immediately. But wait a moment, because Luna isn't thinking it through. If by any miracle she obtains Deculin's note, she could rise much faster in magic and then return to Deculin and trample him properly, and on top of that she'll be able to mock him by saying it was thanks to his note. Luna is completely crazy, folks, and will get the best grades in the class just so she could mock Professor Deculin. In fact, she can already imagine the result with her at the top and Professor Deculin lying on the ground, something that brings a macabre smile to Luna's face. But already on the 4th day of exams, Luna is tearing her hair out since the exams are really difficult. This is absolute madness, and there are questions that take Luna more than 10 hours to be able to respond to. Even so, the exam is perfectly written and you don't have to think about the questions a lot to find out what you have to answer. Understanding the questions is fairly easy, but answering them is very different. In fact, those questions are so good that Luna doubts a lot that Deculin did it himself, but she has to acknowledge it. Deculin is very good, though actually she doesn't know they're her father's questions. In any case, the exam is very hard, and even with the textbooks it's very difficult to get help and respond to anything. In the end, Luna is so overwhelmed, she decides to take a walk through the gardens. Going there, Sylvia is resting in the shade. Her last exam question was brutal, and it took her more than 30 hours to answer it, so she needs a break. She's curious about the recommendation offer from Professor Deculin, though Sylvia thinks it's silly. If you get the highest grade on that exam, you've already demonstrated your power and intelligence beyond measure, so Professor Deculin's note is absolutely useless. Even so, Sylvia wants to get the highest grade, not because of the grades or because of the professor's letter, but to prove it to herself. How fake. I really don't like this girl at all, huh? In any case, Sylvia is fascinated by Deculin's exam, since it exudes elegance everywhere. Furthermore, the final question is quite tough, and if Sylvia answers it, she's sure her magical power will grow a huge amount. Then out of nowhere, Luna appears with a curious face, and at the same time both ask each other how many questions they've answered. It's already so strange that they both get a little embarrassed. The thing is, Sylvia is going for question number 8, something that shocks Luna, since she's still stuck on question 7. Luna takes it as if she really is a silly and useless girl, but let's remember she's the useless one of the class, the one with neither parents nor a home, and who barely even went to school when she was little. Well, that useless woman is just a small step behind the class genius, but Sylvia isn't upset. After all, there's no way that useless girl could reach her at those heights of the movie, so she just has to relax and complete her exam with tranquility, and of course, not worry about that useless person. Meanwhile, all the students apply themselves thoroughly to their exams, and the protagonist glimpses winds of change in the distance. And there certainly are going to be changes, as the game's story is about to move, and the Empire's emperor is in his final days of life. Emperor Quebra is known for being good and kind to all races. He always sought a balance between justice and the magical world, and therefore never touched other races under his protection. But as soon as he dies, all that will change suddenly, because the new king will be the complete opposite. His name is Sofin Yukar Augustus von Giblin. I'm not going to repeat it, and when he comes to power, the whole world will give a big change. But for now, the university exams continue their course, and many can't withstand the pressure, so they simply give up and leave. The power difference between the students is very marked, and even those who fail take it as a medal to have accomplished one of Professor Deculin's exams. All that exam is causing quite a stir at the university, and even the other teachers are curious about Deculin's exam. Though the most noticeable thing about the exam is that for now there are only 2 students who have reached the 8th question, Luna and Sylvia. That question is the litmus test for Luna, but no matter how hard she tries, her mind is completely blank, since after liters and liters of coffee her mind no longer functions as it should. But then one of the students' rooms begins to shine. That means someone has finally passed the 8th question. Deculin goes to visit her, and he always knew she'd be the first to achieve it. After all, it's Sylvia, the number 1 in the class and the most powerful. Sylvia's room is full of magic, but not a normal one. The magic is distorted and creates vivid colors, and it has to be mixed with cold magic and hot magic. Without a doubt, this is a masterpiece, and Professor Deculin is speechless. The protagonist is who created those exam questions, but even he himself isn't capable of reaching the same result as Sylvia. In fact, curiously enough, our protagonist had artistic aspirations in his youth. One Jin put in a tremendous amount of effort toward his goal, but without talent, the only thing he could do is accept a job that at least had something to do with the environment. The case is One Jin's feelings are functioning with Deculin's aesthetic sense trait, so both Deculin's soul and the protagonists are on the same page and think Sylvia's magic is beautiful. So Deculin congratulates Sylvia for her effort and also thanks her for showing him something so beautiful. Words that leave Sylvia in shock, but as if nothing, Deculin disappears. Something that saddens Sylvia quite a bit, since she too would like to thank her teacher. Ever since she can remember, she's been subjected to high pressure by her family to become Archmage. So great was the insistence of her family that Sylvia began to hate her own magic, but now Professor Deculin has shown her that her magic is very beautiful. But leaving Sylvia aside, Luna isn't so lucky. The exam time is over, and she couldn't manage to pass the 8th question. Even so, they ask her not to get discouraged. After all, only 2 students arrived at the 8th question, and only one overcame it. Though of course, the difference is that one isn't Luna but Sylvia, something that fills Luna's heart with envy and also shatters her dreams of ridiculing Professor Deculin. At that point, Luna only has her own knowledge, and she really wants to answer all the exam questions. So for Luna, it doesn't matter that the exam has finished. She has all the questions in her hands, so she'll do everything she can to answer them all. After another good few hours, Luna abandons the exam rooms. Her tiredness is extreme, and she wishes she could have responded to all questions on time. In any case, the exam is the least of it. She's a failure who took Professor Deculin's exam, so now, only more abuse and insults from the high-ranking nobles await her. But then her dear friends are there, miserable people like her, so she's relieved so much to see she's not alone in that nightmare. This isn't pretty, but anyway, after a tough exam, they need to go get something delicious to eat. Though in reality, the only one who took the exam thoroughly was Luna, so Luna must be the one who invites everyone. Overwhelming and pure logic. More days later, Luna also manages to overcome the 8th question. For her, it's fantastic. Unfortunately, she didn't achieve it on time. Even so, she doesn't regret it, and passing that exam was quite fun for her. Speaking of which, Julia has some juicy information about the exam for Luna. Apparently, Professor Deculin's exam is circulating everywhere, and the teachers are very upset. It even seems Professor Deculin has been called to the floating island. The floating island is just right as its name indicates, an island that's floating across the sky at more than 15 meters height. That place is the pinnacle of the fusion of magic and engineering, and those who seek authentic knowledge always end up there. Even with all the scholars there, Professor Deculin's exam is on another level, and everyone is amazed by it. Luna is meditating on everything she saw when a butler informs her that the wizard assembly is about to begin. Sylvia heads toward it, waiting for Professor Deculin to arrive on time to the meeting. Returning to the train, we're introduced to Lillian Freeman, second in command of the security office. The security force seems used to the train attacks, so they don't even give the matter much importance, though there's something worrying. There are 2 people who don't show up anywhere, Professor Deculin and his guard Veron. Having no other choice, they decide to question the train passengers, though Alan remains unconscious, so they can't get much out of him. The case is the passengers explain they were attacked by bandits and Veron got them out of the train to safety. They're in shock because of the situation, but one of the passengers was able to take a picture of Deculin's tremendous telekinetic power. That situation seems somewhat absurd to Lillian, but then strange thoughts come to her mind. Veron betrayed Professor Deculin and tried to kill him, but Deculin was stronger and Veron failed. Those thoughts don't belong to Lillian, but someone close to them is sending them directly to her mind. Without spending much time meditating, someone appears between the frosty juniper trees. It's Professor Deculin, quite bruised. Deculin must have been very lucky to survive. He has no idea who attacked Veron and cut off his hand, but if it weren't for them, right now it would be Deculin who'd be at the back of the ravine. The worst part of all is Veron wasn't even an important character or one with a name in the story, and yet he almost killed him. In any case, Lillian is happy to see the professor safe and wants to ask a few questions, but Deculin still has about 6 hours to get to the meeting, he thinks. Lillian's questions will be quick and brief, so they won't take long. But no, because Deculin disappears as quickly as he arrived. This surprises Lillian a little, since Deculin must have a lot of mana to be able to move so fast. And here let the sweet face of the policewoman not deceive you, since she knows Professor Deculin through the red ribbon Lohar. Anyway, now we go to the wizard assembly. It's almost 9:30 at night and the meeting is about to begin. Unfortunately for Deculin and Veron, they're nowhere to be seen. Then from a raised chair as if it were a throne, an intense magical power begins to flow. This is Destined's power, the great old man of Birch. He should be the kingdom's archmage, but instead, he left the political world and dedicated himself solely to magic. Sylvia is amazed by his strength and trembles just thinking she'll have to be as strong as him to be able to become the kingdom's archmage. The fact is the meeting begins, and Deskin names the summoned families as if this were a school class. The first to show up are members of the Iliade family with Gittin as its family head, then the Brand family's tennis club, Barun of the Bayorat family, Helm, whom we already know from the Rewind family. When it's Deculin's turn, there's only silence. Deculin is nowhere to be seen, but the magicians have a certain patience, so if he appears in 3 minutes they'll let him pass. That the Euclid family doesn't show its presence is very strange for everyone, since they've been in the magical gathering since its founding. But that's how the assembly meetings are from time to time. A head of the family disappears and their entire family falls into disgrace. On this occasion, the unfortunate ones are those of the Euclid family, and all the nobles are laughing uproariously, something that for some reason is really pissing off Sylvia. In any case, a minute passes and Deculin hasn't appeared. The second passes and Deculin still hasn't appeared. The third is about to arrive and Sylvia fears the worst for Deculin. but then the assembly door opens just behind her, and farming a little bit of aura, not much, just enough, Professor Deculine arrives. He cleans the ice from his jacket, his hair looks really nice, and once presentable, he presents himself as the head of the Euclid family, Professor Deculine. With that, the meeting begins immediately. The first issue is related to the demon's appearance. To that end, Athena proposes that the magicians and the church's forces will cooperate in patrols and exploration missions, something nobody is against. So on that front, it's resolved quickly and easily. Sure, I said quick and easy, but it actually takes them almost 6 hours continuously confirming every last detail. This is exhausting, but luckily they have some time for recess to have a snack, and Deculine really needs a break, because he ran kilometers under a snowstorm, and his mana and physical endurance are at their limit. Deculine feels like he's going to break into 1,000 pieces at any moment, but still, from the outside, he looks as fresh as a rose. As the break begins, Alan appears from behind a corner crying like a madman. He apologizes to Deculine for not helping at the meeting, but Deculine understands the situation. Even so, Deculine no longer trusts Alan one bit, since he undoubtedly knows things, or at least is not the innocent child he appears to be. But then Deculine recalls another famous phrase from a movie: keep your allies close, but your enemies even more. So Deculine asks Alan not to stray for a single second from his side. Alan is not the innocent boy he claims to be, and Deculine thinks he'll go as far as the deepest part of his soul. The fact is, after a short break, the meeting continues, and this time they'll talk about the Red Ribbons against whom Deculine fought, a rather delicate matter for all magicians. Bertrand, head of the Bayorat family, is very furious about the situation, since the Red Ribbons are cockroaches to society and must be exterminated down to the last one of them as soon as possible. And that's fine by almost everyone. But the thing is, it's only possible to check that one is a red ribbon at birth, since apart from being born covered in red, they're identical to humans. But that doesn't matter to Bertrand, who even wants to invent some racial difference to be able to kill more people, and with good luck exterminate the Red Ribbons along the way. Of course, that would be a massacre, and most of the nobles don't share the same opinion. But he continues with his own thing, and even says the Red Ribbons have found a way to identify with each other and now are gathering under a leader's command. Of course, it's all pure speculation, and there's no proof whatsoever about that, and they accuse Bertrand of wanting to cause chaos in the kingdom. But there's one very clear question for everyone: don't they all find it disgusting that the Red Ribbons exist? It seems 60 years ago they were in a similar situation, and due to the commander's indecision, lots of wizards ended up dying. Gittin then raises his voice and would like to hear Professor Deculine's direct opinion. After all, he's the one who found one. The Euclid family has always been the Empire's spear against demons, so Professor Deculine must have something to say, but Deculine doesn't know what to say. After all, mistreatment of the inferior races is very rooted in that world, and whatever he says won't change absolutely nothing. But even so, Deculine must delay the Red Ribbons massacre as much as possible, or the main mission will become more complicated in the future. After all, the Red Ribbons have absolutely nothing to do with the game's real villain. In any case, Deculine begins his chat. He's been investigating the records against the Red Ribbons since their beginnings, and came to the conclusion it's all a misunderstanding between races. 237 years ago, they mistakenly burned an innocent witch called the Witch of Rawdon. That was only the beginning, and after that, burning innocents was the everyday life of common people. Coincidentally, those who suffered most losses were the Red Ribbons, and that's why they began to take revenge. After that came the incident from 60 years ago, which was actually a poorly handled political matter since the Empire wanted a mine, but this was in the Red Ribbons' territory, and that's why they started fighting again. All those words annoy Bertrand a little, since it was specifically an ancestor of Deculine who killed all the Red Ribbons of that mine. But Deculine makes it clear, his family's tradition is to kill demons, not Red Ribbons. To which Bertrand responds that the Red Ribbons are demons too. Bertrand is already in anger and only lets out screams and insults in the room. Though Deculine hopes Bertrand takes responsibility for what he says, since labeling humans as demons is a big deal, but that's very serious for his family, because to begin with, who says Bertrand isn't a demon right now who wants to cause chaos for the magicians? This is all too much for Bertrand, who just gets up from the table and leaves the meeting. With this, the meeting concludes, and Sylvia's father says goodbye to her, since the place's rules are very strict and only the family heads can go about freely, something that bothers Sylvia a little, since they still treat her like a small child. Though reaching her room, she really does feel like a little girl, since the area's rules are very extensive and only one mistake could ruin her entire family and send them to the guano. This is too much pressure for Sylvia, so she decides to sleep and stay in her room until the next meeting, but in the middle of the night she suddenly gets up with a tremendous thirst, and upon getting up from bed she feels something very strange. The walls around her seem to open up in two and flashes of magic flood the room. Part 4. Trials of Power and Truth. This terrifies Sylvia, and she thinks she broke one of the local rules unintentionally. She takes the list of rules and reviews them one by one, but her mind isn't in the mood to read notes, since everything around her is slowly transforming. One of the place's rules is that once you're asleep in your bed, you must not get up until the following morning. Her father had already warned her that this place is no joke, and now Sylvia finds herself in a kind of alternate world. Sylvia thought that by not leaving her room she'd be safe, but one silly oversight and she's already in a big predicament. Sylvia toured the mysterious and dark corridors of the place until a chill behind her leaves her frozen. But she's already learned not to stay still because of fear, so she runs in the opposite direction. That place is quite strange and complicated, but Sylvia just has to keep following certain instructions. For starters, that place has only one floor, so if she sees any stairs going up or down, she must avoid them at all costs. Besides that, even if she sees an open door and curiosity calls her, she shouldn't look inside the rooms for anything in the world. Sylvia has to remain calm and above all not panic, since there's a special door in that place that will get her out of trouble, though another rule says that if you touch a door you shouldn't have, don't open it for anything in the world. But even so, Sylvia, upon seeing herself cornered, goes straight to a door and starts banging on it like her life depends on it. Sylvia doesn't even know what she's doing. She's just banging on that door again and again, knowing that nobody is going to open it, since the rules forbid it. Sylvia is about to give up and her face is covered with sorrow and tears. But then the door she's banging on suddenly opens, and from inside the room appears Professor Dekulin, worried about her. Sylvia can barely speak and blushing, she tells Dekulin she's having a very bad time. So with no other option, Dekulin invites Sylvia to his bedroom. Sylvia apologizes for the scandal she caused, but Dekulin doesn't find it strange either. After all, that place is filled with spirits and powerful magic, so practically anything can happen at any moment. Dekulin remains impassive and elegant, while telling Sylvia she has to follow all the house rules at any cost. Suddenly one strange skull-shaped creature falls onto Sylvia. She's terrified, but Dekulin tells her not to do anything, because while he's present, no creature can hurt her. Dekulin's telekinesis has improved a lot, and now is even capable of destroying monsters with simple pieces of stone. Sylvia is amazed and asks Dekulin if it's true he eliminated a ghost with only stones. That might sound very fabulous, but Dekulin doesn't see it that way. After all, magic was never created to kill. Those words touch Sylvia's heart, so she tries to get his attention with all the magic she's learned in his classes. Lightning, flowers, even fire created with goblin blood. Sylvia displays all her fabulous techniques. They're all powerful and very well rooted, but Dekulin simply tells Sylvia she did very well, but he hardly pays any attention to it. Sylvia is getting quite annoyed, so much so that she even tries a new spell, and for the first time Dekulin says something to Sylvia and tells her the spell isn't good at all. That motivates Sylvia, and she quickly identifies their weak point, but that's something Sylvia has to find out for herself. Something that bothers her quite a bit, since Professor Dekulin did help Luna understand her exercises, but on that occasion, Dekulin simply told Luna she was useless, and all Luna did, she did through her own effort. Now Dekulin hopes Sylvia will do the same and learn on her own account. Dekulin asks Sylvia not to be so impatient. She's already above all her colleagues and hardly anyone can reach her, so she has to take things calmly and study quietly. Sylvia will be one of the 3 great archmages sooner or later, so Dekulin asks her not to have so much haste, take it easy. Of course, it's not the first time someone tells her that, since forever everyone around her says the same thing. For Sylvia, they're always simply words from interested parties, but for some reason when Professor Dekulin tells her, it touches her a little bit inside. As the hours pass, Sylvia falls asleep in Dekulin's bed. Meanwhile, he continues with his papers. At one point he thinks he sees magical energy entering through the window, so he forgets the school rules and decides to go out for a while to see what happens. That magic has golden traces, which means Dekulin can obtain a great fortune nearby. But then, in a sudden way, a terrifying spirit appears screaming next to the protagonist. "Boo," says the ghost. "Hey, I said boo," says the ghost, and he says it several times while trying to scare the protagonist in 1,000 different ways, but Dekulin just passes by the spirit. The ghost keeps trying to scare Dekulin until Dekulin politely asks if he's seen some magical object in the place. This is too much for the fearsome ghost's pride, so he just puts his hands to his face and leaves running away crying from the place. There aren't serious ghosts these days anymore, the protagonist expresses. But the fact is, after searching for a while, Dekulin finds all on his own what he's looking for. If you come from the guide of A Villain's Survival in the Academy, this object will sound familiar, since it's a fragment of a tree struck by lightning, one of the most powerful creation objects used in this type of story. Dekulin has won the lottery, since with that object he can create the best wand in the world, the perfect weapon for his class. But getting back to the meeting, this continues exactly as before, since Bertrand argues the red ribbons are demons because they have demon's blood. That logic doesn't work for Professor Dekulin, because if you add salt to water, you don't call it salt water. The discussion is heated, and the nobles begin to think Dekulin is defending the enemy. This is very much in favor of Gitten Iliade, since Dekulin is ruining his family's reputation in one fell swoop. But Dekulin is a cold, calculating mind, and all those present take it for granted that Dekulin is up to something. However, they're all wrong, and only Sylvia realizes that Professor Dekulin is only telling pure truths. In the end, the great sage Deskin stops the argument, since if they prolong this much longer, they won't get anywhere. For now they can take a long, well-deserved break, and afterwards, if necessary, another meeting will be held to continue the dispute. Of course, Bertrand can't hide his anger and pushes his way out of the room full of fury. Dekulin has made many enemies among the nobility, but in return, he's delayed the Red Ribbons massacre. The next day, in Birch's shops, Dekulin and Alan are browsing a store. Dekulin needs materials to create his magic wand, and there's no better place than Birch itself, the city of magicians. At one point, Alan points out a person. She's second in command of the security office, Lillian, the one who brought Alan safely to the city. To thank Lillian for her help, Dekulin invites her to lunch, an offer she doesn't reject, not even if she were crazy. Lillian is happy to be invited by the great Professor Dekulin, but without wasting a second, she asks Dekulin what happened to his guard Veron. Well, he died on the train, obviously, Dekulin replies. Ah well okay, Lillian is left wondering what else to ask. At that moment she remembers Lohar, because it's his fault she's in this situation. Going back a little in time with Lohar, he was being sentenced to life imprisonment and will spend the rest of his life in a deep hole in the darkness of prison. His judge is Lillian, and Lohar accepts all the charges until Lillian does something strange. She creates a wave of energy that turns off all the room's cameras completely. With them turned off, Lillian's personality changes suddenly. She's very angry with Lohar, since because of him all her great work is going to hell. Lillian is even thinking about eliminating Lohar, since the more red ribbons released out there, the greater danger the rest are in. Luckily for them, the only way to prove one is a red ribbon is to see them at birth, because it's true the red ribbons don't differ from humans. They don't possess special skills, no demonic superpowers, and they don't even have more mana capacity. There's no way to detect them after birth, but with the Ukline family, everyone has to be very careful. Dekulin's family is very dangerous, so if they see anything strange, they should eliminate the entire family. However, Lohard stands firm and says the Ukline family has changed a lot, and especially the boss of the Dekulin family is now a true noble family. A real nobleman. Are you stupid or what? Lillian asks, but Lohard reaffirms what he said and tells her how Dekulin's teacher saw them as normal humans. Dekulin knew Lohar was a red ribbon, but still said nothing, otherwise, he'd already be in a body bag and not sitting in an office. Lillian asks Lohard if he isn't aware of who the Ukline are. They're the spear against demons, those who in the past massacred them most. And yet, Lohard says Dekulin is different, which is driving Lillian crazy. In any case, for now they're safe since there's no way to prove one is a red ribbon. Apparently there's a certain element they find difficult to eat, but just by staying away from it, everything is fine. Any case, the current emperor is about to kick the bucket, and when the new one arrives, they'll declare new laws for the red ribbons, so they'll wait until then to see what happens. For now, Lillian releases Lohar and asks him very seriously to keep it hidden. Now we return to dinner with Dekulin and Lillian, and she still doesn't know what to think of Dekulin. Without giving her much time to think, someone arrives reeking of alcohol. It's Dekulin's old friend Helm, and it seems he's quite drunk. Helm is there half drunk to tell Dekulin something very serious. But first we'll go to Julie's knight's office, where sadly Julie is being informed that Veron has fallen in the line of duty. Julie gets up furiously from her seat and expects Dekulin to have a good explanation for everything that happened. Returning to the awkward dinner, Lillian is quite tense because, though it doesn't seem so, Helm is quite an important person. The fact is Helm is annoyed with Dekulin, because at the Wizard Assembly, he spent his time defending the red ribbons, information that surprises Lillian greatly. The case is Helm knows the original Dekulin very well and knows he's a supremacist who wants to see all races burn, and he knows it because Dekulin himself told him that several times out loud. Even if you left right now to the university, you could find articles written in Dekulin's own handwriting, saying that only the human race was destined to endure above all others. Helm tells Dekulin everything, all painful and true, so Dekulin can't even defend himself, but you know what Dekulin is like. He ignores 3/4 of everything Helm says and continues eating as if nothing. But in any case, Dekulin's magical evaluation will be in just 3 months, and then Dekulin's true power will be revealed. On Lillian's part, she's still freaking out because Dekulin himself is defending them. Why is that, a Ukline? But finally, luckily for her, it seems everything Lohard told her is true. In any case, we get to the following day. Dekulin has already gathered all the materials for his wand, so he gives them to a famous craftsman to create one for him. Due to life circumstances, this triggers a completion in the system that finishes at that moment, and thanks to that, he gets a coin. But leaving the city of Birch, Dekulin has the misfortune of going on the same train as Bertrand, so the exchange of glares doesn't take long. Bertrand doesn't hide his hostility for even a second of the journey, but luckily nothing strange happens. Luckily for Dekulin, after many incidents, it seems one journey will come to an end safely. After a long train journey, they arrive at the Empire, where all of Julie's night guard is waiting. Julie looks clearly dejected at Dekulin, but even so, the first thing she does is ask about Dekulin's health, though she already knows about Veron's fate, of course. All the knights are saddened by their companion Veron's death, and they look with hatred at the wretched Dekulin who survived. Julie had heard that he and Veron helped the passengers, and Julie wants to know if all of that is true. The sorrowful face of Julie is one Dekulin has never seen before. Upon arriving there, he had every intention in the world to tell her what happened, that Veron betrayed him and wanted to eliminate him from behind, and though the battle was already over, Veron didn't give up, so Dekulin had no other option but to finish him off. But now that Dekulin is standing in front of Julie, he freezes and doesn't have much of a clue what to tell her. Of course, Julie's heart and soul are as delicate as stones kept in balance, and the truth could be too much for her. Without a doubt, Julie would take all the blame for what happened and little by little would question every action she took. However painful it is, the right thing to do at that moment is not telling Julie the truth, even if that means attracting the hatred of the entire knightly corps. So Dekulin says what's expected. Veron fought to the end to protect the train's victims, but in the end fell through a ravine. This doesn't cheer up Julie's heart, but at least it doesn't worsen it, and Julie thanks Dekulin for telling her everything. After that, the Knight's Corps leaves Dekulin and Alan alone, something that greatly annoys Alan. After all, they're also victims and survived by sheer miracle, but they still look at them as if they were trash. Then out of nowhere Sylvia appears and asks Dekulin why he didn't tell the truth. Dekulin doesn't understand the question, but it's more confusing when he's shocked to receive a gift from Sylvia. She hands Dekulin a book and without saying a word runs away. Okay then, Alan and Dekulin say. Definitely, that trip has been very busy, and Dekulin is just waiting to arrive home in one piece and throw himself in his bed. Luckily for them, home is just a few steps away. Going with the Knights, they're being informed of how the entire train incident was, and from what they've heard, it seems everything happened like Dekulin explained. Julie wants to investigate the train issue, but there's an unwritten rule in the Empire that prohibits investigating train cases. In any case, Julie has lost her right hand, and at the same time the person she trusted most, something she'll never forgive. Now we go to Dekulin's mansion, where his sister Jerry is giving her brother the scolding of his life, since once again that crazy Dekulin started spending like a beast. Jerry thought she made it quite clear, his family is almost ruined, and if Dekulin continues with his nonsense they won't last 2 more months. Dekulin really doesn't want to waste money. It just so happens that creating the wand turned out to involve a very famous manufacturer, so the bills skyrocketed. In any case, Dekulin asks for calm from his sister and takes her to the room with the treasures he'd already bought. Yes, they're very beautiful, the sister says, but Dekulin only bought those things to put on a show for the nobles. Girl, wait a minute and respect your brother, he says, though she's not having it. Had it not been for the butler who stopped her, Dekulin would have had a rough time right now. The thing is, Dekulin has been going around in circles for quite some time, and didn't know exactly how to turn the auction items into money until he fell into the obvious, touching them with his Midas touch skill. Well then, with that done, now all the objects should be worth much more, so Dekulin summons the treasure appraisers, which makes his sister a little angry since those objects had just been bought, so nobody will pay more than the price Dekulin paid. Even so, Dekulin summons the appraisers. Dekulin is very sure he's discovered a gold mine. Do you remember the antique vase he bought at the beginning? Well, it turns out it went from being a clay vase to a vase by the legendary Oriental master craftsman, a legendary artifact that turns the flowers within it into miraculous healing potions. Dekulin is quite satisfied, since before he had an expensive vase and now has an artifact that even he himself wants. In any case, his sister continues skeptical, since when a nobleman sells his newly acquired treasures, it gives a very bad image, something that obviously matters very little to Dekulin, since his goal right now is simply to make money. So relax, sister. Now we go to the newly formed Luna and her people's club, where everyone having gathered, they play their card games. Trio of Kings, Luna exclaims, leaving the entire room trembling, since Luna is leaving all her colleagues in the dust. Luna laughs and plays along with all her friends, something that feels like a dream for her. She comes from a small family and didn't even go to school or academy, so ever since Luna entered the magic tower, she felt very lonely. Not only did the students in the classroom have her in their sights, but all the teachers were watching her as if she were a plague. There were many incidents and misfortunes around her, but now she's happy with her colleagues, whom she can call friends. But then one of the teachers has to arrive really angry. He received a tip that the university's poor people were making illegitimate use of the facilities, and the teacher bursts in. They're Professor Relin and Professor Beck, the professors who cause the most problems for the lower classes. The teacher rudely asks what they're doing there, since no professor would give them permission to create a club. Luna maintains her composure and explains kindly and calmly to the teacher that she has permission to create the club, but that can't be. The professor calls Luna absolutely everything except pretty, and not just bad words, but really harsh ones. Luna's sharp gaze doesn't please the professor one bit, so he continues for a while insulting Luna. She of course isn't going to stay still while they're saying all sorts of things to her, and her friend Julia has to stop her so she won't punch the teacher in the face. On the other side, the other teacher just laughs behind the door. There are shouts and insults from the teachers, unaware that someone is approaching them. The professor keeps spitting insults and says there's no teacher stupid enough to give permission to the poor. Were you calling me? Dekulin asks from behind. Dekulin stands over the teacher and expects he has no complaints about how he manages his students. Dekulin's presence is imposing at that moment, so much so that even Luna has to lower her gaze. Dekulin enters his classroom and expects some grown teachers not to bother his students. Dekulin has just been scolded by his sister for several hours straight, so his mood is terrible, and it seems he's looking for an excuse to get into a fight with someone. Luckily, there's no problem, only that the professor sees the room is very empty. That place isn't worthy of the great students of Professor Dekulin, so he's thinking about finding them a better place. Professor Relin really is quite generous, so Dekulin will let him take care of it. With that, he glances at the other student again, looks him up and down, and with a face of utter contempt calls him cockroach. Next, Dekulin leaves, but the cockroach stays behind, burning with anger inside. Now in university classes, all the students learn about the train accident, so everyone is asking Professor Deculin what happened. But Deculin isn't there for gossip, so he begins with his class. On this occasion, they'll study the pure elements and spell interference. Magic interference is exactly what it sounds like, canceling another wizard's spell using your own. Deculin likes to teach with practice, so he divides among his students a pile of magic crystals worth more than 3,000 coins each. Deculin is controlling them with his telekinetic power, and if anyone manages to catch the stone and keep it, it would be all theirs, something that really motivates Luna. The test begins, and each of the students tries to snatch one of the stones from Deculin. The protagonist knows how to make the most of his classes, since his telekinesis is quite strong, and in those classes he can develop without making a fuss while also making his students learn something useful, especially Sylvia and Luna, who will have to guide the humans in the battles to come. On this occasion, Luna is very motivated, so she applies herself to the maximum. Meanwhile, Sylvia looks at her with envious eyes. Deculin already told her that Luna is about to achieve it, and if she doesn't take it seriously, all her effort will have been in vain. The test continues its course, and all the students radiate great magical power. There are more than 150 students, and Deculin is struggling against each of them, which demonstrates absurdly high control of his power. And who is truly most surprised is the protagonist himself, not because of his power, but because his students are extremely weak. He's fighting against 150 of them, and he can still beat them all. Let's remember that Deculin is still a beginner-level wizard. Then the first stone is released. It's the result of Sylvia's hard work, whose first action is to look at Luna with a clear air of superiority, but she won't even look at her. In any case, Sylvia releasing the stone is something the protagonist was already expecting. After all, she surpasses the rest of the students by far. The test continues for several more minutes, but no one else seems able to surpass her. But from a corner, Luna rises with victory and also with the valuable stone, something that doesn't please Sylvia at all. As for the rest of the class, they tried to snatch the stones with all their strength, but the only thing they win is a huge headache. The spectacle is so intense that the protagonist has to request a break to rest and clean the room. Luna and her friend are so excited they can't move, but at least Luna managed to pass the test. Even Luna admits it was so difficult for her that she was on the point of dying. Anyway, she passed the test, something only two in the class achieved, Luna and Sylvia. There's a rumor that Luna is being secretly trained by Deculin, which is a lie, but because of Luna's growth, people think Deculin has his favorite students, and it has to be Luna, which makes Sylvia furious with rage. Sylvia thinks Luna is an arrogant brat. But anyway, the test is completed, and although everyone did very well, the truth is there was a much easier way to break the professor's telekinesis, real magic interference. In other words, you yourself know the enemy's spell, and knowing it, you cancel it by overwriting it. Said like that, it sounds very powerful and easy to use. The bad thing is it's not practical at all, since you literally have to know all existing spells. In the end, real magic spell interference only works against spells the magician himself already uses. But whoever doesn't take risks never wins anything, so Professor Deculin explains that in reality, what they had to look for was the core of the spells, and if they deciphered the interference, it becomes very powerful and much easier to obtain. There are different types of cores in magic, and if they all learn them and learn to differentiate them, they'll gain mental agility and be able to use magic interference at their complete pleasure. To demonstrate, Deculin performs a destruction spell. That's destruction-type magic, and its core expands from outside in and vice versa. And so it continues for several hours, Deculin explaining very complicated things and the students taking notes of everything he says. Hours pass, and the protagonist is already so tired that he shouts at all his students for wasting his time, and everyone better get a 10 on the next exams. With a goodbye and a slam of the door, the professor leaves the room. The worst thing is, Deculin left the last part unexplained, and now the students don't know what to do, but Luna doesn't care because in that class she made a great leap forward with her magic. Then the cockroach appears looking down on everyone, which sparks Luna's friend's fury. The cockroach is very curious to know how the last in the class is now practically the second. Cockroach has no doubts. The miserable Luna, without a home or money, has arranged to bribe Professor Deculin, an accusation that doesn't amuse Luna in the slightest. Let's remember she wants to kill Deculin, not seduce him, but Luna can't hide it since everyone in her class thinks Professor Deculin gives her lessons at night, which is a lie. Of course, this makes things very difficult for Luna. She's hysterical and screams that it's a blatant lie. But it has to be true. After all, Luna was useless until very recently, and even the stone she just got, he's sure Deculin left it there on purpose. The cockroach keeps attacking Luna. After all, she doesn't even have parents, so surely she does things with Deculin at night. Cockroach isn't noticing, but with every word that comes out of his mouth, Luna's magical power spreads throughout the room. On Sylvia's part, she's just silently observing. Luckily for Luna, Julia is by her side to stop her. After all, if they're again accused of attacking a nobleman, she's sure they'll expel her. That's when Luna remembers when Deculin told her that powerful magicians should be cold and calculating, so Luna suddenly calms down thanks to her friend and with a smile thanks Julia for stopping her. In the end, Luna and Julia completely ignore the cockroach, who stays screaming against a wall. The words of a posh kid couldn't matter less to Luna and Julia, so they're just going to eat something delicious at the cafeteria. After a few hours, we go to the campus gardens, where Luna is still frustrated. She didn't punch the cockroach because of her friend, but she'll undoubtedly have to confront him sooner or later. Luna is strolling around thinking about her things when suddenly Sylvia stops her to ask if they could chat for a while. Sylvia will be very brief, so she asks for some of Luna's time. Then Sylvia asks Luna if Deculine and she do things at night. So yes, she's looking for trouble. Luna asks Sylvia to be careful with her, because she won't last a second before biting her neck and tearing it off. Luna makes it very clear that she hates Deculine and of course doesn't receive classes from him. If that's the case, Sylvia is very confused, because Deculine hasn't stepped in his laboratory in more than 3 years, something Luna knows very well. After all, her father worked in that laboratory. Well, that's changed, since a few months ago Deculine cleaned his laboratory and put it in motion, something that surprises Luna, though rather than surprising, it leaves her shivering, since in that laboratory the only thing there is her father's research. That is to say, Deculine has found her father's research and now is about to take advantage of it. This really pisses Luna off, but she acts tough and says she doesn't care about everything related to Deculine, and that is precisely the answer Sylvia wanted, since it makes it clear that Luna is still a failure without ambition, so the only thing she has to do is sit in a corner and watch true geniuses create magic. And here concludes our story for now, with Luna seething in quiet rage, Sylvia confident in her superiority, and Professor Deculine, or rather, one Jin in Deculine's body, navigating this treacherous world where every decision could mean life or death, where students plot revenge, where powerful enemies gather, and where the fate of entire races hangs in the balance, all while he desperately tries to survive in a game world that seems determined to kill him at every turn. Part 5, The Wizard's Evaluation. A few more days pass, and we're now with Professor Deculine in his office at the university. He spent all his time training and developing his magical abilities, knowing that the upcoming evaluation will be crucial for his survival. His passive skills have grown stronger, and his telekinesis has reached new heights, but he's still aware that compared to the truly powerful individuals in this world, he's merely scratching the surface. Deculine looks at his stats and realizes that while he's made progress, the road ahead is still incredibly long. His mana capacity has increased, his understanding of magic circles has deepened, and his combat abilities have improved, but the villain's fate still hangs over his head like a dark cloud. Every decision he makes could be the difference between life and death, and he knows that the upcoming magical evaluation will put all his efforts to the test. The evaluation is a formal assessment conducted by the Magic Tower, where professors must demonstrate their magical prowess and knowledge before a panel of senior wizards. It's not just about raw power, it's about control, creativity, and understanding of magical theory. For someone like the original Deculine, who relied on stolen research and his family's reputation, this evaluation would have been a disaster. But one Jin, inhabiting Deculine's body, has been preparing for this moment since he arrived in this world. He's been studying Luna's father's research, understanding magic from first principles, and developing his own unique approach to spellcasting. His comprehension ability has been invaluable in this regard, allowing him to absorb and understand complex magical concepts that would take normal wizards years to grasp. Meanwhile, at the university cafeteria, Luna sits with her friends discussing the rumors spreading throughout the school. Word has gotten out that Professor Deculine's magical evaluation is coming up, and everyone is curious to see whether the professor who's been acting so strangely lately will pass or fail. Some students are betting he'll fail spectacularly, finally exposing him as the fraud many believe him to be. Others, particularly those who have been attending his recent classes, aren't so sure. They've seen the changes in his teaching, witnessed his improved magical demonstrations, and experienced firsthand how much they've learned under his guidance. Luna herself is conflicted about the whole situation. On one hand, she desperately wants to see Deculine fail and be exposed as the villain who destroyed her father. On the other hand, she can't deny that she's learned more from his recent classes than from any other professor. The magical techniques he's taught, the way he explains complex concepts, and even the challenging exam he created, all of it speaks to a level of genuine magical understanding that contradicts everything she thought she knew about him. What do you think will happen? Julia asks Luna, taking a bite of her meal. Luna stares at her food, her mind racing. I don't know, she admits quietly. Part of me wants him to fail, to be humiliated in front of everyone, but another part. She trails off, not wanting to complete the thought. Another part wonders if he's actually changed. Julia finishes for her. Luna doesn't respond, but her silence is answer enough. The truth is, Luna has been wrestling with conflicting emotions ever since that incident in the disciplinary meeting where Deculine defended her. Every interaction with him since then has only deepened her confusion. This isn't the same Deculine who destroyed her father, or if it is, something fundamental has changed about him. Back in his office, Deculine receives a visitor. It's Alan, his assistant, who brings news about the evaluation. Professor, the evaluation has been scheduled for 3 days from now, Alan says, his expression unreadable as always. The panel will consist of 5 senior wizards, including Helm and the director, Adeline. Deculine nods, having expected as much. Helm will no doubt try to make things as difficult as possible, given their history and Helm's resentment toward him. Adeline, on the other hand, is more of a wild card. She's powerful, eccentric, and difficult to predict. What about the format? Deculine asks. It will be conducted in 3 stages, Alan explains. First, a demonstration of magical theory and knowledge. Second, a practical demonstration of your magical abilities. Third, a question and answer session where the panel can probe any aspect of your magical understanding. Dekulin processes this information. The first stage should be manageable thanks to his comprehension ability and all the studying he's been doing. The second stage is trickier. His actual combat power is still relatively weak compared to other professors, but his telekinesis has become quite refined, and he has a few tricks up his sleeve. The third stage is the most dangerous because it's unpredictable. If they ask about his past research or start probing too deeply into things the original Dekulin did, he could be in serious trouble. There's one more thing, Professor, Alan adds, his tone shifting slightly. There's been some discussion among the senior faculty about having students attend the evaluation as observers. They want to make it a teaching opportunity. Dekulin's eyes narrow. This is clearly a political move. They want to humiliate him in front of his students if he fails. But it's also an opportunity. If he can succeed in front of his students, it will solidify his position and possibly change some of the negative perceptions about him. Let them come, Dekulin says firmly. I have nothing to hide. Alan looks at him with an expression that might be surprise or respect. It's hard to tell. Very well, Professor. I'll make the arrangements. After Alan leaves, Dekulin sits back in his chair and contemplates his situation. This evaluation is more than just a test of his magical abilities. It's a pivotal moment in the story. In the game, the original Dekulin never had to face this evaluation because he died before it could happen. This is new territory, a divergence from the original storyline. The protagonist realizes that by surviving this long and changing so many things, he's entered uncharted waters. The game's script no longer applies, and he's truly on his own now. The next day, Dekulin decides to visit his laboratory, the place where Luna's father once worked and where so much of the original Dekulin's crimes were committed. He's been avoiding this place, partly out of guilt and partly because he wasn't ready to face what's there. But now, with the evaluation approaching, he needs to confront it. The laboratory is a mess. Years of neglect have left it dusty and disorganized. But as Dekulin begins sorting through the materials, he finds treasures. Luna's father's research is far more advanced than he initially realized. The man was a genuine genius who was on the verge of several major breakthroughs when the original Dekulin destroyed him. There are notes on elemental fusion, theories about the nature of mana itself, and experimental designs for new types of magic circles. As Dekulin studies the research using his comprehension ability, he's struck by a profound sadness. Luna's father could have revolutionized the field of magic if he'd been allowed to continue his work. Instead, the original Dekulin stole fragments of his research, twisted them for his own purposes, and then destroyed the man to cover his tracks. It's a tragic waste of brilliant potential. But then Dekulin has an idea. What if he could complete Luna's father's research? Not to claim it as his own, but to honor the man's legacy and eventually give credit where it's due. It would be a long-term project, but it feels like the right thing to do. It might even be a way to begin making amends for the original Dekulin's crimes. He's so absorbed in studying the research that he doesn't notice someone entering the laboratory until she speaks. So this is where you've been hiding it. Dekulin looks up to find Luna standing in the doorway, her face a mixture of anger, pain, and something else he can't quite identify. In her hands are the documents, her father's research notes that Dekulin has been studying. Luna, he says carefully, standing up. I can explain. Explain what? She interrupts, her voice shaking. Explain how you've been using my father's work. Explain how you're preparing to present his research as your own at the evaluation. Is that what this is? Dekulin realizes how this must look to her. From Luna's perspective, he's doing exactly what the original Dekulin did, stealing her father's work for his own benefit. No, he says firmly. That's not what this is. I'm not going to present your father's research as my own. Then what are you doing with it? Luna demands, taking a step closer. Her magical aura is starting to flare around her, and Dekulin can see she's on the edge of losing control. This is a critical moment. How he handles this could determine whether Luna becomes an ally or remains an enemy. And given her potential power and importance to the story, that distinction could mean the difference between survival and death. I'm trying to understand it, Dekulin says honestly. Your father was brilliant, Luna. His research is years ahead of anything else I've seen. I'm studying it because I want to learn from it, and eventually I want to complete it not for myself, but to honor his legacy. Luna's eyes widen in surprise. This clearly isn't the response she expected. You're lying, she says, but there's uncertainty in her voice now. Why would I lie? Dekulin asks. Luna, I know what you think of me. I know what I did to your father. I can't change the past, but I can try to make things right in the present. Your father's work deserves to be completed and recognized. His name deserves to be remembered. Luna is silent for a long moment, her emotions warring across her face. Finally, she speaks, her voice barely above a whisper. My father dedicated his entire life to this research. It was his dream to revolutionize magic, to make it accessible to everyone regardless of their background or family name, and you destroyed him for it. I know, Dekulin says quietly, and I'm sorry. I know those words aren't enough, but they're all I have. The apology seems to shake Luna. The original Dekulin would never have apologized for anything. This small act of humility is so unexpected that it breaks through some of her anger. If you're really sorry, Luna says slowly, then prove it. Let me help with the research. Let me finish what my father started. Dekulin considers this. Having Luna involved could be risky. She's still unpredictable, and her emotions regarding her father are raw. but it could also be exactly what both of them need. She has the talent and the motivation, and working together might help heal some of the wounds between them. All right, he agrees, but not right now. After the evaluation is over, we'll work on this together. Your father's research deserves someone who understands his vision, and that's you, not me. Luna looks at him suspiciously, trying to determine if this is another trick, but she sees something in his eyes, sincerity maybe, or at least something that resembles it. Fine, she says. After the evaluation, but if you're lying to me, if this is just another one of your manipulations, I swear I know, Dekilin interrupts. You'll make me pay, I understand. Luna nods and turns to leave, but at the doorway she pauses. Professor, she says without looking back. Yes, that exam you created. My father would have loved it. It was exactly the kind of challenge he always said true magicians should face. Before Dekilin can respond, she's gone, leaving him alone in the laboratory with those words echoing in his mind. The day of the evaluation arrives, and the grand hall of the magic tower is packed with people. True to their word, the senior faculty has opened the evaluation to student observers, and it seems like half the university has turned up to watch. Dekilin can see Luna and her friends in the audience, along with Sylvia and her group. Even some of the lower-class students from Luna's club have managed to get seats. The evaluation panel sits at an elevated platform, 5 senior wizards including Helm, who's wearing a smirk that makes Dekilin want to punch him, and Director Adeline, who looks genuinely curious about what's going to happen. The other 3 panel members are professors Dekilin recognizes but hasn't had much interaction with. As Dekilin enters the hall, whispers ripple through the crowd. Some are excited to see him succeed, but many more are clearly hoping for failure. The original Dekilin's reputation precedes him, and years of arrogance and cruelty have left many people eager to see him taken down a peg. Professor Dekilin von Eucline, Director Adeline announces, her voice carrying through the hall with magical amplification. You stand before this panel for your mandatory magical evaluation. Are you prepared to demonstrate your knowledge and abilities? I am, Dekilin responds, his voice steady despite the nervousness he feels inside. Then let us begin, Adeline says with a slight smile. Stage 1, Theoretical Knowledge. Professor Helm will administer this portion of the evaluation. Helm stands clearly relishing this moment. He's been waiting for an opportunity to humiliate Dekilin, and now he has it. Professor Dekilin, Helm begins, his tone dripping with false politeness. Let's start with a simple question. Can you explain the fundamental principles of mana circulation and how they relate to spell efficiency? It's a basic question, almost insultingly so for someone of Dekilin's supposed rank. Helm is clearly trying to suggest that Dekilin doesn't even understand the fundamentals, but Dekilin doesn't take the bait. Instead, he launches into a comprehensive explanation that goes far beyond what Helm asked for. He discusses not just the basic principles, but also the advanced theories about mana circulation, how different magical cores affect the process, and even touches on some of the experimental theories from Luna's father's research about optimizing mana flow. The audience is silent as Dekilin speaks, his words flowing with confidence and clarity. Even Helm looks surprised by the depth of knowledge being displayed. When Dekilin finishes, there's a moment of stunned silence before Adeline speaks. That was quite thorough, Professor Dekilin. More thorough than necessary, perhaps, but impressive nonetheless. Helm's face has darkened, clearly annoyed that his attempt to embarrass Dekilin backfired. Let's try something more challenging then, he says. Explain the theoretical framework for magic interference and why it's considered impractical in most combat situations. This time, Dekilin not only explains the theory, but also demonstrates it with a practical example, creating 2 opposing magical forces in the air and showing how they can be made to cancel each other out. He explains the limitations, the requirements, and even suggests theoretical improvements that could make the technique more practical. By the time he's finished, even Helm has to concede that the answer was satisfactory. The theoretical portion continues for another hour, with various panel members asking increasingly complex questions. Dekilin handles each one with apparent ease, drawing on his comprehension ability, his study of Luna's father's research, and his own understanding of game mechanics to provide answers that consistently exceed expectations. Finally, Director Adeline calls for a break before moving to the practical demonstration. As the audience murmurs and discusses what they've seen so far, Dekilin catches Luna's eye in the crowd. She's looking at him with an expression he can't quite read, surprise certainly, but also something that might be the beginning of respect. During the break, Sylvia approaches Dekilin in one of the side chambers. Professor, she says, her tone respectful but curious. I wanted to ask you something before the practical demonstration begins. What is it, Sylvia? Dekilin asks. Your explanation of elemental fusion earlier, it was different from anything I've learned before. Where did you study that particular theory? It's a probing question. Sylvia is smart enough to realize that some of what Dekilin is demonstrating goes beyond the standard curriculum. She's trying to understand where this knowledge comes from. From someone far more talented than myself, Dekilin answers honestly. A researcher who never got the recognition he deserved. His work has been illuminating. Sylvia studies him for a moment, then nods. I see. Professor, I've been thinking about what you told me at Birch about not being in such a hurry, about taking time to develop my magic properly. I wanted to thank you for that advice. You don't need to thank me, Dekilin says. You have immense talent, Sylvia. I just don't want to see you burn yourself out trying to meet everyone else's expectations. That's exactly what my mother used to say, Sylvia replies softly, a hint of sadness in her voice. She always told me to pursue magic for its beauty, not for power or position. I'd forgotten that until you reminded me. Before De Killing can respond, the bell rings, signaling the end of the break. Sylvia excuses herself and returns to the audience, leaving De Killing with the realization that he's impacting these students' lives in ways he never anticipated. The second stage begins with director Adeline explaining the requirements. For the practical demonstration, you will perform 3 tasks of increasing difficulty. First, demonstrate a basic elemental spell with exceptional control. Second, create and manipulate a complex magic circle. Third, perform an original magical technique, something that showcases your unique understanding and application of magic. The first task is straightforward. De Killing creates a flame in his palm and manipulates it with such precise control that it transforms into various shapes: a bird, a flower, even a miniature dragon. The control required is extraordinary, and the audience watches in fascination as the flame dances through its transformations without ever losing its coherence or burning out. For the second task, De Killing creates a multi-layered magic circle in the air, one that combines elements of fire, water, and earth in a complex pattern. But he doesn't stop there. He then demonstrates how the circle can be modified on the fly, showing different configurations and explaining how each change affects the spell's properties. It's not just a demonstration of power, but of understanding and versatility. The panel members are impressed, though Helm still looks skeptical. Then comes the third task, the original technique. This is where De Killing plans to reveal something he's been working on, a combination of his telekinesis, his understanding of magic circles, and the principles he learned from Luna's father's research. He begins by scattering dozens of small metal fragments throughout the air. Then, using his telekinesis, he arranges them into precise positions. But instead of simply controlling them with his mind, he etches microscopic magic circles onto each fragment, turning them into independent magical nodes. The fragments begin to glow as they connect with each other, forming a 3-dimensional magical array that fills the entire demonstration space. It's like nothing anyone in the audience has seen before, a hybrid of telekinesis and traditional magic, creating a spell structure that's both beautiful and powerful. De Killing explains what he's doing as he works. Traditional magic circles are limited to 2 dimensions, drawn on surfaces or formed in the air as flat constructs. But by using telekinetically controlled physical objects as anchors, we can create 3-dimensional magical structures with far greater complexity and stability. He demonstrates by channeling magic through the array, creating effects that would be impossible with traditional circles. Elemental combinations that shift and flow, defensive barriers that surround him from all angles, offensive capabilities that can strike from multiple directions simultaneously. The audience is mesmerized. Even the panel members are leaning forward in their seats, watching intently. This is genuinely innovative magic, something that pushes the boundaries of what's considered possible. When De Killing finishes, there's a moment of absolute silence. Then, unexpectedly, someone begins to clap. It's Luna. Despite everything between them, despite her hatred and her desire for revenge, she can't help but recognize brilliance when she sees it. Her applause is soon joined by others, first her friends, then other students, and finally even some of the faculty members. It's not a standing ovation, but it's genuine appreciation for an impressive display of magical innovation. Director Adeline is smiling broadly. That was exceptional, Professor De Killing, truly exceptional. I've never seen anything quite like that 3-dimensional array technique. Even Helm has to admit, grudgingly, it was adequate, though I question the practical applications of such a technique in actual combat. Then perhaps a demonstration, De Killing suggests, his confidence bolstered by the success so far. This is risky. Helm is far more powerful than him in raw magical strength. De Killing is betting that his technique gives him an advantage. Helm's eyes light up at the challenge. Very well, let's see how your fancy arrays hold up against real magic. The hall erupts in excited murmurs. This wasn't planned as part of the evaluation, but no one is about to stop it now. A magical duel between 2 professors is a rare and exciting event. They move to opposite ends of the demonstration space. Helm wastes no time, immediately launching a powerful fire spell at De Killing. But De Killing has already deployed his metal fragments in a defensive formation, and the fire dissipates against the 3-dimensional barrier he creates. Helm tries again with different elements, water, earth, lightning, but each attack is absorbed or redirected by De Killing's defensive array. The audience watches in amazement as De Killing, who is generally considered a mediocre combatant, successfully defends against one of the university's most powerful battle mages. But defense isn't enough. De Killing needs to demonstrate that his technique has offensive capabilities too. Using his telekinetic control, he reconfigures the array on the fly, transforming his defensive formation into an offensive one. The metal fragments spread out and begin channeling focused beams of magical energy from multiple angles simultaneously. Helm is forced to create a traditional circular barrier to protect himself, but De Killing's 3-dimensional approach means the attacks are coming from above, below, and all sides. Helm's barrier holds, but it's clear he's being pushed back. For someone of his power level to be challenged by De Killing is unexpected, and the audience can sense the shift in momentum. Just as it seems De Killing might actually win, Helm unleashes a massive surge of magical power, far more than is appropriate for what's supposed to be a demonstration. The raw force of it shatters several of Deculin's metal fragments and disrupts the array. But instead of pressing his advantage, Helm stops. He's made his point, raw power still matters, and he has more of it than Deculin. But he's also shown his hand, revealing that he was threatened enough by Deculin's technique to use excessive force. Director Adeline steps in before things can escalate further. That's enough. Both of you have demonstrated your capabilities admirably. Professor Helm, perhaps you were a bit enthusiastic in your response. Helm scowls but doesn't argue. Deculin simply nods and begins collecting his scattered metal fragments, using the opportunity to hide the fact that he's nearly depleted his mana reserves. That exchange took almost everything he had. The final stage is the question and answer session. This is what Deculin has been most worried about, as it's the least predictable part of the evaluation. The panel members can ask about anything: his research history, his teaching methods, his theoretical understanding, or even personal matters related to his role as a professor. The questions start relatively benign. They ask about his teaching philosophy, his plans for curriculum development, and his thoughts on recent magical discoveries. Deculin handles these carefully, drawing on his experiences as one Jin to provide answers that emphasize education, student development, and the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake rather than for power or prestige. But then Helm asks the question Deculin has been dreading. Professor Deculin, your recent examinations and teaching methods represent a significant departure from your previous approach. Some might say they're so different that it's as if you're a completely different person. Care to explain this dramatic change? The hall falls silent. Everyone knows this is a loaded question. Helm is essentially accusing Deculin of being a fraud, suggesting that someone else must be doing his work for him. Deculin takes a deep breath. This is the moment where he could be exposed, where everything could fall apart. But he also realizes that the truth, or at least a version of it, might be his best defense. You're right, he says simply. I have changed, dramatically. The audience murmurs at this admission. Helm looks surprised that Deculin isn't denying it. About 3 months ago, I had what some might call an awakening. I looked at my life, at what I had become, and I was disgusted with myself. I realized that I had built my career on the work of others, that I had hurt people to advance my own ambitions, and that I had betrayed every principle that magic is supposed to represent. The hall is completely silent now. No one expected this level of honest self-reflection from Deculin. I decided that needed to change, so I went back to basics. I studied magic from first principles as if I were a student again. I examined research that I had previously ignored or stolen without understanding. I tried to become the kind of magician and the kind of teacher that I should have been all along. He pauses, looking directly at Helm. You're right that I'm different from who I was. I hope I'm different. Because who I was someone not worth being. The honesty of this statement ripples through the audience. Some look skeptical, others moved. Luna is staring at him with an expression of shock and confusion. Even Helm seems taken aback by the directness of the response. Director Adeline breaks the silence. That's quite an admission, Professor Deculin, but words are easy. How do we know this change is genuine and not just another manipulation? You don't, Deculin admits. I can't prove my sincerity with words. I can only prove it through my actions, through consistent behavior over time. Judge me not by what I say but by what I do. If I fall back into my old patterns, then you'll know I was lying. But if I continue to grow, to teach honestly, and to contribute genuinely to the magical community, then perhaps over time you'll come to believe that the change is real. Adeline nods slowly, a thoughtful expression on her face. A fair answer. And a humble one, which is itself surprising coming from you. The questioning continues for another half hour, but the tension has broken. Deculin's honest admission has diffused much of the hostility, and while some remain skeptical, there's a general sense that perhaps he deserves a chance to prove himself. Finally, Director Adeline calls for the panel to deliberate. They retreat to a private chamber while the audience waits in hushed anticipation. Deculin stands alone in the demonstration space, exhausted both physically and emotionally. That evaluation was one of the hardest things he's ever done, and he's not sure if he passed or failed. After what feels like an eternity but is probably only 15 minutes, the panel returns. Director Adeline stands to deliver their verdict. Professor Deculin von Euclin, she begins formally, we have deliberated on your performance in today's evaluation. The panel acknowledges that you have demonstrated adequate, indeed, exceptional in some areas, knowledge of magical theory and practice. Your innovative approach to three-dimensional magical arrays is particularly noteworthy and represents a genuine contribution to the field. She pauses, and Deculin braces himself for the but that he knows is coming. However, Adeline continues, there are concerns about consistency and sustainability. You've shown us what you're capable of today, but the question remains whether this represents your true capabilities or a momentary peak that cannot be maintained. Deculin nods, accepting the criticism. It's fair, given the original Deculin's history. Therefore, Adeline says, the panel has decided to grant you a provisional passing grade for this evaluation. You will be required to undergo another assessment in 6 months' time. If you continue to demonstrate the knowledge and abilities you've shown today, your position will be secured. If, however, you regress to your previous standards, termination proceedings will begin immediately. It's not a complete victory, but it's not a defeat either. Deculin has bought himself time, 6 months to solidify his position, to continue growing, and to prove that the change is real. I accept the panel's decision, Deculin says with a slight bow. And I thank you for the opportunity to prove myself. As the crowd begins to disperse, Dekilling feels the weight of exhaustion hitting him. He survived another death flag, but he knows this is far from over. The game continues, and he's still playing for his life. But as he leaves the hall, he catches sight of Luna in the crowd. She's watching him with an expression that's changed from pure hatred to something more complex: confusion, curiosity, and perhaps the tiniest hint of hope. It's a small victory, but in this world where everyone wants him dead, he'll take what he can get. Part 6. Shifting allegiances and hidden threats. That evening, after the exhausting evaluation, Dekilling returns to his mansion hoping for some peace and quiet. But as soon as he enters, his sister Jerry is waiting for him with an expression that's somehow both proud and annoyed, a combination only she seems capable of achieving. "So I heard about the evaluation," Jerry says, arms crossed. Entire noble community is talking about it. Some are impressed, others are suspicious, and a few are absolutely furious that you didn't fail spectacularly. Dekilling removes his coat and hands it to a servant. "Let them talk, I did what needed to be done." "That three-dimensional magic array thing you demonstrated, that was actually impressive," Jerry admits, though she looks like the words pain her to say. "Even father would have been impressed by that, and he was never impressed by anything you did." The mention of their father, or rather, Dekilling's father, brings a moment of uncomfortable silence. The original Dekilling had a terrible relationship with his father, who died disappointed in his son's lack of genuine talent. "Things are changing," Dekilling says quietly. "I'm changing." Jerry studies him for a long moment. 3 months ago, if you had said that, I would have laughed in your face, but now, I'm starting to actually believe you might mean it." She hesitates, then adds, "Just don't make me regret trusting you with the family's future. We're finally starting to recover financially, and I won't let you drag us back down." "I won't," Dekilling promises. "The family will be secure. I'll make sure of it." Jerry nods and turns to leave, but pauses at the door. "Oh, and there's someone waiting for you in your study." She wouldn't give her name, but she said it was urgent. "I would have sent her away, but she had this presence about her that made me think twice about refusing." Dekilling's danger sense immediately activates. Who would visit him at his private residence, and with enough presence to intimidate Jerry? He makes his way to his study cautiously, prepared for anything. When he opens the door, he finds Ganesha sitting casually in his chair, her feet propped up on his desk. "Nice place you've got here," she says cheerfully. "Very aristocratic. Lots of books you've probably never read, expensive furniture you don't appreciate. It's exactly what I'd expect from a noble's study." "Ganesha," Dekilling says, closing the door behind him. "What are you doing here?" "Checking up on you," she replies, swinging her feet off the desk and sitting up properly. "You've been making waves lately, Dekilling. That evaluation today was quite the performance. Got people talking, and when people talk, I hear things." Dekilling takes a seat across from her, maintaining his composure despite his exhaustion. "What kind of things?" "Well, for starters, there are some people who aren't happy about your little speech defending the red ribbons at the Wizard Assembly. Betran and his faction are actively plotting against you. They're trying to find evidence of you collaborating with red ribbons or demons, anything they can use to discredit you and get you executed." This doesn't surprise Dekilling. He knew taking that stance would make enemies. And there's movement among the 6 snake heads," Ganesha continues, her expression becoming more serious. "You remember I warned you about them. Well, they're interested in you now. Some of the items you bought at that auction have caught their attention, and they're wondering how a supposedly mediocre magician like you identified their true value." Dekilling curses internally. The 6 snake heads are the game's main antagonists, leaders of the continent's most dangerous criminal organizations. Getting on their radar this early is bad news. "Which of the 6 are interested?" he asks. "For now, just 2, the Merchant of Shadows and the Crimson Alchemist. The Merchant wants those artifacts you identified, and the Alchemist is curious about your sudden improvement in magical ability. They're wondering if you've discovered some kind of enhancement method they could exploit." Ganesha leans forward, her playful demeanor dropping completely. "Dekilling, I don't know what you're playing at, but you're walking a very dangerous line. You've changed in ways that are attracting attention from people you really don't want to be noticed by. So I need to ask you directly, what's your game here?" Dekilling considers how much to tell her. Ganesha is powerful and could be a valuable ally, but she's also unpredictable. "I'm trying to survive," he says honestly. "I'm trying to fix the mistakes of my past and build a future where I don't end up dead in a ditch somewhere. That's all." "That's all," Ganesha laughs. "Dekilling, you've managed to antagonize half the magical community, make enemies of powerful noble factions, and now you've got the attention of the 6 snake heads. If this is your idea of survival, I'd hate to see what you do when you're being reckless." "It's not ideal," Dekilling admits, "but I'm working with what I have." "Speaking of which, that girl you were supposed to deliver to me, Yuria, how is she?" Ganesha's expression immediately becomes guarded. "She's fine, why do you ask?" "I'm not going to demand you hand her over," Dekilling says. "I'm just curious. In my old contracts, I requested certain individuals for specific purposes, but my priorities have changed. If you've taken her under your protection, that's fine with me." This clearly surprises Ganesha. "You're serious? You're just going to write off that contract?" "Consider it part of my reform," Dekilling says. "Though I'm curious about one thing, does she seem unusual to you in any way?" Ganesha's eyes narrow. "What do you mean?" "Just wondering if she's adapting well to her situation," Dekilling says carefully. He can't reveal that he knows Yuria is actually his ex-girlfriend reincarnated without raising too many questions. Ganesha stands up. "She's adapting just fine. Better than fine, actually. She's got a good head on her shoulders and she's learning fast." She walks to the door, then turns back. Dekilin, I came here tonight to warn you, but also to offer something. I'm willing to work with you officially this time. Your missions, if they align with my interests, I'll take them on, but I want transparency. No more of the old Dekilin's scheming and manipulation. If we're going to work together, it needs to be honest. Agreed, Dekilin says immediately. Having Ganesha as a reliable ally would be invaluable. Then we have a deal, Ganesha says. Oh, and one more thing, that Jerry of yours, she's not actually your sister, right? I told you that before, but I don't think you fully grasped the implications. I understood, Dekilin replies. Jerry has no blood relation to the Uclan family, but she's proven herself more loyal and capable than most blood relatives would be. Her lineage doesn't matter to me. That's surprisingly progressive of you, Ganesha says with a slight smile. The old Dekilin would have cast her out the moment he learned the truth. Keep this up and people might actually start thinking you're a decent person. After Ganesha leaves, Dekilin sits in his study processing everything she told him. The situation is more complicated than he thought. He's not just dealing with university politics and student relationships, he's now on the radar of the game's main villains. He needs to accelerate his plans and become stronger faster. The next morning at the university, Dekilin finds that his successful evaluation has changed how people view him, at least somewhat. Students who previously mocked him now show cautious respect. Professors who dismissed him are now wary. Even the cockroach, Professor Beck, seems to give him a wider berth, but not everyone is impressed. As Dekilin walks through the campus gardens, he encounters Julie accompanied by her squad of knights. The tension is immediate and palpable. Professor Dekilin, Julie says formally, her voice cold. I hope you're satisfied with your performance yesterday. You've certainly convinced many people of your supposed reformation. Julie, Dekilin acknowledges. I take it you're not among those convinced. Why should I be? She responds. You gave a good speech and demonstrated impressive magic. But speeches and magic tricks don't erase years of lies and manipulation. Veron is still dead because of you. The accusation hangs in the air. Dekilin knows she doesn't have the full truth about what happened on that train, and he can't give it to her without making things worse. I never claimed to have erased the past, Dekilin says carefully. I can only try to do better going forward. I know that's not enough for you, and I understand why. Do you? Julie's eyes flash with anger. Do you really understand what it's like to lose someone you trust because they went to protect someone like you? Someone who's never deserved protection. Before Dekilin can respond, one of Julie's knights steps forward, a young man who looks at Dekilin with barely contained hostility. Captain, let me handle this arrogant. Stand down, Julie orders sharply. The knight reluctantly steps back. Julie turns back to Dekilin. We have a saying among the knights, trust is earned in drops and lost in buckets. You've lost buckets, Dekilin. A few drops at that evaluation won't refill them. I know, Dekilin says quietly, but I'll keep adding drops for as long as it takes. Julie studies him for a moment, then shakes her head. I honestly don't know what to make of you anymore. Part of me wants to believe you've changed, but the rest of me knows better than to trust anything that comes from your mouth. She signals to her knights. We're leaving, and Dekilin, stay away from my knights. If I find out you've been manipulating any of them the way you manipulated Veron, reformation or not, I will personally ensure you face consequences. As Julie and her squad leave, Dekilin feels the weight of her words. He's making progress with some people, Luna, Sylvia, even his sister, but Julie remains firmly in the enemy camp. And given her importance to the story, that's a problem he'll need to address eventually. But not today. Today he has other concerns. As he continues through the garden, he notices someone following him, a hooded figure who's being deliberately obvious about it. Dekilin stops and turns. You can come out, I know you're there. The figure approaches and lowers their hood, revealing Luna. She looks uncomfortable, as if she's not sure why she's there. Professor, she says hesitantly. About yesterday, about what you said during the evaluation and what you told me in the laboratory. I've been thinking about it. And, Dekilin prompts. And I want to believe you, Luna admits. I want to believe that you're genuinely trying to change, that you're not just playing another elaborate game, but I need proof, real proof, not just words and demonstrations. What kind of proof? Dekilin asks. Luna pulls out a piece of paper, one of her father's research notes. This research, you said you want to complete it to honor my father's legacy. Prove it. Work on it with me, teach me what you've learned, and show me that you're genuinely interested in the work itself, not just in what you can gain from it. Dekilin considers this. Working closely with Luna is risky, she's still volatile, and her magical power is growing rapidly. But it's also an opportunity to turn one of his most dangerous enemies into an ally. All right, he agrees. We'll work on it together, but we need to be discreet. If certain people find out about this research and what it could potentially achieve, it will put both of us in danger. Why? Luna asks suspiciously. What's so special about my father's research that it would be dangerous? Your father was working on democratizing magic, Dekilin explains. He was developing methods that would allow people with low mana capacity or from non-magical families to use magic effectively. Do you understand what that would mean? Luna's eyes widen as she grasps the implications. It would undermine the entire social structure. The noble families maintain their power partly through their monopoly on magical education and resources. If anyone could learn magic. Exactly, Dekilin says. Your father's research is revolutionary, and revolutions make powerful people very nervous. The original me recognized its potential and tried to steal it for personal gain. But the real value of this work isn't in hoarding it, it's in completing it and eventually sharing it with the world. That's what your father would have wanted. Luna is silent for a long moment, processing this. You're right, that's exactly what he would have wanted. He always said magic shouldn't be the exclusive domain of the wealthy and the well-born. She looks up at Dekilin with determination. Okay, we'll work on this together. If I find out you're lying to me, if this is just another manipulation, I know, Dekilin interrupts gently. You'll kill me, you've made that very clear, and I don't doubt you mean it. Luna nods, then does something unexpected. She bows slightly. Thank you, Professor, for giving me this chance to finish my father's work. As she walks away, Dekilin realizes he's just made a commitment that could either save him or doom him. If this partnership works out, Luna could become a powerful ally. If it fails, she'll be an even more dangerous enemy than before. Later that day, Dekilin is in his office when Alan arrives with news. Professor, there's been a development. That magician Luna, the one who was competing with you for your position, she's been officially invited back to the university. She'll be arriving next week. This is bad news. In the game, Luna was one of the original Dekilin's major antagonists. She's a legitimately powerful and skilled magician who lost the position to Dekilin only because of his family's political influence. She's been waiting for an opportunity to reclaim what she sees as rightfully hers, and Dekilin's rocky evaluation has given her that opening. What will her official role be? Dekilin asks. Guest lecturer initially, Alan replies, but everyone knows that's just a formality. If you slip up at all during your 6-month probation period, she'll be ready to take your place permanently. Dekilin nods, absorbing this information. He needs to stay sharp and continue improving. Any mistake could be his last. Alan, Dekilin says, studying his assistant carefully. You've been unusually helpful lately. More helpful than a simple assistant needs to be. Why is that? Alan's expression doesn't change. I'm just doing my job, Professor. No, Dekilin says. You're doing more than your job. You're invested in my success for some reason. I want to know why. For a moment, it looks like Alan might deny it, but then something shifts in his expression. Because I owe your family a debt, he says quietly. Your father, the late head of the Uklan family, he helped my family when we were in dire straits. He didn't have to, and he gained nothing from it, but he helped us anyway. I swore to serve the Uklan family in return. This is new information that wasn't in the game. The original Dekilin's father apparently had a better character than his son. And what about me specifically? Dekilin asks. Why help me when I've been such a disappointment to the family? Because you're changing, Alan says simply. For years, I watched you waste your father's legacy. It was painful, but now you're finally becoming someone worthy of the Uklan name. I want to support that change. Dekilin is touched by this loyalty, even if it's directed more at his father's memory than at himself personally. Thank you, Alan. I won't waste your faith. After Alan leaves, Dekilin sits back and contemplates his situation. He has allies now, some reluctant, some conditional, but allies nonetheless. He has 6 months to prove himself, to grow stronger, and to solidify his position. The game is entering a new phase, and he needs to be ready for what's coming. That night, Dekilin returns to his training. His mana capacity has increased significantly, but it's still nowhere near where it needs to be to face the threats ahead. He practices his telekinesis, refining his control and expanding his range. He works on his 3-dimensional magic arrays, trying to make them faster to deploy and more efficient. And he continues studying Luna's father's research, not just for Luna's sake, but because he genuinely believes in the work. Hours pass as he trains, pushing himself to the edge of exhaustion. His Iron Man passive helps him endure the strain, but even that has limits. As midnight approaches, he finally stops, his body aching and his mana depleted. But he's made progress. Small progress perhaps, but progress nonetheless. As he's about to go to bed, he senses something, a disturbance in the magical atmosphere around his mansion. Someone is using magic nearby, and it's not friendly magic. Dekilin quickly gathers what mana he has left and moves to investigate. He finds the source in the mansion's garden, a magical sensor, designed to monitor the property and report back to whoever placed it. Someone is spying on him. Dekilin carefully disables the sensor using his telekinesis, making sure not to trigger any alarms. Then he examines it more closely. The magical signature is sophisticated and well hidden, suggesting a skilled caster. This isn't the work of amateurs. He thinks back to what Ganesha told him about the 6 snake heads being interested in him. Could this be their doing? Or is it one of his other enemies, Betran perhaps, or another noble faction? Either way, it's clear that his troubles are far from over. The evaluation might have bought him time, but it's also made him a bigger target. As Dekilin heads back inside, he makes a mental note to check the entire property for more sensors tomorrow. He also needs to increase security around the mansion. If people are spying on him, who knows what else they might be planning. The game continues and the difficulty level keeps increasing. But Dekilin isn't the same person who arrived in this world 3 months ago. He's learned, grown, and adapted. He's building alliances, acquiring knowledge, and developing genuine magical skills. He's not just surviving anymore, he's starting to fight back. And that, he realizes, might be the most dangerous thing of all. The next morning brings an unexpected visitor to the university. Dekilin is in his classroom preparing for the day's lessons when Director Adeline herself walks in. Professor Dekilin, she says cheerfully. Do you have a moment? I'd like to discuss something with you. Dekilin gestures to a chair, and Adeline sits down with her characteristic casual grace. I've been thinking about your evaluation, she says. Specifically about that 3-dimensional magic array technique you demonstrated. It's genuinely innovative, and I think it has significant potential applications. Thank you, Director, Dekilin says cautiously, wondering where this is going. I'd like to propose something, Adeline continues. I want you to write a formal paper on your technique and present it at the Continental Magic Symposium in 3 months. It would be good for your reputation, good for the university, and it would give you a platform to establish yourself as a legitimate magical researcher rather than just someone living off past stolen work. This is both an opportunity and a trap. The Continental Magic Symposium is the most prestigious magical gathering on the continent. Presenting there would indeed establish de Culin's credentials and help with his reformation. But it would also expose him to scrutiny from the most powerful and knowledgeable magicians in the world. If he makes any mistakes or if someone discovers the truth about his sudden transformation, it could be disastrous. That's a significant opportunity, de Culin says carefully, but also a considerable risk. The symposium attracts attention from all quarters, not all of it friendly. True, Adeline agrees, but risk and reward go hand in hand. Besides, I have a personal interest in seeing you succeed. Do you want to know why? De Culin nods, curious about what the eccentric director is thinking. Because you're interesting, Adeline says with a smile. I've been around a long time and most people are boringly predictable, but you're a puzzle. 3 months ago, you were a mediocre, corrupt professor living off stolen research. Now you're demonstrating genuine innovation and showing real teaching ability. That kind of transformation doesn't just happen. Something changed in you, and I want to understand what. De Culin realizes that Adeline's playful demeanor hides a sharp, analytical mind. She's not just offering him an opportunity, she's also investigating him. I've already explained what changed, de Culin says. I had an awakening and decided to reform myself. So you said, Adeline replies, and maybe that's even true, but I think there's more to the story. However, I'm patient. I can wait for the full truth to reveal itself. In the meantime, what do you say about the symposium? De Culin weighs his options. Refusing might make Adeline more suspicious. Accepting gives him a platform but also exposes him to danger. In the end, he decides that moving forward is better than standing still. I'll do it, he says. I'll write the paper and present at the symposium. Excellent, Adeline says, clapping her hands together. I'll make the arrangements. And de Culin, don't disappoint me. I'm investing quite a bit of my personal credibility in you. If you fail spectacularly, it reflects badly on me too. After Adeline leaves, de Culin sits back and contemplates what he's just agreed to. 3 months to write a comprehensive paper on his 3-dimensional magic array technique, and then present it before the most knowledgeable magical community in the world. No pressure at all. He's pulled from his thoughts by the arrival of his students. Today's class is going to focus on practical applications of elemental magic, and he's prepared some exercises that should challenge them appropriately. As the students file in, he notices that the dynamics have shifted slightly. More students are paying attention to him now, taking him seriously in a way they didn't before. Even Sylvia, who always paid attention, seems more engaged. And Luna is watching him with an expression that's no longer purely hostile. There's curiosity there now, and perhaps the beginning of something that might eventually become respect. The class goes well. De Culin explains the theoretical foundations, then moves to practical demonstrations. He's learned to balance showing his abilities with not completely outclassing his students. There's a fine line between inspiring them and making them feel inadequate. Halfway through the class, something unexpected happens. One of the students, a quiet girl from a minor noble family, successfully performs a complex elemental fusion technique on her first try. It's impressive work, well beyond what should be possible for someone at her level. De Culin immediately recognizes the signs. This student has been practicing with unusual dedication, probably using some of the techniques from his recent classes. It's exactly the kind of result he was hoping for when he started actually teaching properly. Excellent work, de Culin says genuinely. You've clearly been practicing. Would you mind demonstrating that again for the class? The girl, clearly nervous at being singled out, performs the technique again. This time other students watch carefully, seeing how she's manipulating the mana flows and managing the elemental balance. After class, the girl approaches de Culin hesitantly. Professor, thank you for the lessons. Your teaching has helped me understand magic in a way no other professor has. You did the work yourself, de Culin says. I only provided the framework. Your success is your own. The girl beams at this praise and hurries off. De Culin watches her go, feeling an unfamiliar sense of satisfaction. This is what teaching is supposed to be about, not using students as pawns or stealing their work, but actually helping them grow and succeed. It's a revelation that the original de Culin never understood. As the classroom empties, Luna lingers behind. Professor, she says once they're alone. About the research, when do we start? Tonight, de Culin says. Come to my laboratory at the university after dinner. We'll begin reviewing your father's work and developing a plan for how to proceed. Luna nods, then hesitates. Professor, that thing you said in the evaluation about being disgusted with yourself and wanting to change, did you mean it, or was it just a performance for the panel? De Culin considers his answer carefully. I meant it. Every word, the person I was, the person who destroyed your father and hurt so many others. He's someone I never want to be again. Good, Luna says quietly, because that person deserves to suffer for what he did. But this new person, maybe he deserves a chance. It's not forgiveness. Luna is far from forgiving him, but it's something. It's the possibility of a future where they're not enemies, where she might eventually be able to separate the person he's becoming from the person he was. After Luna leaves, de Culin spends some time organizing his thoughts and preparing for their research session that evening. He's walking a tightrope, trying to build trust while knowing that any misstep could send everything crashing down. but he's committed to this path now, and he'll see it through. That evening, Luna arrives at the laboratory precisely on time. She's brought her own notes and observations about her father's research, showing a level of preparation that impresses Dekulin. They spread out the research materials on a large table and begin reviewing them systematically. Your father was working on three main areas, Dekulin explains, pointing to different sections of the notes. First, methods for amplifying magical effects in low mana users. Second, techniques for storing and transferring mana between individuals. Third, new types of magic circles that could be used by anyone, regardless of their innate magical affinity. I remember him talking about that third one, Luna says, her voice tinged with sadness. He said that magic circles were the key because they democratize magic. If you understand the theory, you can use them even if you don't have much natural power. Exactly, Dekulin agrees. And that's what made his work so dangerous to the established order. If he'd succeeded, it would have fundamentally changed society. They work through the evening, discussing theories, testing hypotheses, and gradually developing a deeper understanding of the research. Dekulin uses his comprehension ability carefully, not wanting to reveal its full extent to Luna, but it still helps him make connections that might otherwise take months to discover. As the night wears on, Luna becomes more animated, more engaged. This is clearly her passion, her father's legacy, and she's pouring her heart into it. Dekulin finds himself genuinely enjoying the collaboration. This is real magical research, not the stolen fragments and fraud that characterized the original Dekulin's career. Finally, around midnight, they both realize how late it's got. We should stop for tonight, Dekulin says. We've made good progress, but you need rest. Class is tomorrow. Luna nods, gathering her materials. At the laboratory door, she pauses and looks back at him. Professor, thank you for taking this seriously. For treating my father's work with respect. Your father was brilliant, Dekulin says simply. His work deserves respect and so does his memory. After Luna leaves, Dekulin remains in the laboratory for a while longer, contemplating the path he's on. He's building something here, relationships, knowledge, a genuine magical foundation. It's fragile and could collapse at any moment, but it's real. And for the first time since arriving in this world, he feels like he's not just surviving but actually living, actually building towards something meaningful. But he also knows that danger is never far away. The 6 snakeheads are watching. Bertrand and his faction are plotting. Luna is coming to challenge his position. Julie still hates him. The Emperor is dying and a new, more hostile regime will soon take power. The game's main story is approaching, and when it arrives, the real challenges will begin. Dekulin returns to his mansion late that night, exhausted but oddly satisfied. As he's about to enter, he senses that same magical disturbance from before, another sensor, this one more carefully hidden than the last. Someone is definitely monitoring him and they're persistent about it. He disables this sensor too, but he knows it's only a matter of time before whoever's behind this takes more direct action. The spy game is escalating, and he needs to be ready. Inside the mansion, Jerry is waiting up for him. You're working late again, she observes. At this rate, you'll work yourself to death before any of your enemies get the chance. Just trying to stay ahead of the curve, Dekulin says with a tired smile. How are the family finances? Better than they've been in years, Jerry admits. Those auction items you flipped earned us enough to clear most of our debts and even rebuild some of our reserves. I still don't understand how you knew they'd be worth so much, but I'm not complaining. Good business sense, Dekulin says, which is technically true even if his business sense is actually a magical passive ability in game knowledge. Jerry studies him for a moment. You know, brother, I spent years watching you waste your potential, watching you drag this family down with your laziness and your schemes. I never thought I'd see the day when you actually took responsibility and worked this hard. People can change, Dekulin says. I'm living proof. Yes, you are, Jerry agrees. Just don't change back, okay? I'm starting to actually like having you as a brother. It's a touching moment, and Dekulin feels genuinely grateful for Jerry's support. Whatever her origins, whatever secrets surround her birth, she's proven herself to be the family member most committed to the Euclid legacy. He heads to bed, his mind still racing with plans and concerns. Tomorrow brings new challenges, but also new opportunities. The symposium paper to write, the research with Luna to continue, his regular classes to teach, defenses against whoever's spying on him to establish, and throughout it all the ever-present need to grow stronger, to learn more, to build the foundation he'll need to survive what's coming. As Dekulin finally falls asleep, his last thought is a simple one. He's come too far to fail now. Whatever challenges lie ahead, he'll face them head-on. Because that's what survivors do. Part 7. The Serpent's Shadow. The following week brings Luna's arrival to the university, and her entrance is nothing short of spectacular. She arrives in a carriage pulled by magical beasts, her entourage consisting of several accomplished mages who clearly respect her. The entire university turns out to witness her arrival, and the buzz of excitement is palpable. Luna herself is striking, tall, elegant, with silver hair that flows like liquid moonlight and eyes that seem to pierce through any deception. She carries herself with the confidence of someone who knows their worth and has never had to rely on anything but their own abilities. Dekulin watches from a distance as director Adeline personally greets Luna. The two embrace like old friends, which makes sense given their history in the magical community. Then Luna's gaze sweeps across the assembled crowd and lands directly on Dekulin. Even from this distance, he can feel the intensity of her scrutiny. So that's her, Alan murmurs beside Dekilin, the woman who should have had your position. She's more formidable than I expected, Dekilin admits. This is going to complicate things. Luna breaks away from Adeline and walks directly toward Dekilin, the crowd parting before her like water. Students whisper as she passes, clearly impressed by her presence and magical aura. She stops a few feet from Dekilin, studying him with an analytical gaze that makes him feel like a specimen under a microscope. Professor Dekilin, she says, her voice melodious but carrying an edge of steel. I've heard so much about you. Most of it quite unflattering, I must admit, but recent reports suggest you've undergone something of a transformation. I'm curious to see if the reality lives up to the rumors. Professor Luna, Dekilin responds with a polite bow. Your reputation precedes you. It's an honor to have someone of your caliber join our faculty, even temporarily. How diplomatic, Luna says with a slight smile that doesn't reach her eyes. I wonder if that diplomacy extends to your teaching methods. I've reviewed some of your recent examination materials. Quite interesting, far more sophisticated than your previous work. One might almost think they were created by a completely different person. The implication is clear. Luna suspects something is off about Dekilin's sudden improvement, and she's not shy about letting him know it. People can grow and change, Dekilin says calmly. Sometimes dramatically so, especially when properly motivated. Indeed, Luna agrees. Well, I look forward to observing your classes and seeing this new Professor Dekilin in action. I'm sure it will be enlightening. She turns to leave but pauses. Oh, and Professor, I hear you're preparing a paper for the Continental Magic Symposium. How ambitious. I'll be presenting there as well. Perhaps we can compare notes. With that, she walks away, leaving Dekilin with the distinct impression that he's just been issued a challenge. Alan whistles low. She's going to be a problem. Undoubtedly, Dekilin agrees, but perhaps she can also be an opportunity. If I can earn her respect, it would go a long way toward legitimizing my position. And if you can't, Alan asks, then I'll have 6 months of her actively working to expose and replace me, Dekilin says, which means I need to be perfect. No mistakes, no slip-ups, nothing that can be used against me. As they walk back to Dekilin's office, they pass Luna and her friends in the hallway. Luna looks troubled, and when she sees Dekilin, she quickly approaches. Professor, we need to talk, she says urgently. In private, Dekilin nods and leads her to his office. Once inside with the door closed, Luna's composure cracks slightly. That woman Luna, she's been asking questions about me, about my father and his research. Dekilin's danger sense immediately activates. What kind of questions? She wanted to know what happened to my father's research after he died. She asked if I had any of his notes, if anyone had ever approached me about his work. Professor, how does she even know about my father? His research was never published. This is concerning. Luna's interest in Luna's father's research suggests she knows more about the situation than she should. It could mean she's working with someone, or that she's been investigating Dekilin more thoroughly than expected. What did you tell her? Dekilin asks. Nothing, Luna says. I didn't trust her. There was something about the way she asked. It felt like she was fishing for information, like she already knew the answers and was testing me. Good instincts, Dekilin says. Luna, this is important. Don't discuss your father's research with anyone except me. Not Luna, not other professors, not even your friends. If word gets out about what we're working on, it could put both of us in danger. Why is she interested in my father's work? Luna asks. I don't know yet, Dekilin admits. But I intend to find out. In the meantime, we need to be more careful about when and where we work on the research. My laboratory might not be secure anymore. Luna nods, understanding the gravity of the situation. What do we do? For now, we continue as normal. Attend classes, act natural, don't give anyone reason to be suspicious. We'll find a more secure location for our research sessions, perhaps somewhere off campus. After Luna leaves, Dekilin sits at his desk contemplating this new complication. Luna's interest in Luna's father's research can't be coincidental. Someone must have told her about it, which means someone knows more about Dekilin's activities than he'd like. The question is, who? That evening, Dekilin receives an unexpected summons to Director Adeline's office. When he arrives, he finds not just Adeline, but also Luna waiting for him. The director's office is as eccentric as she is, books stacked haphazardly, magical artifacts scattered about, and a general sense of organized chaos. Ah, Dekilin, perfect timing, Adeline says cheerfully. Luna and I were just discussing teaching methodologies, and we thought it would be beneficial to get your input. Dekilin immediately senses this is a setup. Luna wants to probe his knowledge in front of Adeline, to see if he can hold his own in an academic discussion with someone of her caliber. I'm happy to contribute whatever I can, Dekilin says, taking the seat Adeline offers. Wonderful, Adeline says. We were discussing the fundamental principles of mana circulation and how they're taught to students. Luna has some interesting theories about why so many students struggle with the basic concepts. Would you care to share your perspective, Dekilin? It's a trap question. If he gives a shallow answer, it will confirm Luna's suspicions that he's not genuinely knowledgeable. If he gives too sophisticated an answer, it will raise questions about how he acquired such knowledge so quickly. Dekilin decides to take a middle path, drawing on his comprehension ability and his work with Luna's father's research, but framing it in terms of his recent awakening and renewed study. I think the problem lies in how we conceptualize mana for students, Dekilin begins. We teach it as an abstract force, something they need to visualize and control, but for many students, especially those from non-magical backgrounds, that abstraction is too difficult to grasp. He continues, explaining his theory that mana should be taught more concretely, with physical analogies and practical exercises that ground the abstract concepts in tangible reality. It's actually derived from Luna's father's research, but Dekilling presents it as his own pedagogical innovation. Luna listens intently, her expression unreadable. When he finishes, she leans forward. That's remarkably similar to some theories proposed by a researcher named Farron, Luna's father, I believe. Are you familiar with his work? There it is, the trap springs. Luna knows about Luna's father and is connecting him to Dekilling. I am, Dekilling admits, seeing no point in denying it. Aaron worked in my laboratory for several years before his unfortunate death. His research was quite innovative, though much of it was never published. How tragic, Luna says, her tone suggesting she knows there's more to the story. And I suppose his research notes remained in your laboratory after his death. Some of them, yes, Dekilling acknowledges. Though I'll admit, in my previous state, I didn't appreciate their value. It's only recently that I've begun to understand the brilliance of his work. And his daughter, Luna continues smoothly. Luna Farron. She's one of your students now, isn't she? How convenient that she's studying under the man who once employed her father. The accusation is barely veiled. Luna is suggesting that Dekilling is exploiting Luna, just as he allegedly exploited her father. Adeline is watching the exchange with great interest, clearly enjoying the intellectual sparring. Luna is an exceptional student, Dekilling says carefully. Yes, her father worked for me, and yes, I failed him in many ways, but that's precisely why I'm committed to ensuring his daughter receives the education and opportunities he would have wanted for her. I can't undo the past, but I can try to honor his legacy by helping her succeed. How noble, Luna says, her skepticism evident. And I'm sure it has nothing to do with access to any research notes she might have inherited from her father. This is getting dangerous. Luna is clearly fishing to see if Luna has her father's research and if Dekilling is trying to obtain it. He needs to deflect without lying. Professor Luna, Dekilling says, meeting her gaze directly, I understand your skepticism. My reputation is well earned, and I don't expect you to trust me based on words alone. But I would appreciate if you didn't project your suspicions onto an innocent student who's already suffered enough because of my past actions. The rebuke is gentle but firm. By invoking Luna's suffering and positioning himself as her protector rather than exploiter, Dekilling puts Luna in an awkward position. If she continues to press, she risks appearing to harass a victim. Adeline claps her hands together. Well, this has been a fascinating discussion, but I think we've covered enough for one evening. Dekilling, you're free to go. Luna and I have some administrative matters to discuss. As Dekilling stands to leave, Luna speaks again. Professor Dekilling, one more thing. I'll be sitting in on one of your classes tomorrow. I hope that won't be a problem. Not at all, Dekilling says. You're welcome anytime. He leaves the office, his mind racing. Luna is more dangerous than he anticipated. She's not just here to take his position. She's actively investigating him, and she knows about Luna's father's research. Someone has been feeding her information, and Dekilling needs to find out who. As he walks through the empty university corridors, he senses that magical disturbance again, another surveillance spell, this one more sophisticated than the previous ones. Whoever's watching him is getting bolder, placing sensors right in the university itself. Dekilling decides it's time to stop just disabling these sensors and start tracing them back to their source. Using his telekinesis and his knowledge of magic circles, he carefully examines the sensor without disabling it. He identifies the magical signature. It's complex and well-crafted, suggesting a highly skilled caster. But there's something familiar about it, something he's encountered before. Then it hits him. This magical signature is similar to techniques used by the Crimson Alchemist, one of the 6 snake heads that Ganesha warned him about. The criminal organizations are actively spying on him now, not just observing from a distance. This escalates things considerably. The 6 snake heads are the game's main antagonists, and attracting their attention this early is extremely dangerous. But it also confirms that his actions are having an impact, that he's becoming important enough to warrant this level of scrutiny. Dekilling carefully disables the sensor, making sure to disturb the magical signature as little as possible. He needs to discuss this with Ganesha. She has connections in the underworld and might know what the Crimson Alchemist is planning. But first, he needs to get through tomorrow's class with Luna observing. That's going to be its own challenge. The next morning, Dekilling arrives at his classroom to find it more crowded than usual. Word has spread that Luna will be observing, and students from other classes have come to watch. Even some faculty members are present, curious to see how Dekilling holds up under Luna's scrutiny. Luna herself sits in the back of the classroom, a notebook open in her lap, watching everything with those penetrating silver eyes. Dekilling notices that Luna looks particularly tense, clearly worried about how this will go. Sylvia, on the other hand, seems excited. She's always eager to learn from the best, and Luna's presence represents an opportunity to see 2 different teaching approaches. Good morning, Dekilling begins, his voice steady despite the pressure. Today we'll be discussing advanced elemental fusion techniques. I know this is challenging material, but I believe you're ready for it. He launches into the lesson, explaining the theoretical foundations before moving to practical demonstrations. He's careful to make his teaching clear and accessible while still showing depth of knowledge. Every explanation is crafted to demonstrate genuine understanding, not just memorized facts. As the lesson progresses, Dekilling incorporates some of the pedagogical approaches he discussed with Adeline and Luna the previous evening, making abstract concepts concrete. using physical analogies, and providing practical exercises that reinforce the theory. About halfway through the class, Luna raises her hand. Professor Dekulin, if I may. Dekulin nods, bracing himself. Please, you mentioned that elemental fusion requires precise mana control and understanding of elemental affinities, Luna says. But there's another factor you haven't addressed, the caster's emotional state and how it affects the fusion process. Would you care to elaborate on that aspect? It's a test. The emotional component of elemental fusion is an advanced topic, one that wouldn't normally be covered in a class at this level. Luna wants to see if Dekulin knows about it, and if so, how deeply he understands it. Fortunately, Luna's father's research touched on this very topic, and Dekulin has studied it extensively. An excellent point, Professor Luna, Dekulin says. The emotional component is indeed crucial, though it's often overlooked in standard curriculum. He proceeds to explain how a caster's emotional state can enhance or hinder elemental fusion, how different emotions align with different elements, and how advanced practitioners learn to harness their emotions as a tool rather than letting them become a hindrance. It's sophisticated material, and he can see several students frantically taking notes. When he finishes, Luna nods approvingly. A thorough explanation. You've clearly given this topic considerable thought. Magic is as much an art as a science, Dekulin responds. Ignoring the human element would be a disservice to our students. The class continues, with Luna occasionally interjecting with questions or comments. Rather than being adversarial, the exchanges become almost collaborative, with both professors contributing to the students' understanding. By the end of the class, even Luna seems impressed. As the students file out, several approach Dekulin to thank him for the lesson. Luna lingers, clearly wanting to say something, but with Luna still present, she just nods at Dekulin and leaves. Once the room has cleared, Luna approaches Dekulin's desk. That was a good lesson, she says simply. Better than I expected, frankly. Thank you, Dekulin says. Coming from you, that means a great deal. Don't misunderstand, Luna continues. I still have questions about your sudden transformation, and I'll be watching you closely over the coming months. But I have to admit, whatever changed in you, the students are benefiting from it. That's what matters most. She pauses, then adds, that material on emotional components, that came from Farron's research, didn't it? I recognize his theoretical framework. Dekulin sees no point in denying it. Yes, I've been studying his work extensively. It's brilliant and it deserves to be taught, not hidden away. And his daughter, Luna asks, are you teaching her this material? We're working through it together, Dekulin says carefully. Collaboratively. It's her father's legacy after all. She has as much right to it as anyone more, actually. Luna studies him for a long moment. You know, when I heard about Farron's death 3 years ago, I suspected foul play. He was on the verge of several major breakthroughs, and then suddenly he's dead, and his research disappears. Many of us assumed you had stolen it and suppressed it to prevent him from outshining you. You would have been correct, Dekulin admits. That's exactly what I did. It's one of my greatest regrets. The honesty seems to surprise Luna. And now you're trying to make amends by completing his work and teaching it. Yes, Dekulin says, though amends is perhaps too strong a word. Nothing I do can truly make up for what I did to Farron and his daughter, but I can try to ensure his legacy lives on, that his work contributes to the field he loved. It's inadequate, but it's what I have to offer. Luna nods slowly. I'm beginning to understand why Adeline is investing in you. You're either genuinely reformed or the most skilled manipulator I've ever encountered. Time will tell which. I hope to prove it's the former, Dekulin says. We'll see, Luna replies. In the meantime, I'll continue observing your classes and reviewing your work. Consider me your harshest critic and most skeptical evaluator. I wouldn't want it any other way, Dekulin says. After Luna leaves, Dekulin sits down heavily in his chair, exhaustion washing over him. That went better than he had any right to expect, but it's clear that Luna will be a constant presence, always watching, always evaluating. He can't afford any mistakes. His contemplation is interrupted by a knock on the door. It's Sylvia, looking unusually hesitant. Professor, do you have a moment? She asks. Of course, Sylvia. Please come in. She enters and closes the door behind her. I wanted to ask you about something. That emotional component of elemental fusion you discussed today. I've been trying to understand how it works, but I'm struggling. What specifically is giving you trouble? Dekulin asks. Sylvia hesitates, then speaks. It's the part about aligning emotions with elements. You said that fire responds to passion and determination, water to calm and adaptability, earth to stability and patience. What if you don't feel those emotions naturally? What if your emotional state doesn't match the element you need to use? It's a more personal question than Sylvia usually asks, and Dekulin senses there's something deeper behind it. You're asking because you struggle with emotional expression, Dekulin says gently. You've been trained since childhood to suppress your emotions, to be the perfect heir to the Iliad family, and now you're finding that this training is actually hindering your magical development. Sylvia looks shocked that he's understood so quickly. Yes, she admits quietly. I can perform the techniques mechanically, but there's something missing. Watching Luna today, the way her magic responded to her emotions, there was a vitality to it that mine lacks. That's because Luna hasn't learned to suppress her emotions yet, Dekulin explains. For her, that's sometimes a weakness. She can lose control when her feelings are too strong, but it's also a source of power. Your situation is the opposite. You have perfect control, but you've sacrificed passion. He stands and walks to the window, looking out at the campus. Sylvia, you asked me once about pursuing magic for its beauty rather than for power. This is part of that. True mastery of magic requires not just technical skill but emotional honesty. You need to reconnect with your feelings, learn to experience and express them in healthy ways. But how? Sylvia asks. My entire life has been about control, about meeting expectations, about being the perfect heir. I don't know how to just feel. Start small, Dekulin suggests. Find something that genuinely moves you, a piece of art, a beautiful landscape, a moment of connection with another person. Don't analyze it or try to control it. Just let yourself experience it. Then try to channel that feeling into your magic. Sylvia nods thoughtfully. I'll try, thank you, Professor. As she's about to leave, Dekulin adds, Sylvia, remember, you don't have to be perfect. Being human, being flawed, having emotions, these aren't weaknesses. They're what make magic truly powerful. After she leaves, Dekulin realizes he's been giving advice that he himself needs to hear. He's been so focused on survival, on playing the game correctly, that he's forgotten to simply live. Wonjin's emotions, his connections to others, his genuine care for his students, these aren't distractions from his goal of survival. They're essential to it. That evening, Dekulin meets with Ganesha at a tavern on the outskirts of the city. It's a seedy establishment, the kind of place where questions aren't asked and privacy is guaranteed for the right price. Ganesha is already there when he arrives, sitting in a corner booth with a drink. With her is Yuria, his reincarnated ex-girlfriend, though she doesn't recognize him in Dekulin's body. Dekulin, Ganesha greets him. You look stressed, more than usual, I mean. I need information, Dekulin says, sliding into the booth. The Crimson Alchemist, what's their interest in me and what are they planning? Ganesha's expression becomes serious. Direct and to the point, I like it. What makes you think the Crimson Alchemist is involved? I've been finding surveillance spells around my property in the university, Dekulin explains. The magical signature matches techniques used by the Crimson Alchemist's organization. Shit, Ganesha mutters. That's not good. The Crimson Alchemist doesn't just spy on people for fun. If they're watching you this closely, they want something specific. What do they usually want? Dekulin asks. Yuria speaks up for the first time. The Crimson Alchemist is obsessed with magical enhancement and transformation. They believe that humanity's potential is limited by our natural magical capacity, and they're constantly seeking ways to push beyond those limits. If they're interested in you, it's probably because of your sudden improvement in magical ability. Dekulin looks at Yuria with surprise. She speaks with authority and confidence, very different from the uncertain girl he remembers from his past life. Ganesha notices his look. Yuria's been studying the 6 snake heads extensively. She has a talent for information gathering and analysis. It's quite impressive, actually. So the Crimson Alchemist thinks I've discovered some method of enhancement, Dekulin muses, and they want to acquire it. Most likely, Yuria confirms. They'll probably try to approach you eventually, either to recruit you or to extract your secrets. Neither option is pleasant. What can I do? Dekulin asks. For now, be vigilant, Ganesha advises. Don't go anywhere alone, vary your routes and schedules, and be very careful about who you trust. The Crimson Alchemist's agents are skilled at infiltration and manipulation. There's something else, Yuria adds. The Crimson Alchemist has been known to use students as leverage against professors. If they can't get to you directly, they might target your students to force your cooperation. Dekulin's blood runs cold. Luna, Sylvia, and his other students could be in danger because of him. I need to increase security around the university, he says. Warn them without causing panic. I can help with that, Ganesha offers. I have contacts who specialize in discreet protection. They can watch over your students without them knowing. Do it, Dekulin says immediately. Whatever it costs, Ganesha nods. Consider it done, but Dekulin, there's something you should know. Crimson Alchemist isn't the only one of the 6 snake heads interested in you. The Merchant of Shadows has also been asking questions, and their motivations are less clear. Multiple snake heads taking interest in the same person, that's rare and usually means something big is happening. What could it mean? Dekulin asks. Yuria and Ganesha exchange glances, then Yuria speaks. It could mean they think you're connected to something larger, something that could affect the balance of power on the continent. Hesitates or, Dekulin prompts, or they've noticed the same thing I have, Yuria says carefully, that you're not quite who you appear to be, that something fundamental about you has changed. Dekulin tenses. If Yuria has noticed something off about him, others might too. What do you mean? Don't worry, Yuria says quickly. I'm not going to expose you or anything, I notice things. You move differently than you did before, you speak differently, your entire presence is different. It's like you're the same person but fundamentally transformed at some deep level. She leans forward. The question is, how did that transformation happen? And is it something that can be replicated? Because if it is, that's exactly the kind of thing the 6 snake heads would kill to possess. Dekulin realizes that Yuria is far more perceptive than he gave her credit for. She hasn't figured out the truth, that he's a different soul in Dekulin's body, but she's noticed enough to be dangerous. I had an awakening, Dekulin says, giving the same explanation he's given everyone else. A moment of clarity where I realized I needed to change everything about how I lived my life, that's all it was. If you say so, Yuria replies, but her tone suggests she doesn't entirely believe him. Just be careful. The 6 snake heads have ways of extracting information from people, and those ways aren't pleasant. After leaving the tavern, Dekulin walks through the dark streets, his mind troubled. The situation is getting more complicated by the day. He has enemies on multiple fronts, Betran and the noble factions, Luna's skepticism, the six snake heads' interest, and now the revelation that people are noticing fundamental changes in him that go beyond simple personal growth. He's so lost in thought that he almost doesn't notice the figure following him. But his danger sense flares and he spins around, magic gathering at his fingertips. The figure steps into the light. It's Alan. Alan, what are you doing following me? Dekillian demands. Protecting you, Alan says calmly. Did you really think I'd let you wander around the city alone at night when we know dangerous people are watching you? I've been following you since you left the university. Dekillian relaxes slightly. You could have just walked with me. You needed to have your private meeting, Alan points out. But I've been maintaining a perimeter, making sure no one else was observing. And it's a good thing I did because we're being watched right now. Dekillian immediately goes alert. Where? Rooftop, 2 buildings ahead, Alan says quietly. Don't look directly. They've been following us since we left the tavern district. Can you identify them? Dekillian asks. Not specifically, but the way they move suggests professional training, probably agents of one of the criminal organizations. Dekillian considers his options. He could confront them, but that might escalate things. He could try to lose them, but they clearly know where he lives, or he could let them follow and see what they're planning. Let's head back to the mansion, Dekillian decides. If they want to watch me sleep, they're welcome to waste their time. As they walk, Alan stays alert, monitoring their followers. Professor, there's something I need to tell you. I've been investigating the magical sensors you've been finding. I traced one of them back to its source. And? Dekillian asks. And it leads to someone inside the university, Alan says grimly. Someone on the faculty is working with the people spying on you. This is a troubling revelation. An insider would have access to information about his schedule, his classes, his students. They could sabotage him in countless subtle ways. Do you know who? Dekillian asks. Not yet, Alan admits. But I'm working on it. I'll find them, Professor, I promise. They arrive back at the mansion without incident, though Dekillian can feel eyes on them the entire way. Once inside, Jerry is waiting with news. A letter arrived for you, she says, handing him an elegant envelope sealed with an unfamiliar crest. The messenger said it was urgent and required your personal attention. Dekillian opens the letter carefully, alert for any magical traps. Inside is an invitation, written in flowing script. Professor Dekillian von Eucline, your recent activities have attracted the attention of certain interested parties. We would like to extend an invitation to meet and discuss matters of mutual benefit. A carriage will arrive for you tomorrow evening at sunset. Come alone and bring the research you've been working on. This is not a request. Signed, a friend. The message is unsigned, but the implication is clear. This is from one of the 6 snake heads or their representatives. They're making their move and they expect him to comply. What does it say? Jerry asks, noticing his expression. Trouble, Dekillian says simply. The kind that doesn't go away if you ignore it. He has less than a day to figure out how to handle this. Going could be walking into a trap. Not going could endanger his students and everyone he cares about. Either way, the game is entering a new and far more dangerous phase. Part 8. Into the Serpent's Lair. Dekillian spends the entire night weighing his options. The invitation, or rather, the command from the mysterious friend, sits on his desk like a coiled snake, dangerous but impossible to ignore. He considers every angle, every possible strategy, and every potential outcome. By dawn, he's made his decision, though it's far from comfortable. He can't go alone as instructed. That would be suicidal. But he also can't bring an obvious escort that would provoke whoever sent the invitation. He needs backup that's invisible, protection that doesn't look like protection. At breakfast, Jerry notices his exhaustion and troubled expression. You didn't sleep at all, did you? She observes. I had a lot to think about, Dekillian admits. Jerry, if something were to happen to me, I need to know the family would be taken care of. All the financial arrangements are documented in the safe in my study. You have the authority to access everything. Jerry sets down her teacup with more force than necessary. Don't talk like that. What's going on? Just precautions, Dekillian says, trying to sound casual. I may have got myself into a situation that requires careful handling. You mean that letter last night, Jerry says. I'm not stupid, brother. I saw your face when you read it. Who's threatening you? People who are best left unnamed, Dekillian replies. But I'm handling it. I just need you to trust me and be prepared, just in case. Jerry's expression hardens. Fine, but you'd better come back in one piece or I'll march into whatever hell you've gotten yourself into and drag you back myself. Despite the tension, Dekillian can't help but smile. I believe you would. At the university, Dekillian goes through the motions of his morning classes, but his mind is elsewhere. He notices Luna observing again from the back of the room, her analytical gaze missing nothing. He wonders if she can tell how distracted he is, how his thoughts keep drifting to the evening ahead. During a break between classes, Luna approaches him urgently. Professor, we need to talk now. They retreat to an empty classroom and Luna immediately rounds on him. Someone tried to break into my dormitory last night. They didn't succeed, the wards held, but they left traces. Magical signatures that suggest they were looking for something specific. Dekillian's worst fears are being confirmed. Your father's research, he says grimly. They're after it. But how do they even know I might have it? Luna demands. I've been so careful. There's an informant inside the university, Dekillian explains. Someone who knows about our work together and has been feeding information to outside parties. Alan is trying to identify them, but in the meantime, you're in danger. Luna's magical aura flares with anger. Let them come. I'm not some helpless victim they can intimidate. Luna, these aren't university bullies or petty nobles, Dekillian says seriously. These are the six snake heads, the most dangerous criminal organizations on the continent. They don't intimidate, they eliminate. If they think you're an obstacle to obtaining your father's research, they won't hesitate to remove you. The reality of the situation seems to sink in, and Luna's anger gives way to fear. What do we do? For now, you stay close to your friends and don't go anywhere alone, Dekilin instructs. Ganesha has arranged for discreet protection, but you need to be vigilant. And Luna, if anyone approaches you asking about your father's research or about our work together, don't engage with them. Come find me immediately. Luna nods but then asks, what about you? You look like you haven't slept. What's happening on your end? Dekilin considers how much to tell her. I've been summoned to a meeting tonight. People who want answers about my recent improvements and access to the research we've been working on. You're not actually going, are you? Luna asks, alarmed. That's obviously a trap. I don't have much choice, Dekilin says. If I refuse, they'll escalate. They might target you or other students to force my compliance. At least if I meet with them, I can try to negotiate, buy time, figure out what they really want. But they could kill you, Luna points out. They could try, Dekilin acknowledges. But I don't plan to make it easy for them, and I won't be as alone as they think. Luna looks at him with an expression that's hard to read, concern mixed with frustration and something that might be reluctant admiration. You're an idiot, she says finally. A noble idiot maybe, but still an idiot. I've been called worse, Dekilin says with a slight smile. Usually by you actually. Despite the tension, Luna almost laughs, then her expression becomes serious again. Professor, if you don't come back from this meeting, what happens to my father's research? It's yours, Dekilin says simply. I've left detailed notes on everything we've discovered, along with all of your father's original materials. They're hidden in a place only you can access. I'll tell you where before I leave tonight. If something happens to me, complete the work. Share it with the world. That's what your father would have wanted. Luna's eyes glisten, but she blinks back the tears. You'd better come back, Professor. We're not done with the research yet, and I refuse to finish it without you. It's perhaps the closest Luna has come to expressing actual care for him, and Dekilin is touched by it. I'll do my best, he promises. Later that afternoon, Dekilin meets with Ganesha in a secure room he's had Alan prepare with anti-surveillance wards. Yuria is there as well, along with a third person Dekilin doesn't recognize, a wiry man with sharp features and eyes that seem to see everything. This is Razor, Ganesha introduces him. He's one of my most trusted people and a specialist in infiltration and extraction. He'll be your shadow tonight. Pleased to meet you, Professor, Razor says with a slight bow. His voice is quiet but carries a dangerous edge. I've been briefed on the situation. Whoever sent that invitation will be watching for obvious backup, so I'll be maintaining distance. You'll have a tracker on you, microscopic and undetectable by standard magical scanning. If things go south, I'll know immediately and can get reinforcements to you. What kind of reinforcements? Dekilin asks. The kind that asks questions later, Ganesha says. Dekilin, I want to be clear about something. These people, whichever of the six snakeheads is behind this, they're not bound by the same rules as the nobility or the university. They'll kill you without hesitation if they think you're more valuable dead than alive. Your best chance is to convince them you're more useful as a living asset than a corpse. Any advice on how to do that? Dekilin asks. Yuria speaks up. From what I know of the six snakeheads, they respect strength and intelligence, but they despise weakness and deception. Be honest about what you can and cannot offer. Don't try to trick them, they're better at it than you. And if they ask for something you can't give, don't promise it anyway. They'd rather hear no than be lied to. That's assuming they're interested in negotiation, Razor adds. If this is a pure extraction operation, if they plan to take you and torture information out of you, then your priority is survival and escape. I'll be monitoring, and if I sense that's the direction things are going, I'll intervene before they can secure you. Dekilin nods, absorbing all this information. What about Luna's father's research? They specifically asked me to bring it. Bring a sample, Ganesha suggests. Enough to demonstrate its value, but not enough to complete the work without you. Make yourself indispensable. If they have questions only you can answer, they're more likely to keep you alive and cooperative than to eliminate you. There's one more thing, Yuria says, pulling out a small vial of silvery liquid. This is a last resort. If you're about to be captured or killed and there's no other option, drink this. It will temporarily enhance your magical abilities to about 10 times their normal level, but the effect only lasts about 5 minutes and afterwards you'll be completely drained. Use it only if you're certain you're going to die otherwise. Dekilin takes the vial carefully. What is this stuff? Better you don't know, Yuria says. Let's just say it's something the Crimson Alchemist would very much like to get their hands on, which is why you need to use it all if you use it at all. Don't let them analyze even a drop. The gravity of the situation settles over them all. This isn't a game anymore. This is real danger, real stakes, and the possibility of real death. Thank you, Dekilin says to all of them. All of you. I know I haven't given you many reasons to help me, especially given my reputation. Your assistance means more than you know. Just don't die, Ganesha says bluntly. You're finally becoming interesting, and I'd hate to lose that entertainment. Despite the attempt at levity, Dekilin can see genuine concern in her eyes. These people have become something like friends, even if none of them would use that word. As sunset approaches, Dekilin makes his final preparations. He's dressed in his formal professor's robes, projecting an image of confidence and authority even though he feels anything but. The sample of Luna's father's research is secured in a protective case. Razor's tracker is attached to the inside of his collar, invisible and undetectable. The emergency vial is hidden in an inner pocket. Alan appears at his study door. The carriage has arrived, Professor. It's unusual. Dekulin looks out the window and sees what Alan means. The carriage is completely black, with no identifying marks or crests. It's pulled by horses that seem to be made of shadow rather than flesh, and the driver is a hooded figure whose face is completely hidden. Definitely one of the 6 snake heads, Dekulin murmurs. They're not even trying to hide their nature. Jerry appears behind Alan, her face pale but determined. You don't have to do this. We could run, leave the city, start over somewhere else. And leave my students to face whatever retaliation these people decide to inflict. Dekulin shakes his head. No, this is my responsibility. I brought this on myself by changing things, by drawing attention. I have to see it through. He embraces Jerry briefly, surprising both of them. The original Dekulin would never have shown such affection to his sister. Take care of the family, he tells her. And if I don't come back, make sure Luna gets that package I left in the hidden compartment in the library. She'll know what to do with it. You're coming back, Jerry says fiercely. You'd better, or I'll never forgive you. Dekulin descends to the carriage, and as he approaches, the door opens on its own. Inside, the interior is impossibly spacious, far larger than the exterior would suggest, and richly appointed with velvet seats and ethereal lighting. There are no other passengers. He climbs in and the door closes behind him with an ominous finality. The carriage begins to move, and Dekulin notices something strange. He can't see out the windows. They show only swirling darkness, as if the carriage is traveling through some space between spaces. The journey seems to take both forever and no time at all. Finally, the carriage stops and the door opens. Dekulin steps out into a place he doesn't recognize. It appears to be some kind of mansion or estate, but the architecture is wrong, impossible angles, doorways that lead to darkness, windows that show scenes that couldn't exist. This is a place built with magic, probably existing in a pocket dimension or folded space. A figure awaits him on the steps of the mansion, a woman in an elegant red dress, her features beautiful but somehow unsettling, as if she's too perfect to be entirely human. Her eyes are the color of fresh blood. Professor Dekulin, she says, her voice like honey laced with poison. Welcome, I am the Crimson Alchemist, and I've been very eager to meet you. The Crimson Alchemist leads Dekulin through the impossible mansion, their footsteps echoing in corridors that seem to shift and change when he's not looking directly at them. They pass rooms filled with strange equipment, bubbling vials of unknown substances, and what appear to be experiments in progress, some of which Dekulin suspects involve living subjects, though he deliberately doesn't look too closely. You seem nervous, Professor, the Crimson Alchemist observes, her blood-red eyes glinting with amusement. I assure you I'm not going to dissect you, at least not immediately. You're far too interesting for such crude measures. Forgive me if I don't find that entirely reassuring, Dekulin replies, trying to keep his voice steady. She laughs, a sound that's genuinely delighted. I like you already. Most people who come here are either too terrified to speak or too arrogant to realize their danger. You're walking the line between both, which shows intelligence. They enter a large chamber that appears to be a combination of laboratory and sitting room. One side is filled with alchemical equipment and magical instruments, while the other has comfortable chairs arranged around a low table. The Crimson Alchemist gestures for Dekulin to sit and takes the chair opposite. Now then, she says, leaning back and studying him with those unnerving eyes. Let's discuss why you're here. You've undergone a remarkable transformation in recent months, from a mediocre, corrupt professor to someone demonstrating genuine magical innovation and teaching ability. This interests me greatly. Many people seem interested in my reformation, Dekulin says carefully. I'm curious why it matters so much to you specifically. Because transformation is my specialty, the Crimson Alchemist explains. I've spent decades researching ways to enhance, alter, and transcend human limitations. I've achieved things that would make the greatest archmages weep with envy, but you've accomplished something I haven't been able to replicate. She leans forward, her intensity palpable. You've undergone a fundamental transformation of capability without any apparent external intervention. No potions, no rituals, no forbidden techniques, at least, none that my surveillance has detected. And yet, in just 3 months, you've gone from incompetent to genuinely skilled. I want to know how. Dekulin realizes this is a critical moment. How he answers this question will determine whether he walks out of here or becomes a permanent test subject. I had an awakening, he begins, using the explanation he's given everyone else, but the Crimson Alchemist waves dismissively. Please, Professor, don't insult my intelligence with that tired story. I've heard all about your supposed awakening. It's a nice narrative, but it doesn't explain the physiological changes I've observed. Physiological changes? Dekulin asks, genuinely surprised. The Crimson Alchemist smiles. Oh yes, did you think I was only watching your actions? I've been monitoring your magical signature, your mana circulation patterns, even your neural activity from a distance, and they've all changed, Professor. Not gradually, as would be expected from someone improving through study and practice, but all at once, about 3 months ago. It's as if you became a different person overnight. Dekulin's blood runs cold. She's come closer to the truth than anyone else, that he literally did become a different person, a different soul inhabiting Dekulin's body, but he can't reveal that without raising even more dangerous questions. I underwent a traumatic experience, Dekulin says, which is technically true. It changed my perspective fundamentally. Sometimes trauma can rewire neural pathways, alter how we approach problems, even affect our magical capabilities. Interesting theory, the Crimson Alchemist muses, and there is precedent for trauma-induced magical awakening, but the scale of your transformation is unprecedented, which brings me to my proposal. Proposal? Dekulin asks warily. I want to study you, she says bluntly, not as a test subject, but as a research partner. You have something unique, whether you understand it or not. Work with me, let me analyze your transformation, and together we can unlock secrets that could revolutionize magical development. Imagine a reproducible method for enhancing magical ability, for transforming mediocrity into genius. The applications would be limitless. It's a tempting offer, in a twisted way. Working with the Crimson Alchemist would give him resources, protection, and access to knowledge he couldn't obtain elsewhere. But it would also make him complicit in whatever atrocities she commits in her research, and it would put him firmly in the camp of the game's villains. And if I refuse? Dekulin asks. The Crimson Alchemist's smile doesn't waver. Then I'd be disappointed, but I wouldn't force you. Unwilling subjects produce unreliable data. However, I would need some assurance that you won't become a problem for my organization. Perhaps an exchange of information. I give you something you want, you give me something I want, and we part as, not quite friends but not enemies either. What could you possibly have that I want? Dekulin asks. Information, the Crimson Alchemist says. For instance, I know who the informant in your university is. I know which of your colleagues has been feeding information about you to various interested parties. Would you like that name? Dekulin definitely wants that name. And what would you want in return? The research you've been working on, she says, gesturing to the case he brought. Luna Farron's father's work on democratizing magic. I'm quite interested in his theories about mana amplification and transfer. I promise I won't use it for anything that directly harms you or your students. It's a devil's bargain. Give her dangerous knowledge in exchange for information he needs. But Dekulin remembers what Yuria said. The 6 snakeheads respect honesty more than they value deception. I can't give you the complete research, Dekulin says, not without Luna's permission. It's her father's legacy, not mine to trade away. But I can share the portion I've contributed, my own innovations and discoveries based on Farron's framework. That's mine to give. The Crimson Alchemist considers this. How refreshingly ethical of you, and unexpected. Very well, I accept your terms. Your innovations for the name of your informant. She extends her hand, and Dekulin shakes it, feeling a strange tingling sensation as magical contracts bind their agreement. The informant is Professor Beck, the Crimson Alchemist reveals, though I believe your students call him the Cockroach. Quite apt, actually. He's been reporting to several parties, Betrand's faction, the Merchant of Shadows, and indirectly to me. He's motivated primarily by jealousy and a desire to see you fail. Professor Beck, of course. The man has hated Dekulin from the beginning and has had access to information about his classes, his students, and his activities. It makes perfect sense. Why would you tell me this? Dekulin asks. You're one of the parties receiving information from him. Because his usefulness has ended, the Crimson Alchemist says with a shrug. He's become a liability, too visible, too emotional, and too eager to prove himself. I prefer more subtle tools. Besides, this way you owe me a debt of gratitude, which is far more valuable than anything Beck could provide. Dekulin opens the case and removes his notes, handing them to the Crimson Alchemist. She examines them eagerly, her eyes lighting up as she reads through his theoretical work. Fascinating, she murmurs. You've taken Farron's foundation and expanded it in directions even he didn't consider. This 3-dimensional approach to mana circulation, it's brilliant. No wonder you've improved so dramatically. She looks up at him with something that might be respect. Professor Dekulin, I'm going to make you an offer, not a demand, an offer. If you ever need resources, protection, or assistance that the legitimate magical community can't or won't provide, contact me. I'll help you, no strings attached beyond the expectation that you might do the same for me someday. She hands him a small crystal. Break this, and I'll know you need help. Use it wisely, it only works once. Dekulin takes the crystal, surprised by this gesture. Why would you do this? Because interesting people are rare, the Crimson Alchemist says. And you, Professor, are very interesting. I'd rather have you as an occasional ally than as an enemy or a corpse. The world needs more people who push boundaries and challenge assumptions, even if they do it from the respectable side of society. She stands, indicating their meeting is concluded. The carriage will take you back to your mansion. Oh, and one more thing, the Merchant of Shadows is also interested in you. Unlike me, they won't be so diplomatic in their approach. Watch your back, Professor. As Dekulin is escorted back to the carriage, he can't help but feel like he's just made a deal with a demon. But he's alive, he has the information he needed, and he's avoided becoming a test subject or a permanent enemy of one of the 6 snake heads. All things considered, it could have gone much worse. The carriage ride back seems shorter than the journey there, and soon Dekulin is standing outside his mansion as dawn breaks. He's been gone all night, though it felt like only a few hours. Jerry rushes out to meet him, relief written all over her face. You're alive, I've been going crazy with worry. She stops, looking at him more closely. Are you all right? You look shaken. I'm fine, Dekulin says, though his hands are trembling slightly now that the adrenaline is wearing off. I met with the Crimson Alchemist. We reached an understanding. Alan appears, having apparently stayed awake all night as well. Professor Razor reported that the tracker went dark for several hours. We were preparing a rescue operation. That won't be necessary, Dekulin says, though I appreciate the readiness. I need to clean up and get to the university. We have a rat to catch. Over a quick breakfast, Dekulin explains what happened and reveals Professor Beck's identity as the informant. Jerry is furious, Alan is grimly satisfied to have confirmation, and both agree that Beck needs to be dealt with quickly before he can do more damage. But we need to be smart about this, Dekulin says. If we confront him directly, he might destroy evidence or warn his other contacts. We need to catch him in the act and have proof that even the university administration can't ignore. I have an idea, Alan says. We feed him false information, something tempting enough that he'll immediately try to pass it along. Then we trace his communication and catch him red-handed. What kind of false information? Jerry asks. Something about Luna's research, Dekulin suggests. Tell him we've made a major breakthrough and we're planning to publish soon. He'll panic and try to warn his contacts that they're running out of time to steal it. When he makes contact, we'll have him. Alan nods approvingly. I can set up monitoring spells that will record everything. It won't even require a warrant since we'll be monitoring common areas of the university, not his private quarters. Do it, Dekulin says, but carefully. Beck might be a cockroach, but even cockroaches can be dangerous when cornered. At the university, Dekulin goes through his morning routine as if nothing unusual happened. He teaches his classes, meets with students, and generally maintains his normal schedule. But he makes sure to have a conversation with Alan in a hallway where Beck is likely to overhear, a conversation about the major breakthrough in the democratization research and their plans to present it at the symposium. Sure enough, within hours, Alan reports that Beck has been seen making furtive communications using magical sending spells. The monitoring enchantments capture everything, the content of his messages, the recipients' identities, and proof of months of espionage and information trading. By the end of the day, Alan has compiled a comprehensive dossier on Beck's activities. The evidence is damning. He's been violating university policies, breaking confidentiality agreements, and potentially endangering students by sharing information about them with criminal organizations. We take this to Director Adeline immediately, Dekulin decides, before Beck realizes he's been caught and tries to flee. They find Adeline in her office, surrounded as always by her chaotic collection of books and artifacts. When they present the evidence, her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by cold fury. This is serious, she says, reading through the compiled evidence. Professor Beck has violated every principle we hold dear. He's betrayed students, compromised research, and brought the university into contact with criminal organizations. She looks up at Dekulin. How did you obtain this information? We suspected there was a leak, Dekulin explains carefully, not mentioning his meeting with the Crimson Alchemist. Alan and I set a trap, and Beck walked right into it. Everything here was obtained legally and ethically, no privacy violations, no coercion. Adeline nods slowly. Professor Beck will be arrested immediately and turned over to the authorities. This goes beyond university discipline. He'll face criminal charges. She pauses, then adds, Dekulin, I owe you an apology. When Beck first started bringing concerns about you to my attention, I took them seriously. I thought he might be genuinely worried about student welfare and academic integrity. I didn't realize he was motivated by personal vendetta and criminal conspiracy. You were doing your job, Dekulin says, and honestly his concerns about me weren't entirely unfounded. I was a corrupt professor who needed oversight. Was, Adeline emphasizes, past tense. You've proven that people can change, Professor. Keep doing what you're doing. As they leave Adeline's office, they nearly collide with Luna in the hallway. She's clearly been looking for Dekulin. Professor, I need to speak with you, she says urgently. It's about Professor Beck. I've been investigating him independently and I've discovered that he's been spying and selling information. Dekulin interrupts. We know. We just gave Director Adeline evidence. Beck is being arrested as we speak. Luna looks surprised, then impressed. You were ahead of me. I shouldn't be surprised. You've been consistently surprising me since I arrived. She hesitates, then says, Professor Dekulin, I think I owe you an apology. When I came here, I was convinced you were a fraud, that your transformation was fake and your recent success was built on theft and deception. But after watching you these past days, talking to your students, and seeing how you handle yourself, I'm starting to think I was wrong. Only starting to, Dekulin asks with a slight smile. I'm a naturally suspicious person, Luna admits. But yes, I'm beginning to believe your change is genuine. That lesson on emotional components of magic, the way you protected Luna during the disciplinary hearing, how you handled Beck's betrayal, these aren't the actions of the man you used to be. Thank you, Dekulin says sincerely. Your approval means a great deal, Professor Luna. Don't get too comfortable, she warns, but with a hint of warmth. I'll still be evaluating you for the next several months, but now I'm hoping you succeed rather than expecting you to fail. That's progress. After Luna leaves, Alan turns to Dekulin. You've had quite a productive few days, Professor. You survived a meeting with one of the 6 snake heads, exposed a traitor, and earned Luna's provisional respect. Most people would rest after all that. Can't rest, Dekulin says, exhaustion evident in his voice. The symposium paper still needs to be written, Luna's research needs to continue, my regular classes need preparation, and we still have the Merchant of Shadows to worry about. The Merchant of Shadows, Alan asks. The Crimson Alchemist warned me about them, Dekulin explains. Apparently they're also interested in me, and unlike her, they're not interested in diplomatic approaches. Then we'll be ready for them, Alan says with quiet determination. Professor, you've built something here, a network of allies, a foundation of genuine respect and relationships based on more than fear or manipulation. Whatever comes next, you won't face it alone. Dekulin is touched by Alan's loyalty. Thank you, Alan, for everything. That evening, Luna arrives for their research session. Dekulin tells her about Professor Beck's exposure and arrest, carefully omitting the details of his meeting with the Crimson Alchemist. Good, Luna says fiercely. He deserves everything he gets. He was one of the worst to me when I first arrived at the university. They settle into their work, making progress on the mana amplification theories. The research is genuinely fascinating, and Dekulin finds himself absorbed in the intellectual challenge of it. For a few hours he can forget about the 6 snake heads, about political intrigue, about the constant danger. It's just him and Luna, working together on something meaningful. At one point, Luna looks up from her notes. Professor, I realized something today. You could have turned me in, told everyone I tried to attack Sylvia without provocation. You could have used my father's research for your own glory. You could have abandoned me when things got dangerous. But you didn't do any of those things. She meets his eyes. I don't forgive you for what you did to my father. I don't know if I ever can, but I'm starting to believe that the person you are now is genuinely trying to be better than the person you were, and that has to count for something. It counts for a lot, Dekulin says quietly. Thank you, Luna. They continue working late into the night, and for the first time since arriving in this world, Dekulin feels something approaching peace. He's still walking a knife's edge, still surrounded by enemies and threats, but he's also building something real, relationships, knowledge, a legacy that might actually be worth leaving behind. The game continues, the dangers multiply, but one Jin, inhabiting Dekulin's body and trying to live up to a better version of that name, is learning that survival isn't just about avoiding death. It's about building a life worth surviving for, and slowly, painfully, imperfectly, that's exactly what he's doing. Part 9, The Merchant's Gambit. The arrest of Professor Beck sends shockwaves through the university. Within hours, the news spreads that a faculty member has been caught spying for criminal organizations and selling information about students and research. The revelation creates a climate of paranoia. If one professor was compromised, could there be others? Students whisper nervously in hallways, faculty members eye each other with suspicion, and security throughout the Magic Tower is dramatically increased. Dekulin finds himself in an unusual position. For once, he's not the subject of scandal, but rather the one who exposed it. Students who previously avoided him now look at him with something approaching respect. Even the cockroach's former allies among the faculty keep their distance, not wanting to be associated with a traitor. 3 days after Beck's arrest, Director Adeline calls a special assembly of all faculty and students. The grand hall is packed, tension thick in the air as everyone waits to hear what will be said. Adeline takes the podium, her usual playful demeanor replaced by stern authority. As you all know, Professor Beck has been arrested on charges of espionage, information trafficking, and conspiracy with criminal organizations. The evidence against him is overwhelming and irrefutable. She pauses, letting the weight of those words sink in. This betrayal shakes the foundation of trust upon which our institution is built. However, I want to assure you all that this was an isolated incident. We have conducted a thorough investigation of all faculty and staff, and there is no evidence of any other compromised individuals. That's not entirely true. Dekulin knows there are always more secrets, more conspiracies lurking beneath the surface. But Adeline is trying to restore confidence, and calling everything into question would only create chaos. Furthermore, Adeline continues, I want to commend Professor Dekulin and his assistant Alan for their diligence in uncovering this threat. Their actions have protected our students and our research from those who would exploit them for criminal purposes. The hall erupts in applause, and Dekulin feels hundreds of eyes on him. It's uncomfortable being the center of positive attention. He's more used to being reviled or feared. He stands and bows slightly, acknowledging the recognition but not wanting to draw it out. As the assembly concludes, students cluster around Dekulin, asking questions and offering congratulations. Luna stands off to the side, watching with an expression that's difficult to read. Sylvia approaches more directly. Congratulations, Professor, she says. Though I have to admit, I'm curious how you identified Professor Beck. He was quite careful about his activities. Sometimes the most careful people make the biggest mistakes precisely because they're so confident in their caution, Dekulin replies diplomatically. We created an opportunity for him to reveal himself, and he took it. Sylvia nods thoughtfully. You set a trap. Clever. Father always says that patience and preparation are more valuable than power in most situations. Your father is wise, Dekulin says. How is he, by the way? I haven't seen Lord Iliade since the Wizard Assembly. He's well, Sylvia replies, though something in her tone suggests complications. Though he's been receiving pressure from other noble families about his association with you. Some are concerned that his family's support of a reformed villain makes them look weak or naive. This is troubling news. Dekulin's redemption arc is creating political problems for the families that support him. I'm sorry to hear that. I wouldn't want my reformation to cause difficulties for your family. Don't worry about it, Sylvia says with a slight smile. Father is quite skilled at navigating noble politics, and he's convinced that you're genuinely changing, which means a lot coming from him. He's not easily fooled. After Sylvia leaves, Luna approaches. A word, Professor Dekulin. They step aside to a quieter corner of the hall. I've been reviewing your preliminary notes for the symposium paper, Luna says. Your theoretical framework is solid, but your experimental validation is weak. You need more practical demonstrations of your three-dimensional array technique before you present it to the continental magical community. I agree, Dekulin admits. I've been so focused on the research with Luna and dealing with security threats that I haven't devoted enough time to the symposium preparation. I have a proposal, Luna says. Let's collaborate. I'll help you design and conduct rigorous experiments to validate your theories, and in return, you allow me to co-author the paper. It would be mutually beneficial. You get proper experimental validation, and I get associated with genuinely innovative research. It's a generous offer, and Dekulin suspects there's more to it than simple academic collaboration. Luna is testing him, seeing if he's willing to share credit, to work with someone as his equal rather than trying to claim all the glory for himself. I'd be honored to collaborate with you, Dekulin says. Your expertise would significantly strengthen the paper. Luna's expression softens slightly. Good, we'll start this weekend. Clear your schedule. Proper experimental design takes time. As the crowd disperses, Dekulin notices a figure watching him from the shadows of one of the hallway alcoves. It's not someone he recognizes, a nondescript person in traveling clothes who seems to blend into the background. But the way they're watching him triggers his danger sense. The figure notices Dekulin has spotted them and melts into the crowd, disappearing before Dekulin can get a closer look. He makes a mental note to tell Alan about this. It could be nothing, or it could be an agent of the Merchant of Shadows making their presence known. That evening, Dekulin returns to his mansion to find an unexpected visitor waiting in his study. Sitting casually in his chair, feet propped up on his desk, is a person who seems to shift and shimmer, as if they can't quite decide what they want to look like. Sometimes they appear as a distinguished gentleman in fine clothes, other times as a cloaked merchant, and occasionally as something that's not quite human at all. Professor Dekulin, the figure says, their voice layered with multiple tones speaking in harmony. I am the Merchant of Shadows, and we need to have a conversation. Dekulin's danger sense is screaming, but he forces himself to remain calm. This is the second of the 6 snake heads he's meeting face to face, and unlike the Crimson Alchemist, he has no advance warning or preparation. You have me at a disadvantage, Dekulin says, carefully closing the study door behind him. You know who I am, but I know very little about you. That's how I prefer it, the merchant says with a smile that flickers between charming and predatory. I deal in secrets, Professor. Information is my currency, and I have the most extensive intelligence network on the continent, which is why I'm curious about you. They stand and walk around the desk, their form stabilizing into that of an elegant merchant. You see, I've been collecting information about you for months. Your history, your crimes, your failures, your recent transformation. I have reports from dozens of sources, magical surveillance data, even psychological profiles created by experts. And yet. They lean in close, studying Dekulin's face intently. And yet there's something that doesn't add up. It's like there's a piece of information missing, something fundamental that would explain everything but remains just out of reach. It drives me absolutely mad. Perhaps people can simply change, Dekulin suggests, echoing what he's told everyone else. Perhaps, the merchant agrees, pulling back. But I don't believe in simple explanations. I've seen too much, know too much. So I've developed a theory and I'd like to test it with you. What theory? Dekulin asks warily. The merchant's form shifts again, becoming something more shadowy and abstract. I think you're not who you appear to be. Not in the metaphorical sense, I mean literally. I think 3 months ago, something happened that fundamentally changed the person inhabiting Dekulin von Euclin's body. A soul displacement, perhaps, or a consciousness transfer, or some other phenomenon that replaced the original personality with something else entirely. Dekulin's blood runs cold. The merchant has come frighteningly close to the truth, closer than anyone else has. That's quite an imaginative theory, he says, trying to keep his voice steady. Do you have any evidence to support it? Nothing conclusive, the merchant admits, their form solidifying back into the elegant merchant. Just patterns, anomalies, inconsistencies in your behavior and magical signature. The Crimson Alchemist noticed them too, but she interpreted them differently. She thinks you underwent some kind of trauma-induced transformation. I think it's more radical than that. They walk to the window, looking out at the mansion's grounds. Here's what I know for certain. The person calling himself Dekulin von Euclin today is fundamentally different from the person who bore that name 3 months ago. Different enough that you're essentially a new person. Whether that's metaphorical or literal, I'm not entirely certain, but I'm leaning toward literal. Why are you telling me this? Dekulin asks. Why not expose me if you believe I'm an imposter? Because I don't care, the merchant says simply, turning back to face him. Whether you're the original Dekulin or someone else wearing his face, it doesn't matter to me. What matters is what you can do, what you know, and what you're worth. And right now, you're worth quite a lot. They walk back to the desk and produce a contract from nowhere, laying it on the surface. I'm here to make you an offer, Professor. Work with me. Provide me with information about the magical community, about research developments, about political movements within the nobility. In return, I'll provide you with protection from your enemies, resources for your research, and information about threats before they materialize. Dekulin looks at the contract but doesn't touch it. You're asking me to become a spy. I'm asking you to be pragmatic, the merchant corrects. You have enemies, Professor. Bertrand and his faction want you dead. Elements within the nobility see you as a threat to the social order, and there are others, forces you haven't even become aware of yet, that will soon take an interest in you. Without powerful allies, you won't survive. The Crimson Alchemist made me a similar offer, Dekulin points out. Why should I trust you instead of her? You shouldn't trust either of us, the merchant says bluntly. But unlike the Crimson Alchemist, I'm not asking for your cooperation out of scientific curiosity. I'm offering a business transaction. You provide value to me, I provide value to you. It's clean, simple, and mutually beneficial. Dekulin considers the contract, reading through its terms carefully. It's surprisingly fair, no clauses that would force him to betray his students or compromise his core principles. The information requested is mostly about magical research and political movements, nothing that would directly harm innocent people, but it's still a deal with a criminal organization, still a step toward becoming the kind of person he's been trying not to be. I need time to think about this, Dekulin says. Of course, the merchant agrees easily. Take a week. Consider your options, weigh the risks and benefits. But Professor, understand this, I'm offering you a choice right now. If you refuse, I won't make the offer again. And without my protection, you're going to face threats you're not prepared for. What kind of threats? Dekulin asks. The merchant's form shifts into something darker, more ominous. The emperor is dying, you know this already. What you may not know is that his successor, Prince Safian, has very different views on magical education and the role of the nobility. He's planning a purge of the magical community, removing anyone he sees as a potential threat to his absolute authority. That includes you, Professor. Your democratization research, your defense of the red ribbons, your increasing independence from traditional noble power structures, all of these make you a target. When Safian takes power, which will be very soon, you'll be one of the first he moves against. This is new information, and it aligns with what Dekulin knows from the game's lore. The change in leadership is supposed to trigger major upheaval, but he didn't realize he'd be specifically targeted. How soon? Dekulin asks. Weeks, perhaps a month at most, the merchant replies. The Emperor's health has deteriorated rapidly, and when the transition happens, it will be swift and brutal. Those without powerful protection will be swept away. They move toward the door, their form becoming more ethereal. Think about my offer, Professor. We could do great things together, or at least we could both survive what's coming. That's not nothing. The merchant pauses at the door. Oh, and one more thing, there's a student in your university who's been compromised by a noble faction. Not spying voluntarily like Beck, but being blackmailed. They're being forced to report on Luna's activities and her research. I'll give you their name for free, as a gesture of good faith. Who? Dekulin demands. Emily Varston, third-year student, noble family fallen on hard times, the merchant says. Her younger siblings are being held as guests by one of Bertrand's allies. She reports on Luna or they suffer. It's not her fault, but she is a security risk. With that, the merchant vanishes, leaving only shadows and the contract on Dekulin's desk. Dekulin sits down heavily, his mind racing. 2 of the 6 snakeheads have now approached him directly, both offering alliances with different terms. The Crimson Alchemist wants research collaboration and sees him as an intellectual curiosity. The merchant wants information and sees him as a business asset. Both offers have merit, both are dangerous. And now he has information about another compromised student, one who's being coerced rather than acting maliciously. He needs to help Emily without exposing her to further danger, which will require careful maneuvering. The next morning, Dekulin calls an emergency meeting with his inner circle, Alan, Ganesha, Yuria, and now Luna, who's proven trustworthy enough to include in sensitive discussions. They gather in a secure room that Alan has warded against all forms of surveillance. Dekulin explains everything, his meeting with the merchant, the offer, and the revelation about Emily Varston. 2 snakeheads have approached you directly in less than a week, Ganesha says, whistling low. You're either incredibly important or incredibly unlucky, possibly both. The question is whether to accept either offer, Yuria says thoughtfully. Working with criminal organizations could provide protection and resources, but it would also compromise your moral standing and put you deeper into the underworld. Not to mention what it would do to your reputation if it became public knowledge, Luna adds. You've worked hard to reform your image. Being revealed as an agent of the 6 snakeheads would destroy all of that instantly. But the merchant isn't wrong about the threats, Alan points out. Prince Safian's ascension will bring upheaval, and without powerful allies we're vulnerable. What about legitimate allies? Luna suggests. The magical community isn't just criminals and corrupt nobles. There are powerful, principled people who would support you if approached correctly. Director Adeline, for instance, or some of the senior wizards from the symposium. Even some of the noble families who value reform and progress. That's a longer-term strategy, Dekulin says. The merchant is talking about immediate threats, things that will materialize before I can build those alliances. Then we need to think strategically about what we actually need, Yuria says, her analytical mind engaging with the problem. Break it down, what are the specific threats, and what resources would address each one? They spend the next hour analyzing the situation, mapping out threats and potential responses. Bertrand's faction can be countered through political maneuvering, and by building alliances with other noble families. Prince Safian's potential purge requires either keeping a low profile or having protection from powerful figures he can't easily dismiss. The ongoing security risks around Luna's research need better physical and magical defenses. By the end of the discussion, they've developed a multi-pronged strategy that doesn't require accepting either snakehead's offer, at least not immediately. Dekulin will continue building legitimate alliances, increase security measures, and prepare contingency plans. The snakehead's offers remain on the table as last resorts if everything else fails. What about Emily Varston? Alan asks. We can't ignore that situation. We need to extract her siblings from whoever's holding them, Ganesha says. That's the only way to free her from the coercion. I can handle that. Rescue operations are one of my specialties. Do it carefully, Dekulin instructs. Emily isn't the enemy here, she's a victim. We help her without making her feel exposed or ashamed. Understood, Ganesha says. I'll have her siblings back within 3 days, and the people holding them will learn that using children as leverage is a very bad idea. The meeting concludes with everyone having clear tasks. Dekilin feels more in control of the situation than he has in days, though he knows this reprieve is temporary. The game is accelerating, multiple plot threads converging, and the relative stability he's enjoyed is about to shatter. That afternoon, Dekilin teaches his regular class, trying to maintain normalcy despite everything happening behind the scenes. Luna attends, as does Sylvia, both paying close attention. Emily Varston is also there, and now that Dekilin knows to look for it, he can see the tension in her posture, the dark circles under her eyes, the way she jumps at sudden noises. After class, Dekilin asks Emily to stay behind. She looks terrified, clearly thinking she's been discovered. Once the room is empty, Dekilin speaks gently. Emily, I know about your situation, about your siblings. The color drains from her face. I don't know what you're talking about. Emily, stop, Dekilin says firmly but kindly. You're not in trouble. I'm not here to punish you or expose you. I'm here to help. Tears start flowing down her face. They said if I told anyone, if I stopped reporting, they'd hurt my brother and sister. They're only 8 and 10 years old, Professor. I didn't have a choice. I know, Dekilin says, moving closer and offering her a handkerchief. And you're not responsible for the situation you were forced into, but I can help you. I have people who can extract your siblings safely. Within days they'll be free and under protection. Why would you help me? Emily asks through her tears. I've been spying on Luna, reporting on your research. I'm a traitor. You're a sister protecting her family, Dekilin corrects. That's not treachery, that's love, and no one should be punished for loving their family. He hands her a card with Ganesha's contact information. Go here tonight, tell them I sent you. They'll coordinate the rescue of your siblings and provide temporary protection for your family until the people who threatened you are dealt with. Emily stares at the card, then at Dekilin, disbelief and hope warring in her expression. I don't understand. Everyone says that you were. I was a terrible person, Dekilin acknowledges. I hurt people, destroyed lives, acted without conscience, but I'm trying to be better now. Helping you is part of that. And Emily, when your siblings are safe, I want you to continue attending my classes, not as a spy, but as a genuine student. You have talent that deserves to be developed. After Emily leaves, still crying but now with relief rather than despair, Luna emerges from where she'd been listening in the hallway. You knew I was there, she says. It's not a question. I suspected, Dekilin admits. You wanted to know how I'd handle the situation, whether I'd punish Emily or exploit her vulnerability. And you surprised me again, Luna says, shaking her head. The old Dekilin would have used this as leverage, forced her to become a double agent, turned the situation to his advantage, but you just helped her, genuinely helped her with no strings attached. She steps closer, looking up at him with an expression that's softer than he's ever seen from her. Professor, I need to tell you something. I've been holding on to my hatred for so long, using it as fuel, as motivation. But watching you these past months, seeing you help students like Emily, protect people like me, genuinely teach and care about your work, it's making it harder to hate you. Luna, Dekilin begins, but she holds up a hand. I'm not saying I forgive you. I'm not saying we're friends, but I am saying that maybe, eventually we could be. Not now, not soon, but someday. If you keep being this person instead of reverting to who you were. It's perhaps the most emotionally open Luna has ever been with him, and Dekilin is moved by it. That's all I can ask for, he says quietly. Thank you, Luna. She nods and turns to leave, but at the door she pauses. Professor, whatever's coming, and I can tell something big is coming, I want you to know that I'll stand with you. Not because I've forgiven you, but because the person you're becoming deserves support. Don't make me regret this. After she leaves, Dekilin sits alone in the empty classroom, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. People are starting to believe in him, to trust him, to stand with him. That's more terrifying than any enemy, because now he has something to lose beyond his own life. He's built connections, relationships, a community of people who depend on him. Failing now doesn't just mean his death, it means betraying everyone who's chosen to trust him. That evening brings news from Ganesha. The rescue operation for Emily's siblings has already begun. Ganesha doesn't believe in wasting time. By midnight, a message arrives at Dekilin's mansion. Package secured, recipients unharmed. Deliverman severely discouraged from future transactions of this nature. Dekilin allows himself a small smile. Severely discouraged, in Ganesha's vocabulary, likely means the people who were holding Emily's siblings now deeply regret that decision. The next morning, Emily appears at his office, her siblings with her. The 2 children, a boy and a girl, look scared but unhurt. Emily herself seems transformed, as if a massive weight has been lifted from her shoulders. Professor Dekilin, she says formally, but her eyes are shining with gratitude. I wanted to introduce you to my brother Thomas and my sister Sarah. They're the reason I did what I did, and now they're safe because of you. I don't have words adequate to express my thanks. You don't need to thank me, Dekilin says, kneeling down to be at eye level with the children. Thomas, Sarah, your sister loves you very much and was very brave to protect you. You should be proud of her. The children nod solemnly. Sarah, the braver of the 2, speaks up. Are you really a reformed villain like the stories say? Sarah, Emily gasps, mortified, but Dekilin laughs. Yes, I suppose I am. I did bad things and now I'm trying to do good things. Do you think people can change, Sarah? The girl considers this seriously. My teacher says people can always change if they work really hard at it. Your teacher is very wise, Dekilin says. I'm working very hard at it. After Emily and her siblings leave to get settled in temporary housing arranged by the university, Alan appears with more news. Professor, I've received word from my contacts at the Imperial Palace. The Emperor's condition has worsened dramatically. He may not last the week. Then Safian's ascension is imminent, Dekulin says grimly. We need to accelerate our preparations. Alan, gather everyone. We need a war council. That evening, Dekulin's inner circle assembles once more. This time they're joined by several additional allies, some of Dekulin's most talented students, including Luna and Sylvia, and a few faculty members who have proven trustworthy. The Emperor is dying. Dekulin begins without preamble. When Prince Safian takes the throne, he's planning a purge of the magical community. Those who represent threats to his authority, which includes people like me who have defended unpopular causes and challenged the status quo, will be targeted. The room erupts in concerned murmurs. Luna speaks up. How certain is this information? It comes from the Merchant of Shadows, Dekulin admits. Make of that what you will, but it aligns with what we know of Safian's character and political philosophy. Even if it's true, what can we do? Sylvia asks. We can't fight the Imperial throne directly. No, but we can prepare, Dekulin says. We can build alliances, establish escape routes if necessary, and position ourselves so that when the purge begins, we're not easy targets. More importantly, we can make ourselves valuable enough that eliminating us would be more costly than tolerating us. He outlines his plan, a multi-layered strategy of political maneuvering, strategic alliances, and showcasing valuable research at the upcoming symposium. If he can present himself as essential to the Empire's magical advancement, Safian may decide he's more useful alive than dead. It's risky, Yuria observes. You're essentially gambling that Safian values utility over ideology. It's all I have, Dekulin admits. Well, that and the potential protection of the 6 snake heads, but I'd prefer not to go that route if possible. Ganesha grins. Look at you, refusing deals with criminal masterminds. You've come a long way, Dekulin. Don't celebrate yet, Dekulin warns. If this doesn't work, I may need to accept one of those offers after all. Pride is a luxury I can't afford if it means getting everyone here killed. The meeting continues late into the night, with everyone contributing ideas and resources. By the time they adjourn, they have a comprehensive plan, not perfect, but better than nothing. As everyone files out, Luna lingers behind. Professor, about that research. If things go badly, if you need to flee or hide, I want you to take it with you. Complete it somewhere safe and then publish it under both our names. Don't let it die with us. Luna, I'm serious, she insists. My father's work is more important than either of our lives. Promise me you'll protect it no matter what. I promise, Dekulin says solemnly, but I don't intend for either of us to die. We've come too far for that. Luna smiles, a rare genuine smile. Good. Because I'm starting to actually enjoy these research sessions, and I'd hate for them to end prematurely. As she leaves, Dekulin realizes how much his relationships with his students have evolved. They're no longer just characters in a game or potential enemies to avoid. They're real people he cares about, people whose futures matter to him. The game is becoming real in ways he never anticipated, and he's no longer sure where one Jin ends and Dekulin begins. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe becoming Dekulin, not the villain from the game, but the person he's worked to become, is exactly what he needs to survive what's coming. The night is dark, enemies are circling, and the Empire stands on the brink of upheaval. But for the first time since arriving in this world, Dekulin doesn't face it alone. He has allies, students, friends, people who believe in him and will stand with him. It's not enough to guarantee survival, but it's something. And sometimes, something is all you need to turn the impossible into the merely difficult. The days following the War Council pass in a blur of preparation and tension. Dekulin throws himself into multiple projects simultaneously, finalizing his symposium paper with Luna, continuing the democratization research with Luna, teaching his regular classes, and quietly building a network of allies who might protect him when Prince Safian takes power. The university buzzes with nervous energy as news of the Emperor's failing health spreads. Students whisper in corners about what changes the new regime might bring. Faculty members position themselves politically, some aligning with traditionalist factions in hopes of currying favor with Safian, others quietly making plans to leave the Empire if necessary. Dekulin receives regular updates from Alan about the Emperor's condition. Each report is grimmer than the last. The old man is dying, and with him dies an era of relative tolerance and balance. What comes next will be harsher, more authoritarian, more hostile to anyone who challenges the established order. In the midst of this uncertainty, Dekulin finds unexpected solace in his work with Luna on the symposium paper. Her rigorous experimental methodology forces him to think more carefully about his innovations, to test and validate rather than simply theorize. They spend long hours in the laboratory, running experiments, collecting data, and refining their understanding of three-dimensional magical arrays. You know, Luna says one evening as they review their latest results, when I first came here I thought you were a fraud who'd somehow managed to fool Adeline. But working with you like this, seeing how you approach problems and think through solutions, you're the real deal, Dekulin. Whatever happened to you 3 months ago, it transformed you into a genuine researcher. Dekulin looks up from the data sheets, touched by the compliment. That means a great deal coming from you, Luna. You're one of the most accomplished mages I know. Don't let it go to your head, she says with a slight smile. You're still on probation and I'm still evaluating you, but I have to admit, you're exceeding expectations. Their collaboration extends beyond just the symposium paper. Luna begins sharing her own research with Dekulin, discussing theories about mana manipulation that she's been developing for years. It's a genuine intellectual partnership, the kind the original Dekilin never had because he was too busy stealing others' work to create his own. One afternoon, as they're setting up another experiment, Luna asks a question that catches Dekilin off guard. Do you believe in redemption, Professor? I mean, truly, do you think someone who's done terrible things can genuinely become a different person? Dekilin considers this carefully. I have to believe in it, or there's no point to anything I'm doing. But it's not just about believing, it's about action. Redemption isn't something you achieve, it's something you continuously work toward. Every day you choose to be better than you were. Luna nods slowly. I had a brother once. He did something terrible, hurt someone I cared about deeply. I cut him out of my life completely, refused to ever speak to him again. He tried to apologize, tried to make amends, but I wouldn't listen. He died 5 years later, and I never forgave him. She looks at Dekilin directly. I've spent those 5 years wondering if I was right to be so unforgiving, or if I denied him the chance to prove he'd changed. Watching you, seeing how hard you're working to be better, it makes me question my past choices. Your brother hurt someone you loved, Dekilin says gently. You had every right to your anger and your boundaries. Forgiveness isn't something anyone is entitled to. It's a gift that can only be freely given. But what if he really had changed? Luna asks. What if I condemned him for who he was and never gave him credit for who he was trying to become? Then that's a tragedy, Dekilin acknowledges. But it's also a reminder that those of us seeking redemption can't demand forgiveness. We can only keep working to be better and hope that someday, someone will choose to give us a chance. They work in silence for a while after that, but something has shifted in their relationship. Luna is no longer just a skeptical observer. She's become something closer to a friend, someone who understands the complexity of change and the difficulty of redemption. Meanwhile, Luna's research sessions continue to be productive. They've made significant progress on the mana amplification theories, developing techniques that could genuinely revolutionize how magic is taught and practiced. But the work is also becoming more dangerous as word spreads about what they're attempting. One evening, Luna arrives at their session looking shaken. Someone followed me from my dormitory, she says immediately. I lost them in the gardens, but Professor, they were good, professional, not a student or a random thug. Dekilin's concern spikes. Did you get a look at them? Not clearly. They stayed in the shadows, but their magical presence felt wrong, twisted somehow, like they were using techniques that shouldn't exist. This description troubles Dekilin. It sounds like the kind of forbidden magic that only the most dangerous practitioners would use, people who have crossed moral lines that most mages won't even approach. We're increasing security immediately, Dekilin decides. From now on, you don't go anywhere alone. Ganesha's people will provide discreet escort, and I'm going to add additional wards to both your dormitory and this laboratory. But that will draw attention, Luna protests. People will wonder why I need so much protection. Let them wonder, Dekilin says firmly. Your safety is more important than discretion. Besides, after what happened with Beck and Emily, everyone knows there are dangerous people taking interest in the university. Extra security won't seem unusual. Luna looks at him with an expression that's difficult to read. You really do care, don't you? This isn't just about the research or protecting your investment. You genuinely care about what happens to me. Of course I do, Dekilin says simply. You're my student, Luna. That means something to me now. It should have always meant something, but the old me didn't understand that. I do now. Luna blinks rapidly, and for a moment Dekilin thinks she might cry. But she composes herself quickly, her habitual guardedness reasserting itself. Well, good, because I'd hate to think all this effort was wasted on someone who saw me as just another research asset. They continue their work, but Dekilin notices Luna glancing at him occasionally with that same difficult-to-read expression. Trust is building between them, slowly and carefully, like a bridge being constructed over a chasm. It's fragile and could collapse at any moment, but it's there. The next crisis comes from an unexpected quarter. Sylvia appears at Dekilin's office one morning, looking more distressed than he's ever seen her. Professor, I need your help. It's about my family. Dekilin immediately gestures for her to sit and closes the door. What's happened? My father is being pressured by other noble families to withdraw his support for you, Sylvia explains, her usual composure cracking. They're threatening economic sanctions, social ostracism, even hints at violence if he continues to associate with a reformed villain. He's trying to resist, but the pressure is enormous. This is what Dekilin feared. His reformation isn't just affecting him, it's creating ripples that endanger everyone who supports him. I'm sorry, Sylvia. I never wanted my situation to cause problems for your family. It's not your fault, Sylvia says fiercely. These nobles are small-minded cowards who fear change, but Professor, my father is proud. He won't back down easily, and if he doesn't, they might actually follow through on their threats. Our family could be ruined. Dekilin thinks quickly. We need to shift the narrative. Right now, supporting me is seen as a liability. We need to make it an asset instead. If your father's association with me brings him prestige and influence rather than just risk, the other nobles will have to recalculate. How do we do that? Sylvia asks. The symposium, Dekilin says. If our paper is successful, if we present genuinely groundbreaking research that gets recognized by the continental magical community, then suddenly your father's support of me looks like visionary investment rather than foolish loyalty. He backed the professor who made major magical innovations. But that's months away, Sylvia points out. The pressure is happening now. Then we accelerate, Dekilin decides. Luna and I have been working on this for weeks. Our experimental data is solid. What if we publish preliminary findings immediately, not the full paper, but enough to demonstrate that we're onto something significant? Get it into the magical journals. Let word spread through the academic community before the symposium even happens. Sylvia's eyes light up with hope. That could work. If the magical community starts taking notice of your research, the nobles won't be able to dismiss you as easily. I'll talk to Luna, Deculin promises. We'll get something published within the week. Your father's faith in me won't be for nothing. After Sylvia leaves, Deculin immediately seeks out Luna and explains the situation. To her credit, she doesn't hesitate. Let's do it. We have enough data for a preliminary findings paper. It won't be as comprehensive as our symposium presentation, but it'll establish priority and demonstrate that we're doing real work. They spend the next 3 days working almost non-stop, compiling their data, writing up their methodology, and preparing a paper for submission to the Continental Journal of Magical Research, the most prestigious magical publication on the continent. Alan helps with the administrative work, ensuring the submission is properly formatted and includes all necessary documentation. When they finally submit the paper, Deculin feels a strange mixture of pride and anxiety. This is real academic work, genuinely his own contribution to magical knowledge. It's so different from the stolen, fraudulent research that characterized the original Deculin's career. Now we wait, Luna says as they send off the submission. Peer review typically takes 2 to 4 weeks, but given how novel our approach is, they might fast-track it. Will it be enough? Deculin wonders. Will a preliminary paper really change how the nobles view me? It's a start, Luna says, and sometimes a start is all you need to shift momentum. If this works, if we get published in a major journal, it proves you're more than just a reformed criminal. You're a contributing member of the magical academic community. That's worth something. Word of the submission spreads quickly through the university's academic circles. Other professors begin treating Deculin with more respect, curious about the research that he and the prestigious Luna have collaborated on. Students in his classes become more engaged, proud that their professor is doing cutting-edge work. Even director Adeline comments on it, clearly pleased that her investment in Deculin is paying dividends for the university's reputation. But not everyone is pleased. About a week after the submission, Deculin receives a visitor in his office, a nobleman he doesn't recognize, middle-aged and wearing the colors of a family allied with Bertrand's faction. Professor Deculin, the man says without preamble, not bothering to introduce himself. I represent certain interests who are concerned about your recent activities, your defense of the red ribbons at the Wizard Assembly, your democratization research, your collaboration with various, questionable elements. These activities are generating considerable unease among the nobility. I'm aware, Deculin says coolly. Is there a point to this visit, or are you simply here to express general dissatisfaction? The nobleman's expression hardens. The point, Professor, is a warning. You're drawing too much attention, making too many waves. Some of us believe you would be better served by returning to a more traditional approach to your position. Quiet teaching, conventional research, appropriate deference to established power structures. And if I choose not to take that advice, Deculin asks, then you may find that your position at the university becomes untenable, the nobleman says bluntly. Accidents happen, Professor. Research funding dries up. Students are encouraged to avoid certain professors. Colleagues become less cooperative. It would be a shame if all your hard work at Reformation was undermined by such unfortunate circumstances. Deculin stands, drawing himself to his full height and channeling every bit of the noble bearing that comes with Deculin's body. I appreciate your concern, but I'm afraid I must decline your advice. My research and my teaching will continue as I see fit, not as various factions would prefer. If that generates unease, then the uneasy parties are welcome to direct their complaints through proper channels, perhaps starting with Director Adeline, who has been quite supportive of my work. The nobleman's face darkens. You're making a mistake, Professor. You're not as protected as you think you are. Perhaps, Deculin acknowledges, but I'd rather make mistakes doing what I believe is right than succeed by compromising my principles. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a class to teach. After the nobleman leaves, Alan slips into the office from where he'd been listening in the hallway. That was dangerous, Professor. You essentially told Bertrand's faction to go to hell. I know, Deculin says, sitting down heavily, but what choice did I have? If I back down now, if I start compromising and playing by their rules, then all of this, everything I've worked for becomes meaningless. I might as well have stayed the old Deculin. I understand, Alan says. We need to be prepared for retaliation. They're not going to just accept your defiance. Then we'd better make sure we're ready, Deculin says. Increase security around the students I'm working with. Monitor for any suspicious activity. And Alan, if anything happens to me, if I'm somehow removed or incapacitated, I need you to ensure that Luna's research is protected and that she's able to complete it safely. It won't come to that, Alan says firmly. We won't let it. But Deculin can see the worry in his assistant's eyes. They're entering dangerous territory and the stakes keep rising. That evening brings unexpected news. The emperor has finally died. The announcement comes in the middle of the night, bells tolling throughout the city to mark the passing of the old ruler. By morning, Prince Sophian has been officially crowned as the new emperor, and his first proclamations begin to circulate. They're exactly as harsh as Deculin feared. New regulations on magical research, restrictions on who can teach at universities, investigations into subversive elements within the magical community. It's not yet a full purge, but the groundwork is being laid. Director Adeline calls an emergency faculty meeting. The mood is tense as professors gather, everyone wondering how the new emperor's policies will affect them. Adeline herself looks more serious than Dekulin has ever seen her. As you're all aware, we have a new emperor with new priorities, she begins. Some of his policies regarding magical education are concerning. He's already indicated that the Magic Tower University will face increased oversight and that certain types of research may be restricted or banned entirely. The room erupts in worried murmurs. Research restrictions are anathema to academic institutions. What kind of research? One professor asks. Anything deemed socially disruptive, Adeline replies. Exact definitions are vague, but it appears to include research into democratizing magic, studies that challenge traditional social hierarchies, and anything involving the Red Ribbons or other minority groups. All eyes turn to Dekulin. His research hits every one of those categories. He can feel the weight of their stares, some sympathetic, others accusatory, as if he's personally responsible for drawing the new emperor's ire. What do we do? Luina asks, speaking up from the back of the room. We comply where we must and resist where we can, Adeline says. We document everything, ensure our research meets all legal requirements, and we build alliances with other institutions and powerful figures who support academic freedom. But make no mistake, this is going to be difficult. Some of you may need to scale back or temporarily suspend certain projects. After the meeting, several professors approached Dekulin, some offering sympathy, others suggesting he leave the university before he brings trouble down on everyone. Luina and a few others form something of a protective barrier, making it clear they stand with him. Thank you, Dekulin says quietly to Luina as they walk back to his office. For standing with me, I know it puts you at risk too. We're colleagues now, Luina says simply. And more than that, we're doing important work. I'm not going to abandon it, or you, just because some authoritarian emperor has decided to throw his weight around. Back in his office, Dekulin finds Luna waiting for him, looking frightened. Professor, people are saying the new emperor is going to crack down on controversial research. Our work on democratization, that's exactly the kind of thing he'd target, isn't it? Yes, Dekulin admits, seeing no point in lying. We're going to need to be very careful about how we proceed. But Luna, I want you to know, I'm not abandoning this research. Your father's work is too important. We'll find a way to continue it, even if we have to be more discreet. What if they come after you? Luna asks. What if the emperor decides you're a threat and has you arrested or worse? Then you'll complete the research without me, Dekulin says firmly. I've documented everything we've discovered so far. If something happens to me, you have enough to finish the work and publish it under your father's name. Luna shakes her head fiercely. No, we finish this together, or we don't finish it at all. I'm not going to let some power-hungry emperor destroy what we've built. Her loyalty touches Dekulin deeply. Just a few months ago, Luna wanted nothing more than to see him dead. Now she's prepared to stand with him against the most powerful person in the empire. All right, he says. Together, then. Carefully, we can't give them an obvious excuse to shut us down. Over the next few days, Dekulin begins implementing a strategy of cautious compliance. He continues his research but documents everything meticulously, ensuring it can all be justified as academically sound and socially beneficial. He teaches his classes but avoids making inflammatory political statements. He maintains his alliances but does so discreetly, through private meetings rather than public declarations. It's a delicate balancing act, trying to maintain his principles while not giving the new regime an easy target. Then comes news that makes everything more complicated. The Continental Journal of Magical Research has accepted his and Luna's paper for publication. Their research on three-dimensional magical arrays will appear in the next issue, giving them recognition from the most prestigious academic body on the continent. It's exactly what Dekulin hoped for, validation that he's a legitimate researcher contributing real knowledge to the field, but it's also dangerous timing. Success now means drawing even more attention when the new emperor is looking for threats to crack down on. We can't delay publication, Luna says when they discuss the situation. If we try to hold it back now, it might never see print. And besides, this is too important. Other researchers need to know about these techniques. I agree, Dekulin says, but we need to be prepared for the backlash. This is going to make me more visible, more of a target. Then we make sure you have protection, Luna says. Academic recognition brings its own form of power. If you're recognized as a significant contributor to magical knowledge, it becomes politically costly to simply eliminate you. The new emperor may be authoritarian, but he's not stupid. He knows that persecuting successful academics makes him look like a tyrant who fears intelligence. The paper publishes 2 weeks later, and the response is immediate and overwhelming. The magical academic community is genuinely excited about the three-dimensional array techniques. Letters pour in from researchers around the continent wanting to learn more, to collaborate, to discuss applications. Several prominent archmages publicly praise the work, noting its innovative approach and potential applications. Suddenly, Dekulin isn't just a reformed professor at a single university. He's a recognized researcher whose work is being discussed in academic circles throughout the continent. It's vindication of everything he's worked for, proof that his reformation is real and meaningful, but it also paints an enormous target on his back. Betran's faction redoubles their efforts to undermine him, spreading rumors that the research is fraudulent or stolen. The new emperor's officials begin making inquiries about his work, thinly veiled investigations designed to find something they can use against him. Through it all, Dekulin maintains his composure and continues his work. He teaches his classes, conducts his research, supports his students, and builds his alliances. Every day is a careful navigation of political and academic minefields, but he's learning to walk that path. Then comes an invitation that changes everything. The imperial court formally requests Deculin's presence at the palace. The new emperor wants to meet with him personally to discuss his research and its implications for the empire's magical development. It's simultaneously an honor and a potential death sentence. Being noticed by the emperor can lead to prestige and/or to imprisonment and execution. There's no way to refuse without appearing treasonous, but accepting means walking into the lion's den. Deculin calls together his inner circle to discuss how to handle this. This could actually be an opportunity, Yuria suggests. If you can convince the emperor that your research benefits the empire, that it makes the empire stronger rather than threatening its stability, he might become a patron rather than an enemy. Or he might decide I'm too dangerous to leave alive and have me quietly eliminated, Deculin counters. Emperors don't like people who challenge established power structures, even indirectly. You need leverage, Ganesha says bluntly, something that makes you more valuable alive than dead. Right now you have academic recognition, but that's not enough. You need to offer the emperor something he wants badly enough to overlook your controversial research. But what? Deculin wonders. What does an absolute ruler who already has everything want? More power, Alan says quietly. Emperors always want more power. If you can position your research as something that will enhance the empire's military or magical capabilities in ways that benefit him personally, he'll protect you to maintain access to that advantage. It's cynical but probably accurate. Deculin spends the next week preparing for his imperial audience, developing presentations that emphasize the practical military and strategic applications of his research while downplaying its socially disruptive implications. It's a delicate reframing. He's not changing the research itself, just the lens through which it's viewed. The day of the imperial audience arrives, and Deculin dresses in his finest robes, projecting every bit of noble bearing he can muster. Alan accompanies him as his assistant, while Ganesha's people maintain discreet surveillance from a distance. The imperial palace is overwhelming in its grandeur, vast halls decorated with priceless art, guards in gleaming armor at every turn, an atmosphere of absolute power that permeates everything. Deculin is led through countless corridors until finally arriving at the throne room. Emperor Sophian sits on a throne of gold and crystal, radiating authority. He's younger than Deculin expected, perhaps in his early 30s, with sharp features and eyes that miss nothing. Around him stand various advisors and guards, all watching Deculin with varying degrees of suspicion and curiosity. Professor Deculin von Euclin, the emperor says, his voice carrying effortlessly through the vast chamber. Your recent publication has caused quite a stir in academic circles. Three-dimensional magical arrays, quite innovative. Tell me, what practical applications do you envision for this technique? Deculin had prepared for exactly this question. Your Majesty, the applications are extensive. For military purposes, three-dimensional arrays could revolutionize defensive fortifications, creating barrier systems that are far more resilient than traditional two-dimensional wards. For communication, they could enable secure magical messaging that's nearly impossible to intercept. For transportation, they could make portal networks more stable and efficient. He continues, outlining various ways the research could benefit the Empire while carefully avoiding mention of its democratizing potential. The Emperor listens intently, asking sharp questions that reveal he understands magical theory far better than Deculin anticipated. Impressive, Sophian says finally. You present the work well, Professor, but I'm curious about something else. Your research with that student, Luna Farron, on democratizing magic. Some of my advisors suggest that work is potentially subversive, that making magic more accessible to the lower classes could destabilize the social order. What say you? It's the dangerous question Deculin knew was coming. How he answers could determine whether he leaves this palace alive. Your Majesty, with respect, I believe that concern misunderstands the nature of magical ability, Deculin says carefully. Making magical techniques more accessible doesn't create new mages, it simply allows existing talent to be better utilized. Right now, the Empire loses countless potentially skilled practitioners simply because they lack resources for proper training. He continues, arguing that democratization actually strengthens the Empire by expanding its pool of magical talent, that strategic enemies are already pursuing similar research, and that the Empire's security depends on maintaining magical superiority through innovation. It's a careful argument that frames socially progressive research in terms of strategic necessity. Emperor Sophian considers this for a long moment, then unexpectedly he smiles. You argue well, Professor. Better than I expected, frankly. Very well, your research may continue under certain conditions. Deculin feels a surge of relief but maintains his composure. What conditions, Your Majesty? First, all research findings must be reported to the Imperial Court before publication. Second, any techniques developed must be made available to the Imperial military for evaluation. Third, you will accept an Imperial liaison who will observe your work and ensure it remains aligned with Imperial interests. The terms are restrictive but not impossible. Deculin would prefer complete academic freedom, but this is better than being shut down entirely. I accept Your Majesty's conditions, he says with a bow. Good, Safian says, because Professor, I'm going to be honest with you. Many of my advisors wanted me to have you arrested today, to make an example of you as someone who's challenged traditional authority structures. But I've read your work and I recognize genuine innovation when I see it. You're useful to the Empire, which buys you protection for now. Don't make me regret this decision. I won't, Your Majesty, Dekulin promises. After leaving the palace, Dekulin feels like he's run a marathon. The meeting went better than he had any right to expect, but it's left him with new constraints and obligations. The Imperial liaison will be a constant observer, limiting what he can freely research and discuss. You survived, Alan says once they're safely away from the palace, and you even got permission to continue your work. That's more than we hoped for. Yes, but at what cost? Dekulin wonders. I've essentially agreed to let the Empire monitor and potentially weaponize my research. That's not what I wanted, but it keeps you alive and allows you to continue working, Alan points out. Sometimes survival requires compromise. Back at the university, word of Dekulin's Imperial audience spreads quickly. Some see it as validation. The Emperor himself recognizes Dekulin's work. Others view it as contamination. He's now too closely associated with the regime to be truly independent. Dekulin tries to ignore both reactions and focus on his work. The Imperial liaison arrives a week later, a middle-aged mage named Corvus who carries himself with military precision. He's polite but clearly there to watch Dekulin closely, to ensure nothing subversive happens under his watch. Working with Corvus observing is uncomfortable. Dekulin has to constantly monitor what he says and does, careful not to reveal anything that might be seen as threatening to Imperial authority. Luna especially chafes under the observation, clearly resenting the intrusion into their research. This is ridiculous, she mutters during one session while Corvus sits in the corner taking notes. We can barely work with him watching everything we do. We adapt, Dekulin says quietly. We focus on the aspects of the research that are least controversial and save the more sensitive material for times when we have more privacy. It's frustrating, but it's workable. Slowly they develop a rhythm, conducting innocuous research while Corvus observes, then meeting secretly in more secure locations to continue the truly important work. It's exhausting maintaining this double life, but there's no other choice. Meanwhile, the symposium approaches. Dekulin and Luna's full paper is nearly complete, and they'll be presenting it to the assembled magical community of the entire continent. It's both an opportunity and a risk. Success could cement Dekulin's reputation and provide additional protection through academic prestige, but failure could be catastrophic. Are you nervous? Luna asks as they review their presentation for the 100th time. Terrified, Dekulin admits. This is the biggest academic audience I'll ever face. If we fail, if the presentation falls flat or someone exposes a flaw in our methodology, everything I've built could collapse. We won't fail, Luna says confidently. Our work is solid, our data is sound, and our presentation is compelling. Trust in that. But Dekulin knows that success at the symposium requires more than just good research. He needs to navigate the politics of the magical academic community, to win over skeptics, to demonstrate not just innovation but wisdom. It's yet another tightrope to walk, another test to pass. As the symposium draws closer, Dekulin receives an unexpected message from Ganesha. She wants to meet, urgently, about developments involving the 6 snake heads. They rendezvous at their usual secure location, and Ganesha's expression is more serious than Dekulin has ever seen. We have a problem, she says without preamble. A big one. The 6 snake heads are consolidating. They're usually rivals, competing for territory and influence, but they've identified a common threat that's causing them to cooperate temporarily. What threat? Dekulin asks, though he has a sinking feeling he already knows the answer. You, Ganesha says bluntly. Your research specifically. The democratization work you're doing with Luna. All 6 snake heads have concluded that if it succeeds, it will fundamentally disrupt the power structures they rely on. Common criminals suddenly having access to magical techniques. That's bad for business when your business model depends on magical power being scarce and controlled. Dekulin feels his stomach drop. So they're all targeting me now. Not exactly, Ganesha says. The Crimson Alchemist and the Merchant of Shadows are still somewhat sympathetic. They've invested in you and want to see returns on that investment. But the other 4 Euros, the Serpent King, the Phantom Queen, the Warlord, and the Shade, they want your research destroyed and probably you dead. Can you protect me from all of them? Dekulin asks. Alone, no, Ganesha admits. I'm powerful, but I'm one person against 4 of the most dangerous criminal organizations on the continent. But I'm not alone. The Crimson Alchemist has indicated she'll actively oppose any moves against you. She's very interested in where your research leads. And the Merchant is positioning himself as neutral mediator, which effectively means he'll prevent things from getting too out of hand. So it's 3 against 4, Dekulin summarizes. With you, the Alchemist, and the Merchant on one side and the other 4 snake heads on the other. More or less, Ganesha confirms. The good news is that this stalemate means you're probably safe from direct action in the immediate future. They'll be maneuvering against each other more than against you. The bad news is that this situation is unstable and could collapse at any moment. What do I do? Dekulin asks. Keep your head down, continue building legitimate protection and allies, and whatever you do, don't give the hostile snake heads an excuse to act overtly, Ganesha advises. And maybe consider accepting one of the formal alliance offers from the Alchemist or the Merchant. Having one of them as an official patron would make the others think twice about moving against you. But Dekulin still hesitates to fully align himself with criminal organizations. Once he takes that step, there's no going back. He'd be compromised, his moral reformation incomplete. I'll think about it, he says, but I'm not ready to make that decision yet. Don't wait too long, Ganesha warns. The situation is volatile, and your window for choosing allies might close suddenly. After Ganesha leaves, Dekulin sits alone with the weight of this new threat. He's now caught between the new emperor's restrictions, noble factions that want him gone, and criminal organizations fighting over his fate. Any one of these would be difficult to handle. All three simultaneously seems almost impossible, but he's come too far to give up now. He has students depending on him, research that could change the world, relationships that matter. He'll find a way through this, he has to. The next morning brings yet another complication. Director Adeline summons Dekulin to her office, her expression grave. Professor Dekulin, I've received a formal complaint from several noble families about your teaching methods and research. They're demanding an official investigation into whether you're promoting socially subversive ideologies to students. Dekulin feels the walls closing in. On what grounds? They claim you're encouraging students to question traditional authority structures, that your research promotes class mobility that threatens the established social order, and that you're creating an environment hostile to noble students, Adeline explains. It's all nonsense, of course, but politically motivated nonsense that I'm required to take seriously. What does this mean for me? Dekulin asks. It means there will be an investigation, Adeline says reluctantly. Faculty committee, student testimonies, review of your teaching materials and research notes. It'll take several weeks at minimum. During that time, you should avoid doing anything that could be construed as controversial. The symposium is in 3 weeks, Dekulin points out. That's potentially controversial by definition. Then you'd better make sure your presentation is absolutely bulletproof, Adeline says, because right now, you have a lot of people looking for excuses to take you down. Don't give them ammunition. Dekulin leaves Adeline's office feeling the pressure from all sides. The investigation, the symposium, the imperial liaison, the 6 snake heads, the ongoing research. It's all converging into a perfect storm of threats and challenges. That evening, he holds another meeting with his inner circle, explaining all the recent developments. The mood is grim as everyone processes just how precarious Dekulin's situation has become. You're being attacked from multiple directions simultaneously, Yuria summarizes. That's not coincidental. Someone is coordinating this, timing these threats to overwhelm your defenses. But who? Dekulin wonders. Betran's faction is the obvious answer, but they don't have connections to all these different groups. Unless they're working with one of the hostile snake heads, Ganesha suggests. The Serpent King has extensive connections in the nobility. It would make sense for Betran to ally with him. They have aligned interests in maintaining the traditional power structure. If that's true, then Dekulin is facing an even more organized and dangerous opposition than he realized. A coalition of hostile nobles and criminal organizations, all united in wanting him gone. We need to go on offense, Alan says. We've been reactive, responding to threats as they appear. We need to start creating our own moves, forcing our enemies to react to us instead. What do you suggest? Dekulin asks. The symposium, Alan says. Make it spectacular. Don't just present good research. Present something that changes the entire conversation. Something so impressive that it shifts public opinion decisively in your favor and makes it politically impossible for your enemies to move against you overtly. It's a high-risk strategy, but Dekulin is running out of safe options. All right, he decides. We go all in on the symposium. Luna and I will prepare the best presentation possible. We'll invite key allies, ensure maximum media coverage, and use the platform to demonstrate not just magical innovation but also the value of academic freedom and progressive research. It's going to take a lot of work, Luna warns. We're already presenting solid material, but to make it truly spectacular, we need to add demonstrations, practical applications, maybe even live experiments. Then we'll do it, Dekulin says. Whatever it takes. The next 3 weeks are perhaps the most intense of Dekulin's time in this world. He works practically non-stop, splitting his time between preparing for the symposium, managing the investigation into his teaching, continuing his regular classes, conducting research with Luna, and dealing with the Imperial Liaison's constant observation. He barely sleeps, surviving on coffee and determination. His students notice the strain. Luna especially worries about him, insisting he take breaks and eat properly. Even Sylvia, usually focused entirely on her own development, expresses concern. Professor, you're going to burn yourself out, Luna says one evening when she finds him still working at midnight. The symposium is important, but not if you're too exhausted to present effectively. I can't afford to slow down, Dekulin says, rubbing his tired eyes. Too much depends on this going well. Then let us help more, Luna insists. You've been doing everything yourself, delegate. Your students want to support you, let them. She's right, and Dekulin realizes he's been making the same mistake the original Dekulin made, trying to control everything himself instead of trusting others. He starts accepting help, letting his students assist with preparation, allowing Alan to handle more of the administrative burden, relying on Luna to manage certain aspects of the presentation. It makes a difference. The workload becomes manageable, and the presentation actually improves through the collaborative effort. Finally, the day of the symposium arrives. Dekulin stands backstage at the grand auditorium of Birch, listening to the murmur of the massive crowd gathering. The continental magical community has turned out in force: archmages, university professors, researchers from every major institution, even some representatives from foreign magical traditions. It's the largest and most important audience Dekulin will ever face. Nervous, Luna asks, appearing beside him. Beyond words, Dekulin admits, but also ready. We've prepared as well as we possibly could. Then let's show them what we've got, Luna says with a confident smile. They take the stage to polite applause, and Dekulin looks out at the sea of faces watching them. He can see Director Adeline in the front row, offering an encouraging nod. Several rows back, he spots Luna, Sylvia, and many of his other students, all watching with anticipation and support. Further back, he can even see Corvus, the Imperial liaison, observing with his usual careful attention. And in the shadows at the very back, he's certain he can make out Ganesha's distinctive profile, though she's keeping a low profile. Dekulin takes a deep breath and begins. Honored colleagues, distinguished guests, thank you for joining us today. Professor Luna and I are here to present research that we believe represents a fundamental advance in magical technique, three-dimensional magical array construction and manipulation. The presentation unfolds smoothly. Dekulin and Luna work in perfect synchronization, alternating between theory and demonstration, technical explanation and practical application. They show how three-dimensional arrays can achieve effects impossible with traditional two-dimensional magic circles. They demonstrate enhanced defensive barriers, more efficient mana circulation, and applications ranging from communication to transportation to combat. The audience is engaged, leaning forward in their seats, taking notes furiously. When they reach the live demonstration portion, Dekulin uses his telekinesis to create a spectacular display, dozens of floating metal fragments arranging themselves into a complex three-dimensional array that pulses with magical energy, creating effects that draw gasps from the crowd. But then, disaster strikes. One of the metal fragments suddenly shatters, destabilizing the entire array. Magical energy begins to cascade out of control, and for a horrible moment, Dekulin realizes the demonstration is about to fail catastrophically in front of the most important magical audience on the continent. Time seems to slow. Dekulin's mind races, analyzing the problem. The fragment shattered because of a resonance issue he hadn't accounted for. The magical frequencies of different elements in his array were interfering with each other in ways that only became apparent under high power. He has seconds to either shut down the array completely, which would end the presentation in failure, or somehow stabilize it despite the unexpected problem. Then he remembers something from Luna's father's research, a technique for damping magical resonance using carefully controlled mana pulses. He's never tried it at this scale, but it's his only option. Dekulin channels his mana in precise, controlled bursts, creating a counter-resonance pattern that gradually stabilizes the cascading energy. It's delicate work requiring perfect timing and control, but slowly, the wild magic settles. The array restructures around the broken fragment, compensating for its loss and actually becoming more efficient in the process. What could have been a disaster becomes instead an unexpected demonstration of adaptive magic, showing that three-dimensional arrays can self-correct and maintain function even when damaged. The audience erupts in applause. They recognize what just happened. Dekulin didn't just save a failed demonstration, he turned it into evidence that his technique is even more robust than initially claimed. When the presentation concludes, the response is overwhelmingly positive. Question after question from the audience shows genuine interest and excitement. Prominent archmages stand to commend the work. Even skeptics who came prepared to criticize find themselves won over by the clear methodology and impressive results. As Dekulin and Luna leave the stage, they're immediately surrounded by researchers wanting to discuss collaborations, universities offering positions, and journals requesting follow-up articles. It's everything Dekulin hoped for and more: genuine academic success based on real innovation. Director Adeline pushes through the crowd to reach them. "That was magnificent," she says, beaming. "You've given this university and yourself more prestige in one presentation than most professors achieve in entire careers. Whatever investigation those noble families were planning, it's dead now. They can't touch you after this level of success." Later that evening, there's a celebratory dinner for symposium presenters. Dekulin finds himself seated at a table with some of the most respected mages on the continent, discussing magic as equals rather than as a suspect facing interrogators. It's a surreal but deeply satisfying experience. During a lull in conversation, Luna leans over and whispers, "You realize what you've accomplished, don't you? 3 months ago, you were a disgraced professor living on stolen research and family reputation. Today, you presented groundbreaking work to the continental magical community and received a standing ovation. That's remarkable, Dekulin. I couldn't have done it without your help," Dekulin says sincerely. "The experimental methodology, the rigorous validation, that was all you. We did it together," Luna corrects, "which is how all good research should be done. I'm proud to have collaborated with you, Professor Dekulin, and I hope we can continue working together." "As do I," Dekulin agrees. As the evening winds down and Dekulin prepares to return to his lodgings, Corvus approaches, the Imperial liaison who's been observing all his work. "Professor Dekulin, the Emperor asked me to convey a message. He watched your presentation via magical projection and was impressed. He believes you've proven your value to the Empire and wishes to reduce the oversight on your work. I'll still be assigned as liaison, but with significantly less restrictive observation. It's as close to an official endorsement as Dekulin could hope for from the authoritarian new emperor. The message is clear. Success buys freedom, at least temporarily. Back at his room, Dekulin finally allows himself to feel the exhaustion that's been building for weeks. He collapses onto the bed, his body aching but his spirit soaring. He's done it. Against all odds, against countless threats and obstacles, he's achieved genuine academic success. He's proven that his reformation is real, that Dekulin von Eucline can be more than a villain. But even as he drifts off to sleep, he knows this is just one victory in a much longer struggle. The hostile snakeheads are still out there. Betran's faction remains dangerous. The Emperor's tolerance is conditional and could evaporate at any moment. And Luna's research, the truly revolutionary work that could change society, is still incomplete and still attracting dangerous attention. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new threats, new tests. But tonight, just for tonight, Dekulin allows himself to feel proud of what he's accomplished and hopeful about what might still be possible. The game continues, but he's learning to play it well, and sometimes that's enough. The shadow of conspiracy the morning after the symposium brings a flood of correspondence. Dekulin wakes to find Alan already in his room, sorting through dozens of letters and messages that arrived overnight. Invitations to speak at other institutions, requests for collaboration, offers of research funding, even a few marriage proposals from noble families suddenly interested in aligning themselves with a rising academic star. You're officially famous now, Professor, Alan says with a hint of amusement. The symposium has been the talk of the entire magical community. Several newspapers are running stories about the revolutionary three-dimensional array technique and the reformed professor who's redefining magical research. Dekulin sits up, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Fame is dangerous. It means more attention, more scrutiny, more opportunities for enemies to find weaknesses. True, Alan acknowledges, but it also means protection. Right now, you're too visible to quietly eliminate. Any move against you would be obvious and would generate significant backlash from the academic community. As Dekulin reviews the correspondence, one letter in particular catches his attention. It's from an organization he doesn't recognize, the Continental Council for Magical Ethics. They're requesting a meeting to discuss the social implications of his democratization research. The tone is polite but formal, and something about it triggers Dekulin's danger sense. This one concerns me, he tells Alan, showing him the letter. The Continental Council for Magical Ethics, have you heard of them? Alan's expression darkens. Yes, and nothing good. They're ostensibly an independent organization dedicated to ensuring magical research is conducted ethically, but in practice, they're a political tool. Conservative nobles and traditionalist mages use them to suppress research they find threatening. If they're taking interest in your work, it means someone powerful wants to shut you down but needs a respectable cover to do it. So the attacks continue, just more subtly now, Dekulin says. After the symposium's success, my enemies can't discredit me academically, so they're trying to paint my research as ethically problematic. Exactly, Alan confirms. How do you want to respond? Carefully, Dekulin says. We can't refuse to meet with them. That would make us look like we have something to hide, but we need to prepare thoroughly and make sure we're not walking into an ambush. Before they can discuss further, there's a knock at the door. It's Luna, looking excited despite the early hour. Professor, have you seen the papers? They're calling our research revolutionary. Well, you're in Professor Luna's research, but since I helped with some of the foundational theory, your father's research is absolutely part of what made this possible, Dekulin interrupts. And I made sure to credit Farron's theoretical framework in the published paper. Your family's contribution won't be forgot. Luna's expression softens. Thank you, that means a lot. But Professor, I came to tell you something important. Last night after the symposium, I was approached by someone. A woman I didn't recognize. She said she represented interests aligned with progressive magical development and wanted to discuss my father's research in more detail. Dekulin's alarm bells immediately start ringing. What exactly did she say? She knew specifics about the democratization work, things that shouldn't be public knowledge. She knew about the mana amplification techniques, the storage and transfer methods, even some of our more recent discoveries. She said her organization could provide funding and protection for the research, but she wanted to meet privately to discuss terms. Did she give a name or any identifying information? Dekulin asks urgently. No name, but she left this, Luna says, producing a small card with nothing on it but an address and a time tonight at midnight. This is a trap, Dekulin says immediately. Or at minimum, a recruitment attempt by one of the criminal organizations. Luna, you're not going to this meeting. I wasn't planning to, Luna says, but I thought you should know. Whoever this woman is, she has detailed knowledge of our work, which means our security has been compromised again. This is deeply troubling. Even with Corvus's reduced oversight and the increased security measures, someone is still getting information about their research. There's another leak, possibly multiple leaks. Alan, I need you to conduct a thorough security review, Dekulin instructs. Check everyone who has access to the research, students, faculty, staff, everyone. Someone is feeding information to outside parties. I'll start immediately, Alan says. After Luna and Alan leave, Dekulin sits alone with his thoughts. The symposium victory now feels more fragile than it did last night. Yes, he's achieved academic recognition, but that success has also intensified the attention from dangerous parties. The Six Snake Heads, the Continental Council for Magical Ethics, mysterious women making midnight offers. The threats are multiplying faster than he can address them. A message arrives via magical sending. It's from Ganesha, requesting an urgent meeting. They arrange to meet at a secure location outside the city, away from potential observers. When Dekulin arrives that afternoon, he finds not just Ganesha but also Yuria, and to his surprise, a hooded figure who removes their hood to reveal the Crimson Alchemist. "Thank you for coming, Professor," the Crimson Alchemist says with her unsettling smile. "Recent developments require discussion, and I thought it best we speak face to face." "What developments?" Dekulin asks warily. "Your symposium success has shifted the political landscape significantly," the Crimson Alchemist explains. "The four hostile snake heads, the Serpent King, the Phantom Queen, the Warlord, and the Shade, held an emergency council. They've concluded that you've become too visible to eliminate quietly, which means they're considering more dramatic action." "What kind of dramatic action?" Dekulin demands. "A public accusation of collaboration with criminal elements," Yuria says, speaking up. "They're planning to manufacture evidence that you've been working with illegal organizations, possibly even them, ironically, and use that to destroy your reputation and justify legal action against you." "Can they actually do that?" Dekulin asks. "Create convincing false evidence. They're the Six Snake Heads," Ganesha says grimly. "They control vast criminal networks and have infiltrated legitimate institutions at every level. Yes, they can create convincing false evidence. And once the accusation is public, the damage is done even if you eventually prove your innocence." The Crimson Alchemist leans forward. "This is why I've called this meeting, Professor. The situation has reached a point where neutrality is no longer viable. You need to choose allies decisively. The Merchant of Shadows and I are prepared to offer you formal protection, not just observation and occasional assistance, but genuine alliance. In exchange, we want continued access to your research and first opportunity to license any practical applications." "And if I refuse?" Dekulin asks. "Then you face the four hostile snake heads alone," the Crimson Alchemist says bluntly. "Your academic prestige won't protect you from manufactured criminal charges. The Empire won't defend you. Emperor Sophian would probably be happy to see you taken down a notch. Your only real protection is having powerful allies who can counter the hostile snake head's influence and expose any false evidence before it gains traction." Dekulin realizes he's finally reached the point he's been dreading, the moment where he has to choose between maintaining his moral purity and ensuring his survival. Refusing to work with criminal organizations is admirable, but if it means being destroyed by other criminal organizations, what's the point? "I need guarantees," Dekulin says carefully. "If I agree to formal alliance, I need assurance that I won't be asked to do anything that directly harms innocent people. No stealing from humanitarian organizations, no targeting students or civilians, no research that's designed for oppression rather than advancement." The Crimson Alchemist and Ganesha exchange glances, then the alchemist nods. "Acceptable. We're business people, Professor, not sadists. We want your research and your expertise, not your complicity in atrocities. Those are easy terms to agree to." "And the Merchant of Shadows?" Dekulin asks. "Does he agree to the same terms?" "I'll make sure he does," Ganesha says. "He's primarily interested in information anyway, not in forcing you to compromise your principles." Dekulin takes a deep breath. This is it, the moment where one Jin's idealistic reformation meets practical reality. He can remain pure and probably die, or he can compromise and survive to continue his work. When he thinks of it that way, the choice becomes clearer. Luna's research, his students' education, the genuine good he can still do, all of that requires him to be alive. "All right," he says finally. "I'll accept formal alliance with you and the Merchant, under the terms we've discussed, but I want it documented in a magical contract that's binding on all parties. No surprises, no hidden clauses, complete transparency about what's expected of me." "Done," the Crimson Alchemist says, clearly pleased. "I'll have the contracts drawn up immediately. Welcome to the Shadows, Professor Dekulin. You've made a wise choice." As Dekulin returns to the city, he feels a strange mixture of relief and guilt. He's secured powerful protection that will hopefully neutralize the threats from the hostile snake heads, but he's also crossed a line he swore he wouldn't cross. He's now formally allied with criminal organizations, even if the terms of that alliance are relatively benign. That evening, he meets with his inner circle to explain his decision. The reactions are mixed. Alan is pragmatic and supportive. He sees it as necessary survival. Luna is troubled but understanding. She recognizes the impossible position Dekulin was in. Luna is perhaps the most conflicted. "You're working with criminals now?" she asks, her voice tight with emotion. "After everything you said about becoming better, about doing things the right way, I'm working with criminals to protect myself from other criminals," Dekulin corrects, "and to protect you and all my other students. The hostile snakeheads were planning to manufacture evidence against me that would have destroyed my career and possibly got me executed. Would you prefer I had maintained my principles and died?" "I'd prefer you had found another way," Luna says quietly. "But I understand there might not have been one. Just, don't let this be the start of sliding back into who you were before. Promise me that." "I promise," Dekulin says sincerely. "The alliance is defensive and strategic, nothing more. I'm not going to start acting like the old Dekulin just because I have criminal connections." The magical contracts with the Crimson Alchemist and the Merchant of Shadows are formalized over the next few days. The terms are surprisingly fair. Deculine provides research updates and occasional consulting. They provide protection, intelligence, and resources. There are explicit prohibitions against being asked to engage in activities that harm innocence or violate his core principles. It's as good a deal as he could have hoped for under the circumstances. The immediate effect is noticeable. The mysterious approaches to Luna stop. The Continental Council for Magical Ethics suddenly becomes less insistent about their meeting, eventually canceling it entirely with vague excuses. The atmosphere of constant threat that's been hanging over Deculine eases slightly, though it doesn't disappear entirely. But new complications arise. Word spreads through certain circles that Deculine has connections now. Some people become more respectful, even fearful. Others become more distant, not wanting to be associated with someone who might be linked to the criminal underworld. His reputation becomes even more complex: reformed villain, innovative researcher, and now possibly someone with ties to dangerous organizations. Director Adeline calls him to her office to discuss the rumors. Deculine, I'm hearing things that concern me. People are saying you've made arrangements with certain unsavory elements. I need to know, is there truth to these rumors? Deculine considers lying, but Adeline has been too good to him for that. There's truth to them, he admits. I've accepted protective arrangements from parties that operate outside conventional law. It was necessary to counter threats from other such parties who wanted to destroy me. Adeline is quiet for a long moment. I suspected as much. Professor, you've put me in a difficult position. As director, I should distance the university from anyone with known criminal connections. But you're also one of our most innovative researchers and successful teachers. And frankly, I understand why you made the choice you did. I've heard the rumors about what was being planned against you. She sighs. Here's what's going to happen. Officially, I know nothing about any arrangements you may or may not have made. Unofficially, I'm going to trust that you're using whatever protection you've secured responsibly and not engaging in activities that would genuinely harm this institution or its students. Don't make me regret that trust. I won't, Deculine promises. Thank you for understanding. Don't thank me yet, Adeline says, because this situation creates new complications. Emperor Sophian's court is going to learn about your connections eventually. They have informants everywhere. When they do, they'll either decide you're too dangerous to tolerate or they'll try to use you as an asset. Either way, your life is going to get more complicated, not less. She's right, and Deculine knows it. Every solution creates new problems. Every alliance generates new risks. The game never ends. The challenges just evolve. Over the next few weeks, Deculine settles into his new reality. He continues teaching, conducting research, and working with his students, but now with the knowledge that he has powerful but morally questionable allies protecting him from equally powerful enemies. It's uncomfortable but manageable, a compromise he can live with. Luna's research continues to make progress. They've developed techniques that genuinely could democratize magical education, making it accessible to people regardless of their background or natural mana capacity. It's revolutionary work, exactly the kind of thing Luna's father dreamed of accomplishing. We're close, Luna says one evening as they review their latest findings. Maybe another few months of testing and refinement, and we'll be ready to publish. This is going to change everything, Professor. I know, Deculine says. Which is why we need to be very careful about how we release it. This research threatens too many power structures. We need to prepare for massive backlash. Let them backlash, Luna says with fierce determination. This is my father's legacy. He died for this work. I'm not going to let fear of powerful people stop us from sharing it with the world. Her courage is inspiring, but Deculine worries about her safety. Luna has become so important to him, not just as a student, but as a person he genuinely cares about. The thought of her being hurt because of this research keeps him awake at night. Then comes news that changes everything. Alan bursts into Deculine's office one morning, his usual composure completely shattered. Professor, we have a serious problem. Jerry's been kidnapped. Deculine feels ice flood his veins. What, when, by whom? Last night. She was taken from the mansion by unknown assailants. They left a message. They're demanding you turn over all of Luna's father's research in exchange for Jerry's safe return. They've given you 3 days. The world seems to tilt. Jerry, his sister who supported him through everything, who's managed the family and believed in his reformation, she's now in danger because of him. Deculine's hands clench into fists. Do we know who took her? The message was unsigned, but the technique used to deliver it suggests one of the hostile snake heads, Alan says. Probably the Serpent King. Kidnapping is his specialty. Then they've made a fatal mistake, Deculine says, his voice cold with fury. I have allies now. Ganesha, get her here immediately, and contact the Crimson Alchemist and the Merchant of Shadows. If the hostile snake heads want to play with kidnapping, they're about to learn why that's a very bad idea. Within hours, Deculine's allies assemble. Ganesha arrives first, already mobilizing her contacts to track Jerry's location. The Crimson Alchemist sends a representative with resources and intelligence. Even the Merchant of Shadows makes a rare personal appearance, intrigued by this escalation. This is bold of them, the merchant says, his form shifting between various appearances. Kidnapping your sister directly challenges our protection of you. They're testing whether we'll actually respond or if our alliance was just words. They're about to find out, Deculine says grimly. I want Jerry found, and I want the people responsible to understand that taking my family was the worst decision they ever made. I like this energy, Ganesha says with a fierce grin. The old Deculine would have just paid the ransom or cut his losses. This version fights back. Good. Let's remind these snakeheads why they should have left you alone. The search for Jerry begins immediately. Ganesha's network of informants and spies spreads throughout the city and beyond, searching for any trace of where Jerry might be held. The Crimson Alchemist uses her connections in the magical community to monitor for any unusual magical activity that might indicate a hidden location. The Merchant of Shadows leverages his vast information network to identify likely suspects and locations. Meanwhile, Deculin refuses to sit idle. He reaches out to every contact, every ally, everyone who owes him a favor. Director Adeline mobilizes university resources. Luna uses her connections in the magical academic community. Even some of his students, learning what happened, offer to help in any way they can. Luna is particularly insistent. Professor, let me help. I can fight, and my magical abilities have grown significantly. Whatever you're planning to do to get Jerry back, I want to be part of it. Absolutely not, Deculin says firmly. You're a student, Luna, and this is going to be dangerous. I can't put you at risk. You're not putting me at risk. I'm choosing to take the risk, Luna counters. Jerry supported you when you were helping me, when you were standing up for students like me. I'm not going to abandon her now just because it's dangerous. Her loyalty touches Deculin deeply, but he still shakes his head. Luna, if something happened to you, I'd never forgive myself. Please let me handle this. Luna looks like she wants to argue further, but something in Deculin's expression stops her. Fine, but if things go wrong, if you need backup, I'm coming whether you want me to or not. After 2 days of intensive searching, Ganesha finally gets a breakthrough. Found her, she announces, bursting into Deculin's office. Jerry's being held in an abandoned estate about 30 miles outside the city. It's owned by a shell company that traces back to the Serpent King's organization. She's alive and appears unharmed, but the location is heavily guarded, at least 20 armed guards and multiple magical wards. Then we'll need a team, Deculin says. How many people can you mobilize? For a rescue operation against the Serpent King, I can get maybe 10 reliable fighters, Ganesha says. Plus myself, which makes 11. Against 20 guards in a fortified position, those aren't great odds. I'm going too, Deculin says. That makes 12. Professor, with all due respect, you're a researcher, not a combat specialist, Ganesha points out. You'll be more liability than asset in a straight fight. I don't care, Deculin says flatly. Jerry is my sister. I'm not sitting safely in my office while others risk their lives to save her. Besides, I'm not completely useless in a fight. I have my telekinesis and 3-dimensional array techniques. Ganesha studies him for a moment, then nods. All right, but you follow my lead during the operation. I'm in charge of tactics, and if I tell you to do something, you do it immediately without argument. Understood. Understood, Deculin agrees. They spend the rest of the day planning the rescue operation. Ganesha's experience with this type of mission is evident as she lays out detailed plans, approach routes, contingencies, signal codes, extraction procedures. The Crimson Alchemist provides some specialized equipment, including magical suppressors that can temporarily disable wards. The Merchant of Shadows contributes intelligence about the guard rotations and the estate's layout. As night falls, the rescue team assembles. 12 people, all heavily armed and carrying various magical implements, gathered for one purpose, to extract Jerry and send a message to the Serpent King that Deculin is not to be trifled with. Remember, Ganesha says as they prepare to move out, we're going in fast and hard. Overwhelm them before they can organize a proper response. Extract Jerry and get out. Don't engage longer than necessary and don't take unnecessary risks. Everyone clear, nods all around. They move out into the night, traveling swiftly and silently toward the abandoned estate where Jerry is being held. As they approach, Deculin can see the building in the distance, a once grand manor now fallen into disrepair, perfect for use as a temporary prison. Remember your training, Ganesha whispers to Deculin. Stay close to me, use your telekinesis for support and defense, and don't try to be a hero. Our goal is extraction, not glory. Deculin nods, his heart pounding. This is so different from academic debates or laboratory research. This is real danger, real violence, real life or death stakes. But Jerry is in there and he'll face any danger to get her back. The team moves into position and Ganesha gives the signal. The rescue operation begins. The rescue operation unfolds with brutal efficiency. Ganesha's team moves through the darkness like shadows, taking out perimeter guards silently before they can raise an alarm. Deculin stays close to Ganesha as instructed, his telekinesis ready but not yet needed. They breach the estate's outer defenses using the Crimson Alchemist's ward suppressors, and suddenly they're inside, moving through corridors that smell of dust and decay. The first real resistance comes at the second-floor landing. Guards emerge from multiple rooms, and suddenly the silence erupts into chaos. Magical attacks light up the corridor, and Deculin instinctively raises his telekinetic defense, creating a barrier of floating debris that intercepts incoming spells. Ganesha's team engages the guards in brutal close combat, and Deculin realizes with a sick feeling that this is actuarial violencia Euro's people getting hurt, possibly dying, all because of choices he's made. But there's no time for moral contemplation. More guards are coming, and Ganesha is pushing forward, deeper into the estate. They fight their way through corridor after corridor, and Deculin uses his telekinesis to support the team of Euros, disrupting enemy attacks, creating obstacles, even disarming a few guards by yanking weapons from their hands. It's not elegant or sophisticated magic, but it's effective. Finally, they reach a reinforced door that Ganesha's intelligence indicated is Jerry's holding cell. 2 guards stand before it, but they're quickly dispatched. Ganesha works on the lock while the rest of the team establishes a defensive perimeter. Dekilin can hear shouting from elsewhere in the Stadia Euros. Reinforcements are coming and they're running out of time. The door swings open and there's Jerry, bound to a chair but alive and apparently unharmed. Her eyes widen when she sees Dekilin. "You idiot," she says, her voice hoarse. "I told you to let the professionals handle things. What are you doing here?" "Saving my sister," Dekilin says, moving to untie her bonds. "What else would I be doing?" "Getting yourself killed," Jerry mutters, but there's relief in her voice. "They were planning to use me to force you to hand over that research. I told them you'd never give in to blackmail, but they didn't believe me. They were right not to," Dekilin admits as he frees her. "I was absolutely prepared to hand over the research if that's what it took to get you back safely." Jerry looks at him with an expression of surprise and something that might be affection. "You've really changed, haven't you? The old you would have calculated the cost-benefit and decided I was expendable. The old me was an idiot," Dekilin says. "Now let's get out of here before those reinforcements arrive." They make their way back through the estate, but the extraction is significantly harder than the infiltration. The guards are now fully alert and organized, and the team has to fight through multiple defensive positions. Dekilin's mana is running low from maintaining his telekinetic defenses, but he pushes through, determined to get Jerry to safety. At one point, they're pinned down by a particularly well-organized group of guards, and things look dire. That's when Dekilin remembers the emergency vial that Yuria gave Hema Euros, the substance that temporarily enhances magical abilities tenfold. He's been carrying it ever since, and this seems like exactly the kind of emergency it was meant for. "Cover me for 10 seconds, Dekilin tells Ganesha, then drinks the vial before she can object. The effect is immediate and overwhelming. Magic surges through Dekilin's body with an intensity he's never experienced. His telekinesis suddenly has the range and power to affect the entire corridor. He can feel every object, every loose stone and piece of debris, as if they're extensions of his own body. Dekilin unleashes everything he has. The corridor erupts into a storm of telekinetically controlled debris, creating an impenetrable barrier that the guards can't penetrate. At the same time, he's using precision strikes to disarm and disable enemy ESA Euros, not killing if he can avoid it, but definitely removing them from the fight. For 5 glorious minutes, Dekilin is unstoppable. The team uses that window to break through the defensive positions and make it to their extraction point. But as they're escaping, Dekilin feels the enhancement wearing off and exhaustion hits him like a physical blow. His vision blurs, his legs give out, and he would collapse if Ganesha wasn't there to catch him. "I've got you," she says, supporting his weight. "That was impressive and extremely stupid. What did you take?" "Emergency. Enhancement," Dekilin manages to say through the exhaustion. "Yuria gave it to me?" "Of course she did," Ganesha mutters. "Well, it worked, but you're going to be useless for the next day or two. Come on, let's get you both home." They make it back to the city without further incident, and Jerry is returned safely to the mansion. Dekilin spends the next 24 hours in bed, completely drained by the aftereffects of the enhancement potion. But Jerry is safe, the rescue was successful, and they've sent a clear message to the Serpent King that Dekilin isn't someone who can be easily intimidated. The response from the hostile snake heads comes quickly. The Serpent King sends a formal message Euros, not an apology, but an acknowledgement. He recognizes that Dekilin has powerful allies and that further direct action would be costly. It's not peace exactly, but it's a stalemate. They'll find other ways to pursue their interests, but open warfare is off the table for now. When Dekilin finally recovers enough to return to his duties, he finds that news of Jerry's rescue has spread throughout certain circles. His reputation shifts again. He's no longer just the reformed professor or the innovative researcher at Euros. He's also someone who will go to war for his family, someone who has allies capable of striking back at the criminal underworld. Director Adeline calls him to her office once more. "Professor Dekilin, I'm not going to ask for details about what happened to your sister or how she was recovered, but I am going to tell you that your actions have consequences beyond your immediate circle. The university is now seen as connected to someone who has serious underworld affiliations. That's complicated. I understand," Dekilin says. "If my presence here is becoming a liability for the University of Euros." "Don't finish that sentence," Adeline interrupts. "I'm not asking you to leave. I'm asking you to be aware of the position you've put us all in. You're walking a very fine. On one side is the legitimate magical community, where you're building a reputation as an innovative researcher. On the other side is the criminal underworld, where you're building a reputation as someone with dangerous connections. Eventually, you're going to have to choose which side you're really on." "What if I'm on my own side?" Dekilin asks. "What if I'm just trying to survive and do good work in a world where both legitimate and criminal powers are trying to use or destroy me?" Adeline considers this. "Then you're in the most dangerous position of all. People who try to stay independent of both sides tend to end up crushed between them. But Dekilin, I'll tell you Thesa Euros, I believe in what you're trying to do. Your research is genuinely important, your teaching is making a real difference for students, and your reformation seems genuine. So I'm going to continue supporting you, as long as you don't do anything that forces me to withdraw that support." "I'll do my best not to," Dekilin promises. Over the following weeks, life settles into a new normala Euros, if anything about Dekilin's life can be called normal. He continues teaching, and his classes remain popular despite, or perhaps because of his growing reputation. Students seem to view him as a figure of fascination, someone who exists at the intersection of respectable academia and dangerous underworld connections. Luna's research continues to progress, and they're now genuinely close to publication. The techniques they've developed could revolutionize magical education of Euros, methods for amplifying natural mana capacity, ways to store and transfer magical energy between individuals, and most importantly, simplified magic circles that anyone can use regardless of their innate magical affinity. We need to think carefully about how we release this, Dekilling tells Luna during one of their late-night research sessions. This information is going to threaten every power structure that's built on magical exclusivity. We need to do it in a way that's defensible, and that makes it impossible to suppress once it's out there. I've been thinking about that, Luna says. What if we don't just publish a paper Euros? What if we create a public demonstration? Something at the university, open to everyone, where we show these techniques working in practice. Make it a spectacle that can't be ignored or quietly suppressed. It's a bold idea and potentially dangerous, but Dekilling can see the logic. A paper can be buried, discredited, or restricted. A public demonstration witnessed by hundreds of people becomes much harder to erase. It would need to be carefully planned, he says. Security, publicity, making sure the right people are there to witness and validate what we're showing. Then let's plan it, Luna says with determination. My father died for this work. I'm not going to let it die with him just because some powerful people find it inconvenient. They begin planning what Luna calls the demonstration of democratic magic. It will be a public event at the university, open to students and faculty of all backgrounds, where they'll showcase the techniques that make magic accessible regardless of one's birth or natural talent. They'll invite representatives from other universities, journalists from major publications, and even some progressive nobles who might support their work. The announcement of the demonstration causes immediate controversy. Conservative faculty members object, claiming it's inappropriate to politicize magical research. Some noble families threaten to withdraw their support from the university. The Continental Council for Magical Ethics announces they'll be sending observers to ensure the demonstration is ethically conducted. But there's also tremendous excitement. Students from lower-class backgrounds see it as validation that magic isn't just for the wealthy and well-born. Progressive voices in the magical community praise Dekilling and Luna for challenging outdated paradigms. The event becomes the talk of the entire magical world. As the demonstration approaches, Dekilling receives visits from various interested parties. The Emperor's representative, Corvus, warns him that the imperial court is watching carefully, and any suggestions of social disruption will be dealt with severely. Representatives from noble families offer Bribsa Euros, some to ensure the demonstration happens, others to ensure it doesn't. The Crimson Alchemist sends a message of support, while the hostile snakeheads make vague threats. Through it all, Dekilling holds firm. This demonstration will happen, and it will show the world what Luna's father believed in Euros, that magic belongs to everyone, not just to those born into privilege. The night before the demonstration, Dekilling can't sleep. He reviews his notes, checks the equipment for the 1,000th time, and worries about everything that could go wrong. Luna finds him in the laboratory at 3 in the morning, equally unable to rest. Nervous, she asks, sitting down beside him. Terrified, Dekilling admits. Tomorrow, we're essentially declaring war on the entire magical establishment. Every powerful person and organization that benefits from the current system will see this as a threat. Good, Luna says fiercely. Let them see it as a threat, because it is one. We're threatening their monopoly on power, their ability to control who does and doesn't have access to magical education. My father wanted to break that monopoly, and tomorrow, we're going to do it. Your father would be proud of you, Dekilling says quietly. You've taken his work further than he ever could have imagined. Luna's eyes glisten with unshed tears. I just wish he could be here to see it. He spent his whole life working toward this moment. He is here, Dekilling says, gesturing to the research notes spread before them. In every technique, every innovation, every principle we're demonstrating tomorrow. This is his legacy, Luna, and we're making sure the world knows his name. They sit together in companionable silence, two people who started as bitter enemies but have become something like friends, united by a shared vision of a better world. Tomorrow will bring whatever it brings, but tonight, they have each other and the knowledge that they're doing something truly important. The morning of the demonstration arrives, and the university's main auditorium is packed to capacity. Hundreds of students fill the seats, with faculty members lining the walls and VIP observers in special galleries. Dekilling can see representatives from at least a dozen major institutions of Euro's other universities, magical research councils, even some foreign delegations. The Continental Council for Magical Ethics has sent an entire team of observers, watching with hawk-like intensity. Luna stands beside Dekilling backstage, her hands trembling slightly despite her brave words from the night before. This is it, she whispers. Once we do this, there's no going back. No going back, Dekilling agrees. But that's okay, we're moving forward, which is the only direction that matters. They take the stage to thunderous applause from the students and polite acknowledgement from the faculty. Director Adeline introduces them, praising their innovative research while carefully avoiding any political statements that might offend the more conservative observers. Then it's Dekilling's turn to speak. He steps to the podium and looks out at the sea of faces watching him. This is the moment that will define everything that comes after. Honored guests, fellow faculty, and most importantly, students, he begins. Today, Professor Luna Farron and I are going to demonstrate something that many have called impossible, unwise, or even dangerous. We're going to show you that magic is not the exclusive domain of the talented few or the wealthy elite. We're going to prove that with proper understanding and technique, magical ability can be developed in anyone who's willing to learn. The auditorium erupts in mixed reactions of Euros, excited cheering from the students, worried murmurs from the faculty, and stony silence from the Continental Council observers. Deculing presses on undeterred. The techniques we're demonstrating today were pioneered by the late Farron Luna Euros, Luna's father a brilliant researcher who was destroyed for daring to challenge magical orthodoxy. Today, we complete his work and share it with the world. Luna takes over, explaining the theoretical foundations of their work. She speaks clearly and passionately about mana amplification, storage and transfer techniques, and the simplified magic circles that bypass the need for innate talent. Then comes the practical demonstration. They've prepared several volunteers from the student body, Euros, all from non-magical or low-magic families, people who under the traditional system would have no hope of performing significant magic. One by one, these students demonstrate the techniques Luna and Deculing have taught them. A girl from a merchant family, who tested as having virtually no mana capacity, uses an amplification circle to cast a levitation spell that lifts objects across the stage. A boy whose family has no magical tradition whatsoever uses a transfer technique to channel borrowed mana into a barrier spell that withstands Deculing's testing attacks. Most dramatically, a student from the absolute lowest social class, Euros, someone who shouldn't even have been admitted to the university under normal circumstances, Euros, performs a complex elemental fusion using one of their simplified circles, creating effects that rival what advanced students can accomplish. The auditorium is stunned into silence. What they're witnessing shouldn't be possibly a Euros, common people without magical lineage performing spells that should require years of training and innate talent. It's revolutionary and terrifying in equal measure. The Continental Council observers are on their feet, and one of them interrupts the demonstration. "This is unnatural," he declares loudly. "You're perverting the natural order of magical ability. These techniques could be dangerous in the wrong hands of Euros. These techniques could save lives in the right hands," Luna interrupts, her voice ringing through the auditorium. "My father believed that magic shouldn't be hoarded by the elite. He believed that everyone deserves the chance to develop their potential. And today, we've proven he was right." The debate that follows is fierce and contentious. Conservative voices argue that democratizing magic will lead to chaos and misuse. Progressive voices counter that the current system wastes countless talented individuals simply because they weren't born into the right families. Students overwhelmingly support Deculing and Luna, while the faculty is deeply divided. Director Adeline eventually has to intervene to restore order. "This demonstration has certainly given us all much to think about," she says diplomatically. "The research presented today will be reviewed by appropriate bodies, and I'm sure we'll be discussing its implications for quite some time. For now, I think we should thank Professors Deculing and Luna for their innovative work." As the auditorium slowly empties, Deculing and Luna are surrounded by people wanting to discuss what they've seen at Euros, some with genuine curiosity, others with barely concealed hostility. Through it all, they maintain their composure, answering questions and defending their work. Later, after most people have left, Sylvia approaches. "That was remarkable, Professor, and incredibly brave. You've basically declared war on the entire traditional magical establishment." "I know," Deculing says tiredly, "but it was necessary. This research was too important to keep locked away." "What happens now?" Sylvia asks. "Now comes the hard part," Deculing says, "surviving the backlash." The backlash begins almost immediately. That very evening, Deculing receives an official summons from the Imperial Court. Emperor Sophian wants to discuss the demonstration and its implications. It's phrased as a request, but everyone knows it's really a command. "This is bad," Alan says when he sees the summons. "The Emperor was already suspicious of your work. This demonstration will have confirmed all his worst fears about social disruption." "I know," Deculing says, "but what choice did I have? Let the research die, let Luna's father's sacrifice be for nothing. No, we did the right thing, and now we deal with the consequences." The meeting with Emperor Sophian is scheduled for 3 days later, giving Deculing time to prepare his defense. He spends those days crafting arguments about how democratized magic actually strengthens the empire by expanding its pool of talented practitioners. He prepares data showing that other nations are already pursuing similar research, and that the empire risks falling behind if it clings to outdated paradigms. But he knows that logic and data might not be enough. Emperor Sophian is fundamentally authoritarian, and he sees challenges to established hierarchy as personal threats. The question is whether Sophian's desire for imperial strength will outweigh his commitment to social control. The day before the imperial audience, Deculing receives an unexpected visitor. It's Bertrand, the noble who's been his most consistent enemy throughout this entire ordeal. "Professor Deculing," Bertrand says with barely concealed contempt, "I came to offer you one last chance to avoid complete ruin." "How generous of you," Deculing says dryly. "What do you want? Retract your research," Bertrand says bluntly. Publicly admit that the demonstration was flawed, that the techniques are dangerous and unreliable, and commit to abandoning this line of inquiry. Do that, and I'll use my influence to ensure the Emperor treats you leniently. And if I refuse, Dekilin asks, then I'll use that same influence to ensure you're destroyed, Bertrand says. The Emperor is looking for an excuse to crack down on what he sees as subversive elements in the magical community. Your demonstration gave him that excuse. Unless you recant, he's going to make an example of you. Dekilin looks at Bertrand with a mixture of pity and disgust. You're so desperate to maintain your tiny sliver of power that you're willing to suppress knowledge that could help countless people. You're not defending tradition or social order, Euros, you're defending your own privilege. Call it what you like, Bertrand says coldly. But my offer stands for the next 24 hours. After that, you're on your own. After Bertrand leaves, Dekilin sits alone with his thoughts. He knows what accepting Bertrand's offer would mean: a Euro's safety, probably, but at the cost of everything he's worked for. All the reformation, all the genuine good he's done, all of it would be rendered meaningless if he backs down now. Luna finds him there an hour later. Professor, people are saying Bertrand visited you. What did he want? He offered me a deal, Dekilin explains. Safety in exchange for abandoning our research and discrediting everything we demonstrated. You told him no, right? Luna asks, though there's a hint of worry in her voice. I haven't told him anything yet, Dekilin admits. Luna, I need you to understand something. If I refuse his offer, if I continue defending our research to the Emperor, there's a very real chance I'll be arrested or worse. And that wouldn't just affect me, Euros, it could endanger everyone associated with our work, including you. So what are you saying? Luna demands. That we should give up, let them bury my father's research again, pretend the demonstration never happened. I'm saying I need to make sure you understand the risks, Dekilin says. Because Luna, if something happens to me, you need to promise me you'll continue the work. You'll find a way to share these techniques with the world, even if I'm not around to help you do it. Luna's eyes are glistening with tears, but her voice is firm. Nothing's going to happen to you. We're going to walk into that Imperial audience together, and we're going to convince the Emperor that this research is valuable, not dangerous. And if we can't convince him, then we'll find another way. But we're not giving up, and we're not backing down. Her certainty is contagious, and Dekilin feels his resolve strengthening. She's right. They've come too far, accomplished too much to surrender now. Together then, he says. Whatever comes, we face it together. The day of the Imperial audience arrives, and Dekilin dresses in his finest robes, projecting every bit of professorial authority he can muster. Luna accompanies him, despite his initial protests. If they're going to defend this research, they'll do it together. The Imperial Palace is even more imposing than Dekilin remembers from his previous visit. They're led through endless corridors to a private audience chamber where Emperor Safian waits, surrounded by his advisors. The atmosphere is cold and formal, nothing like the relatively cordial tone of their first meeting. Professor Dekilin, Miss Farron, the Emperor says, his voice carrying clear disapproval. Your demonstration at the university has caused quite a stir. Some are calling it revolutionary. Others are calling it reckless and socially disruptive. I'm here to determine which assessment is correct. Your Majesty, Dekilin begins, launching into the defense he's prepared. He explains the strategic value of expanding the Empire's pool of magical talent, the defensive applications of the techniques they've developed, and the ways that democratized magic actually strengthens rather than weakens social stability by giving people legitimate paths to advancement rather than forcing them toward rebellion or crime. The Emperor listens impassively, occasionally asking pointed questions that reveal he's thought deeply about the implications of their work. When Dekilin finishes, there's a long silence. Then Luna speaks up, her voice clear and unwavering. Your Majesty, with respect, I don't think the question is whether this research is dangerous. All powerful knowledge is potentially dangerous. The question is whether the Empire wants to lead in magical innovation or fall behind while other nations embrace these techniques. My father died believing that progress is inevitable, and those who resist it are doomed to irrelevance. It's a bold statement, borderline disrespectful to say to an absolute monarch. Several of the Emperor's advisors gasp at her audacity, but Emperor Safian's expression shifts slightly, and Dekilin thinks he sees a hint of respect in the ruler's eyes. You speak plainly, Miss Farron, the Emperor says. I appreciate that. Too many people tell me only what they think I want to hear. He stands, pacing slowly around the chamber. Here is my decision. Your research will be allowed to continue, but under strict Imperial oversight. Any publication or further demonstration must be approved by the Imperial Court. Any practical applications must be made available to the Imperial military first, and you will both submit regular reports on your progress. It's not everything they hoped for, but it's far better than suppression or arrest. We accept your Majesty's terms, Dekilin says quickly, before Luna can object to the restrictions. Good, Safian says, because Professor Dekilin, I'm going to be honest with you. Many of my advisors wanted me to shut you down completely, to make an example of you as someone who threatens social order. But I've read your work, and I recognize genuine innovation when I see it. The Empire needs people who push boundaries, even if they do make traditionalists uncomfortable. He fixes Dekilin with a penetrating stare. But understand, my tolerance has limits. Continue your research, teach your students, challenge outdated paradigms if you must. But if your activities ever genuinely threaten Imperial stability or give aid to the Empire's enemies, I will not hesitate to act. Are we clear? Crystal clear, Your Majesty, Dekilin says. As they leave the palace, Luna is practically vibrating with suppressed energy. Once they're safely away from potential eavesdroppers, she explodes. Strict imperial oversight, required approvals. Those restrictions will slow down our work considerably, but we still get to do the work, Dekilin points out. Luna, we just survived an imperial audience where we could easily have been arrested or exiled. Getting permission to continue with some restrictions is actually a victory. Luna grudgingly acknowledges this. I suppose you're right, but Professor Euros, we can't let the restrictions stop us from eventually sharing this research freely. My father's vision wasn't to create techniques that only the imperial military can use. I know, Dekilin says, and we won't. We'll work within the restrictions for now, build our position stronger, and eventually we'll find ways to share the knowledge more broadly. But we have to be patient and strategic. Word of the imperial audience and its outcomes spreads quickly through the magical community. Reactions are mixed. Some see it as validation that Dekilin and Luna's work is valuable euros. After all, the Emperor himself has allowed it to continue. Others see it as proof that they've become too dangerous, too willing to collaborate with authoritarian power. At the university, the atmosphere is tense. Some students treat Dekilin and Luna as heroes who stood up to the establishment. Others avoid them, not wanting to be associated with someone who might have imperial disfavor at any moment. The faculty is similarly divided to euros, some admiring their courage, others resentful of the controversy they've brought to the institution. Director Adeline calls them both to her office. Well, you two have certainly made things interesting, she says, her tone impossible to read. The imperial oversight is going to complicate things administratively, but at least you're still here and still allowed to work. That's better than I feared. Rector, we're sorry for the trouble we've caused the university, Dekilin begins, but Adeline waves him off. Don't apologize for doing important work, she says. Yes, you've made things complicated. Yes, you've attracted attention from powerful people who make my life difficult. But you've also advanced magical knowledge, challenged unjust systems, and inspired countless students. That's what universities are supposed to do. She looks at them both seriously. But I need you to understand something. University can only protect you so far. You've made enemies among the nobility, within the magical establishment, and now you're under imperial scrutiny. One wrong move, one misstep, and I might not be able to shield you. So please, for the love of all that's magical, try not to cause any more massive controversies for at least a few months. They promise to try, though Dekilin suspects that given their situation, controversy is likely to find them even if they're actively trying to avoid it. Over the following weeks, life settles into a new rhythm. Dekilin and Luna continue their research, now with an imperial observer periodically checking their work. It's annoying but manageable. They're more careful about documentation, more cautious about their claims, but they're still making progress. The demonstration has had ripple effects throughout the magical world. Other researchers begin exploring similar techniques. Some universities start offering classes on accessible magic acircumflex euros, not using Dekilin and Luna's exact methods, since those are technically under imperial restriction, but inspired by the principles they demonstrated. Conservative factions push back hard, trying to discredit the work or limit its spread. But the genie is out of the bottle of euros. The idea that magic doesn't have to be exclusive to the elite has taken root, and no amount of suppression can completely erase it. Then comes the news that changes everything again. It starts with whispers among the students, rumors that spread through the university like wildfire. There's been an incident involving the Red Ribbonsa Euros, the demon-blooded minority that Dekilin defended at the Wizard Assembly. A group of Red Ribbon refugees was attacked by Imperial soldiers, resulting in multiple deaths. The official story is that the refugees resisted arrest and were killed in self-defense. Witnesses tell a different story of Euros of unprovoked violence, of soldiers executing fleeing civilians, of children among the dead. The incident galvanizes the Red Ribbon community and their supporters. Protests break out in several cities. The imperial government responds with crackdowns, making the situation worse. What started as one tragic incident escalates into a broader conflict of Euros, not yet a full rebellion, but clearly heading in that direction. Dekilin watches these developments with growing dread. In the game, this was the event that triggered the main story's conflict phase. The Red Ribbon Uprising leads to a brutal imperial response, which creates opportunities for the six snakeheads to expand their power, which draws in various player characters and sets up the major confrontations of the story's middle and late sections. He's been so focused on his own immediate problems that he's lost sight of the bigger picture. But now the bigger picture is forcing itself back into his attention, and he realizes that the relatively stable situation he's achieved is about to collapse into chaos. Director Adeline summons all faculty for an emergency meeting. As you're all aware, there's been serious unrest related to the Red Ribbon population. The imperial government has issued directives requiring all institutions to report any red ribbons in their employ or enrollment. They're also requiring us to deny admission or employment to anyone of Red Ribbon descent. The room erupts in protests. Many faculty members, including Dekilin, recognize this as the first step toward more systematic persecution. This is unconscionable, one professor declares. We can't participate in ethnic discrimination. I agree, Adeline says, which is why I'm going to resist these directives as much as possible. But I want everyone to understand the risks of Euros. Defying imperial commands could result in the university losing its charter, in faculty being arrested, in real consequences for all of us. So I'm not ordering anyone to resist. I'm asking for volunteers. Dekilling knows he should probably keep his head down. He's already on thin ice with the imperial government, already controversial enough without adding open defiance to the list. But he also knows that this is a moral line he can't cross. If he complies with these directives, everything he's worked for in terms of reformation becomes meaningless. I'll resist, Dekilling says, standing. I will not participate in persecution of innocent people based on their bloodline. Other faculty members stand as well. Not everyone, but enough to show that Adeline isn't alone in her opposition. Luina is among them, as are several other professors Dekilling has come to respect. Thank you, Adeline says, clearly moved. Those of you who have committed to resistance understand that we need to be smart about this. We can't openly defy imperial commands, but we can delay, obfuscate, and create bureaucratic obstacles. We can lose paperwork, misunderstand directives, and generally make it as difficult as possible for the government to enforce these discriminatory policies. It's a dangerous game, but it's one Dekilling is committed to playing. As the meeting breaks up, Lillian approaches Hema Euros, the security officer who's secretly a red ribbon herself. Professor, I heard what you said in there. Thank you. Most people wouldn't risk themselves for people like us. People like you are just people, Dekilling says simply. You deserve the same protections and opportunities as anyone else. Still, Lillian says, I want you to know that if you ever need help Euros, if the government comes after you because of your stance on Thesa Euros, there are those of us who would stand with you. The Red Ribbon community hasn't forgotten that you defended us at the Wizard Assembly. It's both reassuring and troubling. Reassuring because having allies is always good. Troubling because accepting help from Red Ribbons could make him even more of a target for the government. But Dekilling is learning that in this world, you can't always choose your allies based on political convenience. Sometimes you have to stand with people based on what's right. The situation continues to deteriorate over the following weeks. More incidents of violence against Red Ribbons are reported. The imperial government issues increasingly harsh crackdowns. And throughout it all, rumors swirl of Red Ribbon resistance groups forming, of attacks on imperial facilities, of the situation spiraling toward open conflict. Then comes a summons that Dekilling has been dreading, not from the Emperor this time, but from Bertrand and his faction. They want a meeting, ostensibly to discuss mutual concerns about the current unrest. Dekilling knows it's really an attempt to pressure him into supporting their anti-Red Ribbon agenda. The meeting takes place at a private club frequented by the nobility. Bertrand is there, along with several other influential nobles who have been pushing for harsh measures against Red Ribbons. They don't waste time with pleasantries. Professor Dekilling, Bertrand begins, we've asked you here because we believe you're making a serious mistake in your support for the Red Ribbons. These aren't innocent victims being persecuted at Euros, they're dangerous individuals with literal demon blood in their veins. They threaten everything we've built. They're people, Dekilling says flatly, many of whom have done nothing wrong except be born with a particular bloodline. Persecuting them wholesale is both morally wrong and strategically stupid. Strategically stupid, another noble scoffs. How can eliminating a demonic threat be stupid? Because they're not a demonic threat, Dekilling argues. The Red Ribbons have no more inherent connection to demons than anyone else. The demon wars were over before any currently living Red Ribbons were born. You're creating enemies where none existed, driving a population toward rebellion through persecution rather than integration. They'll rebel anyway, Bertrand says. It's in their nature. Better to deal with them now decisively than wait for them to gain strength. Dekilling realizes with a sinking feeling that these people aren't interested in reason or evidence. They've already decided that Red Ribbons are enemies, and nothing he says will change that. The meeting is really an attempt to either bring him into line with their thinking or identify him as an enemy. I won't support persecution of innocents, Dekilling says firmly. If that makes me your enemy, so be it. Bertrand's expression hardens. Very well, Professor. But understand that by choosing this position, you're aligning yourself against the Empire's interests. That won't be forgotten. As Dekilling leaves the meeting, he knows he's just made his situation significantly more precarious. He's now openly opposed to a powerful noble faction that has the Emperor's ear on matters of security and social order. They'll be looking for ways to undermine him, to discredit his research, possibly even to have him removed from his position, or worse. But he also knows he made the only choice he could live with. Wenjin's values, his own growing moral sense, and the person he's worked to become Euros, all of these require him to stand against injustice, even when it's dangerous to do so. Alan is waiting for him when he returns to his office. Professor, I heard about the meeting with Bertrand's faction. You've made powerful enemies. I was already their enemy, Dekilling points out. I just stopped pretending otherwise. True, Alan acknowledges. But Professor, there's something else you need to know. I've been monitoring communications, and there are indications that Bertrand's faction is planning something Majora Euros, some kind of action against Red Ribbons that goes beyond the current crackdowns. I don't have details yet, but it's being described as a final solution to the Red Ribbon problem. Dekilling feels ice flood his veins. A final solution can only mean one thing: mass violence, possibly genocide. Do you know when or where? Not yet, Alan says, but I'm working on it. Professor, if this happens, if there's a major massacre of Red Ribbons, it will trigger exactly the kind of chaos and conflict that the game's story was built around. Everything will escalate dramatically from that point. Then we need to find a way to stop it, Dekilling says urgently. or at least warn people so they can prepare or evacuate. Alan, use every contact we have. Call in favors from Ganesha, from the Crimson Alchemist, from anyone who might have intelligence about what Bertrand is planning. Over the next few days, Deculin and his allies work frantically to gather information about the planned action against Red Ribbons. Piece by piece, a picture emerges. Bertrand and his faction, with tacit approval from elements within the imperial government, are planning a coordinated series of raids on known Red Ribbon communities. They're calling it a security operation, but the intelligence suggests it's really an excuse for mass arrests and likely mass killings. The operation is planned for 3 days from now, targeting multiple cities simultaneously. Thousands of Red Ribbons could die, and the survivors would almost certainly launch a genuine rebellion in response. It would be the catalyst that plunges the Empire into the conflicts that dominated the game's main storyline. Deculin calls together everyone he trusts. We have 3 days to either stop this operation or at least warn the targeted communities so they can evacuate. I need ideas. We can't stop it, Ganesha says bluntly. Bertrand has too much power, too many resources, but we can warn people. I have contacts in several Red Ribbon communities. If we move fast, we can get most of them to safety before the raids happen. But that will make it obvious we knew about the operation in advance, Luna points out. Bertrand will know someone leaked his plans and he'll come after whoever was responsible. Let him come, Deculin says. I'm not going to let thousands of people die just to protect myself. Lillian speaks up. Professor, if you help us evacuate, the Red Ribbon communities will know. They'll understand what you risked to save them. That's worth something. The decision is made. They'll spend the next 3 days coordinating a quiet evacuation of Red Ribbon communities, moving people to safe locations before the raids happen. It's logistically complex and extremely risky, but it's the right thing to do. Ganesha takes the lead on the actual evacuation logistics, using her extensive network of contacts and resources. Deculin provides funding and magical support. Even the Crimson Alchemist contributes, offering hidden facilities where evacuated Red Ribbons can take shelter temporarily. It's exhausting work, made more difficult by the need for secrecy. They can't let word of the evacuations reach Bertrand's faction, or they'll simply move up their timeline. So they work quietly, moving small groups at a time, using back channels and secret routes. Luna insists on helping, despite Deculin's protests. These are innocent people being hunted for something they can't control, she says. How is that different from my father being destroyed for his research? I'm helping, Professor, and you can't stop me. Sylvia also volunteers, using her family's resources and connections to arrange safe passage for evacuees through territories controlled by more progressive noble families. Even some of Deculin's students get involved, showing a level of courage and moral commitment that makes him genuinely proud. By the day of the planned raids, they've managed to evacuate nearly 80% of the targeted population of Euros, not everyone, but most. When Bertrand's forces arrive at Red Ribbon communities expecting to find large, vulnerable populations, they instead find mostly empty buildings and a few defiant individuals who chose to stay behind. The operation is technically a failure Euros. They captured some Red Ribbons, but nothing like the numbers they planned for. And the failure is publicly visible, making Bertrand and his faction look incompetent. It's a political embarrassment that they absolutely cannot let stand. Deculin knows retaliation is coming, but he's surprised by how quickly it arrives. The next morning, he's arrested by Imperial guards on charges of conspiring with enemies of the state and obstructing Imperial security operations. They come for him at the university in front of his students, making it as public and humiliating as possible. As they're leading him away, Luna tries to intervene, her magic flaring in anger, but Deculin stops her with a look. Don't, he says firmly. Don't give them an excuse to arrest you too. The research is more important than any one person. Director Adeline appears, demanding to know by what authority they're arresting her faculty member. The guards show her a warrant signed by Imperial officials, listing various charges that are clearly fabricated or exaggerated. There's nothing she can legally do to stop them. As Deculin is taken from the university, he sees the faces of his Studenza Euros, shocked, angry, frightened. He sees Luna looking grimly determined. He sees Alan already moving to start whatever contingency plans they discussed for this scenario. And he realizes that this might be Ida Euros, the moment where everything he's built collapses. He's helped save thousands of Red Ribbons, but at the cost of his own freedom and possibly his life. Was it worth it? Looking at those Studenza Euros, at Luna's tear-streaked face, at Sylvia's clenched fists, at the dozens of others whose lives he knows the answer is yes. He's taken to an Imperial detention facility, thrown into a cell without explanation or due process. Hours pass in darkness and silence. Then finally visitors arrive via Euros, but not the interrogators or torturers he expected. It's the Merchant of Shadows materializing from nowhere in his cell, accompanied by the Crimson Alchemist. Professor Deculin, the merchant says in their multi-tone voice. You've gotten yourself into quite the predicament. I did what was necessary, Deculin says. I don't regret it. We know, the Crimson Alchemist says. We've been watching, that's why we're here. You saved thousands of Red Ribbonsa Euros, people who were going to be massacred. That's noble actually. Surprising from someone with your history, but noble. Are you here to gloat or to help? Deculin asks tiredly. To help, the merchant says, but there's a price. We can get you out of here, use our influence to make the charges disappear or at least ensure they're not pursued. But in exchange, you need to accept something. What? Dekulin asks warily. A formal position, the Crimson Alchemist explains, not as our agent or subordinate but as an independent researcher under our protection. You continue your work, you continue teaching, you continue being Professor Dekulina Euros, but everyone knows you're under our aegis. It makes you untouchable by conventional means, but it also marks you as someone who operates outside normal social structures. It's the choice Dekulin has been avoiding, the final step into a gray area he's been reluctant to fully enter. Accepting formal protection from the six snake heads of Euros, or at least the friendly ones of Euros, means abandoning any pretense of being purely respectable, purely legitimate. It means embracing a position on the margins of both legitimate society and the criminal underworld. But looking at his situation, Dekulin realizes he doesn't have much choice. If he refuses this help, he'll likely be executed or imprisoned long-term. His research will die with him, his students will be without his guidance, and all the good he's done will be undone. I accept, Dekulin says, but I need guarantees that this protection extends to my students and colleagues. I won't accept being saved while they're left vulnerable. Done, the merchant says. We'll make the arrangements. By tomorrow you'll be free, and you'll have the backing of 2 of the 6 snake heads. Bertrand and his faction won't be able to touch you through conventional means anymore, though they'll certainly try through unconventional means, the Crimson Alchemist adds with a smile. But that's half the fun, isn't it? True to their word, by the next evening Dekulin is released. The charges are quietly dropped, with vague official statements about insufficient evidence and misunderstandings. But everyone knows what really happened at a Euros. Powerful criminal organizations intervened on his behalf, and the imperial government decided not to push the issue. Dekulin returns to the university to a mixed reception. Some students treat him as a hero who sacrificed his freedom to save innocent people. Others are frightened by his obvious connections to the underworld. Some faculty members admire his courage, while others distance themselves from someone who's now openly associated with criminal powers. Director Adeline calls him to her office immediately. Dekulin, I don't know how you got released, and frankly I probably don't want to know, but I need to ask you directly, are you now working for the 6 snake heads? Not working for them, Dekulin clarifies. Under their protection, yes, but I'm still an independent researcher and professor. They're not directing my work or telling me what to teach. That's a fine distinction that many people won't recognize or care about, Adeline says. But Dekulin, I'm going to trust you on this because everything you've done since your reformation has shown me you're trying to do the right thing, even when it's difficult or dangerous. Just, please try not to bring the entire underworld down on our heads. I'll do my best, Dekulin promises. Luna nearly tackles him when she sees him back in the laboratory. You idiot, you scared us all half to death. Don't ever do that again. Euros getting arrested, I mean. Saving people is fine, but try not to get thrown in prison in the process. I'll work on that, Dekulin says with a slight smile. As they resume their work, Dekulin realizes that everything has changed. He's no longer just a reformed professor trying to rebuild his reputation. He's now someone who openly operates outside conventional social structures, protected by criminal organizations, marked as both dangerous and valuable by multiple powerful factions. The game is entering its next phase, the conflicts are escalating, and Dekulin stands at the center of it a la Euros, not as the villain he was scripted to be, but as something new and undefined. He has allies in both legitimate and criminal circles. He has enemies among the nobility, the imperial government, and hostile snake heads. He has students who believe in him and research that could change the world. It's precarious and dangerous, and nothing like what Wonjin expected when he first arrived in this world. But it's also real and meaningful and worth fighting for. The Red Ribbon Crisis has forced everyone to choose Sidsa Euros, those who support persecution and those who resist it. Dekulin has chosen resistance, and that choice has defined him in ways that can't be undone. As he works with Luna on their research, discussing techniques and theories while students work around them, Dekulin realizes something important. He's not trying to survive the game anymore. He's trying to change Ida Euros to make this world better than the story intended, to save people who were written to die, to challenge systems that were meant to be unchangeable. It's ambitious and probably impossible. But after everything he's been through, impossible doesn't scare him anymore. He's faced down emperors and criminals, survived assassination attempts and political machinations, built genuine relationships, and earned real respect. If he can do all that, maybe he can actually make a difference in how this story ends. The night is falling outside the laboratory windows, but inside, the work continues. Luna is explaining her latest breakthrough in mana storage techniques. Sylvia has stopped by to discuss a theoretical problem. Alan is organizing tomorrow's schedule. Even with all the danger and uncertainty, this feels right. A Euros being here, doing this work, surrounded by people who matter. Whatever comes next, Dekulin is ready for it. He has allies, he has purpose, and he has a vision of a better world worth fighting for. The Villain's Survival Guide has become something more than just survive a la Euros. It's become a revolution, quiet and persistent, changing one student, one technique, one moral choice at a time. And in the shadows beyond the laboratory, in imperial courts and criminal hideouts, in noble mansions and red ribbon sanctuaries, forces are gathering for the conflicts to come. The game's main story is beginning in earnest, and Dekulin stands ready to face Ida Euros, not as the villain he was meant to be, but as the person he's chosen to become. The reformation is complete. What comes next is transformation. The The confrontation with Professors Relin and Beck left an acrid taste in the air long after they departed. Luna stood frozen in the doorway of their modest clubroom, her hands still trembling with suppressed rage. Around her, the other lower-class students exchanged nervous glances, their earlier excitement about having a space of their own now tempered by the reality of their situation. That was Professor de Kuling, one of the boys whispered, his voice a mixture of awe and confusion. He actually defended us. Julia, Luna's closest friend, touched her shoulder gently. Luna, are you all right? You looked like you were about to. I'm fine, Luna cut her off, but her voice was tight, controlled in a way that suggested she was anything but fine. She turned to face the group, her expression hardening into something resolute. This is just the beginning. Now that we have a club, now that we have Professor de Kuling's signature, the other professors are going to come after us even harder. They'll see this as a challenge, as lower-class students getting ideas above our station. Then maybe we should just, one of the younger students began, but Luna's sharp look silenced him. Should just what? Give up, disband, go back to being invisible. Her voice rose slightly, passion breaking through her usual restraint. My father spent his life being invisible, being used, being thrown away when he was no longer convenient. I won't do the same. We have every right to be here to study, to improve ourselves. If they want to fight us, then we'll fight back. The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling over them like a challenge. Julia squeezed her shoulder supportively. Then we're with you, all of us. Meanwhile, in the shadowed corners of the university's administrative building, Professor Beck was having a very different conversation. His face was flushed with humiliation and rage as he paced back and forth in front of Professor Relin, who watched him with cold amusement. Did you see how he looked at me? Beck spat, his voice shaking. Called me a cockroach, me, as if that reformed villain has any right to judge anyone. He's a fraud, Relin. Everyone knows it. That sudden improvement, those innovative techniques, there's no way he developed those on his own. He must be stealing research again, just like he always did. Relin leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers thoughtfully. Perhaps, but accusing him without proof would be unwise. He has Director Adeling's protection now, and his recent successes have made him annoyingly popular with certain segments of the student body. Then we find proof, Beck insisted, leaning forward eagerly, or we create circumstances that force him to reveal himself as the fraud he is. That girl Luna, she's the key. Everyone knows her father worked for de Kuling before he died. Suspicious, isn't it? Very suspicious. What if we suggested that de Kuling is using the girl now, just like he used her father, manipulating her, exploiting her grief? Relin's expression shifted, interest flickering in his eyes. Go on. We spread the rumor carefully through the right channels, not openly accusing, just questioning, expressing concern for the girl's welfare, wondering aloud why de Kuling is so invested in a student from such a troubled background. The other nobles will love it. It fits their narrative of de Kuling as someone who uses people. And if Luna reacts emotionally, if she causes a scene, it damages both of them. And if she doesn't react, if de Kuling manages to deflect the rumors, Beck's smile turned cruel. Then we escalate, create situations where their relationship looks inappropriate, force them to be seen together in compromising contexts. By the time we're done, even Director Adeline won't be able to protect him from the scandal. What Beck didn't know, what he couldn't have known in his self-absorbed scheming, was that his conversation was being observed. Alan stood in a maintenance corridor, adjacent to Relin's office, his ear pressed against the wall at a specific point, where acoustic peculiarities made conversations in certain offices audible to those who knew where to listen. His expression remained neutral, professional, but his mind was racing as he catalogued every word, every implication, every threat against his professor. When the conversation concluded and Beck departed, Alan waited a careful 10 minutes before slipping away himself, already composing the report he would deliver to de Kuling. But as he walked through the university's corridors, he noticed something else that set his danger instincts humming, a figure in the shadows, watching him watch Beck. The figure melted away before Alan could get a clear look, but the message was clear. They were all being observed, all being evaluated, by forces that remained frustratingly hidden. That evening, de Kuling sat in his office long after classes had ended, reviewing student progress reports with the kind of meticulous attention that had become his hallmark since his transformation. The original de Kuling would never have bothered with such tedium, would have delegated it entirely to assistants or simply fabricated the evaluations. But one Jin, inhabiting this body, found a strange satisfaction in the work, in seeing which students were improving, which ones needed additional support, which ones showed unexpected potential. He was so absorbed that he didn't immediately notice when Alan entered, his assistant's footsteps deliberately quiet so as not to startle him. It was only when Alan cleared his throat softly that de Kuling looked up, immediately reading the tension in his assistant's posture. Professor, we have a problem. De Kuling set down his pen, giving Alan his full attention. What kind of problem? The kind involving Professors Beck and Relin plotting to destroy your reputation through Luna. Alan recounted the conversation he'd overheard, his voice flat and professional, but his anger evident in the tightness around his eyes. They're planning to manufacture a scandal suggesting inappropriate relations between you and Luna, using her father's history as the foundation for their rumors. De Kuling felt a cold fury settle in his stomach. It wasn't the threat to his own reputation that bothered him most. He'd weathered worse and survived. It was the casual cruelty of using Luna's grief, her father's memory, as a weapon. It was the kind of thing the original Dekulin would have done without a second thought, and the irony of being targeted with his own former tactics wasn't lost on him. How long before they start spreading these rumors? He asked, his voice carefully controlled. Based on their conversation, I'd estimate within the next few days. They want to let the club incident settle first, create some distance so the rumors seem to emerge organically rather than as obvious retaliation. Dekulin nodded slowly, his mind already working through responses and counter moves. Then we have a narrow window to act. Alan, I need you to document everything you heard, exact quotes if possible. We may need it later as evidence. Also, increase surveillance on Beck. If he's reporting to outside parties, I want to know who and how. Already in progress, Professor, but there's something else. Alan hesitated, an unusual show of uncertainty from someone usually so confident. The person watching me watch Beck. I don't know who they were, but their presence suggests we're not the only ones interested in Beck's activities. Someone else is monitoring him, which means either we have unexpected allies or there are additional players we haven't identified yet. Given our luck, probably the latter, Dekulin said dryly. He leaned back in his chair, exhaustion suddenly catching up with him. Set up a meeting with Luna. Private, secure location. She needs to know what's being planned so she's not blindsided by it. And Alan, thank you for everything. I know I ask a great deal of you. You don't ask, Professor, I choose. Alan's expression softened slightly. My father served your father with genuine loyalty because the late head of Euclid was worthy of that loyalty. I'm beginning to believe you might be as well, despite everything you were before. Don't make me regret that belief. After Alan left, Dekulin sat alone in the darkness of his office, not bothering to light additional lamps. Through the window, he could see the university grounds bathed in moonlight, peaceful and serene in a way that belied the tension simmering beneath the surface. Students walked in groups, laughing and talking, unaware of the machinations of their professors, the political games being played with their futures as stakes. He thought about Luna, about the girl who had every reason to hate him, and was slowly, reluctantly, beginning to trust him instead. About how that fragile trust would shatter if Beck and Rilin succeeded in their campaign. About how the original Dekulin's sins kept casting shadows even as one Jin tried to build something better. The knock on his door came sooner than expected, barely an hour after Alan had left. Dekulin called for entry, expecting perhaps a late student with a question, but instead found himself facing Sylvia von Josephine. She entered with her characteristic grace, but there was something urgent in her bearing that immediately put him on alert. Professor Dekulin, I apologize for the late hour, but I felt this couldn't wait. Sylvia closed the door behind her, ensuring privacy. I've heard things, rumors that are just beginning to circulate among the noble students. About you and Luna Farron, Dekulin's jaw tightened. Already, that's faster than I anticipated. So you know about it. Sylvia's eyes widened slightly. Professor, these rumors, they're vicious. They're saying you're manipulating Luna, using her grief over her father to exert inappropriate influence. Some are even suggesting you're grooming her as your next victim, just like you allegedly victimized her father. None of which is true, Dekulin said flatly. I know that, Sylvia said quickly. Anyone who's actually watched you interact with your students would know that. You're distant, professional, sometimes harsh, but never inappropriate. But Professor, the people spreading these rumors don't care about truth. They care about destroying you, and they're willing to destroy Luna in the process. Dekulin studied Sylvia carefully, seeing the genuine concern in her expression. This was the girl who had once looked at him with barely concealed contempt, who had every reason to enjoy seeing him brought low. But something had changed between them, built through careful teaching and mutual respect for magical theory. She was warning him not because she had to, but because she chose to. Why are you telling me this, Sylvia? Staying out of it would be safer for you and your family. Because it's wrong, Sylvia said simply. I've watched you change, Professor. I've seen how you teach now, how you treat students who have nothing to offer you in terms of political advantage. I've seen you defend Luna when it would have been easier to let her be expelled. Whatever you were before, you're trying to be better now, and I won't stand by while lesser men try to tear you down out of jealousy and spite. Dekulin felt something warm unfurl in his chest, gratitude, respect, and something else he couldn't quite name. Thank you, Sylvia. Your support means more than you know, but I need you to be careful. Association with me is becoming dangerous, and I don't want you or your family to suffer because of choices I've made. My family is stronger than you think, Sylvia said with a slight smile. And my father taught me that sometimes the most important battles are the ones where the outcome isn't certain. Is there anything I can do to help? Actually, yes. Dekulin's mind was already forming a counter strategy. The rumors are just beginning, which means we have a narrow window to control the narrative. If someone of your standing, someone from the Iliad family, were to publicly vouch for the appropriateness of my interactions with students, it would carry significant weight. Not a formal statement, just casual mentions in the right conversations. Could you do that? Consider it done, Sylvia said immediately. I'll start tomorrow. And Professor, Luna is lucky to have you as her teacher, even if she doesn't fully realize it yet. Don't let these small-minded people make you doubt that. After Sylvia left, Dekulin allowed himself a moment of genuine smile. He was building something here, slowly and carefully, a network of students and allies who believed in him not because of his family name or his supposed talent, but because of his actions. It was fragile and could shatter with one misstep, but it was real in a way nothing in the original Dekulin's life had ever been. The next morning brought a confrontation Dekulin had been dreading. Luna arrived at his office before classes began, her face pale but set with determination. She closed the door behind her with perhaps more force than necessary and stood facing him with her arms crossed. I've heard the rumors, she said without preamble. About us, about you allegedly, using me like you used my father. Luna, let me finish, she interrupted, her voice shaking slightly with suppressed emotion. I need to say this, and I need you to listen. When I first came to this university, I hated you. Actually hated you with every fiber of my being. You destroyed my father, stole his work, ruined our family. I wanted you to suffer, wanted to watch you fall and know that I had helped make it happen. Dekilling remained silent, letting her speak, knowing she needed this. But then you did something I didn't expect. You changed. Or you started to change at least. You defended me when you had no reason to. You've been teaching me, really teaching me, not just using me for your own purposes. You've treated my father's research with respect, worked to complete it rather than suppress it. And I've been so confused, Professor, because how am I supposed to hate someone who keeps doing things that make them seem like a decent person? Her voice cracked slightly on the last words, and Dekilling saw the tears she was fighting to hold back. He wanted to say something comforting, something that would ease her pain, but he knew that would be wrong. She needed honesty more than comfort. I can't tell you how to feel about me, Luna, he said quietly. The original Dekilling did terrible things to your father, things I can never undo or fully atone for. The fact that I'm trying to be better now doesn't erase that history. Your hatred was justified, and if some part of you still hates me, that's justified too. But I don't. Luna's voice rose, frustration and confusion warring in her expression. That's the problem. I want to hate you. It would be so much simpler if I could just hate you, but I can't anymore because you keep being kind and fair and treating my father's work like it matters. And now these rumors are spreading, and people are saying you're manipulating me, and part of me wonders if they're right, if I'm being fooled. You're not, Dekilling said firmly, standing and moving around his desk to face her more directly, though he was careful to maintain appropriate distance. Luna, I need you to understand something. Whatever relationship exists between us now, teacher and student, researcher and colleague, or the beginnings of something that might eventually be called friendship, it's built on your choice, not my manipulation. If at any point you feel uncomfortable, if you want to stop working with me or avoid my classes, you can do so without consequence. I won't punish you, won't make your life difficult, won't do anything except respect your decision. Luna stared at him, searching his face for any hint of deception. You mean that? I mean that. Then what are we going to do about these rumors? Because they're not going to stop on their own. Beck and Relin and whoever else is behind this, they're going to keep pushing until something breaks. We're going to fight back, Dekilling said, a hard edge entering his voice, not by denying the rumors, which would only make us seem defensive. We're going to make them irrelevant by demonstrating through our actions exactly what our relationship is, teacher and student, pursuing legitimate research together. We're going to be so publicly, obviously appropriate that anyone spreading rumors will look like the liars they are. How? Luna demanded. For starters, we make our research sessions more public. Instead of meeting in my private laboratory late at night, we work in the university's open research spaces during regular hours. We invite other students to observe if they wish. We document everything we do, keep detailed records that can be reviewed by anyone who questions our methods. We make it impossible for anyone to reasonably claim anything inappropriate is happening because everything is transparently, boringly proper. Luna considered this, then nodded slowly. It'll slow down our progress, harder to work on the sensitive parts of the research with others around. Yes, but it protects both of us. Your reputation matters, Luna. You're going to be a brilliant mage one day, and I won't let my past mistakes or my enemy's current schemes destroy your future. Something in Luna's expression shifted, softened. You really mean that too, don't you? You actually care about my future. Of course I do. You're my student. The old Dekilling wouldn't have cared. The old Dekilling was an idiot who destroyed everything he touched. I'm trying very hard not to be him anymore. Luna was quiet for a long moment, then did something unexpected. She bowed, a formal, respectful gesture that was rarely seen between students and professors outside of very formal contexts. Thank you, Professor Dekilling, for caring, for trying, for not being him. After Luna left, Dekilling sat back down at his desk, feeling the weight of responsibility settling over him like a physical thing. Every decision he made affected not just himself, but all these students who were beginning to trust him, to believe in him. One misstep, one return to the original Dekilling's ways, and he would betray all of them. The implementation of their new public research policy began that very afternoon. Dekilling reserved one of the university's open research laboratories, a space with windows on multiple sides, visible from the corridors, impossible to claim any privacy or impropriety. When Luna arrived for their scheduled session, she found not just Dekilling but also Sylvia and two other students who had expressed interest in their work. Welcome, Dekilling said formally, addressing all the students. Today we're going to be working on mana circulation optimization techniques. This is research that Professor Luna and I have been developing, but we're opening the session to anyone interested in learning or contributing. Everything we discover will be properly documented and credited. It was awkward at first, having an audience for work they'd grown accustomed to doing privately. But as the session progressed, Dekilling found unexpected benefits. The other students asked questions that made him and Luna explain their reasoning more carefully, which actually improved their methodology. Sylvia's perspective on elemental interactions added a dimension they hadn't considered. Documentation they were forced to maintain would be valuable for future publication. and most importantly, anyone watching through the windows or passing by could see exactly what was happening. Legitimate academic research, conducted professionally, with multiple witnesses to the appropriate nature of all interactions. Over the next week, this became their new normal. Public research sessions, open laboratories, transparent documentation. The rumors continued to circulate, but they lost their teeth. How could anyone claim inappropriate behavior when everything Dekulin and Luna did together was observable by anyone who cared to look? But Beck and Rlin were not so easily deterred. Having failed to scandalize Dekulin through rumors of impropriety, they shifted tactics. One morning, students arriving at the lower-class clubroom found the door sealed with an official-looking notice claiming the space had been condemned due to structural concerns and safety violations. The notice bore the signatures of Beck and Rlin as the investigating professors. Luna stood in front of the sealed door, her hands clenched into fists. Around her, the other club members looked devastated. They'd only had this space for a few weeks, but it had already become important to them, a place where they belonged, where they could study and gather without the sneers and whispers of their noble classmates. "This is because of me," Luna said quietly, guilt heavy in her voice. "They can't attack Professor Dekulin directly anymore, so they're attacking us instead. This isn't your fault," Julia said firmly. "This is Beck and Rlin being petty tyrants because they can't stand seeing lower-class students having anything. But what do? We can't just accept this. If we let them shut us down without fighting back, they'll think they can push us around whenever they want." One of the younger students spoke up hesitantly. Maybe we should just go to Professor Dekulin. He helped us before. Maybe he could." "No," Luna said immediately, then softened her tone. "I mean, we can't always run to him for help. We need to learn to fight our own battles. Besides, he's already dealing with enough problems because of his association with us. We can't keep making ourselves his responsibility." "Then what do you suggest?" Julia asked. Luna stared at the sealed door, her mind working. "We appeal the decision. Formally through official channels, we demand an independent inspection of the room to verify these supposed structural problems. We make them prove their case publicly, and if they can't, we get our space back and they look like the liars they are." "Do you think that will work?" one of the students asked doubtfully. "I don't know," Luna admitted, "but we have to try. We can't just roll over every time someone with more power decides to crush us." The appeal process, as it turned out, was deliberately designed to be frustrating and discouraging. Forms had to be filed in triplicate, submitted to multiple departments, reviewed by committees that met infrequently, and always seemed to have reasons to delay. Luna found herself spending hours navigating university bureaucracy, trying to push their appeal forward, while simultaneously keeping up with her studies and research. Director Adeline, watching this unfold with increasing disapproval, finally intervened. She called Luna to her office one afternoon and got straight to the point. "Miss Farron, I'm aware of the situation with your club room. I'm also aware that Professors Beck and Rlin are the ones who condemned it, and that their timing seems remarkably coincidental given recent events involving you and Professor Dekulin." Luna sat up straighter, hope flickering. "Director, the structural concerns they cited, I don't believe they're real. I think this is retaliation for—" "I know exactly what this is," Adeline interrupted, though not unkindly. "And I'm going to tell you something that might disappoint you. I can't simply overturn their decision, not without evidence that their inspection was fraudulent. Doing so would set a precedent that undermines the authority of all faculty members to make safety determinations." Luna's hope deflated. "Then there's nothing you can do." "I didn't say that." Adeline's lips curved into a slight smile. "What I said is I can't overturn their decision without evidence. However, if someone were to request an independent inspection by a neutral third party, say, the city's building authority rather than university faculty, and if that inspection were to contradict Beck and Rlin's findings, well, then I would have grounds to not only restore your club room, but to discipline the professors who filed a fraudulent safety report." Understanding dawned in Luna's eyes. "You're telling me how to win." "I'm telling you the rules of the game," Adeline corrected. "What you choose to do with that information is entirely up to you. But Miss Farron, I'm on your side in this. I've been watching what Professor Dekulin has been trying to do, the changes he's making, and I approve. If Beck and Rlin think they can sabotage that through petty harassment of students, they're going to discover they've miscalculated badly." Luna left Adeline's office with renewed purpose. Within 2 days, she had filed the appropriate requests for an independent building inspection. Within a week, inspectors arrived from the city authority, conducted a thorough examination of the club room, and declared it structurally sound with no safety violations whatsoever. Their report, delivered formally to Director Adeline's office, contradicted every claim Beck and Rlin had made. The fallout was swift and satisfying. Adeline summoned Beck and Rlin to her office, and in Luna's presence as a witness, tore into them with the kind of controlled fury that was somehow more intimidating than shouting. "Gentlemen, I have here a report from the City Building Authority stating that the room you condemned has no structural problems, no safety violations, and is in fact in better condition than many other spaces in the university. Can you explain this discrepancy?" Beck stammered something about having been mistaken, about honest errors in judgment, but Adeline cut him off. "Honest errors in judgment. Professor Beck, you signed a document claiming specific structural defects, cracked support beams, water damage, unsafe flooring. The independent inspection found none of these things. None. This wasn't an honest error. This was a deliberate fabrication, and you did it to harass students under your educational care. That is beneath contempt." Rlin tried to deflect. Director, surely you're not going to take the word of some city inspectors over your own faculty. I'm taking the word of qualified professionals who have no stake in university politics over two professors who have demonstrated a clear pattern of bias against lower-class students, Adeline said coldly. As of this moment, you're both formally reprimanded. This goes in your permanent faculty records. Additionally, you are both banned from any involvement in student club activities for the remainder of the academic year. If I receive one more complaint about either of you harassing students, any students, I will begin termination proceedings. Am I absolutely clear? Both professors left the office deflated and furious, and Luna couldn't suppress a small, satisfied smile. It wasn't complete victory. They were still faculty members with power and connections, but it was something. It was proof that standing up to bullies could work, that the system could be made to serve justice if you understood how to navigate it. When she told Dekillian about it later, during one of their now public research sessions, she expected him to be pleased. Instead, his expression was troubled. Luna, you do understand that you've made powerful enemies now. Beck and Rlin won't forget this humiliation. They'll be looking for ways to retaliate, and next time they'll be more careful, harder to catch. I know, Luna said, but Professor, what was I supposed to do? Let them shut us down, let them bully us into giving up our space. No, Dekillian admitted. You did the right thing, I'm just concerned. This situation is escalating in ways I'm not sure any of us can fully control. He was more right than he knew. That very evening, in a private club frequented by noble faculty and their allies, Beck and Rlin were meeting with others who shared their resentment of Dekillian's reformation and the changes it represented. He's become too bold, one professor said, swirling wine in his glass. First defending Luna Farron, then allowing lower-class students to form clubs, now using those public research sessions as some kind of performative display of virtue. He thinks he can wash away years of corruption by acting like a saint for a few months. More than that, Beck interjected bitterly, he's making the rest of us look bad. Students are starting to compare, asking why other professors don't explain things as clearly as Dekillian, why other professors don't make themselves as available, why other professors still treat lower-class students with contempt when Dekillian has proven they can succeed if given proper instruction. So what do we do about it? Rlin asked. The direct approaches have failed. The rumors about impropriety went nowhere. The attempt to shut down the club backfired spectacularly. We need something more subtle, something that can't be traced back to us so easily. An older professor, one of the more senior members of the university faculty, spoke up for the first time. There's a larger problem we're not addressing. Dekillian is just a symptom. The real issue is Director Adeline's tolerance, no, her encouragement of these changes. As long as she protects him, as long as she enables this undermining of traditional hierarchies, we'll keep fighting losing battles. What are you suggesting? Another professor asked. I'm suggesting that we need to make Adeline reconsider her support, not through direct confrontation. She's too entrenched, too well connected. But if we can demonstrate that Dekillian's methods, his research, his students represent a genuine threat to the university's stability and reputation, she'll have no choice but to distance herself from him. And how do we demonstrate that? Beck demanded. The older professor smiled, though there was no warmth in it. We wait for the right moment, the right mistake. Dekillian is walking a very fine line, trying to balance innovation with propriety, reform with tradition. Eventually, he'll slip. He'll go too far, push too hard, and when he does, we'll be ready to ensure the consequences are severe and public enough that even Adeline can't shield him. What none of them knew, what they couldn't have anticipated, was that the right moment they were waiting for was rushing toward them faster than anyone expected, driven by forces far larger than university politics. The first whispers came from the city, rumors of increased imperial attention on magical institutions, of new policies being drafted regarding who could teach and what could be taught. Emperor Sophian's coronation had brought immediate changes to governance, but those had been focused on administrative and military matters. Now, it seemed, he was turning his attention to the magical community, and the early signs suggested his approach would be far more authoritarian than his predecessors. Dekillian first learned of this through Corvus, the imperial liaison who had been assigned to monitor his research. The man arrived at Dekillian's office unannounced one morning, his military bearing somehow even more rigid than usual. Professor Dekillian, I've been instructed to inform you of new imperial directives regarding magical education and research. These directives are not yet public, but they will be announced within the week, and I thought you should have time to prepare yourself. Dekillian set down his pen carefully. That sounds ominous. What kind of directives? Several, Corvus said, pulling out a document. First, all magical research must be registered with the Imperial Court and approved before beginning. Any research deemed potentially disruptive to social order or imperial security will be prohibited. Second, admissions policies at magical institutions must prioritize those of noble birth and proven magical lineage. Third, and most relevant to you specifically, any professor with a history of academic misconduct will be subject to enhanced scrutiny and potential dismissal. That last one is clearly targeted at me, Dekillian said flatly. It's targeted at several professors with questionable backgrounds, Corvus corrected, though his tone suggested agreement with Dekillian's assessment. But yes, you are among the primary subjects of concern. Professor Dekillian, I'm telling you this not to threaten you, but because I believe you should understand what's coming. The Emperor is concerned about stability, about controlling potential sources of disruption. Your research into democratizing magic, your defense of lower-class students, your general, reformist tendencies, these make you a concern from an imperial perspective. So what are my options? Deculain asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. Comply completely in hope that satisfies them. Or, Corvus hesitated, then spoke more quietly, or prepare for the possibility that compliance won't be enough. The Emperor is looking for examples to set, ways to demonstrate his authority over the magical community. You're visible, controversial, and have a past that makes you vulnerable. In short, you're an ideal target. After Corvus left, Deculain sat in silence for a long time, processing this information. Everything he'd built over these months, the teaching, the research, the relationships with students, all of it could be swept away by imperial decree. And there would be nothing he could do about it, because ultimately the Emperor's power was absolute. But something in him rebelled against the idea of simply accepting that fate. He'd come too far, changed too much, to quietly return to obscurity or worse. If the Emperor wanted to make an example of him, then Deculain would make sure it was an example that mattered, that meant something beyond just one person's fall. He called for Alan, and when his assistant arrived, Deculain spoke with unusual urgency. We need to accelerate everything. The research with Luna, the documentation of her father's work, all of it. I want it compiled, organized, and prepared for publication within the next 2 weeks. If the Imperial Court is going to crack down on my research, I want to get the important parts out into the world before they can suppress it. 2 weeks is very aggressive, Professor. We'll need to work around the clock. Then we work around the clock. Alan, if I'm going to go down, I want it to be for something that matters. Luna's father's research could change magical education fundamentally. I won't let it die just because some authoritarian emperor is afraid of change. Word of the impending imperial directives began to leak out over the following days, and the university community reacted with a mixture of alarm and grim acceptance. Many professors, especially those who had already been hostile to Deculain's reforms, welcomed the changes as a return to proper order. Others, particularly the more progressive faculty members, saw it as a dangerous precedent that would stifle innovation and cement existing hierarchies. Among the students, the reaction was even more divided. Noble students generally approved, seeing the directives as protecting their natural advantages. Lower-class students were devastated, recognizing that the doors that had just begun to open for them were about to slam shut again. Luna took it hardest. When she learned about the admissions policy changes, she came to Deculain's office with barely contained fury. They're trying to undo everything, she said, pacing back and forth. All the progress, all the changes, all the proof that lower-class students can succeed if given the chance, none of it matters. They're just going to lock us out again, keep magic as the exclusive domain of the nobility. Not if we move fast enough, Deculain said. Luna, we're going to finish your father's research and publish it before these directives take full effect. Once it's out there, once other researchers around the continent have access to these techniques, the Emperor can't suppress it completely even if he tries. And then what? You publish work the Emperor specifically prohibited, and he has you arrested or executed. Professor, I won't be responsible for that. You're not responsible for any of my choices, Luna. I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do, because your father's work deserves to be known, and because I'm tired of letting powerful people dictate what knowledge can and cannot exist. If there are consequences, I'll face them. But that research needs to survive, even if I don't. Luna stared at him, tears threatening to spill. You're an idiot, a noble, self-sacrificing idiot. Do you know that? I've been called worse, Deculain said with a slight smile. They worked with desperate intensity over the following 2 weeks, often late into the night. The public research sessions became marathons, with Deculain and Luna pushing through technical problems and theoretical challenges at a pace that left other observers exhausted just watching. Sylvia joined them frequently, contributing her own insights and serving as a witness to the legitimacy of their work. Alan coordinated everything, managing documentation, ensuring proper citations, keeping track of which findings needed to be included in the final publication. He also quietly began making copies of everything, storing them in multiple locations with different trusted individuals, insurance against any attempt to seize or destroy the research. On the 12th day, as they were approaching completion, Deculain received an unexpected visitor. Director Adeline appeared at the public research laboratory where they were working, her expression grave. Professor Deculain, Miss Farron, could I have a word? In private. They followed her to a nearby empty classroom, and Adeline closed the door carefully before turning to face them. I'm going to be blunt because we don't have time for diplomacy. I know what you're doing. I know you're trying to publish Farron's democratization research before the imperial directives take effect. I'm telling you right now that it's suicide. Director, Deculain began, but Adeline held up a hand. Let me finish. The Emperor is specifically looking for ways to demonstrate his authority over the magical community. Publishing research that directly contradicts his new policies would hand him exactly the excuse he needs to make an example of you. You won't just lose your position, you could face criminal charges, imprisonment, possibly worse. I understand the risks, Deculain said. I don't think you do, Adeline said sharply. Deculain, you've made remarkable progress in reforming yourself. You've become a genuinely good teacher, a serious researcher, someone who actually cares about students. Don't throw that away on a grand gesture that will accomplish nothing except getting you destroyed. It won't accomplish nothing, Luna interjected. If we publish this research, if we get it out to other institutions and researchers, the techniques will spread. The emperor can punish us, but he can't suppress knowledge that's already dispersed across the continent. He can certainly try, Adeline said, and in the process he'll make sure no one else dares to pursue similar research. You'll become a cautionary tale, and your father's work will be tainted by association with rebellion against imperial authority. Luna flinched at that, and Deculine could see the doubt creeping into her expression. Adeline noticed it too and pressed her advantage. Miss Farron, I know you want your father's legacy preserved, but there are better ways to do it than martyrdom. Professor Deculine, you have allies now, respect from colleagues, students who believe in you. Use that political capital to find a safer path forward. Lobby for changes through proper channels, build support gradually, demonstrate the value of this research in ways that don't directly challenge imperial authority. That's how real, lasting change happens. Deculine was silent for a long moment, considering Adeline's arguments. She was right about the risks, about the likely consequences. Publishing this research now would probably end his career and possibly his freedom or life. It was the kind of reckless, self-destructive gesture that achieved nothing except making the person doing it feel noble about their own martyrdom. But it was also right. It was what needed to happen, regardless of the personal cost. And Deculine was tired, so very tired, of doing what was safe and pragmatic when what was needed was someone willing to stand up and fight. I appreciate your concern, Director, he finally said, and your advice is sound from a purely strategic perspective, but I'm going to publish the research anyway. Adeline's expression hardened. Then you're a fool. Probably, Deculine agreed, but I've been a coward for too long, hiding behind political calculation and self-preservation. If I'm going to fall, I'd rather it be for something that matters than for nothing at all. You're going to regret this, Adeline warned. Maybe, but I won't regret being a coward, and that's worth something to me. After Adeline left, clearly frustrated and disappointed, Luna turned to Deculine with a complicated expression, gratitude mixed with guilt mixed with something that might have been affection. You don't have to do this, Professor. I would understand if you wanted to play it safe, find another way. I know I don't have to, Deculine said, but I'm going to anyway. Your father deserves better than his research dying because we were too afraid to share it. And honestly, Luna, I'm tired of being afraid. I spent the original Deculine's entire life afraid of being exposed as mediocre, afraid of losing power and status, afraid of having nothing if I couldn't steal from others. I'm done with fear. The final version of the research paper was completed on the 14th day, and Deculine immediately submitted it to 3 major continental magical journals simultaneously. He wanted to ensure that even if 1 or 2 declined to publish out of political concerns, at least one would get the research into circulation. The response came faster than expected. All 3 journals accepted the paper, a testament to the quality and importance of the work. The first publication date was set for 3 weeks out, which meant they'd succeeded in getting the research formally accepted before the imperial directives officially took effect. But success brought its own problems. Word of the publication leaked almost immediately, probably from someone at one of the journals, and the reaction was explosive. Conservative magical institutions denounced the research as socially irresponsible. Progressive voices celebrated it as a breakthrough, and the imperial court. The imperial court went silent, which was somehow more ominous than any official statement would have been. 5 days after the paper's acceptance, Deculine received a formal summons to the imperial palace. It was phrased as a request for consultation on magical education policy, but everyone understood what it really was. He was being called to account for his defiance of imperial priorities, even if those directives hadn't technically been official yet when he submitted the paper. Alan helped him prepare for the audience, reviewing talking points and strategies, but they both knew that there wasn't really any defense that would satisfy an authoritarian emperor who felt his authority had been challenged. Professor, there's still time to withdraw the paper, Alan said quietly. You could claim it was submitted prematurely, that you want more time for review, anything to buy yourself room to maneuver. And what would that accomplish except prove that threats work? No, Alan. We're past the point of backing down. Whatever happens at this imperial audience, we face it head-on. Luna wanted to accompany him to the palace, but Deculine firmly refused. If I'm going to face consequences for this, there's no reason for you to share them. Your father's name is on this research as the primary originator. You're safe. They can't punish you for finishing work your father started years ago. But me, I'm the one who chose to publish it now, knowing what it would mean. Those consequences are mine alone. The day of the imperial audience arrived gray and cold, fitting Deculine's mood, as the imperial carriage arrived to collect him. The ride to the palace seemed shorter than before, as if time itself was accelerating toward his confrontation with power. Emperor Sophian received him not in the grand throne room, but in a smaller, more intimate chamber, somehow more intimidating for its privacy. There were no witnesses, no advisors, just Deculine and the emperor and Corvus standing silently in the corner. Professor Deculine, Sophian said without preamble, you've put me in an awkward position. I was preparing to announce directives that would, among other things, restrict research like what you've just published, and now you've published it anyway before those directives took effect. Legally, you've done nothing wrong. Politically, you've challenged my authority in a way I cannot ignore. Your Majesty, I submitted that research because I believed it was important for the advancement of magical knowledge. I meant no disrespect to your authority. Spare me the diplomatic evasions, Sophian said, his voice hardening. You knew exactly what you were doing. You knew I opposed this kind of research, that I saw it as potentially destabilizing. You published anyway, deliberately, as a statement. The only question is whether it was a statement of principle or a statement of defiance. Dekulin met the emperor's gaze directly. Perhaps it was both, Your Majesty. I believe deeply in the principles behind that research, that magical ability shouldn't be determined solely by birth, that talent exists across all social classes, that innovation requires challenging established assumptions. But I also believe that knowledge shouldn't be suppressed because it makes powerful people uncomfortable. If that constitutes defiance, then I suppose I am defiant. You realize I could have you arrested right now, that there are several charges I could bring against you: inciting social unrest, undermining imperial policy, even treason if I stretch the definition far enough. Yes, Your Majesty, I'm aware. Safian studied him for a long moment, and Dekulin braced himself for whatever verdict was coming. But instead of ordering his arrest, the emperor did something unexpected. He laughed, though there was no humor in the sound. You're either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid, Dekulin. I haven't decided which yet, but you know what? I'm going to let you keep your position for now. Not because I approve of what you've done, but because punishing you for publishing before my directives were official would make me look weak and petty. I won't give you that satisfaction. Relief flooded through Dekulin, though he was careful not to show it. However, Safian continued, his voice dropping to something colder, understand this. You've used up all your political capital with me. The next time you cross me, the next time you publish something I find objectionable or involve yourself in matters that challenge imperial authority, there will be consequences. Severe consequences. I'm allowing you this one act of defiance. Don't mistake my tolerance for weakness. I understand, Your Majesty. I hope you do, Professor, because despite what you might think of my policies, I actually do see value in magical innovation. I see value in challenging established assumptions, in pushing boundaries, but I also believe in order, in hierarchy, in the stability that comes from knowing your place in society. Your research threatens that stability. If you're going to continue this path, you'd better be prepared to prove that the innovations you're offering are worth the disruption they cause. After leaving the imperial audience, Dekulin felt a strange mixture of emotions. He'd survived, not just survived, but retained his position and his ability to continue his work, at least for now. But the emperor's warning had been clear. He was being watched, evaluated, and one more misstep would be his last. The research publication proceeded as scheduled, and its impact on the magical academic community was immediate and profound. Other universities began requesting copies, researchers started proposing follow-up studies, and debate erupted across the continent about the implications of democratized magic. Some condemned it as dangerous, others celebrated it as revolutionary, but no one could ignore it. At the university, reactions were equally intense. Professor Beck and Rlin were furious, seeing the publication as proof that Dekulin had somehow escaped accountability yet again. Conservative faculty members grumbled about the disruption it would cause, but progressive voices, particularly among younger faculty and students, were energized by the possibilities the research opened up. Luna was conflicted. On one hand, her father's work was finally being recognized, finally receiving the attention it deserved. On the other hand, she'd watched Dekulin risk everything to make that happen, and she couldn't help but feel responsible for putting him in danger. I don't know whether to thank you or be angry with you, she told him during one of their research sessions. You could have been executed for this, you almost were. But I wasn't, Dekulin pointed out. We got the research published, your father's legacy is secure, and I'm still here to continue teaching and developing these techniques further. That's about as good an outcome as we could have hoped for. Until the next time you defy the Emperor and he decides he's had enough of your defiance. Then I'll deal with that when it comes. Luna, I'm not trying to be reckless or self-destructive, but I'm also not going to live my life paralyzed by fear of what might happen if I do what I believe is right. Your father refused to let fear stop him from pursuing his research. I owe him at least that much respect. Luna was quiet for a moment, then spoke softly. He would have liked you. The new you, I mean. Not the old Dekulin who destroyed him, but the person you're trying to become. He always believed that people could change if they chose to, that redemption was possible for anyone willing to do the work. I think he would have seen you as proof he was right. It was perhaps the kindest thing Luna had ever said to him, and Dekulin felt emotion tighten his throat. Thank you, Luna. That means more than you know. But their moment of peace was short-lived. That evening, Director Adeline summoned both of them to her office with unusual urgency. When they arrived, they found her pacing, her normally composed demeanor cracked by obvious stress. We have a serious problem, she said without preamble. I've received word from my contacts in the Imperial Court. The Emperor may have let you off with a warning publicly, Dekulin, but privately he's not satisfied. He's been speaking with certain conservative factions, and they've convinced him that your research represents a threat that needs to be dealt with more definitively. What does that mean? Luna demanded. It means there are people planning something, Adeline said grimly. I don't have details yet, but my sources indicate a coordinated action against both Dekulin specifically and the broader movement toward democratizing magic. Something designed to discredit the research, destroy its credibility, and make an example that will discourage anyone else from following this path. When? Dekulin asked. Soon, within the next few weeks. They're waiting for the right opportunity, the right scandal or crisis that they can pin on your research and use to justify a crackdown. Dekulin's mind raced, thinking through implications and possibilities. A coordinated action meant multiple parties working together, probably conservative nobles, hostile faculty, and imperial officials. The kind of conspiracy that was difficult to defend against because it came from too many directions at once. What do we do? Luna asked, looking between Adeline and Dekulin. We prepare, Dekulin said grimly. We document everything, make sure all our research is backed up in multiple locations, build alliances with anyone who might support us when the attack comes, and we try very hard not to give them any legitimate ammunition to use against us. That might not be enough, Adeline warned. If they're determined to destroy you, they'll manufacture evidence if they can't find any. I've seen this pattern before, powerful people deciding someone needs to be eliminated, and then finding or creating justification after the fact. Then what do you suggest? Dekulin asked. Adeline hesitated, clearly torn. Leave, take a sabbatical, go somewhere outside imperial jurisdiction for a few months until this blows over. You've made your statement with the research publication. There's no shame in strategic retreat when you're facing overwhelming force. There's shame, Dekulin said quietly. There's shame in running away from my students, from my research, from people who have come to depend on me. I won't do it. Even if staying means being destroyed. Even then, because running would prove them right, would prove that people like me, with checkered pasts and controversial ideas, don't belong in respectable institutions. I won't give them that satisfaction. After leaving Adeline's office, Luna walked beside Dekulin in silence for a while before speaking. You know you're being stubborn and stupid, right? She's giving you a way out, a chance to survive whatever's coming. I know, and you're refusing anyway because of pride. Not pride, Dekulin corrected. Principle, there's a difference. Is there? Because from where I'm standing it looks like you're choosing martyrdom over effectiveness. If you're destroyed, who benefits? Not the research, it'll be tainted by association with you. Not the students, they'll lose a good teacher. Not me, I'll lose. She trailed off, seeming to surprise herself with what she'd almost said. You'll lose what? Dekulin prompted gently. Someone I'm starting to trust, Luna admitted quietly. Someone who's shown me that change is possible, that people can be better than their worst actions. Professor, if you let them destroy you, it doesn't just hurt you. It hurts everyone who's believed in your transformation, who's taken your example as proof that redemption is real. That's not noble. That's selfish. Her words hit harder than any threat or warning could have. Dekulin had been so focused on the principle of standing firm, of not running away, that he hadn't fully considered how his destruction would affect others beyond himself. Luna was right. His martyrdom would damage everything he'd built, would hurt the people who'd chosen to trust him, but running away would also damage it, just in different ways. It would teach those students that when things get hard, when powerful enemies attack, the right response is to flee. It would abandon them to face whatever consequences came from their association with him. There were no good options, no clear right choice. I'll think about what you've said, Dekulin finally told Luna. You've given me a lot to consider. Good, because I'm not ready to lose you yet, Professor. I just got to the point where I can think of you without automatic hatred. Don't ruin that by getting yourself destroyed before I figure out what I actually feel about you. Over the next few days, Dekulin did think about it, thought about little else, in fact. He consulted with Alan, who predictably advised caution and strategic retreat. He spoke with Ganesha, who offered to help him disappear if he chose that path. He even received a message from the Crimson Alchemist, offering him sanctuary in one of her hidden facilities if he needed it. But in the end, the decision came down to a simple question. Who was he? Was he one Jin, the person from another world trying to survive in a dangerous game? Or was he Dekulin von Eucline, a professor with students depending on him and research worth protecting? The answer, he realized, was that he was both and neither. He was something new, forged from both identities, and that new person wouldn't run. He was in his office, having reached this conclusion, when Alan entered with his face pale. Professor, we have a significant problem. I've been monitoring communications as you requested, and I've discovered something alarming. There's a coordination happening. Beck and Rlin are working with Bertrand's faction, and they're being supported by elements within the Imperial Court. They're planning something major, something that goes beyond just discrediting your research. What kind of something? Dekulin asked, dread building in his stomach. They're planning to stage an incident. Create a situation that they can blame on your research and your influence. Something violent enough, public enough, that it will turn opinion decisively against democratizing magic and give the Emperor justification for a comprehensive crackdown. What kind of incident? Alan hesitated, and Dekulin could see the horror in his eyes. An attack. They're going to orchestrate an attack on a noble gathering, make it look like lower-class students using newly learned magical techniques to strike at their social superiors. It will be bloody, it will be shocking, and it will be blamed entirely on the dangerous consequences of your research. Dekulin felt ice flood his veins. When, where? I don't know yet. The communications I intercepted were careful not to include specific details. But it's soon, Professor, very soon. We need to warn people. Alert authorities, cancel any upcoming gatherings. With what evidence? Alan asked grimly. Encrypted communications I obtained through technically illegal surveillance. They've been careful, Professor. Everything is deniable, everything could be explained away. If we make accusations without proof, we'll look paranoid and lose what credibility we have left. Dekulin stood and began pacing, his mind racing through possibilities and strategies. Then we need to find proof. Real, undeniable evidence of what they're planning. Alan, pull in every resource we have. Contact Ganesha, ask the Crimson Alchemist if her intelligence network has picked up anything about this. We need to find out where and when this attack is planned and stop it before it happens. And if we can't stop it, then we make damn sure everyone knows who was really responsible. I won't let them use murdered innocents as ammunition against research that could help millions. Whatever it takes, Alan. Whatever it takes, the next week was one of the most intense of Dekuling's time in this world. Every resource he had access to was mobilized in a desperate search for information about the planned attack. Ganesha's network of informants spread throughout the city, listening for any hint of unusual activity. The Crimson Alchemist's people monitored magical weapons dealers and hired muscle. Alan coordinated everything, sleeping maybe 3 hours a night, surviving on coffee and determination. Luna noticed the change in Dekuling immediately, the tension in his shoulders, the distraction in his teaching, the way he kept checking messages from Alan between every class. She confronted him after a particularly scattered lecture. Something's wrong. Don't try to deny it. I've been watching you for months now. I know when you're worried about something big. What's happening? Dekuling debated whether to tell her, weighing the risks of sharing information against the risks of keeping her in the dark. Finally, he decided she deserved to know. She was too close to the center of this, too likely to be affected, to be left ignorant. There's a plot, he said quietly, checking to make sure they were alone. Conservative factions working with imperial elements. They're planning to stage an attack on nobles and blame it on lower-class students using the techniques from your father's research. It will be used to justify shutting down everything, the research, the democratization efforts, possibly even the university's acceptance of non-noble students. Luna's face went pale, then red with fury. They're going to kill people, innocent people, just to discredit research. That's the plan. We're trying to find out where and when so we can stop it, but the conspirators have been careful not to leave evidence we can act on. Then we need to warn people. Tell Director Adeline, tell the city guard. With what proof? We intercepted some encrypted communications that could mean anything. If we make accusations without evidence, we look like conspiracy theorists and lose credibility. Worse, it could tip off the plotters that we're onto them and they'll just change their plans to something we can't predict. Luna was silent for a moment, processing this impossible situation. Then her expression hardened with determination. Then we find the proof. Professor, I'm helping with this. Don't even try to keep me out of it. This is my father's research they're planning to weaponize. I'm involved whether you want me to be or not. Luna, no arguments. What do you need me to do? Dekuling recognized the futility of trying to exclude her and decided to channel her energy productively instead. Talk to your friends, the other lower-class students. See if anyone has noticed anything unusual, new faces around, people asking suspicious questions, anything that seems off. But be careful, be subtle. We can't afford to alert the plotters that we're investigating. Luna nodded and left immediately to begin her own quiet investigation. Dekuling watched her go, feeling a complex mixture of pride and worry. She'd grown so much over these months, from a girl consumed by hatred to someone fighting for principles larger than personal revenge. Her father would have been proud. 3 days later, the breakthrough came from an unexpected source. One of Ganesha's informants overheard a conversation in a tavern frequented by mercenaries and hired muscle. 2 men, both obviously not from the local area, had been discussing payment for a job at the charity gala and making it look authentic. The informant had gotten descriptions of both men and the name of the contact who'd hired them. When Ganesha brought this information to Dekuling, his blood ran cold. The charity gala, he'd seen announcements for it, a major event where noble families gathered to raise funds for various causes. It was scheduled for 2 days from now, would be attended by hundreds of nobles and their families, and was exactly the kind of high-profile target that would generate maximum outrage. Do we know who these men are? Dekuling asked. Low-level criminals from another city, hired specifically because they have no local connections that could be traced back to the people employing them, Ganesha explained. They're being paid to attack the gala, use magic in ways that look like they learned from recently available democratic techniques, and then either die in the attack or disappear afterward. We need to alert the authorities, get security increased at the gala. Already tried, Ganesha interrupted. I sent an anonymous tip to the city guard. They investigated and found nothing. The attackers aren't in position yet, won't be until the day of the event. Without evidence of an imminent threat, they won't increase security or cancel the event. They can't act on vague warnings about something that might happen. Dekuling felt frustration building. So what are our options? Limited and not good, Ganesha admitted. We could try to stop the attack ourselves, but that means potentially killing or seriously injuring the hired attackers before they hurt anyone. Self-defense would be a hard argument if we're the ones who strike first. Alternatively, we could expose the plot publicly before the attack happens, but that requires evidence we don't quite have enough of yet. What about confronting the people behind it? Dekuling suggested. Beck, Rilin, whoever else is involved. Force them to call it off under threat of exposure. They deny everything and we tip our hand without accomplishing anything. These aren't stupid people, Professor. They've covered their tracks well enough that direct accusations won't stick. Alan spoke up from where he'd been quietly listening. There might be one other option. What if we don't try to stop the attack, but we document it? Get incontrovertible evidence of who the attackers really are, who hired them, and what their real motivations are. Let the attack begin, stop it before anyone gets seriously hurt, and then use the evidence to expose the whole conspiracy. That's dangerous, Ganesha said. If something goes wrong, if we can't stop the attack quickly enough, people die. People die anyway if we can't expose this conspiracy, Alan pointed out. because this won't be the only attack. If this one succeeds, if they manage to pin it on democratic magic and lower-class students, they'll use it as justification for a broader crackdown. How many people suffer then? How many students get expelled or worse? We need to think beyond just this one incident. Dekilling knew Alan was right, but the thought of deliberately allowing an attack to begin, even briefly, made him sick. Yet what other choice did they have? All the alternatives had either been tried and failed, or required evidence they didn't have. If we do this, Dekilling said slowly, we need to be absolutely certain we can stop the attack before anyone gets seriously hurt. That means being in position, knowing exactly where the attackers will strike, having overwhelming force ready to intervene the moment they move. I can provide the force, Ganesha said. My people are good at this kind of thing, but we'll need perfect intelligence about their plans, where they'll enter, how many there are, what kind of magic they'll use. And we need documentation, Alan added. Multiple witnesses, magical recording devices, anything that will make it impossible to dismiss or cover up what really happened. They spent the next 2 days preparing. Ganesha positioned her people around the gala venue, disguised as staff, guards, and guests. Alan set up multiple recording devices, both magical and mundane, positioned to capture evidence from multiple angles. Dekilling himself would attend the gala as a legitimate guest. His position at the university gave him standing to be invited to such events, and would be ready to intervene directly if needed. Luna insisted on being included as well, though Dekilling fought hard against it. I'm not letting you walk into a situation where violence is guaranteed. You're walking into it, Luna countered. If it's too dangerous for me, it's too dangerous for you. I'm a professor, an adult, someone who's made this choice with full knowledge of the risks, and I'm a student who's just as invested in stopping this as you are. Professor, they're using my father's research as cover for murder. I have every right to be there when we stop them. In the end, Dekilling relented, though he made Luna promise to stay near him and follow his instructions exactly if things went violent. She agreed, though he suspected she'd do whatever she thought necessary when the moment came, regardless of any promises made beforehand. The night of the gala arrived clear and cold. The venue was a grand hall in the noble district, decorated lavishly for the charity event. Nobles arrived in their finest clothes, laughing and socializing, completely unaware of the danger they were walking into. Dekilling attended in his formal professor's robes, projecting calm confidence he didn't feel. Luna was with him, ostensibly as his student assistant, but really as a co-conspirator in the night's dangerous game. They circulated through the crowd, Dekilling making small talk with other guests while actually scanning for threats and monitoring the magical communication device hidden in his sleeve that connected him to Alan and Ganesha's network. So far, everything seemed normal, guests enjoying themselves, guards positioned at appropriate points, no sign of unusual activity. Then as the evening progressed toward the event centerpiece presentation, Alan's voice came through the communication device in an urgent whisper. Movement at the East Service entrance. 3 individuals' magical signatures consistent with combat preparation. This is it. Dekilling caught Luna's eye and gave a subtle signal. She nodded, understanding, and they began moving casually toward the east side of the hall, positioning themselves between the service entrance and the main crowd. Around them, Ganesha's people were doing the same, converging on the anticipated threat point while trying not to alarm the guests. The attackers entered through the service entrance, disguised as additional staff. To anyone not watching for them, they would have seemed like nothing unusual. But Dekilling could see the tension in their movements, the way they spread out to create multiple threat vectors, the subtle gathering of magical energy that preceded an attack. He had perhaps 3 seconds to make a decision, intervene now before they could act, or wait until they revealed their intentions clearly enough to provide undeniable evidence. Every instinct screamed at him to act immediately, to protect the innocents who had no idea what was about to happen. But if he moved too soon, if the attackers hadn't done anything overtly aggressive yet, the conspiracy would claim it was a false alarm, that Dekilling had attacked innocent workers out of paranoia. Decision was taken from him when one of the attackers raised his hands and magical energy began to coalesce, the beginning of a wide-area destruction spell that would have killed or injured dozens if completed. Now, Dekilling shouted, and multiple things happened simultaneously. He unleashed his telekinesis, grabbing the attackers' arms and forcing them apart, disrupting the spell formation. Ganesha's people emerged from concealment, engaging the other 2 attackers before they could complete their own spells. Luna, ignoring Dekilling's instructions to stay safe, created a barrier between the fight and the crowd of guests, preventing any wild magic from reaching innocents. The hall erupted into chaos. Guests screamed and fled, guards rushed toward the commotion, and for about 30 seconds it was complete pandemonium. But Dekilling's coalition had the advantage of surprise and preparation. The attackers, expecting to face only normal gala security, were overwhelmed by the coordinated response. Within minutes, all 3 were subdued, restrained, and very publicly captured. Director Adeline appeared as if summoned by the chaos, taking control of the situation with practiced authority. Everyone remain calm. The threat has been neutralized. Guards, secure these individuals. Someone fetch the City Watch commander. I want official authority here immediately. As the dust settled, Dekilling approached one of the captured attackers, the one who'd been about to cast the area destruction spell. The man glared at him with hatred and something else, fear. Who hired you? Dekilling demanded. Go to hell, the attacker spat. We have your communications, Alan said, stepping forward with recording devices in hand. We have evidence of payment, records of meetings, everything we need to trace this back to your employers. You can cooperate now and maybe earn some leniency, or you can protect them and take the full punishment alone. Your choice." The attacker looked between them, calculating odds, and Dekulin could see the moment he decided cooperation was his best option. Nobles, don't know names, worked through intermediaries, but they made it clear we were supposed to attack, make it look like we were lower-class students using new magic techniques and create maximum casualties. They wanted blood, wanted outrage, wanted proof that democratizing magic was dangerous. Did they tell you why? To discredit someone. A professor doing research they didn't like. That's all I know, I swear. It wasn't enough for a legal case against Beck and Relin and whoever else was behind this, but it was enough for public opinion. Alan had recorded everything, and multiple witnesses had heard the confession. The conspiracy wasn't fully exposed yet, but it was damaged, its foundations cracked. The aftermath was chaotic and prolonged. The City Watch arrived and took custody of the attackers. Statements were taken from dozens of witnesses. Director Adeline worked damage control, managing the message to emphasize that the university's security measures had stopped the attack before anyone was seriously hurt. And through it all, Dekulin felt a strange emptiness. They'd won in a sense, stopped the attack, gathered evidence, protected innocent lives. But the forces arrayed against him were still out there, still plotting, still determined to destroy what he'd built. This was just one battle in a much longer war, and he was exhausted from fighting. Luna found him later, after most of the chaos had settled, standing alone on a balcony overlooking the city. She stood beside him in silence for a moment before speaking. "You saved a lot of lives tonight. We saved lives. It wasn't just me. Still, you could have walked away from all this, left the city, avoided the whole mess. But you stayed, you chose to remain where every step forward led deeper into danger." The confrontation with Professors Relin and Beck left an acrid taste in the air long after they departed. Luna stood frozen in the doorway of their modest clubroom, her hands still trembling with suppressed rage. Around her, the other lower-class students exchanged nervous glances, their earlier excitement about having a space of their own now tempered by the reality of their situation. "That was Professor Dekulin," one of the boys whispered, his voice a mixture of awe and confusion. "He actually defended us." Julia, Luna's closest friend, touched her shoulder gently. "Luna, are you all right? You looked like you were about to." "I'm fine." Luna cut her off, but her voice was tight, controlled in a way that suggested she was anything but fine. She turned to face the group, her expression hardening into something resolute. "This is just the beginning. Now that we have a club, now that we have Professor Dekulin's signature, the other professors are going to come after us even harder. They'll see this as a challenge, as lower-class students getting ideas above our station. Then maybe we should just," one of the younger students began, but Luna's sharp look silenced him. "Should just what? Give up? Disband? Go back to being invisible?" Her voice rose slightly, passion breaking through her usual restraint. "My father spent his life being invisible, being used, being thrown away when he was no longer convenient. I won't do the same. We have every right to be here, to study, to improve ourselves. If they want to fight us, then we'll fight back." The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling over them like a challenge. Julia squeezed her shoulder supportively. "Then we're with you, all of us." But even as Luna spoke those brave words, she knew the situation was more precarious than she let on. The sealed clubroom incident had been just the opening salvo in what would become an increasingly vicious campaign. Over the following weeks, the harassment intensified in ways both subtle and overt. Lower-class students found their assignments graded more harshly than their noble peers. Library access was suddenly restricted during hours when they could actually study. Training facilities were mysteriously under maintenance whenever they tried to book them. Dekulin watched these developments with growing concern, documenting each incident meticulously through Alan's network of observers. But the perpetrators were careful, always operating within technically legal boundaries, always able to claim legitimate reasons for their actions. It was death by 1,000 cuts, designed to drive lower-class students out through accumulated frustration rather than any single actionable offense. The real escalation came during the next Wizard Assembly session, scheduled to address the ongoing tensions surrounding the Red Ribbon population. Dekulin arrived at the floating island of Birch with a sense of foreboding that proved entirely justified. The great hall where the assembly convened was packed with representatives from every major magical family, and the atmosphere crackled with tension even before the formal proceedings began. Bertrand was there, of course, positioned prominently among the conservative faction. But this time he wasn't alone. Arrayed behind him were representatives from at least a dozen noble families, all unified by their opposition to Dekulin's reformist agenda and their determination to resolve the Red Ribbon problem with overwhelming force. Director Adeline, attending as the university's representative, leaned close to Dekulin and whispered urgently, "They're organized this time. This isn't just Bertrand's personal vendetta anymore. They've built a coalition, and they're planning to force a vote on Red Ribbon policy today. If they succeed in getting authorization for aggressive action, it will be catastrophic." Before Dekulin could respond, the great sage Deskin called the assembly to order. His ancient face was grave as he surveyed the gathered mages. "We convene today to address a matter that has divided our community and threatens the stability of the empire itself. The question of how to handle the Red Ribbon population can no longer be postponed. Lives have been lost, communities disrupted, and trust eroded. We must reach a decision." Bertrand stood immediately, not waiting for formal recognition. Great sage, honored colleagues, the time for half measures and philosophical debates has passed. The Red Ribbons are not simply another minority group deserving of tolerance and integration. They carry demon blood in their veins, literal, measurable demonic heritage. Every credible text on the subject confirms this. They are fundamentally incompatible with human society, and recent events have proven that coexistence is impossible. He gestured dramatically towards several charts and documents that materialized in the air through projected magic. In the past 3 months alone, we've had 17 documented incidents of red ribbon aggression against human communities. 17. And these are just the ones significant enough to warrant official reports. How many smaller incidents go unreported? How many humans live in fear because we've been too weak to take decisive action? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the conservative faction. De Keulen felt his danger sense flaring, recognizing that Bertrand's rhetoric was building towards something specific and terrible. Gittin Iliade, Sylvia's father, rose to respond. Honored colleague, your statistics are misleading. Yes, there have been incidents, but context matters. In almost every case you cite, those red ribbon aggressions were responses to human attacks on their communities. When you systematically persecute a population, deny them access to resources and legal protections, you create the conditions for violence. This isn't about demonic heritage, it's about desperation. Desperation born of demonic nature, Bertrand shot back. Lord Iliade, your family has long been known for progressive sympathies, but surely even you cannot deny the fundamental facts. Red ribbons are descended from demons. They carry that taint in their very essence. No amount of social engineering can change what they fundamentally are. De Keulen could remain silent no longer. He stood, projecting his voice to carry through the great hall. Honored colleagues, I must object to this characterization. The so-called demon blood of red ribbons is a historical curiosity, not a contemporary threat. Yes, centuries ago some of their ancestors may have had contact with demonic entities during the wars, but generations of human breeding have diluted any such heritage to the point of irrelevance. By any measurable standard, magical capacity, moral reasoning, emotional regulation, red ribbons are indistinguishable from humans. Indistinguishable. Bertrand's voice dripped with contempt. Professor de Keulen, your defense of these creatures is well documented, but it's also contradicted by basic magical theory. The demon-touched maintain their taint regardless of breeding. It's encoded in their magical signatures, detectable to anyone with proper training. Are you claiming to know more about demonic corruption than centuries of research? I'm claiming that demonic corruption is a label we apply to justify persecution, not a scientific fact, de Keulen replied, his voice sharp. Show me actual evidence, controlled studies, rigorous testing, anything beyond ancient texts written during wartime when propaganda served political purposes. You can't because such evidence doesn't exist. What exists is prejudice dressed up as scholarship. The hall erupted in heated debate. Conservative voices shouted support for Bertrand, while progressive members backed de Keulen, but de Keulen could see that the numbers weren't in their favor. The conservative coalition had done their work well, building support among families who might otherwise have remained neutral. Bertrand waited for the noise to die down, then played his trump card. Since Professor de Keulen demands evidence, let me provide it. Great sage, I present testimony from 3 separate incidents where red ribbons use specifically demonic magic techniques that only work for those with demon blood. These aren't theoretical discussions. These are documented cases of red ribbons revealing their true nature through their choice of magical practices. 3 witnesses came forward, all nobles or their representatives, all telling stories of red ribbon individuals using forbidden magic during conflicts. The details were vivid and damning, painting a picture of a population that retained connection to demonic powers despite their human appearance. De Keulen listened with growing dread, recognizing the testimonies for what they were: carefully constructed propaganda mixing truth with distortion. Yes, some red ribbons probably did use magic labeled as demonic, but that label itself was suspect. Magic wasn't inherently good or evil, it was the intent behind its use that mattered. But nuance was losing to narrative, and the narrative was clear. Red ribbons were dangerous, fundamentally threatening. When the testimonies concluded, Bertrand addressed the assembly with theatrical gravity. Honored colleagues, we've heard the evidence, we've seen the pattern. The red ribbons are not victims of persecution, they are threats we've been too timid to address properly. I therefore move that this assembly authorize comprehensive action to neutralize the red ribbon threat. Specifically, I propose mandatory registration of all red ribbons, restrictions on their movement and magical practice, and authorization for imperial forces to take preemptive action against any red ribbon community deemed potentially dangerous. The proposal was breathtaking in its scope and brutality. Preemptive action was a euphemism for raids and arrests based on suspicion rather than evidence. Combined with mandatory registration and movement restrictions, it would effectively criminalize existence as a red ribbon. This wasn't just persecution, it was the framework for systematic elimination. De Keulen rose to his feet, fury overcoming caution. This is madness. What you're proposing isn't security policy, it's genocide with extra steps. You're asking this assembly to authorize the destruction of an entire population based on nothing more than xenophobic paranoia disguised as public safety. Strong words, Professor, Bertrand replied coldly. But let me ask you directly, Do you deny that red ribbons carry demon blood? Do you deny that demonic corruption is real and dangerous? Or are you simply more concerned with appearing progressive than with protecting human lives? I deny that persecution is justified by ancient bloodlines, Dekulin shot back. I deny that collective punishment of innocent people is ever acceptable, and I absolutely deny that this assembly has the moral authority to authorize what you're proposing. Gitten Iliade stood in support. Professor Dekulin is correct. What's being proposed here violates every principle of justice and individual rights that our society claims to uphold. We cannot condemn an entire population for the actions of a few, or worse, for the ancient history of their ancestors. But the conservative coalition was ready for this objection. Another noble rose, his voice reasonable and measured. Lord Iliade, Professor Dekulin, no one is suggesting we harm innocent red ribbons. What we're proposing is simple prudence, identifying potential threats and taking reasonable precautions. If red ribbons have nothing to hide, they should welcome registration as proof of their peaceful intentions. If certain communities have been radicalized, preemptive action prevents tragedy before it occurs. This is about protection, not persecution. The reasonable tone made the proposal more dangerous, not less. It gave cover to moderates who might object to overt brutality, but could be convinced that reasonable precautions were justified. Dekulin could see opinion shifting, could feel the momentum building toward approval of Bertrand's proposal. He tried one more argument, speaking directly to the assembled mages with desperate urgency. Honored colleagues, consider what you're creating. Today it's red ribbons, a minority few will defend publicly. But tomorrow, what happens when the definition of potentially dangerous expands? When any group that challenges authority or questions the status quo becomes subject to registration, restriction, preemptive action, you're not just authorizing persecution of red ribbons, you're establishing precedent for unlimited state power over any population deemed inconvenient. For a moment, he thought he'd reached them. Several mages looked troubled, whispering among themselves. But then Bertrand delivered his killing blow. Professor Dekulin raises an interesting philosophical point. But perhaps we should examine his motivations for defending red ribbons so passionately. Bertrand's smile was predatory. Tell me, Professor, is it true that you've been conducting research into democratizing magic, making it accessible to those without proper lineage or training, research that would, coincidentally, benefit populations like red ribbons who currently lack traditional magical education? The implication was clear and damning. Dekulin opposed persecution of red ribbons not on principle, but because it served his research interests. It was a masterful piece of character assassination, planting doubt about his motivations in a way that was hard to refute without sounding defensive. My research has nothing to do with this, Dekulin said tightly. The question before this assembly is whether we authorize systematic persecution of an innocent population. That's a moral question that stands independent of any individual's research agenda. Does it? Bertrand pressed. Or is your passionate defense of red ribbons just another way of undermining traditional structures of magical education and hierarchy? You've made no secret of your contempt for how magic has historically been taught and controlled. Perhaps your defense of red ribbons is simply part of a broader agenda to tear down everything that's made our magical community strong. It was a trap, and Dekulin had walked right into it. Any further defense would seem like confirmation of Bertrand's accusation. Silence would be taken as inability to deny the charge. He was checkmated. The vote, when it came, was devastating. The assembly approved Bertrand's proposal by a significant margin, not unanimous, but more than enough to give it the force of official policy. Red ribbons would be registered, restricted, and subject to preemptive imperial action. The framework for their systematic persecution had just been formalized with the blessing of the magical community's highest authority. As the assembly adjourned, Dekulin stood frozen, feeling the weight of failure crushing down on him. He'd tried to stop this, had argued as passionately as he could, but it hadn't been enough. The forces arrayed against him, against decency, against justice, were too powerful, too well organized, too determined. Gitten Iliade approached him, his face grim. Professor, you did everything you could. Sometimes the tide of history moves in dark directions, and individual voices can't stop it. That's supposed to be comforting, Dekulin asked bitterly. No, it's supposed to be realistic, but Professor, there's something you need to know. My family has received threats, economic sanctions, social ostracism, even hints of violence, all because I've publicly supported you and your reforms. I'm not backing down, but I wanted you to understand what your association costs those who stand with you. Before Dekulin could respond, Sylvia appeared, her face pale but determined. Father, Professor Dekulin, there's something else. I've been hearing rumors among the noble students. The registration of red ribbons isn't just about identification. There's talk of something more, something being planned that goes beyond just restrictions. What kind of something? Dekulin demanded. Sylvia glanced around nervously, making sure they weren't overheard. A purge, not officially called that, of course, but coordinated actions against red ribbon communities, all happening at once under the guise of security operations. They're waiting for the registration process to identify where all the red ribbon populations are concentrated, and then, she didn't need to finish. The implication was clear and horrifying. The registration wasn't about monitoring, it was about target identification. The entire policy framework approved by the assembly was actually preparation for mass violence. When? Dekulin asked urgently. I don't know exactly, weeks, maybe a month. But father, professor, you can't tell anyone I told you this. If it gets out that I leaked information about noble planning, my family will be destroyed. I'm only telling you because what they're planning is evil, and I won't be complicit through silence. After Sylvia and her father departed, Deculin stood alone in the great hall, feeling the full weight of what was coming. The assembly had just laid the groundwork for genocide, and he was one of the few people who understood it. But what could he do? Warning red ribbon communities would help them hide or flee, but it would also expose him as the source of the leak, giving his enemies exactly the excuse they needed to eliminate him. Staying silent meant allowing atrocity to unfold. Alan found him there an hour later, still standing in the empty hall. Professor, we need to leave. The political situation is extremely volatile, and I've received intelligence that some of Bertrand's allies are discussing more direct action against you. Let them try, Deculin said distantly. Alan, do you understand what just happened here? We didn't just lose a vote, we authorized genocide. The magical community's highest authority just gave formal blessing to mass murder, and most of them don't even realize it. I know, Professor, but we can't help anyone if you're dead. We need to retreat, regroup, find another way to fight this. Deculin turned to face his assistant, and Alan was struck by the emptiness in his expression. What other way, Alan? I tried reasoned argument, failed. I tried appealing to principle, failed. I tried exposing the true motives behind this persecution, failed. The system I've been trying to work within just proved it can't be reformed from inside. So what's left? I don't know, Alan admitted. But giving up isn't an option. Too many people are depending on you. The words hit harder than any threat could have. Deculin thought of his students, Luna, Sylvia, all the lower-class kids who'd started to believe that change was possible. Thought of the research that could help millions if it survived. Thought of everyone who'd chosen to trust him despite his past. Alan was right. Despair was a luxury he couldn't afford. You're right, Deculin said, forcing himself to straighten his shoulders and recapture his composure. We go back, we prepare, and we find another way. But Alan, we also start planning for the worst. If they're going to move against red ribbons, we need to be ready to help people escape before it happens. The return journey to the university was tense and quiet. Deculin spent the time thinking through implications and strategies, trying to find some path forward that didn't end in either mass death or his own destruction. But every scenario he considered had fatal flaws, impossible trade-offs, risks that threatened to make everything worse. When they finally reached the university, Deculin found an unexpected gathering waiting in his office. Luna was there, along with several other students including Sylvia and Julia. They'd clearly been waiting for his return, and their faces showed they'd already heard some version of what happened at the assembly. Professor, Luna said without preamble, we heard the assembly approved restrictions on red ribbons. We heard you tried to stop it and failed. So now what do we do? I don't know yet, Deculin admitted, too exhausted to pretend he had all the answers. The situation is more dangerous than you realize. The restrictions are just the beginning of something much worse. He debated how much to tell them, weighing the risk of spreading panic against the need for these students to understand what they might be facing. Finally, he decided they deserved the truth. There's going to be a purge, he said bluntly. Not immediately, but soon. The registration process is actually about identifying targets. When they know where all the red ribbon populations are, they're planning coordinated attacks under cover of security operations. It will be systematic and brutal, and it's being organized by the same people who have been attacking our reforms here at the university. The students reacted with shock and horror, but also with determination. Luna spoke first. Then we stopped them. We warn red ribbon communities, help them hide or evacuate before the attacks happen. That's exactly what I intend to do, Deculin said. But you need to understand, anyone involved in warning them will be considered complicit in harboring enemies of the state. This isn't academic debate anymore. This is choosing sides in a conflict that could turn violent. I'm already involved, Luna said firmly. They're using my father's research as justification for their attacks on democratic magic. I won't let them use his work to cover for genocide too. I'm in, Professor. Tell me what needs doing. One by one, the other students voiced similar commitments. Even Sylvia, who had the most to lose given her family's prominence, declared her intention to help. Deculin looked at these young people, barely adults, really preparing to put themselves at risk for people they'd never met, simply because it was right. It made him feel old and cynical by comparison. Thank you, he said quietly. All of you, but we need to be smart about this. Direct confrontation with imperial policy would be suicidal. Instead, we work around the edges. We identify red ribbon communities that are most at risk, establish quiet evacuation networks, create safe houses and hiding places. It has to be deniable, untraceable back to the university or to any of us individually. Alan cleared his throat. Professor, I should mention that you already have some resources for this kind of operation. Ganesha and her network have experience moving people who need to disappear. The Crimson Alchemist has safe facilities that could shelter refugees. With your permission, I'll begin coordinating with them. Do it, Deculin said, but carefully. Every communication is a potential security breach. Every person we involve is another point of vulnerability. As the students dispersed to begin planning their resistance, Deculin remained in his office with Alan and Luna. The younger woman looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read, something between concern and accusation. Professor, you knew this was coming, didn't you? Even before the assembly, you've been preparing for something like this. I knew something was coming, Deculin acknowledged. but I hoped I was wrong, that the magical community wouldn't actually authorize such brutality. I was too optimistic. You're always too optimistic about people, Luna said, but there was fondness in her tone rather than criticism. You keep expecting them to be better than they are. It's frustrating but also kind of noble, I guess. The next weeks were a blur of secret activity. By day, Dekilling maintained his normal routine, teaching classes, conducting research, attending faculty meetings. But by night, he coordinated an underground network helping Red Ribbons escape the impending violence. Alan managed communications, Luna organized student volunteers, and Ganesha provided the practical expertise needed for moving people without detection. It was during this period that Dekilling learned something that would change everything. Jerry, his sister and the family's true head, summoned him to their private study one evening. Her expression was grave in a way that immediately put him on alert. "Brother, we need to talk about something I should have told you months ago. Something about my past, about who I really am." Dekilling felt dread building in his chest. "What do you mean?" Jerry took a deep breath, clearly struggling with whatever she was about to reveal. "I'm not actually your sister, not by blood. I was brought into the Euclid family as an infant under circumstances that were never fully explained to me. But recently, trying to understand my own history, I hired researchers to investigate my origins, and they found something unexpected." She produced documents, official records that had somehow been buried or hidden for decades. Dekilling read through them with growing horror as the truth became clear. Jerry was a Red Ribbon. Her parents had been killed in one of the early purges, and she'd been smuggled into the Euclid family as an infant by someone who'd wanted to save her life. The late head of the family, Dekilling's father, had known and agreed to the deception, raising her as his own daughter despite the risk it posed to the family if discovered. "I didn't know," Jerry said, her voice shaking. "I've lived my entire life thinking I was human, that I was your sister, that I belonged to this family. And now I find out I'm the very thing they're planning to exterminate. Do you understand what this means? If the registration process identifies me, our entire family will be destroyed. We'll be accused of harboring a red ribbon, of deceiving the Empire. Everything Father built will be ruined." Dekilling felt his world tilting. Jerry, the person who'd supported him through his transformation, who'd managed the family affairs, who'd believed in him when no one else would, she was in mortal danger, and helping her meant putting the entire Euclid legacy at risk. "It doesn't matter," he heard himself say. "You're my sister, Jerry. Blood doesn't change that. We'll find a way through this." "There is no way through this," Jerry said bitterly. "The registration is mandatory. They'll test everyone with even a hint of uncertainty. My records have been altered to hide my origins, but those alterations won't stand up to the kind of scrutiny they're planning. Within weeks, maybe days, they'll discover what I am. And when they do," she didn't need to finish. They both knew what would happen. At minimum, Jerry would be arrested, possibly executed. The family would be disgraced, their property seized, and anyone who'd knowingly harbored her, which now included Dekilling, would face criminal charges. "Then you leave," Dekilling said. "Tonight. Alan can get you to Ganesha, and she can move you somewhere safe, somewhere outside Imperial jurisdiction. And abandon everything, the family, the estates, everyone who depends on us." Jerry shook her head. "I can't do that, brother. This family is all I've ever known. These people are my people, even if I'm not actually related to them by blood. I won't destroy what Father built by running away. You'll destroy it by staying," Dekilling argued desperately. "Jerry, please. Your life is worth more than property and reputation. We can rebuild elsewhere, start over somewhere the Empire's policies don't reach." "Can we?" Jerry challenged. "Really? Or are you just saying that because you can't face the alternative?" "Brother, look at me. I'm a Red Ribbon. Once that's known, there's no rebuilding. We'd be fugitives forever, always looking over our shoulders, always one betrayal away from capture. That's not a life, that's just slow death." They argued for hours, but Jerry was immovable. She'd made her choice. She would stay, continue as head of the Euclid family, and face whatever consequences came when her heritage was discovered. It was suicide, and they both knew it, but Dekilling found he couldn't convince her otherwise. After Jerry left, Dekilling sat alone in the darkened study, feeling the full weight of impossible choices crushing down on him. His sister was doomed. The Red Ribbon population faced systematic extermination. His research and reforms were under constant attack, and he was just one person trying to hold back forces far larger than himself. Alan found him there hours later, still sitting in the dark. "Professor, you need to rest. You've been running yourself into the ground, and we have another full day tomorrow." "Alan, Jerry is a Red Ribbon." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Alan went very still, processing the implications. "Does anyone else know?" "Not yet, but they will. The registration will expose her, probably within days, and when it does, everything ends. The family, my position, everything we've worked for gone. Then we make sure she's not here when they come looking," Alan said practically. "We evacuate her with the other Red Ribbons, create new identity documents, establish her somewhere safe. She won't go. I tried. She's determined to stay, to face whatever comes, because she thinks running would dishonor the family. It's noble and completely stupid, and I can't talk her out of it." Alan was quiet for a long moment. "Then we're going to have to make a very difficult choice, Professor. We can respect Jerry's wishes and watch her die, or we can override her decision and force her to safety against her will. There's no third option." "Kidnapping my own sister," Dekilling said incredulously. "That's your suggestion." "Saving your sister's life," Alan corrected. "If that requires temporary restraint and deception, then yes, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. Professor, you've made a career out of doing difficult things because they're right. This is just one more." Dekulin wanted to argue, wanted to find some other path that didn't require betraying Jerry's trust. But Alan was right, there was no other path. Jerry would stay, would be discovered, would die. Unless someone who cared about her more than they cared about her pride made a different choice. Set it up, Dekulin said finally, the words feeling like shards of glass in his throat. Coordinate with Ganesha. When the registration officials come for Jerry, she needs to already be gone. Make it look like she fled on her own, like she got wind of the investigation and ran. I won't let her die to protect family honor, not when I can save her. Understood, Professor. I'll begin arrangements immediately. The next days were agonizing. Dekulin went through the motions of his normal routine, while secretly coordinating Jerry's forced evacuation. He couldn't tell her, couldn't give her any warning, because she'd resist. The plan required him to lie to his sister, to betray her trust in the name of saving her life. It was the right choice, and it felt utterly wrong. When the registration officials finally arrived at the Euclid estate, presenting documentation requiring Jerry to submit to heritage testing, Dekulin watched from a distance as Alan's carefully constructed plan unfolded. Jerry was already gone, spirited away the night before by Ganesha's people while she slept. Her rooms had been ransacked to suggest hasty flight, and forged letters left behind suggested she'd learned of the test and fled rather than face exposure. The officials were furious, launching an immediate manhunt for the fugitive red ribbon who'd hidden among the nobility. But Ganesha had moved Jerry through her underground network too quickly and efficiently. By the time investigators began searching, Jerry was already 3 cities away and moving fast toward the northern territories where imperial control was weakest. The scandal was immediate and devastating. The revelation that the head of the Euclid family was a red ribbon hiding among the nobility sent shockwaves through the magical community. Conservative factions demanded complete investigation of the family, seizure of properties, criminal charges against anyone who'd knowingly harbored Jerry. Progressive voices tried to defend the family, arguing that they'd clearly been deceived, but their arguments found little traction against the tide of outrage. Director Adeline called Dekulin to her office the day after Jerry's disappearance was discovered. Her expression was carefully neutral as she closed the door behind him. Professor Dekulin, I'm going to ask you a direct question and I need you to answer honestly. Did you know your sister was a red ribbon before the investigation? Dekulin had prepared for this question. He met Adeline's eyes steadily as he delivered the lie he'd rehearsed. No, Director, I had no idea. Her heritage records showed her as legitimate Euclid blood. I accepted those records because I had no reason to question them. It was almost true. He hadn't known until very recently, and when he had learned, he'd made the choice to act on that knowledge. But the technicality didn't make the lie feel any less bitter. Adeline studied him for a long moment, and Dekulin had the uncomfortable feeling she knew exactly what he wasn't saying. But finally, she nodded. I believe you, Professor. Which means you're a victim of deception like everyone else. That will be my official position when questioned by investigators. Thank you, Director. Don't thank me yet, Adeline said grimly. Because while I believe you, that doesn't mean everyone else will. Your enemies are already using this scandal to question everything about you, your reforms, your research, your fitness to teach. They're painting you as either complicit in harboring a red ribbon or spectacularly incompetent for not detecting one in your own family. Either way, your position here is now extremely precarious. I understand. I don't think you do, Adeline said, her voice hardening with frustration. Professor, I've defended you repeatedly against attacks from conservative faculty. I've shielded you from political pressure because I believed in your reforms and your genuine transformation. But this scandal makes it almost impossible for me to continue that protection. The noble families are demanding your removal. The imperial court is asking questions I can barely deflect. Unless something changes dramatically, I may have no choice but to suspend you pending investigation. Dekulin felt the trap closing around him. Everything he'd built over these months, the teaching, the relationships, the research, all of it was in danger of being swept away by forces he couldn't control. And the worst part was that he'd chosen this. He'd saved Jerry's life by ensuring his own position became untenable. How long do I have? He asked quietly. Days, maybe a week if I can stall the investigators. But Professor, there's something else you need to know. The investigation into your family isn't just about Jerry. They're using it as an excuse to examine everything, your finances, your research, your associations. They're looking for any evidence of wrongdoing they can use to justify criminal charges, not just administrative action. In other words, they want to destroy me completely, not just remove me from the university. Exactly, and they have resources and determination you can't match. So unless you have some hidden advantage I'm not aware of, you're going to lose this fight. After leaving Adeline's office, Dekulin walked the university grounds in a daze. Students passed by, some greeting him normally, others whispering and pointing. Word of the Jerry scandal had spread quickly, and he could feel the shift in how people saw him. No longer the reformed professor proving redemption was possible. Now he was the suspicious figure whose family had been harboring red ribbons, whose judgment and integrity were fundamentally questionable. He found Luna in their usual research laboratory, surrounded by books and notes but clearly not actually working. She looked up as he entered, and he saw the same question in her eyes that Adeline had asked. Did you know? Luna asked bluntly. About Jerry. Not until very recently, Dekulin said, which was true enough. And when I found out, I made sure she escaped before they could arrest her. Luna processed this, her expression cycling through shock, understanding, and something that might have been respect. You helped her flee. Even though you knew it would destroy your reputation, even though it meant painting yourself as either a fool or a co-conspirator, you chose to save her over protecting yourself. She's my sister. What else could I do? The smart thing, Luna said. The safe thing, turn her in, claim complete ignorance, distance yourself from the scandal. That's what most people would do. That's certainly what the old Deculing would have done, throw Jerry to the wolves to save his own position. I'm not the old Deculing. No, Luna agreed softly. You're really not, and you know what? That might be the most frustrating thing about you. You keep making these noble, self-destructive choices because they're right, damn the consequences. It's admirable and infuriating in equal measure. They worked together in silence for a while, both aware that their time might be running out. Finally, Luna spoke again. Professor, what happens to our research if you're removed from the university? If they suspend or expel you, who continues this work? You do, Deculing said immediately. Luna, you understand your father's research better than anyone. You've contributed as much to its development as I have, maybe more. If I'm forced out, you carry it forward. That's not just a request, it's a responsibility. This research matters too much to die with my career. And if they come after me too, if they decide that anyone associated with you is tainted by scandal, then you find others to work with, Sylvia perhaps, or other sympathetic faculty. The research itself is sound, Luna. It doesn't matter who advances it as long as someone does. Your father's legacy deserves better than to be buried because I made enemies. Before Luna could respond, Alan appeared in the laboratory doorway, his face grim. Professor, we have a serious problem. Investigators from the Imperial Court have arrived. They're demanding access to your office, your research materials, and they're questioning students about their interactions with you. This is moving faster than Director Adeline anticipated. How much time do I have before they come here? Perhaps an hour, maybe less. They're being very thorough, very aggressive. This isn't a routine investigation, Professor. This is a coordinated attempt to build a criminal case. Deculing looked around the laboratory at months of accumulated research, at the careful documentation of techniques that could revolutionize magical education. He thought about the students who trusted him, the reforms that were just beginning to take root, the network of red ribbons they'd helped escape. All of it was about to be seized, examined, potentially used as evidence against him. Luna, Alan, listen carefully. We don't have much time, and there are things that need to be protected before the investigators arrive. He began moving through the laboratory, gathering specific documents and materials. Luna, take your father's core research, the original notes, the fundamental theory. Hide them somewhere safe, somewhere they can't be seized. This work survives regardless of what happens to me. Professor, no arguments. Alan, coordinate with Ganesha. Any evidence of our red ribbon evacuation network needs to disappear immediately. Communications, financial records, anything that could be traced back to students or to the university. I'm willing to take the fall for helping red ribbons, but I won't let others be dragged down with me. As they worked frantically to secure sensitive materials, Deculing felt a strange calm settling over him. This was it, the moment where everything came crashing down, where all his efforts to reform and rebuild culminated in dramatic failure. But failure with integrity was still better than success through compromise. He'd made his choices, and he'd stand by them. The investigators arrived exactly when Alan predicted, a dozen Imperial officials led by a severe-looking man who introduced himself as Inquisitor Verrill. They swept through Deculing's office with ruthless efficiency, seizing documents, cataloging materials, questioning anyone they encountered. Professor Deculing, Verrill said when they finally came face to face. You're under investigation for multiple serious offenses, harboring enemies of the state, conducting unauthorized magical research, conspiracy against imperial policy, and potential treason. You are ordered to suspend all teaching and research activities pending resolution of these charges. Any attempt to interfere with this investigation or to destroy evidence will result in immediate arrest. I understand, Deculing said calmly. I'll cooperate fully with your investigation. You'll forgive me if I don't take your word for that, Verrill replied coldly. Your sister's disappearance suggests a concerning willingness to obstruct justice when it serves your interests. We'll be watching you very carefully, Professor. Very carefully indeed. The next days were a nightmare of interrogations, document reviews, and mounting accusations. The investigators were thorough and hostile, clearly looking for any evidence they could use to support criminal charges. They questioned students about Deculing's teaching methods, examined his research for anything that could be construed as seditious, and traced his financial records looking for suspicious transactions. They found plenty to be suspicious about. Payments to Ganesha's network looked like funding of criminal enterprises. Communications with the Crimson Alchemist appeared to be collaboration with known criminals. The rescued red ribbons became evidence of conspiracy to harbor enemies of the state. Every choice Deculing had made to do the right thing was now being twisted into proof of wrongdoing. Through it all, Deculing maintained his composure and refused to implicate anyone else. Yes, he'd helped red ribbons escape. Yes, he'd worked with organizations outside legal channels. Yes, he'd prioritized moral principle over legal compliance. But he'd done so alone, without knowledge or support from university administration or from his students. He was guilty, if guilt was what they wanted to call it, but that guilt was his alone. Director Adeline called him to her office on the 5th day of the investigation. Her face was haggard, and Deculing could see the stress wearing her down. They're going to arrest you, she said without preamble. The investigation has found enough evidence to justify criminal charges. Tomorrow morning, Imperial guards will take you into custody pending trial. I've tried everything I can to delay or prevent this, but I've run out of options. I understand, Dekulin said. Thank you for trying. I haven't given up yet, Adeline said fiercely. I'm still working political channels, calling in favors, trying to build support for clemency. But Dekulin, you need to understand, the case against you is strong. They have evidence of you working with criminal organizations, helping fugitives escape, conducting unauthorized research. Unless something dramatic changes, you're looking at imprisonment at minimum, possibly execution for treason, for helping innocent people escape persecution, for defying imperial policy and breaking multiple laws, Adeline corrected grimly. I agree with your principles, Professor. I admire what you tried to do, but admiration doesn't change the legal reality. You're going to be made an example of, a warning to anyone else who might think about opposing the Empire's policies on red ribbons or magical education. Dekulin left Adeline's office knowing he had perhaps 24 hours of freedom remaining. He spent that time preparing, securing his research, making arrangements for students, ensuring that the work he'd started wouldn't completely die with his arrest. Luna tried to convince him to flee, to use Ganesha's network to escape like Jerry had, but he refused. If I run, they'll use it as proof of guilt, he explained. Every reform we've worked for, every principle we've stood for, it all gets tainted by association with a fugitive. But if I stand and face their charges, if I make them convict me publicly for helping innocent people, then at least the choice is clear. They're not punishing a criminal, they're punishing someone who refused to be complicit in atrocity. You're going to die for symbolism, Luna demanded angrily. Professor, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Principles don't matter if you're dead. They're the only thing that matters, Dekulin countered gently. Luna, I spent most of my life, the original Dekulin's life, living without principles. Everything was about survival, advantage, getting ahead regardless of who got hurt. It was empty. Meaningless, now I finally have something worth standing for. I'm not giving that up just because it's dangerous. That evening, Dekulin gathered his closest students one final time. Luna, Sylvia, Julia, and several others who'd worked most closely with him on various projects. He looked at these young people he'd taught, argued with, learned from, and felt a profound gratitude that they'd given him the chance to be something better than what he'd been. Thank you, he said simply. All of you. For trusting me, for believing I could change, for working with me to try to make things better. What happens to me tomorrow doesn't change what we accomplished together. What we accomplished, Luna said, her voice thick with emotion. Professor, you're the one who changed everything. You reformed yourself, stood up to corrupt colleagues, defended students no one else cared about, published research that could help millions. We just believed in you, that's all. That was everything, Dekulin said. Belief, trust, the willingness to give someone a second chance, those are what made change possible. I couldn't have done any of this alone. They talked late into the night, discussing research that would continue, reforms that would persist, students who would carry forward the work. And when they finally departed, leaving Dekulin alone in his office one last time, he felt a strange peace. Tomorrow would bring arrest, trial, probably imprisonment, or worse. But tonight he could look back on months of genuine effort, real teaching, meaningful relationships. He'd been one Jin, game developer transported to another world. He'd been Dekulin, corrupt professor seeking redemption. And somewhere in between he'd become something new, someone who chose principle over survival, who stood for something even when it was hopeless. The arrest came at dawn, just as Adeline had warned. Imperial guards entered his chambers with formal charges, restraints, and an official proclamation of his crimes. Dekulin dressed carefully in his professor's robes, maintaining his dignity even as they bound his hands. Students lined the corridors as he was led out, some crying, others shouting support, a few looking betrayed or confused. Luna pushed through the crowd to reach him, guards moving to block her but Dekulin shaking his head to let her approach. She looked at him with tears streaming down her face, and he saw in her expression something he'd never expected to earn: love of a kind. Not romantic, but the deep affection of a student for a teacher who genuinely changed their life. Don't give up, she said fiercely. Don't let them break you. You're not the villain they're trying to paint you as. You're the best teacher I've ever had, the best person I know. Remember that. I will, Dekulin promised, and Luna finished the research. That's my last request as your professor. Your father's work deserves to change the world. Make sure it does. Then the guards were pulling him away, and Dekulin walked out of the university he'd served, surrounded by soldiers, heading toward an uncertain fate. But as he went, he saw the faces of students and colleagues who'd believed in him, saw the evidence of reforms that had begun to take root, and knew that whatever happened next, he'd made a difference. He'd proven that redemption was possible, that people could change, that one person standing for principle could matter. It was enough. It had to be enough. Because there were no guarantees of happy endings, no promises that doing the right thing would be rewarded. All he had was the knowledge that he'd tried, that he'd stood firm, that when faced with impossible choices he'd chosen honor over survival. The future was uncertain and probably dark. But the past, these months of genuine transformation, those could never be taken from him. He'd been someone worth being, if only for a little while, and that would have to sustain him through whatever came next. The Imperial Detention Facility was nothing like the universities and noble estates Dekulin had grown accustomed to. It was cold, utilitarian, designed to strip away dignity and reinforce powerlessness. His cell was small, barely large enough for a cot and a bucket, with a single barred window too high to see through. The guards who brought his meager meals refused to speak to him, treating him with the impersonal efficiency reserved for those already judged and condemned. For the first 2 days, Dekulin was left entirely alone. No interrogations, no visitors, no word from the outside world. The isolation was deliberate, he knew, a psychological technique to break down resistance, to make prisoners desperate enough that when questioning finally came, they'd say anything to end the silence. He spent the time reviewing everything that had led to this moment, every choice and consequence, trying to understand if there had been some other path that wouldn't have ended here. But each time he traced back through his decisions, helping Luna, defending the lower-class students, publishing the democratization research, warning Red Ribbons about the planned purge, saving Jerry, he arrived at the same conclusion. He would make the same choices again, not because they were strategically sound, but because they were right, and if that meant imprisonment or death, then so be it. At least he'd die as someone he could respect. On the third day, the door to his cell opened to admit Inquisitor Veril, accompanied by 2 guards and a court scribe. Veril studied Dekulin with cold assessment, as if examining a particularly interesting insect specimen. Professor Dekulin von Eucline, Veril began formally, the scribe's pen already scratching across parchment. You stand accused of harboring enemies of the state, conspiracy against imperial policy, conducting unauthorized magical research, and treason through coordination with criminal organizations. These are capital offenses. Do you understand the gravity of your situation? I understand perfectly, Dekulin replied, his voice steady. I'm being punished for refusing to be complicit in atrocity. Veril's expression didn't change. That's an interesting characterization. The Empire sees it differently. You've systematically undermined imperial policy, worked with known criminals, and helped fugitives escape lawful detention. Whatever your motivations, your actions constitute clear violations of imperial law. Laws designed to facilitate genocide, Dekulin said flatly. The registration of Red Ribbons isn't about security, it's about identifying targets for systematic elimination. I've seen the plans, heard the discussions. What you're calling lawful detention is actually preparation for mass murder. Bold accusations from someone in your position, Veril observed. Do you have evidence to support these claims? Documentation? Witnesses willing to testify? You know I don't, that's why you're so confident. The conspiracy is well hidden, coordinated at levels I can't reach. But that doesn't make it less real. Veril gestured to the scribe, who stopped writing. What followed was clearly meant to be off the record. Professor, let me be frank with you. I don't actually care about your guilt or innocence. My job is to build a case that justifies the punishment already decided upon. You've made powerful enemies, nobles like Tran, conservative faculty, imperial officials who see you as a threat to social order. They want you gone permanently, and I'm the instrument of that will. Then why bother with this pretense of investigation? Because the Empire needs legitimacy, Veril explained, his tone almost conversational. We can't simply execute people we find inconvenient. That's tyranny, and tyrants eventually face revolution. But if we conduct proper trials, present evidence, follow legal procedures, then your execution becomes justice rather than murder. The forms matter, Professor, even when the outcome is predetermined. So what do you want from me? A confession, public repentance? I want you to understand your options, Veril said. Right now, you're facing capital charges that will almost certainly result in execution. Your trial will be public, well-attended, and used as a warning to anyone else considering similar defiance. You'll be remembered as a traitor who sided with enemies of humanity against his own people. That's option 1. And option 2, cooperation. You provide testimony against others involved in helping Red Ribbons escape. You acknowledge that your research was misguided and potentially dangerous. You accept responsibility for your sister's deception and express remorse for not detecting it sooner. In exchange, we reduce the charges to something non-capital, conspiracy and obstruction rather than treason. You serve 10 years in prison, and when you're released, you can disappear into quiet obscurity somewhere. Dekulin almost laughed at the transparency of it. You want me to implicate my students, betray everyone who trusted me, and validate the narrative that helping innocent people was wrong, all to save my own life. Yes, Veril said simply. That's exactly what I want. And Professor, before you refuse out of principle, consider what your execution will accomplish. You become a martyr, yes, but martyrs are easily forgot. Within a year, most people won't remember your name. Your research gets suppressed as the work of a traitor. Your students face suspicion by association. Everything you built gets torn down and erased. Is that really preferable to survival? If survival requires betraying everything I've stood for, then yes, it is preferable. Veril sighed, genuine regret flickering across his face. I hoped you'd be more pragmatic. Very well, the trial begins in 3 days. I recommend you use that time to reconsider, because once we proceed to public trial, these options disappear. There will be no plea bargains, no reduced sentences, only the verdict we've already prepared. After Veril left, Dekulin sat on his cot feeling the weight of that ultimatum. 3 days to decide between principles and survival. It should have been an easy choice. He'd already made it repeatedly over the past months. But sitting alone in this cell, facing the concrete reality of execution rather than the abstract possibility of it, he felt fear creeping in. Not fear of death itself, exactly, but fear of all the unfinished work, the students who still needed guidance, the research that remained incomplete. Fear that Veril was right, that his death would accomplish nothing except removing him from a world that still needed changing. He was wrestling with these thoughts when the guards brought an unexpected visitor. Director Adeline entered his cell, her face haggard with exhaustion and stress. The guards closed the door behind her but remained visible through the bars, clearly monitoring their conversation. I have 15 minutes, Adeline said without preamble, sitting on the edge of the cot beside him. I called in every favor I had to get even this much. Deculine, I've been working every angle I can think of to get you out of this, but I'm running into walls everywhere. The political will to destroy you is overwhelming. I know. Inquisitor Verrill made that very clear. He offered you a deal, didn't he? Cooperation for reduced charges. When Deculine nodded, Adeline's expression hardened with something like respect. And you refused. Of course you did, you magnificent, stubborn idiot. Should I have accepted? Strategically, probably, but I understand why you didn't. Adeline was quiet for a moment, choosing her next words carefully. There's something you need to know. Your refusal to cooperate has had an unexpected effect on your students. They're organizing Deculine, not just the ones you taught directly, but students across the university. They're planning some kind of demonstration at your trial, a public show of support. Deculine felt ice flood his veins. They can't do that. It'll destroy their futures, mark them as sympathizers with a convicted traitor. I tried telling them that. Luna especially won't listen. She says you stood up for them when no one else would, and now it's their turn to stand up for you. She's recruited Sylvia, Julia, and at least 50 others. They're planning to attend the trial in force, wearing armbands with your family colors, and they're preparing testimony about your teaching if they're allowed to speak. You have to stop them, Deculine said urgently. Adeline, please, I'm already done for. Don't let them ruin themselves trying to save me. I can't stop them, Adeline said gently. They're adults making their own choices, just like you did. And honestly, Deculine, I'm not sure I want to stop them. What you've inspired in these students, that willingness to stand for principle even when it's dangerous, that's the kind of courage our society desperately needs. Even if it fails, even if you're still executed and they're all marked as troublemakers, at least they'll have tried. At least they'll know they didn't just accept injustice quietly. But the cost is theirs to choose, Adeline interrupted firmly. You've spent months respecting their agency, trusting them to make their own decisions. Don't take that away from them now just because their choice is to support you. Let them do this, Deculine. Let them show the Empire that not everyone agrees with what's being done in the name of security and order. After Adeline left, Deculine lay on his cot staring at the ceiling, feeling the full weight of responsibility for everything his students were about to face. He tried so hard to protect them, to take all the risk and consequences on himself, but they'd learned too well the lessons he'd taught. They'd seen him stand for principle, and now they were prepared to do the same, regardless of the cost. The next 2 days passed in a blur of preparation and dread. Deculine was brought legal documents to review, informed of trial procedures, and given access to a court-appointed attorney who made it immediately clear he had no intention of mounting a genuine defense. Just plead for mercy, the attorney advised. Acknowledge your crimes, express remorse, and hope the judges show leniency. That's your best option. And if I maintain my innocence, argue that helping innocent people escape persecution isn't a crime. The attorney looked at him with pity. And you die, Professor, I can't be clearer than that. This isn't a real trial. It's a formalization of a verdict already decided. Your only hope is to play along and pray for mercy. When the day of the trial finally arrived, Deculine was led from his cell in chains, through corridors filled with imperial guards, to a grand courtroom that had been designed to impress and intimidate. The space was massive, with high vaulted ceilings, marble columns, and a raised dais where 3 judges sat in formal robes. The gallery was packed with observers, nobles, faculty members, imperial officials, and to Deculine's horror and pride, at least 60 students wearing armbands in Euclid colors. Luna sat in the front row, her face set with determination. Beside her was Sylvia, equally resolute, and surrounding them were dozens more students, a visible block of support that drew hostile stares from the conservative nobles filling the other seats. Director Adeline was there too, along with Luna and several other progressive faculty members. Even Ganesha had somehow secured entry, though she was disguised well enough that only Deculine recognized her. The chief judge called the court to order, and Inquisitor Verrill began presenting the case against Deculine. It was a masterful prosecution, building from documented facts to damning conclusions. Yes, Deculine had worked with Ganesha, a known criminal. Yes, he'd helped Red Ribbons escape lawful detention. Yes, he'd published research explicitly designed to undermine traditional magical hierarchies. Yes, his own sister had been a red ribbon hiding among the nobility, suggesting either conspiracy or criminal negligence. Each point was presented with evidence, financial records, testimony from witnesses, documents bearing Deculine's signature. There was no denying the basic facts, only the interpretation of them. And Verrill's interpretation was clear. Deculine was a dangerous radical who'd systematically worked to undermine imperial authority and social order. His apparent reformation had been a cover for subversive activities. His teaching had been indoctrination. His research had been designed to destabilize the very foundations of magical society. When Verrill concluded his presentation, the evidence was overwhelming. By every legal standard, Deculine was guilty of the charges. The only question was whether those charges constituted actual crimes or principled resistance to unjust policy. Deculine's court-appointed attorney made a perfunctory defense, arguing for reduced charges and emphasizing Deculine's previous service to the university. But his heart clearly wasn't in it, and the argument fell flat. The attorney sat down after barely 15 minutes, apparently considering his obligation fulfilled. Then came the moment Dekulin had been dreading. The chief judge asked if the defendant wished to make a statement before the court reached its verdict. Dekulin's attorney frantically signaled for him to decline, to keep silent rather than make things worse. But Dekulin stood anyway, the chains around his wrists rattling as he faced the judges and the packed gallery. "Honored judges, assembled observers," he began, his voice carrying through the silent courtroom. "I'm not going to deny the facts presented by the prosecution. Yes, I worked with organizations outside legal channels. Yes, I helped Red Ribbons escape registration and detention. Yes, I published research designed to make magic accessible to those traditionally excluded from it. All of this is true." He paused, making eye contact with the judges. "But I reject absolutely the characterization that these actions constitute crimes. The registration policy we're discussing wasn't about security, it was preparation for systematic elimination of an entire population. I've seen the classified plans, heard the private discussions. What you're calling lawful detention was actually target identification for mass violence." Murmurs rippled through the courtroom, and one of the judges banged his gavel for order. "Professor Dekulin, those are serious accusations. Do you have evidence to support them?" "The evidence exists in private communications and closed meetings I'm not privy to document," Dekulin acknowledged. "But ask yourselves, why was registration mandatory for all red ribbons, even those with no criminal history? Why were families required to report the locations of red ribbon relatives? Why were imperial military resources being mobilized in regions with high red ribbon populations? These aren't the actions of a government interested in peaceful integration. These are the preparations for something far darker." Bertrand stood from his seat in the gallery, his face flushed with rage. "This is outrageous. The professor is using his trial as a platform to spread conspiracy theories and undermine legitimate imperial policy. Your honors, I move that his statement be struck from the record and he be held in contempt." "Lord Bertrand, you're not part of this proceeding," the chief judge said, though without much force. "Professor Dekulin will be allowed to complete his statement." Dekulin turned to address Bertrand directly, years of accumulated frustration and rage finally finding voice. "Lord Bertrand, you spent months trying to destroy me because my existence threatens your worldview. You can't tolerate the idea that power structures you benefit from might be unjust, that hierarchies you rely on might be arbitrary. So you've painted me as a threat, convinced yourself and others that helping innocent people is somehow treason. You help demons," Bertrand shouted back, abandoning all pretense of courtroom decorum. "Red ribbons carry demon blood. They're fundamentally incompatible with human society. Everything you've done has been to undermine the safeguards that protect us from demonic corruption." "They're people," Dekulin said, his voice cutting through Bertrand's hysteria with cold precision. "That's what you can't. Red ribbons are human beings who happen to have distant ancestors who encountered demons centuries ago. By the same logic, we should persecute anyone whose great-great-grandfather once visited a demon-touched region. It's genetic determinism dressed up as security policy." The courtroom erupted. Conservative nobles shouted support for Bertrand. Progressive voices backed Dekulin. The judges banged their gavels frantically, trying to restore order. And through it all, Dekulin remained standing, calm amidst the chaos, finally saying everything he'd been thinking for months. "This isn't about protecting society," he continued when the noise died down enough for him to be heard. "This is about maintaining power. The noble families benefit from a system where magical education is restricted, where only those with proper lineage can access advanced training. My research threatened that monopoly by proving that talent exists across all classes. The red ribbon persecution serves the same purpose, reinforcing the idea that some people are inherently superior to others based on birth rather than merit." "So you admit it," Bertrand said triumphantly. "You admit your goal was to undermine traditional hierarchies, to tear down the structures that have maintained order for centuries." "I admit my goal was to challenge unjust hierarchies," Dekulin corrected. "There's a difference. Not all tradition is worth preserving, Lord Bertrand. Not all order is just, and when the choice is between maintaining comfortable injustice or fighting for difficult change, I'll choose change every time." He turned back to the judges. "Your honors, I'm not asking for mercy or clemency. I know the verdict in this trial was decided before I ever entered this courtroom, but I want it on record, clearly and unambiguously, what this conviction represents. You're not punishing a criminal. You're punishing someone who refused to be complicit in atrocity. And that choice, that precedent, will haunt this empire far longer than my execution." The courtroom fell silent as Dekulin sat down, his statement complete. He'd burned every bridge, ensured there would be no mercy, probably made things worse for everyone associated with him. But he'd also spoken truth to power in the most public forum available. Whatever came next, at least the record would show that not everyone had gone along quietly with injustice. The judges conferred briefly, though it was clearly for show. The verdict had been prepared in advance, as everyone knew. Finally, the chief judge spoke, his voice formal and final. "Professor Dekulin von Eucline, this court finds you guilty of conspiracy against imperial policy, harboring enemies of the state, and treason through coordination with criminal elements. The evidence is overwhelming, and your own testimony confirms your actions. However, in light of your previous service to the magical community and the passionate advocacy of your students, we will show some measure of mercy." Dekulin felt a flicker of hope, quickly crushed by what came next. "You are hereby sentenced to 20 years imprisonment in the Imperial Maximum Security Facility at Blackstone, to be served in full with no possibility of early release. Your properties are forfeit to the imperial treasury. Your research is declared state property to be reviewed and potentially suppressed as necessary. You are stripped of all academic titles and honors. You will never again hold position in any educational institution within the empire. This sentence is final and not subject to appeal. It was an execution, but it was designed to be worse in some ways. 20 years was a lifetime. De Killing would be nearly 50 when released, assuming he survived that long in Blackstone's harsh conditions. His research would be buried, his students would be scattered, everything he'd built would be dismantled, his influence erased, his reformation rendered ultimately pointless. The guards moved to take him away, but before they could, Luna stood up in the gallery. Her voice rang out, clear and defiant. This is injustice. Professor de Killing helped innocent people escape persecution. That's not a crime, that's heroism. He taught us that power should be questioned, that tradition should be examined, that change is possible. You're punishing him for teaching us to think. Miss Farron, sit down or you'll be removed, the chief judge warned. But Luna remained standing, and now Sylvia stood beside her. Then Julia, then more students one after another, a wave of defiance rippling through the gallery. Within moments, all 60 students wearing Euclid armbands were on their feet, a visible block of resistance. We stand with Professor de Killing, Sylvia declared, her noble bearing lending weight to the gesture. If teaching critical thinking is a crime, if helping innocence is treason, then your laws are unjust and deserving of defiance. The guards moved toward the students, but Director Adeline stood as well, placing herself between the guards and her students. These young people have broken no laws. They're expressing support for their teacher, which is their right. If you want to arrest them, you'll have to arrest me first. Luna stood next, then other progressive faculty members, then unexpectedly several nobles from families that had remained neutral in the political battles. The act of standing became contagious, a visible vote of no confidence in the proceedings. The chief judge was shouting for order, guards were attempting to clear the gallery, and conservative nobles were yelling at the demonstrators. It was chaos, beautiful and futile chaos. Nothing would change the verdict. De Killing was still sentenced, still being taken away to Blackstone, but at least he wouldn't go quietly, wouldn't disappear without objection. At least people would remember that not everyone agreed, that resistance was possible even when it was hopeless. As the guards finally succeeded in moving him toward the exit, De Killing looked back one last time at the students standing in his defense. Luna was crying but still standing firm, refusing to be removed. Sylvia had locked arms with other students, creating a human chain the guards would have to break through by force. Director Adeline was arguing furiously with court officials, demanding they justify the mass removal of peaceful observers. It was De Killing realized with bittersweet clarity exactly what he'd hoped to teach them. Not blind obedience to authority, but the courage to stand for principle, even when the cost was high. They'd learned that lesson too well, and now they'd pay the price for it just as he was. But they'd also carry forward the work he'd started, would remember what he'd tried to do, would continue fighting for the changes he'd believed in. The prison transport was waiting outside the courthouse, a reinforced carriage designed for dangerous criminals. As guards loaded him inside, De Killing caught a glimpse of the crowd that had gathered, supporters and enemies, curious observers and committed activists, all drawn by the spectacle of his very public fall. Among them, barely visible in the shadows, he spotted Ganesha making hand signals to operatives positioned throughout the crowd. She clearly planned something, an escape attempt, perhaps, or at minimum a way to send messages to Jerry and the red ribbon communities they'd helped. Even now, even with him sentenced and removed from play, his allies were working to continue the mission. The carriage door closed, cutting off his view of the outside world. Through the small barred window, De Killing watched the courthouse recede as they began the long journey north to Blackstone. The faces of his students, the chaos of the trial, the weight of 20 years ahead, all of it pressed down on him with suffocating intensity. But underneath the fear and grief and exhaustion, De Killing felt something else, a strange satisfaction that came from knowing he'd mattered. One Jin had been transported to this world as a corrupt villain destined to die young and unmourned. Instead, he'd become someone students stood up for, someone whose imprisonment caused protests, someone whose work would continue even in his absence. That transformation, from despised villain to respected teacher, couldn't be erased by any verdict. The journey to Blackstone took 3 days, traveling north through increasingly desolate terrain. The guards rotated shifts but never left him unattended, clearly taking seriously the possibility of rescue attempts. They stopped only for brief rests, keeping him chained even during meals, treating him with the impersonal efficiency of professionals handling a dangerous package. On the second night camped in a fortified way station, one of the guards approached his cell with an unusual expression, not hostility but something closer to respect. The man glanced around to ensure they were alone, then spoke quietly. "Professor, I wanted you to know. My daughter was one of your students, Sarah Varston. You helped her when her family was being threatened, got her siblings to safety." De Killing remembered the girl who'd been forced to spy on Luna's research, whose younger siblings had been held hostage. "Is she all right? She's alive and free, thanks to you. Her siblings too. She told me what you did, how you helped without asking anything in return." The guard paused, clearly struggling with what he wanted to say. "What they're doing to you isn't right. You're not a traitor. You're just someone who cared about people no one else gave a damn about." "I appreciate that," De Killing said quietly. "How is Sarah handling everything?" angry, scared, determined to finish her studies and become the kind of teacher you were. The guard glanced around again, then lowered his voice even further. Professor, there are people planning something. I don't know details, but I've heard whispers. If something happens during transport or at Blackstone, if an opportunity presents itself, be ready. Before Deculing could respond, another guard called out and the moment was over. But the message had been delivered. His allies hadn't given up, were still working to help him even now. The knowledge was both comforting and concerning. He didn't want anyone else risking themselves on his behalf, but he also couldn't deny the small spark of hope the guard's words kindled. They arrived at Blackstone on the afternoon of the third day, and Deculing's first sight of the prison made his heart sink. It was aptly named, a massive fortress of dark stone built into the side of a mountain, designed to be both secure and psychologically crushing. The walls were impossibly high, studded with guard towers and bristling with defensive magic. This was where the Empire sent people it wanted to forget about, criminals so dangerous or political prisoners so inconvenient that they needed to vanish from public consciousness. The intake process was dehumanizing by design. Deculing was stripped, searched, documented, and assigned a number that would replace his name. His professor's robes were taken away, replaced with rough prison garments that marked him as a convicted traitor. Guards explained the rules with brutal simplicity. Obey orders, cause no trouble, and you might survive your sentence. Resist, and there were dozens of ways to make life worse than death. His cell was small even by prison standards, barely large enough for a cot and a bucket. The stone walls were covered in scratches from previous occupants, desperate tallies of days served, half-finished messages, occasionally incoherent rambles from prisoners who'd lost their minds to the isolation. There was no window, just a small grate in the ceiling that admitted minimal light and less air. As the cell door slammed shut with terrible finality, Deculing felt the full weight of his situation crashing down. This was his life now. This tiny stone box, this absolute removal from everything he'd known and everyone he'd cared about. 20 years of this, assuming he survived even the first year. The sentence wasn't just imprisonment, it was slow erasure, designed to break him down until nothing remained of the person he'd become. But even in that moment of despair, Deculing found himself thinking about his students. About Luna, continuing her father's research. About Sylvia, using her family's influence to protect reforms where possible. About all those who'd stood in the courtroom, refusing to let injustice pass unchallenged. They would carry forward the work. They would remember why it mattered. And as long as they did, his imprisonment wasn't complete defeat, just the next chapter in a longer struggle. Days blended into weeks in Blackstone's crushing monotony. Deculing was kept in solitary confinement, standard practice for political prisoners who might be targeted by other inmates or might try to organize resistance. He was allowed out of his cell for 1 hour each day to exercise in a small enclosed yard, always alone, always watched by multiple guards. Meals were pushed through a slot in the door. There were no visitors, no letters, no contact with the outside world. The psychological toll was immense. Deculing found himself losing track of time, unable to distinguish one day from the next in the unchanging darkness of his cell. He began talking to himself just to hear a human voice, reciting magical theory and research findings to keep his mind from atrophying. He scratched his own tallies into the cell wall, though he suspected his count was already inaccurate. It was during his third month at Blackstone that everything changed. Deculing was in his cell, working through a theoretical problem in his head, when he heard unusual noises, shouting, running footsteps, the distinctive sounds of magical combat. Then alarms began wailing throughout the prison, and guards rushed past his cell heading towards some disturbance. For nearly an hour, the chaos continued. Deculing pressed against his cell door, trying to understand what was happening. An escape attempt, a riot, some kind of attack on the prison. The uncertainty was agonizing, made worse by his complete powerlessness to influence whatever was occurring. Then his cell door exploded inward, blown apart by destructive magic that left his ears ringing. Through the smoke and debris stepped a figure Deculing recognized immediately despite her disguise. Ganesha, armed and clearly in combat mode. "Time to go, Professor," she said briskly, moving to cut away the restraints around his wrists. "We've got maybe 10 minutes before reinforcements arrive, so no time for questions or debate. You're coming with me whether you want to or not." "Ganesha, what, how?" "Later. Right now, move." She grabbed his arm and pulled him from the cell into the corridor, where several of her operatives were holding off guards with a combination of combat magic and physical force. The prison's interior was chaos, fires burning, magical barriers crackling with energy, guards trying to organize a response against an obviously well-planned assault. They ran through corridors that Deculing had never seen, following a route Ganesha's team had clearly scouted in advance, past cells holding other prisoners who shouted and begged for release, through checkpoints that had been breached or disabled, down staircases that led deeper into the prison's infrastructure. And finally into a tunnel that shouldn't have existed, a carefully excavated passage that ran beneath the prison's foundations. 3 months of digging, Ganesha said as they ran through the tunnel, her voice echoing off stone walls. Cost a fortune in bribes and equipment, but we weren't leaving you in there to rot for 20 years, not after everything you did for the Red Ribbons and for Luna's research. They emerged from the tunnel in a forest several miles from Blackstone, where horses waited with supplies already loaded. Ganesha's team moved with practiced efficiency, mounting up and preparing to scatter in multiple directions to confuse any pursuit. Where are we going? Dekilin asked as Ganesha helped him onto a horse. Somewhere the Empire can't reach, Ganesha replied. Luna and the Crimson Alchemist have been coordinating with Red Ribbon communities in the Northern Territories. They've established a kind of sanctuary there, beyond Imperial control. It's not perfect, but it's safe, and they've been waiting for you. They rode hard through the night, changing horses at waypoints that had been pre-positioned, following routes designed to lose any pursuit. Dekilin's body ached from months of confinement and the sudden physical demands of escape, but adrenaline kept him moving. Every moment he expected to hear pursuit, to be caught and dragged back to an even worse fate than before. But the pursuit never came. Either Ganesha's team had been more thorough in covering their escape than Dekilin realized, or someone was deliberately allowing them to get away. Days passed as they traveled north, moving through increasingly wild and uncontrolled territory, until finally they crossed into regions where imperial law held no sway. The sanctuary they arrived at was less a city than a collection of communities that had banded together for mutual protection: red ribbons, political refugees, escaped prisoners, and others who'd fled imperial persecution. It was rough and unpolished, built from necessity rather than planning, but there was something hopeful about it. People here had chosen freedom over security, principle over comfort. And waiting at the sanctuary's central building was Luna, older looking than when he'd last seen her, harder somehow but also more confident. She cut her hair short and bore herself with an authority that suggested she'd taken on leadership responsibilities. When she saw Dekilin, her face transformed with relief and joy. "You're alive," she said, not quite believing. "We heard rumors about a rescue attempt, but no confirmation." "I was afraid," her voice cracked, and suddenly she was hugging him tightly, holding on as if afraid he might disappear. "I'm alive," Dekilin confirmed, hugging her back and feeling emotion tighten his throat. "Thanks to Ganesha and apparently you. Luna, what happened after the trial? What have you been doing?" "Everything," Luna said, pulling back to look at him properly. "After your arrest, we your students, we couldn't just let things stand. We started coordinating with Red Ribbon communities, warning them about the purges, helping people escape. The university expelled me and several others for our actions, but by then we'd already established networks." She gestured toward the sanctuary around them. "This place exists because of what you taught us, Professor. That resistance is possible. That change requires courage. That some things are worth fighting for even when the odds are hopeless. We took those lessons and built this." Over the following days, Dekilin learned the full scope of what had happened in the 3 months since his trial. The student demonstration at his sentencing had inspired similar protests at other universities. Luna and Sylvia had coordinated a clandestine network, helping Red Ribbons escape before the planned purges. When authorities finally moved to implement the massacres, they found most target communities already evacuated, dispersed throughout the continent, or relocated to sanctuaries like this one. The Empire had been furious, of course. There had been arrests, investigations, harsh crackdowns, but the resistance had been too distributed, too careful about operational security. They'd saved thousands of lives even as they paid their own prices in persecution. Sylvia visited the sanctuary a week after Dekilin's arrival, traveling in secret from the capital. Her family had suffered for their association with Dekilin's reforms, economic sanctions, social isolation, hints of worse consequences if they didn't fall in line. But they'd held firm, using their influence where they could to protect students and researchers who shared Dekilin's values. "The magical community is fractured," Sylvia explained during a private conversation. "Your trial made the divisions explicit. There are those who support the Empire's policies, those who oppose them, and a large middle group trying to navigate between the two. The situation is unstable in ways that frighten conservative powers. And my research," Dekilin asked. "The democratization techniques, they couldn't suppress it completely," Luna said, joining them. "Too many copies had already been distributed. Researchers across the continent are studying and building on your work, even if they can't openly credit you. The Empire tried to declare it forbidden research, but once knowledge is out there, you can't just erase it." Dekilin felt something like satisfaction at that. His imprisonment had been designed to erase his influence, but the ideas he'd championed had proven more resilient than the Empire anticipated. Knowledge, once shared, took on a life of its own. But there was still one person unaccounted for in all these stories, one absence that Dekilin felt acutely. "Jerry," he said quietly. "My sister, is she?" Luna and Sylvia exchanged glances, and Dekilin knew immediately that whatever they were about to tell him wasn't good news. Sylvia spoke gently, her voice careful. "Jerry didn't make it, Professor. About a month after your trial, Imperial agents tracked her to her hiding place. There was a confrontation, and she didn't survive it." The words hit Dekilin like a physical blow. Jerry, who'd managed the family, who'd supported his transformation, who'd been revealed as a red ribbon and forced to flee, dead because of choices he'd made, because of the enemies his reforms had created. He'd saved her from immediate discovery only to delay her death by mere weeks. "They made it public," Sylvia continued, her voice thick with anger and grief. "Used her death as an example, proof that red ribbons were dangerous, that harboring them led to tragedy. They claimed she resisted arrest violently, that she used forbidden magic, that her death was unavoidable. It was all lies, of course. Witnesses say she was executed while trying to surrender." Dekilin sat down heavily, feeling the weight of Jerry's loss crushing down on him. In trying to save everyone, in fighting for broad principles, he'd failed to protect the person closest to him. His sister had died alone, hunted like an animal, her only crime being born with heritage she hadn't chosen and couldn't change. Professor, Luna said gently, sitting beside him. Jerry knew the risks. She knew what she was doing when she stayed at the estate as long as she did, giving you time to establish yourself as separate from her. Even her death served a purpose. It outraged people who'd been neutral, showed the brutality of the Empire's policies in ways that abstract arguments couldn't. Her loss wasn't meaningless. That doesn't make it hurt less, Dekulin said quietly. No, Luna agreed. It doesn't. But Professor, you taught us that doing the right thing often comes with terrible costs, that sometimes we lose people we love because we chose to stand for principle. Jerry's death is part of that cost. The question is whether we honor her memory by giving up or by continuing the work she died for. Dekulin looked at Luna, seeing in her expression a maturity and determination that hadn't been there months ago. She'd grown up fast in the crucible of resistance, had taken the lessons he'd taught and applied them in ways he'd never imagined. And she was right, Jerry would want them to continue, to make her death mean something by ensuring the struggle didn't end with her. Then we continue, Dekulin said, straightening his shoulders. We build this sanctuary, we protect the refugees here, we support resistance efforts throughout the Empire. Jerry believed in what we were trying to do. We honor her by proving she was right to believe. Over the following weeks, Dekulin began to understand the full scope of what he'd become. He was no longer Professor Dekulin of the Magic Tower University, respected educator and innovative researcher. He was now Dekulin the Exile, leader of a community of outcasts, symbol of resistance against imperial persecution. His very existence represented defiance, living proof that the Empire couldn't completely suppress dissent, that alternatives to their system were possible. The sanctuary grew as more refugees arrived, red ribbons fleeing persecution, political dissidents who'd spoken too freely against imperial policy, students expelled for protesting unjust laws. Researchers whose work had been deemed too subversive. They came from across the Empire, drawn by rumors of a place where they could live free of persecution, where different ways of organizing society were being tested. Dekulin found himself in the strange position of building something genuinely new. The sanctuary operated without traditional hierarchies, made decisions through community councils, distributed resources based on need rather than status. It was chaotic, inefficient, frustrating in countless ways, but it was also alive with possibility, with people experimenting with different ways of relating to each other beyond the rigid structures they'd fled. Luna established a school within the sanctuary, using Dekulin's democratization techniques to teach magic to anyone who wanted to learn, regardless of their background or natural talent. Sylvia coordinated networks of sympathetic nobles who quietly supported the sanctuary with supplies and information. Ganesha provided security and handled delicate operations that required force or stealth, and Dekulin himself continued his research, now freed from university restrictions and imperial oversight. He worked with Luna to refine her father's theories, developed new techniques for magical education, and trained a generation of teachers who would carry these methods throughout the continent. The work was difficult and often interrupted by immediate crises, but it was also deeply satisfying in ways his old academic position had never been. 6 months after his escape from Blackstone, a message arrived from an unexpected source. The Crimson Alchemist wanted to meet, claiming she had information about developments within the Empire that Dekulin needed to know. The meeting was arranged carefully, in neutral territory with guarantees of safety from both sides. The Crimson Alchemist arrived with her characteristic theatrical flair, materializing from shadows with a smile that suggested she knew secrets no one else did. Professor Dekulin, you're looking well for a fugitive. Prison clearly didn't break you. Neither did exile, Dekulin replied. What information is so important that you arranged this meeting? The Empire is fragmenting, the Crimson Alchemist said without preamble. Your trial and escape have accelerated tensions that were already building. Conservative factions are demanding increasingly extreme measures to maintain control. Progressive elements are pushing back more openly. The middle is collapsing, people are being forced to choose sides. Within a year, maybe 2, there will be open civil war, quite possibly. And you're telling me this because I want you to understand the role you've played, the Crimson Alchemist said. Your reformation, your research, your very public stand against persecution, all of it has been a catalyst. You forced people to confront questions they'd rather ignore about justice, about power, about who gets to decide how society functions. The Empire will never be the same, regardless of which faction ultimately prevails. Dekulin absorbed this, trying to grasp the implications. So everything I've done has just pushed the Empire toward war, made things worse, or made them better depending on your perspective, the Crimson Alchemist said. The old system was stable but unjust. You've destabilized it, created space for change. Whether that change is positive or negative depends on who wins the coming struggles, but the fact that the struggle is happening at all, that's your legacy. After she left, Dekulin stood looking out over the sanctuary, watching his students teach their classes, seeing refugees building new lives, observing a community that shouldn't exist according to imperial law but did anyway. The Crimson Alchemist was right. He'd become something he never intended, not just a reformed villain or innovative researcher, but a revolutionary figure whose choices had reshaped political landscapes. Luna found him there, standing alone and clearly lost in thought. She stood beside him in companionable silence for a while before speaking. Second thoughts about the path we've taken, not second thoughts, Dekilin said. Just recognition of consequences. Everything we've done, every choice I've made has pushed the Empire toward conflict. How many people will die in the civil war that's coming? How much suffering will result from my refusal to just accept the system as it was? How much suffering was already happening under that system? Luna countered. Professor, the Empire was already built on violence, against red ribbons, against lower-class students, against anyone who challenged established hierarchies. You didn't create that violence. You just made it visible, made it impossible to ignore. If war comes, it's because people chose violence to defend injustice, not because you opposed injustice. Dekilin turned to face her directly. Luna, when I first arrived in your father's body, he stopped himself, realizing what he'd almost said. But Luna was looking at him with an expression of sudden understanding. When you what? She asked quietly. There it was, the truth he'd never told anyone, the secret he'd carried for months. He wasn't the original Dekilin. He was one Jin, a programmer from another world who'd somehow been transported into this villain's body. And now standing in this sanctuary built from his choices, facing civil war born from his actions, he couldn't quite remember why that truth had seemed so important to hide. I'm not who you think I am, Dekilin said carefully. The Dekilin who destroyed your father, he's gone. I'm someone else, someone who took over his body and his life and tried to be better than he was. Everything I've done, all the changes you've attributed to reformation, they were really just me trying to live with integrity in a role I never asked for. Luna was quiet for a long moment, processing this revelation. Then unexpectedly she laughed, not mockery but genuine amusement. Professor, I've suspected something like that for months. You changed too completely, too fundamentally for it to be simple reformation. And honestly, it doesn't matter. Whether you're the original Dekilin transformed or someone new wearing his face, you're still the person who taught me that change was possible. You're still the teacher who stood against persecution when it would have been easier to go along. The name and the origin story don't change the choices you've made. But your father, my father was destroyed by the original Dekilin, Luna acknowledged. And that's a wound that will never fully heal. But you're not him, and I've known that for a while. The person you are, whoever you really are, is someone I respect and trust. That's what matters. Dekilin felt emotion tighten his throat. After months of carrying this secret, expecting it to shatter everything if revealed, Luna's acceptance felt like absolution. Thank you, he said quietly, for understanding, for not hating me for being a lie. You're not a lie, Luna corrected. You're just complicated, which honestly describes most of us these days. They stood together watching the sun set over the sanctuary, two people bound by shared struggle and complicated history. The future ahead was uncertain and dangerous. The Empire was fracturing toward civil war. Dekilin himself was a hunted fugitive whose presence in this community put everyone at risk. Jerry was dead, killed by the forces he'd opposed. His entire life had become one of exile and resistance, far from the academic career he'd briefly rebuilt. But he'd also built something real, changed lives, taught students who would carry forward important work, helped thousands escape persecution, created space for alternatives to imperial authority, made choices that, despite their costs, he couldn't bring himself to regret. The story wasn't over. The struggle continued. But for the first time since arriving in this world, Dekilin felt like he understood his role in it. Not hero or villain, not professor or fugitive, but something more complex. A person trying to do right in a world that made right action difficult. Someone choosing conscience over convenience regardless of the cost. And in the end, that was enough. It had to be enough. Because there were no guarantees of victory, no promises of happy endings. All he had was the knowledge that he'd stood for something, that he'd mattered to people who mattered, that his existence had changed things in ways both terrible and necessary. The future remained uncertain and probably dark. But the past, these months of genuine transformation, these relationships built on trust and shared principle, this community created from collective resistance, those could never be taken from him. He'd been someone worth being, if only for a little while. And that would have to sustain him through whatever came next. Looking out over the sanctuary as night fell, Dekilin understood with perfect clarity that there was no going back. His path was set, his choices made, his fate sealed. He was a revolutionary now, whether he'd intended to become one or not. The Empire would never forgive his defiance, would hunt him for the rest of his life. His students would face persecution for their association with him. The civil war approaching would claim countless lives, many lost in conflicts his actions had helped precipitate. But standing beside Luna, looking at this imperfect sanctuary they'd built together, Dekilin knew he'd made the right choice. Not the safe choice, not the comfortable choice, but the right one. And when the history of this era was written, when future generations looked back at the fracturing of the Empire and the wars that followed, at least they would know that not everyone had gone along quietly with injustice. At least they would know that Professor Dekilin von Euclin, whoever he really was beneath the name and title, had stood for something, had chosen principle over survival, had made it impossibly difficult for systems built on oppression to continue unchallenged. That legacy, costly as it was, would endure long after he was gone. The sanctuary's lights began to flicker on as darkness fell, warm points of light in the wilderness. Inside those buildings, refugees found shelter. Students learned magic without regard to their birth or station. Communities experimented with new ways of organizing beyond imperial hierarchies. It wasn't perfect, wasn't safe, wouldn't last forever. But it existed, stubbornly and defiantly, proof that alternatives were possible. And that existence, Dekulin realized, was its own form of revolution, quiet, persistent, undeniable. They hadn't overthrown the empire. They'd simply stopped recognizing its authority over their lives. They'd created spaces where different rules applied, where different futures could be imagined and tested. The empire could hunt them, persecute them, make examples of those they caught. But they couldn't erase the idea that had taken root, that another world was possible, that hierarchy wasn't inevitable, that power could be questioned and alternatives built. That idea, once planted, would spread regardless of what happened to any individual. Luna touched his arm gently. "Come on, Professor, dinner is ready, and you promised to help me review the new curriculum for advanced students. The work doesn't stop just because the sun went down." Dekulin smiled, allowing himself to be pulled back toward the warmth and light of the community. The work didn't stop. It never stopped. There would always be more to do, more people to help, more battles to fight. But tonight at least they had the sanctuary. They had each other. They had purpose worth fighting for. And in a world growing darker by the day, that was more than many people had. It was enough to keep going, enough to face tomorrow. Enough to justify the choices that had led them here, costly as those choices had been. The door closed behind them, shutting out the darkness and the cold. Inside, warmth and light and voices raised in conversation. Outside, an empire fracturing toward war, forces gathering for conflicts that would reshape the world. But in between, in this liminal space they'd carved out through courage and sacrifice, there was something neither fully light nor dark, just human beings trying to survive with dignity, trying to build something better from the ruins of what had failed them. The fragile calm did not last. It never did. Word spread quickly through the university, then beyond it, twisting as it went, until the existence of the club was no longer a quiet defiance but a political statement. Professors who had once scoffed now whispered. Administrators who had ignored Luna now watched her carefully. By standing their ground, by surviving open hostility and refusing to dissolve, the club had crossed an invisible line. It was no longer about students seeking space. It had become proof that the hierarchy could be resisted, even if only in small, dangerous ways. That was enough to make powerful people uncomfortable. Orders followed, subtle at first, then unmistakable. Funding was questioned. Permissions were re-examined. Oversight committees formed overnight. And behind it all, the same names surfaced again and again, circling like vultures around something they meant to crush before it could grow roots. At the same time, far from the laughter and arguments inside the clubroom, decisions were being finalized with colder precision. The Wizard Assembly convened under sealed wards, its chambers thick with suspicion and old hatred. Reports were laid bare, stripped of euphemism at last. The Red Ribbon issue was no longer something to be delayed, studied, or quietly contained. It was framed as an existential threat, a convenient enemy onto which fear and uncertainty could be projected. Voices rose, alliances shifted, and when Bertrand finally spoke, the room fell silent. He did not shout. He did not need to. He spoke of purity, of inevitability, of the necessity of decisive action before weakness invited catastrophe. And when Dekulin opposed him, calmly but openly, it was not dismissed as eccentricity or posturing. It was treated as betrayal. From that moment on, the lines were clear. The vote passed, not unanimously but decisively enough. What followed would later be called many things: purge, operation, tragedy, but in truth it was a massacre set into motion by signatures and sealed decrees. There would be no further delays, no half measures. The empire would act and blood would follow. Dekulin felt the shift before any official notice reached him. The hostility sharpened, losing its ambiguity. Eyes no longer looked away. Nobles stopped pretending neutrality. Invitations ceased. Accusations, once whispered, were now spoken aloud. In opposing the assembly, in shielding those deemed disposable, he had ensured that whatever protection his name once offered was gone. He was no longer merely a villain tolerated for convenience. He had become a problem to be solved. The final blow came quietly, without spectacle. Jerry confronted him not in anger, but in exhaustion, the weight of generations settling into her voice as she revealed what had been hidden even from him. Bloodlines, contracts written into flesh, obligations inherited rather than chosen. The truth stripped away any remaining illusion that survival could be clean or bloodless. By existing as he did, by continuing forward, Dekulin had already doomed certain paths forever. There would be no safe retreat, no version of events where he could step aside and let the storm pass. He accepted it without drama. There was nothing left to rage against. The choices had already been made, not just by others but by himself, every time he chose to intervene, to protect, to remain. The system responded as systems always did when challenged, not with compromise but with force. And yet, even as the empire fractured and the world tilted toward open conflict, something stubborn remained. In the clubroom, in the classroom, in fleeting moments of trust built against all reason, people continued to act as though survival meant more than simply enduring. Dekulin understood now that this was the true divergence point, the moment from which there was no return. He was no longer trying to escape his fate. He was shaping what came after it. Whatever the future demanded, war, sacrifice, or something worse, he would meet it as he was now, not as the villain written to fail, but as a man who had chosen again and again to stand where standing was hardest. And that choice, irreversible and costly, was the only thing that still belonged to him. The shift became visible within days. Not rumors this time, not whispers traded in corridors, but orders enacted with brutal efficiency. Red Ribbon households were sealed overnight, their names struck from registries, their movements restricted under the pretense of temporary security measures. The Empire did not announce a massacre. It prepared one quietly, methodically, ensuring that when violence came, it would be framed as necessity rather than cruelty. Those who resisted disappeared first. Those who complied followed soon after. By the time the public realized what was happening, the machinery was already in motion, unstoppable, grinding forward on the authority of law and fear. The Wizard Assembly reconvened to formalize what had already been decided. This time there was no pretense of debate. Bertrand spoke as though delivering a verdict long overdue, declaring that Deculin's interference had crossed from nuisance into threat. The hall responded as expected. Silence hardened into consensus. Nobles who had once tolerated Deculin's excesses now saw advantage in his removal, if not his destruction. His opposition was recorded, archived, and used as justification. When the session ended, it was clear that the assembly no longer viewed him as a rogue element within the system, but as something outside it, something to be contained or erased. Jerry did not argue when she revealed the final truth. There was no anger left for that. The bloodline contract, older than the empire itself, bound the Euclid family to cycles of violence and suppression, ensuring that survival was purchased through others' deaths. By defying the assembly, Deculin had activated clauses meant to prevent exactly this kind of deviation. Assets would be seized, allies would be pressured, any remaining protection afforded by their name would be withdrawn. The family would endure, but only if he accepted that there would be no absolution, no restoration of honor, no quiet ending waiting beyond the storm. That was the moment the path sealed, not with a declaration, not with defiance, but with understanding. Deculin saw clearly that there would be no future where he survived as a neutral observer, no branch where he stepped aside and let history correct itself. The world had already reacted to his choices, and it would continue to do so, relentlessly. From now on, survival meant standing permanently against the current, bearing the weight of consequences without the illusion of escape. Outside, the empire fractured along fault lines that had always existed, war looming not as a possibility, but as an inevitability deferred too long. Inside, Deculin remained still, composed, already adjusting to the shape of the future closing around him. He was no longer fighting fate, nor trying to outwit it. He had become something the system could not assimilate, only oppose, and that was enough.